Welcome to a world of Beast Tamers, a place where pets and people live side by side. Here, owning a powerful and rare beast means you have everything. We're talking creatures that can summon storms or, in a blink, bring about total annihilation. And sitting at the very top of this world is a young man named Liang, all because his companion beast was said to be the legendary moon god Flash Butterfly, a monster straight out of myths, capable of reversing time and space, rewriting karma, and oh yeah, it's also immortal. And the more you looked at Liang, the more you'd notice the brilliant moonlight glow in his eyes. All the love and grace of the moon god, channeled for Liang, right there for the world to see. Liang was the one and only king of the moon, worshipped and sought after by countless people. But this all-powerful moon king, supposedly unmatched by anyone, well, he somehow managed to roll out of bed, hit his head on the floor, and die. Just like that. The end. And in that exact moment, another teenager with the same name from 21st century Earth transmigrated into this body, absorbing countless fractured memories from the original owner. Let's just say Liang version 2.0 was in for a serious shock. Normally, waking up as the strongest person in the world would be an insane stroke of luck. But that's only if the hype about the Moon King was actually true. So when our new Liang decided to check the original owner's stats, he discovered that his so-called companion beast wasn't some legendary moon god Flash Butterfly. It was just a regular Flash Butterfly, a low-grade, bottom-tier moonlight beast. What an absolute scam. Everything Liang hoped for in his new life completely shattered. The story about awakening his beast at 14, becoming the Moon King at 15, being the top student at the Moonlight Beast Academy, and founding the Moon Cult at 16, having 1 million followers who hailed him as their leader, getting a challenge from the great Kang Yue Emperor for a duel in 3 years, right before his 17th birthday, all of it was basically a fantasy. Turns out, the original owner wasn't a liar, he was just completely delusional, truly believing his own hype. He thought his pet would transform into its true god form whenever he entered some kind of dream state. The kid even faced down a challenge from an 8-star Beastmaster without batting an eye. Gotta admit, the dude had guts. If our 21st century Liang hadn't gotten a system after transmigrating, and seen his own brutally honest stat sheet, he probably would have believed all the nonsense too. Anyway, putting that mess aside for a second, Liang decided to summon the Flash Butterfly. He had to at least see what this companion of his actually looked like. The moment the Flash Butterfly appeared, he just stared for a few seconds, because, wow, it was actually really adorable. The bad news? Besides being cute, this thing was completely and utterly useless. Liang was in total despair. What now? Forget fighting the Kang Yue Emperor in 3 years right now. He couldn't even take on an elite student at the academy. There was no way he could win. Without the golden finger cheat item that every other isekai protagonist gets, Liang beating the Emperor in 3 years was just a pipe dream. But as he thought that, a memory sparked. It seems the original owner might have actually had something like a golden finger. Deep in his memories was a mysterious, strange object that came from who knows where. He just knew the original kid absolutely hated it. Racking his brain, Liang finally remembered its name, the Book of the Moon. And the instant he remembered it, the Book of the Moon appeared right in front of him. It was a picture book, filled with drawings of tons of different beasts. Liang figured out its mechanics pretty quick. Every time he touches a new beast in the real world, its image appears inside this picture book. So, after the Book of the Moon collects enough beast images, it unlocks a lottery draw. That gives Liang a chance to pull a random beast of unknown grade. Flipping to the Supreme Class Creature section, he finally understood why the original owner hated this thing. The page for the moon god Flash Butterfly was completely blank. This meant the Book of the Moon was flat out denying the beast's existence. It completely contradicted the original owner's belief that he possessed the legendary moon god Flash Butterfly. But for our new Liang, this Book of the Moon was basically his ultimate cheat code. He's at the Moonlight Beast Academy, a place crawling with moonlight-type beasts. Touching them should be easy. If he saves up 10 draws, who knows? Maybe he could actually pull the real deal. The war in 3 years is still a long way off. Who knows who'll come out on top? The urgent mission right now is to get strong and fast, to actually deserve the title King of the Moon that he's carrying. With that in mind, Liang throws on a jacket and immediately heads out the door. Down in the courtyard of the Academy's high-level dorms, a student named Bai Yuer is feeding an adorable moon rabbit. This really grinds the gears of her best friend, Su Jing, who says, "Bai Yuer, you're always feeding these low-level creatures. What if they get attached to you?" "Don't worry, Su Jing. I obviously won't sign a contract with a low-level moon rabbit. I'm just playing with it. No big deal." Why is it not a big deal? Su Jing yells that she's an elite student. If she gets covered in the scent of scrubs, no powerful pet beasts will ever be attracted to her. And to prove her point, Su Jing brings up the King of the Moon as the perfect example. She says he never even interacts with normal pets. Forget high-level ones, he wouldn't even spare a glance for a supreme-tier beast walking by. She guesses the reason for all this is his contracted pet. The moon god Glimmer Butterfly hates the smell of weaker pet beasts. Right as they're talking, the moon rabbit's ears perk up and it dashes off. They both look in that direction, only to find Su Liang walking right past them. Those eyes filled with a silver moon, radiating pure power. Just one glance from him is enough to make anyone feel an overwhelming urge to completely submit at his feet. Su Jing and Bai Yue are staring, totally mesmerized, but Su Liang has already noticed them. More accurately, he noticed Bai Yue's cat ears. Hold up, cat ears and animal eyes? Could that be some human and pet beast hybrid? Su Liang thinks, before immediately dismissing the idea. The original king of the moon was never one to interact with pets, and he definitely wasn't the friendly type. To avoid raising any suspicion, he figures it's best to stick to the original owner's personality. With that thought, Su Liang coldly turns away and walks alone to the Moon Pavilion, a place filled with countless low-level pets. If he can just touch all of them once, he might be able to trigger his very first lottery draw. Inside the Moon Pavilion, Su Liang finds tons of low-level beasts, which helps unlock countless entries in his Book of the Moon. But what's really wild is that the Book of the Moon can actually pull up their specific info and combat skills. The original owner really dropped the ball hating this thing. The deeper he ventures into the Moon Pavilion, the scarcer the pet beasts become. To be precise, these low-level pets seem terrified to even go near a certain closed room. Su Liang guesses it must be the territory of a mid-level pet, which would explain why these little guys are too scared to cross the line. Without overthinking it, he opens the door and steps inside. The room is massive, with a cushion in the center where a beast is, in fact, lying. Su Liang reads the info panel next to the entrance and learns it's a white flower deer, a mid-level moonlight-type pet. It's known for being one of the most beautiful mid-level beasts, a rare sight even in the entire pet beast world. It has a gentle nature, eats grass, and especially loves to bathe in the moonlight. Because of this, the white flower deer is extremely picky when choosing a mate, leading to their population being incredibly rare. Only the Moon God Palace maintains a real breeding ground for the white flower deer. Su Liang looks at the long-winded sign, thinking this is all a bit dramatic for just a mid-level pet. Behind him, a few other students enter the room. After seeing the white flower deer, none of them can hide their absolute shock. Whoa, isn't this place supposed to be free? Where'd they get the money to raise a mid-level pet like this? I've never seen any other pets get this kind of treatment. You think it's because of its looks? I mean, look how beautiful that white flower deer is. It kind of gives you ideas, doesn't it? Maybe some rich person is into that. Su Liang hears the two students whispering back and forth, but he doesn't think the white flower deer also heard every word. Just as one of the students is rambling on, saying some pretty foul things about the deer to his friend, he suddenly gets blasted in the head with a stream of cold water. And the one responsible for this is, of course, the white flower deer. Seeing its ferocious expression, the two students immediately book it out of there. No way. Could it actually understand what we were saying? Who knows, man. I heard some mid-level pets with high intelligence can understand people. Either way, let's just go. Su Liang, on the other hand, doesn't rush to leave. After all, he wasn't the one who provoked the white flower deer. The beast, no longer lazing around, gets off its cushion and starts to walk a few laps around the room. When its eyes meet Su Liang's, it freezes for a few seconds. The white flower deer, captivated by the moonlight in his eyes, uncontrollably moves closer to Su Liang. The moment they touched, the lunar tome flared to life, unlocking the profile of a brand new beast. But here's the kicker. The newly unlocked beast was named the cloud-stepping moon deer. A moonlight type, sure, but its rank was supreme. This was no ordinary mid-tier white flower deer. Su Liang couldn't hide his shock. Was he staring at a supreme-grade beast that could literally wipe a city off the map? Let's be clear, a supreme-grade beast is the absolute overlord of its territory, commanding thousands of creatures. If it threw a tantrum, it could flatten a few hundred meters with a single stomp. So why was a monster like this hanging out at a school? At this rate, the entire campus could be blown away at any moment. Su Liang tried to calm his racing heart. Wait a second, if this beast can just chill here, maybe it's got a gentle personality. The school must know it won't just attack people, right? Those two students from before only got splashed because their mouths were faster than their brains. But then again, you can't rule out the classic playing weak to crush the strong routine. Just like those protagonists in web novels obviously packing god-tier power but pretending to be a total idiot. Not like Su Liang, of course. Our boy here is genuinely pathetic, with no real power, relying on his face to scare people off. After zoning out for a bit, Su Liang realized the deer was staring straight at him, and a deep sense of dread washed over him. Wait a minute, this deer isn't actually thinking of attacking him, is it? Could it be because he stood there too long and it realized its cover might be blown? If it attacked now, he wouldn't stand a chance. So, Su Liang started playing dumb, praising it out loud. Wow, what a beautiful mid-tier white flower deer. I guess I stared a little too long. Heh. Whatever the reason this monster was here, Su Liang definitely didn't want to get stomped, so he pretended to admire the surrounding scenery, then bolted the second he got near the door. But while he was scared out of his mind, from the deer's perspective, it was only staring because it was fascinated by the patterns in his eyes. After Su Liang booked it, the deer lazily returned to its cushion. But then, the unbelievable happened. This beast pulled out a smartphone from under its cushion. It then hopped online and searched for the keywords human with eyes like the moon. After seeing the search results, the deer looked absolutely astonished. Meanwhile, after escaping the Moonlight Pavilion, Su Liang rushed back to his dorm. Even now, Su Liang's heart was pounding. That whole situation was way too dangerous. Who in their right mind would do something so crazy? It was like dropping a T-Rex into a petting zoo. Except that white flower deer was way stronger. A single kick from it could probably send a dozen T-Rexes flying. If it had chased him down, Su Liang would have been a goner for sure. It was a supreme-grade beast, after all, and his own pets were the lowest of the low. Without the lunar tome, Su Liang would be the definition of useless. Speaking of which, back at the Moonlight Pavilion, the book did something amazing. The lunar tome not only gave him a clear image of the beast, but also listed all its skills and traits. This meant Su Liang could fully understand any beast after just one touch. This would be insanely useful in a fight when you know everything about your opponent's pet. Thinking about this, Su Liang got super excited. With the sun down, he had an idea. He wanted to find a small beast on campus to test this feature of the lunar tome again, and then he saw that Moonlight Rabbit from earlier. Now, here's the thing about the lore of beasts in this world. Normally, when a moonlight-type beast is bathed in moonlight, its personality is supposed to change, becoming fierce and aggressive as its power skyrockets. And yet, this Moonlight Rabbit didn't seem to be reacting to the moonlight at all. A chill ran down Su Liang's spine. Don't tell me this rabbit is also a hidden master, pretending to be useless while hiding insane power. Look at that calm, kingly posture. For all he knew, it could be even stronger than the supreme-grade beast he just met. The thought made Su Liang incredibly tense. But he had to know what this rabbit really was, so he cautiously approached, using his lunar tome. He slowly reached out his hand towards it. However, after touching the Moonlight Rabbit, Su Liang was in for a major disappointment. Because this rabbit wasn't a hidden master at all, it was genuinely useless. Not only was it a low-tier beast, but it also had a birth defect. It couldn't absorb moonlight to enhance its power on normal nights. Only during a full moon, when the moon is at its absolute brightest, could it possess any fighting strength. In other words, compared to a normal, lowest-tier beast, this rabbit was even worse. Su Liang couldn't help but feel a little let down. Of course, a fateful encounter with a high-level pet just wasn't in the cards for him. Except, his little rabbit-cuddling session had a witness, and it was none other than Bai Yuer, the cat-eared girl he'd met earlier that day. She was just heading over to give the little bunny one last meal before bed, only to find the King of the Moon, who supposedly never touches weak pets, casually holding that very same Moonlight Rabbit. Bai Yuer, completely shook, ran back to her room, saw Su Jing chilling with a face mask, and just had to ask, "Hey Su Jing, do you think it's possible?" And I'm just saying it's a possibility. That the King of the Moon actually likes small animals? Su Jing froze solid for a few seconds, then fired back. Huh? Did all those lectures finally break your brain? I'll book you 2 days off tomorrow, okay? Just kidding. Bai Yuer played it cool, then scurried back to her own room. But deep down, she knew what she saw was no illusion. Turns out the untouchable, impossibly cool King of the Moon actually had a warm side to him. The thought made Bai Yuer giddy even more so, knowing she was the only one who'd seen this hidden side of Su Liang. As for Su Liang, he knew Bai Yuer caught him red-handed, but honestly, he didn't really care. If anything, he figured some girls might be into it. It had been a long day, and all he wanted was to hit the hay, but the moment he walked into his bedroom, he was jolted wide awake, because there was a stranger in his room. Well, not exactly human, more like a humanoid pet beast. The most important thing was the oppressive aura coming off it, even stronger than the deer-turned-human from before. The figure started walking towards Su Liang, who was so terrified he couldn't move an inch. But somehow, even frozen in fear, Su Liang still looked ridiculously imposing, almost overpowering the visitor. The figure got about 2 meters away, then suddenly dropped to one knee. "Greetings, King of the Moon. Greetings, Lord Moon God." Okay, this was definitely not what Su Liang expected. But hey, at least they weren't here to kill him. Now that she was closer, he could see her a bit better, and a fuzzy memory from the body's original owner sparked to life. This was one of the pet beasts belonging to the Twin Moon cult's 4 moon symbols. The only problem was, Su Liang couldn't for the life of him remember who. An ice-cold silence instantly blanketed the room. Su Liang didn't speak, so the visitor didn't dare move. She barely even dared to breathe. In her mind, she was just in awe. So this was the King of the Moon, the strongest beastmaster in the world, a living legend. Even his silence was divine and majestic. After a tense minute, Su Liang gave up. He just couldn't remember. He let out a little cough and asked, "Who are you?" The moment he spoke, the other person finally exhaled in relief. She then delivered the latest report from the Twin Moon cult, explaining that followers investigating the central region had discovered that remnants of the Black Moon cult have become active again in the center of the continent. And worse, they're working closely with Beastmasters from the Moon God Palace. Su Luang's brain officially short-circuited again. The Black Moon cult? Who the heck were they? He had absolutely zero memory. As the girl looked up, she saw Su Luang had turned his back to her. "Cult leader?" she called out, confused. "All right, that's enough. Don't say another word." Su Luang snapped, and she immediately went quiet. The truth? He was frantically Googling what the hell the Black Moon cult even was. Turns out it was an organization that used to be based in the northern region. They believed in gods from the Palace of the Death God and a legendary Black Moon that supposedly once dyed the actual moon dark. 3 years ago, the Black Moon cult clashed with the Twin Moon cult and got completely annihilated on the night of a full moon. Su Luang finished his info update. So it wasn't his memory's fault, this cult was just way too weak. Even the original owner of his body hadn't cared about them, which explained why he had no impression. The Black Moon cult's leader was a total nobody. But the Moon God Palace is also getting involved in this, she added. So the nature of this situation has changed. Hearing the name Moon God Palace, Su Luang's entire expression shifted. This wasn't some random group. The Moon God Palace was the undisputed ruler of the central continent, using their legendary pet beasts to dominate the world for 1,000 years. Though over the last millennium, their top dog status had faded, and in just 3 short years, the Twin Moon cult was seriously threatening their reign. The 4 moon symbols have already prepared a battle plan, so even if the Moon God Palace declares all-out war, we have a way to retreat safely. But that would leave you with one less personal guard. So, regarding this operation, I've come for your orders, Lord Cult Leader. The girl just replied, "It's fine, go ahead, as long as I still stand with the moonlight." To Leung spoke cryptically, then plopped down on a chair, his back to the full moon. The faint moonlight made his unique eyes glow even brighter, adding to his whole mysterious vibe. You got to admit, at this very moment, To Leung looked more trustworthy than ever. "Yes, Lord Cultmaster," the girl shouted with excitement, completely floored that she got to hear those words from the Moon King in her lifetime. In her mind, as long as the Moon King still possessed the Moon God Butterfly, then absolutely no one in this world would dare to mess with him. He wouldn't need protection, because he himself was the most dazzling moonlight of all. And just like that, she scurried away. The second he was sure she was gone, To Leung's epic facade completely crumbled. He physically could not stand his own cringy line delivery. It was all for the sake of his career in perfectly imitating the original owner. See, the problem was the original owner constantly spouted strange, cryptic sentences that trailed off into nothing. But every time he did, his followers would somehow mistake his nonsense for profound, divine wisdom, even when it was just pure gibberish. So To Leung, our transmigrator, had to do as the Romans do or in this case, do as the weirdo cult leader did. And don't even get him started on the Moon God Palace. It was a massive headache. He'd only been here a single day, and things were already this complicated. Now, for the original Moon King, this whole situation might have been nothing. The Moon God Palace wasn't a real threat, but that was only because he had the legendary Moon God Butterfly. Our guy, however, is just To Leung, whose only pet beast is a super useless flash butterfly, desperately trying to look the part of the Moon King. He instantly regretted what he'd said to that girl. Now he had 0 bodyguards. If danger showed up, he was totally toast. But while he was busy spiraling, a sudden thought hit him. That's right, he still had the Book of the Moon. After encountering so many pet beasts at the Moon Pavilion today, he probably had enough points for a gacha pull. To Leung whipped out the Book of the Moon, and sure enough, he could exchange his points for a card flip. This lottery system had a chance of pulling any Moonlight-type pet beast, with qualities ranging from low to high tier. After a draw, a contract is automatically signed, but if you're not happy, you can choose to break it in exchange for a little experience value. Hey, not a bad deal. Before pulling the trigger, To Leung prayed about 7,749 times. His current situation was beyond tense. If he could just pull a supreme-tier beast, he could flip this entire game around and have nothing to fear. After To Leung activated the draw, the Book of the Moon unleashed a blinding golden light, following a whole bunch of dramatic special effects. It announced that he had pulled the Transparent Moon Shadow, a high-grade moonlight beast with 2 combat skills, Moon Scale and Stealth. Not a supreme tier, but hey, high grade wasn't half bad. In fact, if To Leung was just some normal student, pulling a rare high-grade beast like the Transparent Moon Shadow would have been a moment of pure ecstasy. But for the Supreme Moon King, leader of the Twin Moon cult, this thing was basically worthless. His immediate life-threatening problem wasn't something the power of a mere high-grade beast could possibly solve. So after weighing his options, To Leung decided to dissolve the contract. The system was surprisingly decent about it. The experience value he got from breaking the contract made his power shoot up, almost reaching the level of a 2-star Beast Tamer. But even with the power-up, To Leung just couldn't bring himself to be happy. Thinking back, the original owner had tons of chances to sign contracts with supreme-tier beasts in the Twin Moon cult. But it seems because he truly believed he possessed the moon god butterfly, he looked down on every single one of them. And now, the one left to suffer the consequences was our poor boy, To Leung. He couldn't stop sighing. It wasn't until later, when he was in bed getting ready to sleep, that a certain problem dawned on him. Even if a high-grade beast like the transparent moon shadow couldn't solve his fundamental problem of fighting the Black Moon cult, it was still, way stronger than his pathetic, low-level flash butterfly that had zero combat ability. It could have helped him deal with a sudden attack, but nope, he just broke the contract without a second thought. Was the original owner's personality still affecting him? No, that's not quite right. At the very least, he didn't believe the moon god butterfly was real. To Leung thought to himself, then flopped onto his bed, still fuming about that transparent moon shadow. He swore that if he ever pulled another high-grade beast, he would sign the contract immediately. He decided to go to the moon pavilion again tomorrow to collect the rest of the low-level beasts, and that cloud-stepping moon-chasing deer too. To Leung planned to give it some delicious food and trick it into coming with him. The next morning, when the deer woke up, it discovered its huge home had been smashed to pieces. Oh my, are you awake, my precious? Van Nguyet suddenly flinched, only to realize a caretaker was just brushing its fur. Hey there, sweetie. Just wait till we get to the Moon God Palace. The snacks there are way better. The envoy from the palace will be here to pick you up soon, so from now on, you can't be a picky eater, okay? You have to listen to your new caretakers. Van Nguyet jolted again. Hold on, what was this lady talking about? Was it being sold to the Moon God Palace? And yep, turns out that suspicion was 100% correct. Because right outside, 2 Beastmasters from the Moon God Palace, in charge of the pickup, had already arrived at the Moonlight Pavilion's gate. Their arrival, of course, drew a whole crowd of nosy students from the Beast Academy. I heard the Moon King was training here, so I thought it'd be some amazing place. Turns out it's just a bunch of kids. How ridiculous. One of the 2 envoys from the Moon God Palace grumbled, Sis, don't start trouble. We're only here for the white flower deer. We absolutely cannot cause any extra problems, especially anything involving the Moon King or the Twin Moon cult, the other one warned. I know. I don't want any trouble either. Let's just grab the white flower deer and get out of here. A moment later, a woman wearing glasses stepped out of the Moonlight Pavilion. She introduced herself as Thanha, the owner of the place. Thanha glanced at the 2 women, completely unfazed by their arrogant, look-down-on-everyone attitude. Too bad the Moon God Palace was long past its golden age of ruling over all living things. No amount of pride could change that fact. Well, envoys, since you're here, let's not delay. Come inside and see the white flower deer with me. No need, Thanha said. Didn't we already see it online? We'll give you 10 times the price for it, so just bring it out. Stop wasting our time. Hearing that, Thanha couldn't hide her surprise. The white flower deer was practically on the brink of extinction due to its extremely picky nature when choosing a mate. So, even as a mid-tier pet, its price was already on par with a high-tier one, and this particular deer at the academy was an absolute beauty. For the people from the Moon God Palace to come all this way and offer such a high price, it meant they were dead set on getting it. Thinking this, Thanha felt she might as well use this chance to squeeze them for a bit more. Honored envoys, you may not know this, but this white flower deer is a descendant of the pet owned by our academy's original founder. Because of that, we have always raised it with the treatment befitting a supreme-level beast. If the price is only 10 times the usual, it's really not enough to cover the resources we've invested. After hearing that, the younger of the 2 envoys was the first to react, bursting into laughter. Descendant of an emperor's pet? Isn't it still just a mid-tier pet and you're giving it supreme-level treatment? In a poor place like this, I doubt you've ever even seen the real thing. Enough. The older sister cut her off, then upped the offer to 20 times the price. Big sis, what are you saying? 20 times is way too much, it's over our budget. But despite her sister's protests, the woman was determined to pay 20 times the price just to take the white flower deer and leave. You see, her pet, a rare high-grade moon's purity, had a special ability to avoid disaster and foresee danger. And ever since they arrived, it had been in an extreme state of panic. It was practically screaming that something bad was about to happen. That's why she was willing to pay extra just to get out of there quickly. But it was already too late. Just as she had that thought, she felt a pressure powerful enough to crush anyone. Someone was coming. And the only person who possessed an aura scary enough to freeze you solid was the Moon King. The 2 envoys from the Moon God Palace turned their heads and saw Liang, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They had no idea why he would come to a place like the Moonlight Pavilion, which was full of low-level pets. The younger sister had it even worse, her mind completely overwhelmed by the Moon King's presence, unable to hear her sister's words. Little sister, Can you hear me? Lower your head, don't look at him, snap out of it. But despite the constant signals, the red-haired envoy was no longer coherent enough to hear or see anything. It wasn't until she staggered backward that her older sister rushed forward to support her, and then they both knelt together. By this time, Liang had arrived, looking down on them with his uniquely superior gaze. That cold, domineering aura seemed to view everything in the world as mere dust, giving people the feeling they were in front of a real god. The two sister envoys were so scared they couldn't even lift their heads. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. In reality, Liang was only looking at them a little longer because he was wondering what people from the Moon God Palace were doing here. But because of his status as the Moon King, he couldn't exactly just walk up and ask. And when the two envoys saw Liang staring at them, they became even more terrified. They thought he was in a bad mood and was about to take their lives. Luckily, at that moment, Thanha stepped in to salvage the situation. Lord Nguyet Fuang, and here she comes, practically vibrating with excitement. I'm the owner of Nguyet Luang Inn, and seeing you in person is the greatest honor. Then Thanha just has to brag that she joined the Moon Sect 3 months ago. She even points out 2 envoys from the Moon God Palace, here to buy a mid-tier spirit beast, the same white deer he'd seen just yesterday. And that deer is absolutely flawless. Even the Moon God Palace is willing to pay top dollar for it. Thanha just keeps going on, completely fangirling. But when Tu Luang hears that Nguyet Luang Inn wants to sell Dap Van Hoa Nguyet, his face darkens immediately. They're only fawning over its looks and bloodline, but here's the secret. It's actually a supreme-tier spirit beast, and only he knows it. That's the kind of thing money can't buy. So To Luang is determined to stop the sale. He turns back and drops a completely cryptic line on them. Go home. This is not a place you should be. The moon is about to fall. From anyone else, it's just nonsense. But coming from the invincible king of the moon, those words hit different. The moment he speaks, everyone's face goes pale, especially the 2 envoys from the Moon God Palace. They're probably thinking this means some kind of unprecedented disaster for their people. The moon won't fall, will it? Because the night is eternal. The younger sister blurts it out, as if she's not even in control of her own mind anymore. She just unconsciously recited the motto of the Moon God Palace, right back at the King of the Moon. Oh my god, did she just talk back to the Moon King? The crowd absolutely erupts in shock. That's when the woman realizes just how disrespectful she's been. She looks up, meeting Tu Luang's stare, a gaze colder than ice itself. She's so terrified, she just faints on the spot. Only her older sister manages to keep it together. Right now, she could not care less about that white deer. This situation is way beyond their pay grade. The new plan is to get back to the Moon God Palace and tell Thap Tru Phi what Tu Luang said, because it sounds like a catastrophe is coming. And with that, she grabs her sister and gets out of there. Thanha watches this all go down with pure satisfaction. She was getting sick of the snooty attitude from the Moon God Palace folks anyway. The moon never sets because the night is eternal. Yeah, right. Their dim little moon has already set because the real moon is sleeping forever in the eyes of the Moon King Tu Luang. After successfully chasing off the envoys, Tu Luang heads inside the inn. The second he's sure no one can see him, he lets out a huge sigh. That was way too close. Having to maintain that whole King of the Moon act is seriously exhausting. And honestly, he has no clue if his performance was even believable, but he hopes he laid it on thick enough to make the Moon God Palace back off the deer. Meanwhile, in Dap Van Hoa Nguyet's private room, the staff from Nguyet Luang Inn are starting to pack up its things. But this deer is having none of it biting clothes, wailing dramatically. The staff is baffled, since it's usually such a gentle creature. Oh, I know. Is my precious baby just sad about leaving its mommy? The deer's caretaker suddenly has this epiphany, rushing over to give it a big hug. Don't you worry now. Even when you get to the Moon God Palace, Mommy will visit you. The deer is internally screaming it couldn't care less, it just doesn't want to go. Just then, Dap Van Hoa Nguyet's cushion gets knocked over, and the caretaker discovers a whole bunch of stuff hidden underneath. We're talking a half-eaten bag of melon seeds, a little human-shaped doll, and even a mirror. There's also a cheesy romance novel and a cell phone. You can literally see the question marks forming over her head. Spirit beasts are into this stuff? The phone is obviously the most valuable item. The caretaker figures someone must have dropped it, so she picks it up. Seeing this, Dap Van Hoa Nguyet starts to panic. It's terrified she'll see its browser history. To protect its secrets, it abandons its sweet image and just headbutts its favorite caretaker. The phone goes flying into the air and lands perfectly in the hands of Tu Luang, who just walked into the room. This is 1,000 times worse than the caretaker seeing its browser history. Tu Luang just looks down at the phone in his hand. On the screen is some trashy novel about a king and a spirit beast. He is utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Dap Van Hoa Nguyet is so embarrassed it's hiding behind the bed, probably wishing the floor would just swallow it whole. After a few awkward seconds, Tu Luang decides to regain his cool guy persona by casually tossing the phone away. And then he declared, Today's deal with the Moon God Palace is officially canceled. No need to pack up, everyone. The Twin Moon sect will be here soon to negotiate buying the Moon Pavilion. And with that, Su Liang just walked away, not a single wasted motion, leaving the entire staff absolutely dumbfounded. See, his whole reason for coming here today was to discuss buying the Moon Pavilion in the first place. Running into the Moon God Palace, folks, was just an unexpected bonus. After all, this place would be the perfect cover for him to interact with more low-level beasts. What Su Liang did not expect was to walk right into a supreme pet beast's most embarrassing moment. Honestly, he was just worried it would get so mortified it'd go nuts and gore him, which is why he made such a quick escape, leaving a dead silent room behind him. After a few seconds, the staff finally processed what happened and exploded with questions. Did the Moon King really just cancel the deal? Did he meet the Moon God Palace's messenger outside? What just happened? I need to know. I heard he just unilaterally terminated it. So bold, that's our Moon King for you. But wait, does this mean he's declaring war on the Moon God Palace? We're definitely going to be protected by the Twin Moon sect, right? Right? Forget that. I'm more curious about the phone. What could possibly be on it to make the mighty Moon King show that kind of expression? Hearing this, Dap Van Hoen Nguyet's delicate pride flared up again. Before anyone could touch the phone, it charged forward, snatched it in its mouth, and bolted outside. The staff couldn't keep up. They just stared at each other, totally lost. What was wrong with the little guy? Was it going through its rebellious phase? Dap Van Hoen Nguyet sprinted out of the Moon Pavilion, chasing right after Su Liang. The day before, he'd seen through its real identity. And now, he'd discovered its shameful browser history. Dap Van Hoen Nguyet felt that if it let him just walk away today, its only option was to move to another planet to escape the sheer humiliation. Stop. Moon King, you saw everything. The deer was incredibly fast, cutting Su Liang off and speaking urgently in a human voice. And what a voice, it was beautiful, and clearly belonging to a girl. It all clicked for Su Liang. No wonder it was reading those trashy romance novels. If you dare speak of this secret, I will never forgive you. Dap Van Hoen Nguyet threatened. Su Liang was silent for a few seconds, his face a complete blank. Just when the deer thought it had successfully scared him, the ice-cold Moon King suddenly let out a smirk. Control your sorrow. Sometimes losing face is just a way to say goodbye to your past self. Isn't that right, woman? You have successfully captured my attention. Su Liang kept quoting lines from that ridiculous novel, making Dap Van Hoen Nguyet so ashamed it wanted to dig a hole and hide. Shut up, just shut up. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're the Moon King. It screamed. If I hear that you've told anyone my identity or repeated those lines, I will immediately charge out of the Moon Pavilion and run to your front door. And then I'll ram my head into your feet until I die, splattering my blood all over you. These threats from Dap Van Hoen Nguyet had, in reality, very little impact. But it did make Su Liang remember something important. If you call a pet beast's name within a certain radius, its inner self will sense it a unique sixth sense only supreme quality beasts possess. So, Su Liang decided to seize the opportunity and negotiate with Dap Van Hoen Nguyet. So you're saying if I call you, you'll definitely come, right? Of course, the deer yelled. Only after shouting did it realize something was wrong. Wait, wasn't it supposed to be threatening Su Liang? How did the tables turn like this? Then it's settled. From now on, if I call and you don't show up, I'll tell everyone your little secret, Su Liang said, then casually walked away. Dap Van Hoen Nguyet was stunned, but as Su Liang was about to disappear, it snapped out of it and shouted a warning, telling him to be careful on nights with a full moon. To maintain his cool guy image, Su Liang didn't even turn around. He just grunted once and headed straight back to his dorm. Long after his shadow had vanished, Dap Van Hoen Nguyet stood there, utterly bewildered by Su Liang's words. It wasn't sure if it was because of all the novels it had been reading, but it felt like his words were no different from a bad boy CEO's confession, sending its maiden heart into a state of pure bliss. As for Su Liang, once he was sure he was safe, he found a quiet spot and desperately tried to regulate his breathing, completely stressed out. A moment ago, Su Liang had only wanted to tease Dap Van Hoen Nguyet for a bit. Seeing the deer's embarrassed face was just too entertaining. He never thought his bluff would actually work and work so perfectly. Looks like that deer was seriously worried about its reputation. But its final warning to be careful on full moon nights? Yeah, that went completely over Su Liang's head. Still, he couldn't shake a growing sense of dread. Was something bad really going to happen during the full moon in 3 days? If that was true, then Su Liang was in a seriously dangerous spot. Because according to the Twin Moon Cult's genius deployment plan, he currently had 0 bodyguards. So to play it safe, he figured it was time to power up his beast lineup. Su Liang whipped out the moon book, hoping for a decent pull. At the exact same time, a meeting of the 10 Pillar Consorts was underway in the Moon God Palace. The 10 Pillar Consorts are the top Beast Tamers in the Moon God Palace, and though their identities are secret, rumor has it they're all stunningly beautiful women. Those two messenger sisters had returned, reporting Su Liang's cryptic comment about the moon about to fall. Oh, while we don't know what he meant, the Moon King's words have reminded me of something. The season just changed, so the full moon's timing is different. Don't forget to adjust your meters. That was the fourth consort among the 10-pillar consorts speaking up. She was trying to ease the tension in the room, but it wasn't really working. Everyone was still sighing dramatically. They all figured a big shot like the Moon King Su Liang would never mess with low-level pet beasts, which made his appearance at the Moon Pavilion seem completely illogical and suspicious. So someone guessed the Moon Pavilion must be hiding something that could attract the Moon King, and the most likely culprit was an emperor-level beast. The moment those words left their mouth, the room went deathly silent. After a long pause, a few people finally dared to speak. An emperor-level beast, you say? Well, if the Moon King can control an emperor-level creature, that's not impossible. It would also mean the deity dwelling inside the Moon King's body is about to awaken. And if that thing truly wakes up, then our Moon God Palace will be completely defenseless. Besides this face-to-face meeting, the fourth consort was also representing the Moon God Palace in an online call with the Black Moon cult, and facing this grim situation, they were frantically demanding support from the Moon God Palace to keep their own church safe. If the Moon King has already contracted an emperor-level beast, what chance of victory do you think you have? The fourth consort asked the followers of the Black Moon cult. The person on the other end went completely silent, clearly scared out of their mind at the thought of Su Liang contracting an emperor-level beast. The fourth consort called out a few more times, but nobody answered. Just as she was about to disconnect, a man's voice finally answered. Rest assured, fourth consort. The Moon King is not the only one watched over by the moonlight. The people of the Twin Moon cult work unbelievably fast, because before long, the Moon Pavilion officially belonged to the Moon King. Su Liang wasted no time, sending his followers to find every moonlight-type beast and bring them to the Beast Taming Academy. This move was purely for his own benefit, but it sent the entire northern territory of the kingdom into a total panic. All the major powers were terrified and on high alert. No one was sleeping, no one was eating. A rumor even started that the Moon King got stronger by eating small animals alive to boost his energy, and his recent actions were a sign that the god inside his body was about to wake up. There were tons of different theories, but they all threw the northern territories into absolute chaos. Meanwhile, the guy at the center of the storm was shamelessly calm. Every day, Su Liang unlocked countless new beasts, earning himself more lottery draws. But see, on his very first draw, he had instantly pulled a high-level beast. This time, however, 5 pulls in a row only netted him a single high-level pet, the moon in the lake. Even with the Twin Moon cult's help, grinding for 2 or 3 days was still a massive struggle. Just getting 5 consecutive pulls wasn't easy. He couldn't contract with low and mid-tier beasts, so he had to break them all down for experience points. As for that one single high-level beast, he considered signing a contract, but it just seemed like a support type. He didn't think it would be much help. On top of that, the original owner had no memories of any beast named Moon in the Lake. This made Su Liang suspect he'd pulled some super unpopular joke beast. He searched online but couldn't find a single shred of information on it. This was just absurd. How could there be a beast in the world that the encyclopedia had no info on? Just as he was getting frustrated, Su Liang suddenly remembered something important. If the moon in the lake was already unlocked, then he could just check the Book of the Moon directly. Why bother with the internet? He got right on it. And sure enough, Su Liang found the info on this beast. The moon in the lake was a mutated creature that appeared 13,000 years ago. The Book of the Moon had automatically detected and cataloged it. It later went extinct because it couldn't reproduce, and its ancestry remains a total mystery. Its main skill was called submersion, with a talent for absorbing all nearby shocks and vibrations. Once its endurance hits the limit, it explodes and dies. But the book added a note: if a tamer has a contract, it'll just revive after a while. This is actually one of the big reasons why weak little humans can now coexist with all these terrifying beasts. Su Liang was floored. 13,000 years ago? That's even older than the Moon God Palace itself. No wonder there wasn't a single shred of information about it online. Turns out it wasn't even a creature from this era. But wait a sec, not from this era, you say? He didn't want to form a contract with a high-level beast, mainly because he was afraid of being recognized. A top-tier beast just wouldn't fit his current strongest tamer in the world cover. But what if it was a high-level beast that nobody knew about? The moon in the lake was the perfect answer. Right now, nobody but Su Liang could know its true identity. Plus, its ability was perfect for dealing with surprise threats, and its form was hard to spot. Even though it had no combat skills, it was the perfect fit for Su Liang's current situation. For all those reasons, Su Liang made a firm decision. He was signing a contract with the moon in the lake. At that moment, his beast space, which only held the sleeping flash butterfly, suddenly changed. Right after he formed the contract, a gigantic wave of water came crashing into his consciousness. It soon became a vast lake reflecting a sparkling crescent moon, making the flash butterfly jump in surprise. Su Liang could also feel this high-level beast's presence, but its ancient, mysterious aura was completely different from other top-tier beasts. He finally had a second pet, and Su Liang truly hoped it could give him a helping hand. After all, the full moon night that Stepping Cloud Changing Moon warned him about was just around the corner. It was the very next day. The people from the Black Moon cult were officially making their move. Based on their last talk with the Moon God Temple, they guessed Su Liang had an emperor-level pet and would strike on the full moon. One of the strongest members of the Black Moon cult, who was also their mole in the Pet Academy, was assigned to guard the area closest to the Moon King. The guy was unbelievably tense. He was terrified that if Su Liang detected even a hint of hostility, he would be instantly wiped off the face of the earth. Meanwhile, Su Liang was still in his dorm room. The weird thing was, his flash butterfly kept flying back and forth restlessly. It had never acted like this on previous full moon nights. The moon in the lake was still sleeping soundly, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. So, Su Liang guessed a powerful beast must have appeared in the academy, scaring low-level creatures like the flash butterfly. All right, stop making a fuss. I'll take you outside for a look, Su Liang told the butterfly, which then obediently landed on his shoulder. Even though the academy had a strict curfew on full moon nights, that wasn't an issue for someone with Su Liang's special status. If something strange was happening at the academy, he was most likely the main target. And if real danger was coming, an open space was way better for a counterattack than a closed-off dorm room. Besides, Su Liang didn't want to get other students involved. After leaving his room, Su Liang noticed that in the men's dorm, it wasn't just his flash butterfly. Many other low-level pets were in a state of panic. Students were running all over the place trying to catch their pets. This just made him feel more uneasy. Coach is Stepping Cloud! Changing Moon's warning have been right. Was a strange beast really going to attack him tonight? Heh. Su Liang was tense, but also a little excited. What kind of beast would someone bold enough to target him have? Just as he thought that, a huge commotion erupted, seemingly from the building next door. Su Liang rushed to the window to see what was up. He saw that the building's roof had been completely blown away, but the attack didn't seem to be aimed at him. In reality, the person who was just attacked was the Black Moon cult's mole who had infiltrated the Beast Tamer Academy. And the chaos was because he was being attacked by a strange creature. We say strange because it looked like a low-level Moonlight Rabbit, but its size and aura were completely overwhelming, nothing like a weak Moonlight Rabbit at all. Turns out, this thing is actually a Moonlight Rabbit with a birth defect. It can only go beast mode on the fullest of full moons. But aside from Su Liang and his nifty moon scroll, literally no one has a clue about this. And that clueless goon was just the same, completely unable to process the creature in front of him. Just then, the Moonlight Rabbit attacked with its two long ears. Everywhere it struck, even solid stone and brick, was instantly pulverized into dust. Meanwhile, back in the dorm, the low-level beasts were getting more and more freaked out by the chaos outside and the roars of the Moonlight Rabbit. And over at the Moon Pavilion, the exact same scene was playing out. The small beasts outside were running wild, but weirdly enough, they were all heading towards Cloud-Stepping Moon Chaser's room. This white deer was sound asleep but got woken up by all the noise, and boy was it annoyed. Who's making such a racket in the middle of the night? Seriously, knock it off and go back to sleep. The pressure this thing gave off was way beyond the Moonlight Rabbits. After hearing that, all the little beasts instantly calmed down. Every single one obediently returned to its nest to go back to sleep. But now, Cloud-Stepping Moon Chaser was wide awake and couldn't get back to sleep. So it started thinking about what Su Liang said that morning and got embarrassed all over again. That guy is the King of the Moon, on the same level as the great Kangyu Emperor. Why in the world would he need my help? The deer thought, before coming up with its own theory that Su Liang was still too young. In reality, his strength hadn't even reached its peak yet. That's why he needed Cloud-Stepping Moon Chaser's power to overcome dangers. The silly deer actually convinced itself of this just to feel useful to him. Back over at the academy dorms, the Moonlight Rabbit was still in a complete frenzy. Even the spy, who was considered a heavy hitter in the Black Moon cult, was shocked by power that far exceeded his imagination. But watching this rabbit destroy the academy's facilities like this, he guessed it didn't belong to the Twin Moon cult, but was just some crazed monster that went wild under the moonlight. He was just afraid all this commotion would alert the King of the Moon. If that happened, neither he nor the rabbit would get away unscathed. Hey, don't you know this is the King of the Moon's territory? If you wake him up, we're both dead meat, the spy shouted, hoping to negotiate a truce, but the Moonlight Rabbit had already lost its mind. So even if it heard him, the words weren't registering at all. In fact, it didn't even wait for him to finish his sentence before it lunged in for another attack. The attacks were ferocious, filled with killing intent. The spy quickly ordered his pet, Spirit Swimming Moon, to use its massive body to block the blow. As a result, his two fish got absolutely battered, but the Moonlight Rabbit's attack was successfully nullified. Good job. He patted his beast's body, and the wounds on it slowly began to heal. After that little skirmish, he felt like he had a handle on his opponent's true strength. Sure, it had power, but it was slow. It wasn't like a high-level monster with intelligence, and it definitely wasn't a supreme-grade pet beast. Otherwise, his spirit swimming moon wouldn't have been able to block that last hit. How interesting. If the King of the Moon isn't going to show up, then why should I be afraid of you? The Black Moon cult spy laughed, then jumped off Spirit Swimming Moon's back, allowing his pet to absorb the moonlight freely. Instantly, under the energy of the full moon, the two fish fused together, transforming into one ferocious shark. But at the same time, the spy felt a terrifying pain shoot through his chest. "Spirit Swimming Moon, stop absorbing!" he screamed. He had just about reached his absolute limit. Besides the Kangyu Emperor and the Moon God Palace, no beast tamer could let their pet absorb moonlight indefinitely. Otherwise, the price to pay was the beast tamer's own body exploding. Messy stuff. As for the King of the Moon, Liang, the spy just figured he was already way beyond common sense. He then unleashed Spirit Swimming Moon's power, sending it charging towards the giant Moonlight Rabbit. The moment the two monsters collided, a violent tremor shook the academy, triggering an emergency evacuation. The academy staff initially thought it was an enemy attack on the school, but they quickly dismissed that possibility. With the King of the Moon here, what kind of lunatic would dare to launch an attack first? It's probably just some monster that absorbed too much moonlight and lost control. Yeah, that must be it. But still, monsters under a full moon are dangerous. One of them even attacked a teacher before. As they were talking, the two staff members suddenly saw a figure dash past them. At first, they thought it was just a student running around, but a closer look revealed it was Liang. The moon is about to awaken, Liang mutters, trying his absolute best to sound profound. Of course, he has no clue what that even means, but man, it sounded cool. With his epic line delivered, Liang makes his exit. Even with his new spirit beast, something feels off, especially under this full moon. If he were to use one of the original owner's cheesy lines, it would probably be something like, "The moonlight is watching me." Yeah, no thanks. Meanwhile, the enemy spy's pet launches a seriously nasty attack, one so vicious he's already planning where to bury the Moonlight Rabbit. But plot twist, when the dust settles, the bunny is still standing there, totally unfazed. This hits the spy's ego like a truck. I mean, this was the very spirit beast that got him his cushy job in the Black Moon cult, and now it can't even handle one little berserk monster? How utterly pathetic. At the same time, Su Jing and Bai Yuer, our resident spectators, are watching the whole thing go down from behind a building. They know it's dangerous, but their dorm roof is already blown off, so why not enjoy the show? Besides, Bai Yuer can't shake the feeling that she's seen this monster before. Su Jing just thinks it's some high-level plushy monster, but that body shape is just all sorts of wrong. The two of them barely get a few more words in. When the fight becomes a complete smackdown, the Moonlight Rabbit uses its own ears to tie up the spirit beast before slamming it into the ground. That giant shark might as well be a pet goldfish in front of this rabbit. Its healing can't keep up with the damage being dished out. The Black Moon cult spy is completely cornered. In a last-ditch effort, he orders his pet to use its ultimate move, Moon Devourer. This attack is terrifying. Once it hits, an invisible force is supposed to tear the target apart until they can't breathe. But before this epic move can even fully launch, the Moonlight Rabbit roars and just straight up eats the invisible energy. The spy sees this and his brain just blue screens. He literally cannot believe a simple wild animal has fighting skills this insane. Bai Yuer is just standing there, jaw on the floor, absolutely stunned by the rabbit's raw power. Then suddenly, Su Jing grabs her from behind and summons her own pet, the Moon Silver Fox. The beast's massive tails whip up into a shield, protecting the two of them. And just in time, because the Moonlight Rabbit unleashes all the power it just swallowed. This return to sender has the force of an atom bomb, and the enemy beast is instantly turned into grilled fish. Yeah, this fight's over. The spy lost, badly. The massive shockwave completely flattens a section of the Pet Academy. Su Jing and Bai Yuer are lucky to be alive, and only because Bai Yuer summoned her pet too. Otherwise, the Moon Silver Fox alone would have left them half dead. The only problem? Bai Yuer's white tiger has now caught the giant rabbit's eye. And now, they've got absolutely nowhere to hide. Seeing that monster staring right at them, the two girls just hug each other, pretty sure this is the end of the line. But the Moonlight Rabbit just gets closer, then stops, showing no signs of attacking. In fact, Su Jing notices its gaze on Bai Yuer has zero killing intent. After what feels like forever, the giant rabbit finally looks away. It yanks the spy out from the rubble. After that explosion, the guy is somehow, impossibly, still breathing. This dude has the survival skills of a cockroach. You think you can just leave? The Moon King is coming, and he'll finish you. Looks like desperation made him start screaming threats. This doesn't intimidate the rabbit, it just ticks it off. It slams the spy back down on the ground and lifts one giant foot. The message is clear. Pancake time. Seeing this, Bai Yuer wants to jump in and stop it. Su Jing immediately holds her back. Are you kidding me? You know your little Bai can't stop that thing. It's a high-level beast. If it dies in battle, its loyalty will drop when it respawns. But we can't just stand by and watch him die, can we? How can we see someone in trouble and not help? Bai Yuer shoots back. Su Jing is way too familiar with her friend's hero complex. She knows there's no changing her mind. She can only let her do her thing. But right as Bai Yuer is about to summon her pet again, an arm reaches out, blocking her path. The Moon King, Liang, has arrived. Under the full moon, he looks unbelievably imposing, totally dominating the scene. Back off. This isn't a fight you can join. The moonlight is about to converge. Above the Moonlight Rabbit, a glowing halo was suddenly spinning into existence. And not to be outdone, Liang strolled in glowing like a disco ball, complete with his own set of swirling lights. In the back, Su Jing and Yue Er were just floored by his power, pretty much yelling, "So blinding! Is he even human anymore?" Just then, the Moonlight Rabbit whipped its head around, locking eyes on the tiny figure of Liang as he approached. With his robe billowing dramatically, he thought, a beast this big and this powerful? Besides, no ultimate class monsters even exist yet. Liang pressed his lips together, hesitating for just a moment. Then his eyes snapped open with pure certainty, realizing there could only be one possible answer. Rewind 10 minutes. Liang was spying on Su Jing and Yue Er from behind a rock, feeling super uneasy but also weirdly confident. Still, his inner pessimist was screaming, but there's absolutely no way to fight that thing. The scene ahead only made his despair worse. Even beasts from 4-star instructors were getting insta-killed. He summoned the Book of the Moon, but that awful feeling in his gut wouldn't go away. His own Lake Center moon and shimmering butterfly couldn't even scratch it, and the book needed physical contact to get a reading, which, wasn't happening. The book's light hit his face as he stood there, completely stumped. What now? Was he really just going to give up? Suddenly, Liang's eyes shot wide open, his thoughts screeching to a halt. Wait a minute. Up ahead, the killer rabbit was just staring at Su Jing and Yue Er, making him wonder why isn't that monster attacking them. And so, Liang's big brain started putting the pieces together. It's out of control, yet perfectly rational. That kind of contradiction is impossible for a high-level beast. Now back in the present, he had his final, very confident conclusion. Down below, the guy known as Black Whale saw Liang's back and his jaw just about hit the floor. The Moon King. He's this close to me? A massive, giddy grin spread across his face as he thought, am I about to see the Moon King's personal beast? News of the Moon King's beast would be world-shattering, and he'd have a front-row seat to the premiere. But his little fanboy moment was rudely interrupted when Xiao Bai suddenly hoisted him into the air. After successfully dumping Black Whale onto its back, Yue Er cheered, "Good job, Xiao Bai!" while Su Jing yelled, "This is our chance! Fall back!" As they all started to bolt, Black Whale completely panicked, shouting, "Hey, what are you doing? Don't take me with you!" He shrieked as Xiao Bai sped off. "Do not rescue me!" And just like that, the chaos cleared, leaving only Liang and the Moonlight Rabbit. He looked up at it, calling its bluff. A beast that's gone wild under a full moon can't be this lucid. You're not crazy at all. Seeing it just listening, he continued calmly, "You're just acting on pure instinct." A smile bloomed on his face as he realized only low-level beasts rely on instinct. The truth was now painfully obvious. The very next second, he reached his hand out without hesitation. Looking at the Moonlight Rabbit, he asked softly, "You've been looking for me, haven't you?" Behind them, Yue and Su Jing held their breath, watching his every move. Su Jing cried out, completely lost, "Moon King, what in the world is he doing?" Suddenly, Yue Er's eyes went wide. "Su Jing, look!" The Moonlight Rabbit let out a ferocious growl, slamming its 2 giant ears straight down. But even with the attack coming, Liang didn't move an inch, his hand still stretched forward. Su Jing's jaw dropped. She couldn't believe the Moon King wasn't even summoning a beast to defend himself. Beside her, Yue Er covered her face in fear, convinced he was about to be turned into a pancake. At the last second, the rabbit ears were mere inches from his face. He didn't dodge, just closed his eyes to focus. A moment later, a single drop of sweat fell from his face, its splash echoing in the silence. At that same instant, the ears that were about to crush him suddenly curved upwards, stopping dead in midair. A magical vortex of water began swirling at Liang's feet, and from it, Lake Center Moon appeared, embracing him from behind. She opened her eyes, while he kept his clenched shut in fear. The 3 onlookers were, understandably, completely stunned. Black Whale was frozen solid, totally speechless as the realization finally hit him. That sight of Lake Center Moon separating from Liang to block the attack confirmed everything for him. Ancient, mysterious, unidentifiable. Yep, just like the Black Moon cult's intel said. He could only stare, absolutely thunderstruck. An emperor! The emperor has finally appeared, and at that very moment, To Learn cracks his eyes open, looking ahead with total unease. The sight before him makes him want to cheer out loud, but he catches himself, celebrating quietly in his head instead. He bet right. Hu Jongyue successfully blocked the attack. But his victory lap lasts all of 2 seconds before panic washes over his face again. That attack was so absurdly powerful that even Hu Jongyue couldn't possibly handle a second one. But quick as a flash, To Leung gets this smug look, checking out the status screen. Moonlight Rabbit, low-grade waning moon physique. And he thinks to himself, all happy like, well, at least I don't have to fight anymore. When the truth finally dawns on him that the ferocious beast is the Moonlight Rabbit, To Leung is practically buzzing with excitement. He knew it, that familiar feeling. That's why it didn't attack us, he thinks. This guy's predictions are on point. He then gently reaches out to stroke its fur, murmuring. So that's how it is, all while the Moonlight Rabbit is giving him a death stare. But To Leung isn't scared at all, and just says, a waning moon physique can only absorb infinite moon power during a full moon. That's why you crave the moonlight so much, forcing yourself to grow strong enough to defeat high-level beasts. Hearing that, the rabbit just freezes for a moment, its giant ears slowly drooping down. He really hit a nerve. And right then, a pair of slender legs lands gracefully on the ground. The guy named He Jing, who's sprawled on the ground, just grunts back. It's not that you're late, it's that you're useless. They ask, confused. What did you say? He just smirks, spelling it out. We've disturbed the Moon King. We're all going to die. Hearing that, the 3 reinforcements freeze up, shouting in perfect unison, the Moon King. Over with To Leung, he's a bit wary seeing the newcomers already plotting their escape. He knows he can't stick around. With that thought, he turns to the Moonlight Rabbit and mumbles, so, did you come here for me? The moment he finishes, the beast places a paw on the ground, and in the next second, it bows its head low before To Leung. This sight leaves the 3 reinforcements absolutely speechless, while To Leung, pleased with the rabbit's actions, cracks a smile. He's got an announcement for his new friend. Your persistence for moonlight. I have seen your will. I will grant you the moonlight you desire most. Then he leans in, whispering to it. Let's meet again where we first met. As soon as he's done, the Moonlight Rabbit slowly gets up, then immediately whips around to leave. It stomps off into the night while the reinforcement squad gossips. Why did it just run off? Shouldn't we chase it? Chase it with what? The Moon King hasn't even moved. You think it's your turn? But suddenly, He Jing leaps forward, not having any of it. What? You're just gonna let it go? He's fuming inside. Seriously, he almost died and didn't even get a clear look at the Emperor-level beast. So he turns to To Leung and yells, Lord Moon King, that monster attacked you. How can you just forgive it? To Leung gives him an ice-cold look, his voice dropping low. You call that an attack? He Jing freezes, silenced by a sudden realization. Those eyes. That crescent moon had changed. It was now an unmistakable full moon. In He Jing's mind, a voice suddenly rings out. He Jing, what did you see? The voice echoes again. He Jing, answer if you can hear me. But he just stands there, totally frozen. Suddenly, an image of the Moonlight Rabbit flashes through his mind. Then, the sight of Ling Duyue being instantly defeated scorched to ash, followed by a glimpse of To Leung with Hu Jongyue behind him. And finally, that ice-cold face of his. The face with the eye that had turned from a crescent to a full moon. Putting it all together, He Jing finally speaks, whispering, Emperor. His entire body starts trembling, and his face goes completely pale, drained of all blood. The next second, he drops to his knees, clutching his head in a full-blown panic and crying out, Emperor! That's right. It's the Emperor! I saw him! He screams uncontrollably. The Moon King! He's terrifying. Finally, he collapses, breathing heavily, and that's when the mysterious voice speaks up again. Let's stop here for today. Pushing further would only be a burden. A figure slowly appears in front of He Jing and keeps talking. He Jing, just last night, the Chen Xing Yenyo appeared in the Northern Territory. Sweat pours down his face as he nervously waits. A second later, he's teleported away on the orders of a man named Fu Tuo. The vice leader of the Black Moon cult's 3rd branch has arrived in the north. This time, you'll be the inside man again. Hakkin's totally panicking, hand in the air, but the boss couldn't care less. The mission was simple. Keep your eyes on the Moon King, report anything strange, and then bam, Hakkin snaps back to reality. On a hospital bed, his arm still frozen in the air. As he slowly scans his surroundings, our boy starts to get a little worried. The academy infirmary? Phew. Must have been a nightmare, he thinks. But then, his eyes go blank as a new thought hits him like a truck. Wait a sec. That wasn't a nightmare. He grabs his aching head, realizing with certainty that was a high-level beast from the top brass, delivering orders through some freaky moon dream connection. Star Yen Nguyet has appeared in the Northern Territories, and a vice sect leader has already headed that way. He pictures Tu Luong walking away. Hakkin's totally bewildered. But who's supposed to handle the Moon King's emperor? Then his eyes widen in pure shock as a terrible idea pops into his head. No, it can't be. Could it actually be them? With that thought, Hatkin whips his head around, jaw dropped, staring out the window. Meanwhile, back at the academy dorms, our boy Luang sleepily rubs his eyes, feeling something stirring nearby. He snaps his eyes open to the adorable face of the Moonlight Rabbit and immediately lets out a blood-curdling scream. He scrambles backward in a total panic, completely baffling the poor rabbit. But then Luang freezes mid-freakout and finally breathes a sigh of relief as it all comes back to him. Oh right, I remember now. He watches the Moonlight Rabbit raise its little paws excitedly and recalls the big event. Yup, he'd already formed a contract with this little guy just last night. On his way to meet the Moonlight Rabbit, Luang was getting a little antsy. He told it to meet where they first saw each other, but did the little critter actually understand him? But then he stops dead, his jaw hitting the floor as his eyes widen in pure amazement. There it was, the Moonlight Rabbit, happily chasing a butterfly. Luang couldn't help but grin. You actually showed up. He clears his throat. A not-so-great idea starts brewing in his head. After all, he'd put on this huge act of being some all-powerful big shot. If this rabbit found out the Moon King was actually a weakling, it might just throw a tantrum on the spot, and then he'd be totally screwed. So, just to be safe, it's better to seal the deal somewhere private. And so, he puts his game face back on, strikes a powerful pose, and makes his offer. All right, Moonlight Rabbit, form a contract with me. And get this, the rabbit doesn't even flinch, just stands there and lets Luang do his thing. Once it's done, he looks at the status window and feels a sharp sting of pure disappointment. Yeah, this stat board is not exactly giving off Moon King vibes, he thinks. Then, his 3 contracted pets appear one by one. First up, the Flash Butterfly, a low-rank Moonlight type, followed by the Moon in the Lake, a high rank, and the latest addition, the Moonlight Rabbit, also low rank with a waning moon body. But still, he manages a small smile, trying to cheer himself up. Sure, it looks like a low-rank rabbit now, but during a full moon, this thing can absolutely demolish high-rank beasts. Luang thoughtfully strokes his chin. He can't help but wonder what its maximum limit is, and if it could evolve to an even higher level. But as he mulls over those 2 words, higher level, his face suddenly darkens, and his train of thought grinds to a halt. Because at that very moment, the Moonlight Rabbit is on the floor, happily chewing on Luang's shoe. Then it looks up at him with its ridiculously adorable face, those big, shiny eyes just sparkling. Seeing this, Luang just facepalms and walks away, completely done. An idea strikes him. He should probably head over to the Moonlight Pavilion and ask Confronting Yen Nguyet for some info on this rabbit. After throwing on some clothes, Luang opens the door to head out, only to freeze in place. He sees a massive crowd of excited female students all running in the same direction down the hall, and he has no clue what's going on. Luang is pretty shocked, realizing something's different. This definitely wasn't what was happening yesterday. Right then, he overhears one of the girls speaking excitedly. A supreme rank wild moonlight beast actually showed up in the Northern Territories, not far from here. Her friend immediately chimes in, "You're not thinking of trying to form a contract, are you?" The first girl shot back instantly, "Hey, it's worth a shot. You never know, I could get lucky." Overhearing all this, Luang's jaw drops as he repeats that one word, supreme. He whips out his phone in a panic, frantically searching and muttering, "Which one is it?" A supreme rank wild beast wouldn't just be out for a casual stroll, right? Super fast, he types in Northern Territory Supreme appears into the search bar and smashes the enter key, and the search results make his eyes bulge out of his head. There it is, a picture and a breaking news alert. The Supreme Beast, Confronting Yen Nguyet, arrived in the Northern Territories early this morning. Hundreds of miles around the site have already been sealed off by the Moonlight faction. The number of spectators? Already well over 100,000. Confronting Yen Nguyet is the only Supreme-class wild weapon in the entire Moonlight system. It went into a deep slumber because it couldn't find a worthy master. Not even the great Kang Yu Emperor or the 10 Pillars of the Moon God Palace have been able to wake it. So, the submerged, star-eclipsed moon just dropped into the Northern Territory yesterday. But while our guy is busy scrolling through the deets, 2 female assassins are creeping up from behind. He finally processes that very last line of text. Now every major power is on high alert over this thing, which is the exact moment the assassins decide to leap through the window. Liang finishes reading and just kind of freezes, staring at 2 names, Moon King and his own, Liang. He stares blankly at his phone, then slowly shoves it in his pocket. So, that's how it is. Pretty much everyone thinks this epic-level beast showed up just for him. Behind him, his 2 completely cloaked stalkers are just staring, their eyes wide with shock. After a beat of total silence, Liang finally picks a direction and starts walking. Watching him stroll away from where everyone else is gathered, the 2 spies are completely baffled. The Moon King isn't even paying attention to the submerged star. A tiny smirk plays on Liang's lips as he thinks, "Man, I really want it. Then his face twists in horror as a new thought hits him. But do I really have to tame it with like hundreds of thousands of people watching me? He imagines getting totally wrecked in front of that massive crowd. Su Liang thinks miserably, if I don't have the strength to control it, won't I just die on the spot? And with that, he decides on a much better plan. Better safe than sorry, no need to risk it. Plus, there's a cuter and way more adorable one nearby. Not long after, Su Liang finds himself at the Moonlight Inn. Inside, Huan Yue is just lying on her bed, lost in thought. His hand gently pushes the door open. Huan Yue's head immediately whips around towards the sound. Su Liang strolls in with a smile on his face, waving hello. Long time no see, he says, while his inner monologue continues. Why look for something so far away? She's completely stunned by his sudden appearance and immediately asks, Sir, what are you doing here? Su Liang casually walks closer, as Huan Yue, still in disbelief, questions him. The submerged star-eclipsed moon has appeared. Aren't you going to check it out? He just laughs at that, immediately teasing her. Of course, a chronic web surfer like you would know about that. Huan Yue whips her head away, huffing. I sensed its presence long before the web was even a thing. Then, she slowly peeks over at Su Liang. Huan Yue gets serious. If you don't go, someone else might tame it. Don't you feel any regret? Hearing this, Su Liang just wags his finger at her. He replies smugly, They just don't understand. Then he drops a line that just confuses her even more. Only those with true vision can see that no monster is actually cute. Suddenly, remembering something, Su Liang reaches into his pocket. Oh, right. He pulls out a crescent-shaped snack, saying, This is a thank you gift for you. Staring at the strange treat, Huan Yue asks curiously, A thank you gift for what? He glances away, faking a little cough, looking just a little bit embarrassed. Well, it's thanks to your reminder that I managed to tame the Moonlight Rabbit, but let's just not talk about it. For a creature raised as a mid-tier beast, Huan Yue is absolutely stunned by the sparkling snack she's been given. Isn't this the specially made food for supreme-tier beasts? Isn't this stuff crazy expensive? Su Liang just smiles cheerfully and says, It's nothing really. If you like it, I'll bring you more tomorrow. He says it with total confidence. After all, he has thousands of these things in his beast space, all offerings from the moon cult. Huan Yue takes the treat, her eyes filled with hesitation. Then she suddenly puts it away in her snack box. Su Liang looks a little surprised. What's wrong? You're not going to eat it? With a snap, Huan Yue closes the box and replies, Nope, snacks are obviously for watching movies and reading novels. Her weird logic totally baffles him. Well, with that business done, Su Liang immediately stands up, announcing with a grin, All right, I'm heading out. If I stay too long, someone might figure out your identity. Just then, Huan Yue pulls out her phone and starts giggling, which suddenly gives him an idea. Wait a second, there's another way for us to get in touch. In the next moment, Su Liang also pulls out his phone. That's right, let's add each other as friends. Huan Yue seems a bit surprised, but agrees. Huh? Oh, okay. Very quickly, a little notification dings on Su Liang's phone. The screen shows that user Moon God Flash Butterfly has added a new friend, Cloud Stepping Changing Moon. But surprisingly, her profile picture is a goddess with long white hair. Her purple eyes sparkle like diamonds. Su Liang immediately recognizes her as the founder of the Moon Beast Academy from hundreds of years ago. And then, a little theory starts to form in his head. Could this legendary emperor-level beast actually be her ancestor? He shoots a very mischievous look over at Huan Yue, a single question popping into his mind. Could Cloud-Stepping Changing Moon actually transform into that? Seeing Su Liang staring right at him, he tilted his head, genuinely confused. What's up? And just like that, Su Liang snapped out of it. He awkwardly spun around to leave, tossing a wave over his shoulder. Nothing. I'm heading out. See you tomorrow. Inside, his brain was just a mess of confused thoughts. Huan Yue, seeing this, just waved back. After he was finally gone, the kid's face turned beet red, totally embarrassed and thinking to himself, the legendary Chen Yen Yue has appeared, but that guy couldn't care less. He came all the way here just to find me. Suddenly, Huan Yue clapped his hands, a little shocked by his own theory. I get it now. This is that classic playing hard to get move. Then he started imagining Su Liang as some kind of evil mastermind. He's trying to trick me into joining the Twin Moon cult's side, isn't he? A second later, he was completely worked up, jumping to his feet and pointing dramatically. Cunning Moon King, I've seen right through your little scheme. But then he just stopped, his pointing finger not moving an inch. After thinking it over for a second, Huan Yue flopped back on the bed, blushing all over again. Wait, did he say he's coming back tomorrow? 3 days went by. The Moon King still ignored Chen Yen Yue, and the Twin Moon cult made no moves at all. Because of this, the entire northern territory was descending into absolute chaos. The line of people wanting to contract with the beast was endless. The constant chatter finally got on one woman's nerves, who snapped, Stop pushing and shoving. You're only here to get a peek. Did you honestly think you could tame Chen Yen Nguyet yourself? The person who just laid down the law was none other than Kang Ru Yue, the vice principal of the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy. She held up a sign-up sheet warning everyone that if they register, their basic safety is guaranteed. Anyone who doesn't is on their own. One by one, they signed up, as she watched with pure annoyance. Why am I stuck here babysitting a bunch of low-level students? But then, her eyes landed on a particular person. A look of pure surprise crossed her face. It was the spy, He Jing, with his arm all bandaged up. Master He Jing, shouldn't you be resting? What are you doing here? He just offered a small, mysterious smile. Then he gently suggested, let me handle this. I had a healer revive my beast, so I'm fine. Ru Yue hesitated for a moment, thought it over, and said, is that so? She then got up, happy to give him her spot. If you say so, then it's all yours. She gave a smug little smile, thinking to herself just another delusional dreamer. The moment he sat down, a female student from the academy rushed over, asking, Master He Jing, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? He Jing just forced a smile and stammered, I'm fine. Really, I'm fine. As he watched everyone sign up, he thought seriously to himself. That person has arrived. Looking at a powerful figure up ahead, He Jing figured that even though they'd never met, his contact would definitely signal him somehow. Is that them? A cloaked woman stepped forward, and He Jing quickly spoke up. Next, name, student ID, and rank? Fill it out here. The woman placed her hand on the pen, revealing a strange symbol on her skin. It was the image of a snake with its mouth open, wrapped around a triangle, the unmistakable mark of the Black Moon cult. He Jing's eyes locked directly onto that symbol. This so-called important person was Serpentis, a beast tamer from the Black Moon cult, and her snake-like eyes were staring right back at him. He Jing was a little terrified by that intense killing intent and just stammered for the next person in line. The second she turned and walked away, sweat started pouring down his face. It really was her. Seeing the shimmering barrier in the distance, someone couldn't help but gasp in awe. Is that really the beast known as the Destroyer of Stars? At that moment, even the Shui Shi sect from the central region had to admit, what an incredible aura. She stared intently at the barrier, completely impressed. Seeing it today, the legends don't even do it justice. Suddenly, a blonde man walked up from behind, startling her with a question. Have you figured it out yet? This man was Jin Yue, an elder from the academy in the northern region. He explained the seriousness of the situation. Any non-moonlight beast that enters the barrier will be instantly repelled. Any beast tamer who rushes in is just signing their own death warrant. Just then, the Ling Yue sect from the north arrived, scoffing. A mere non-moonlight level wants to tame the legendary Chen Yen Yue? Yuan Yue, also from the north, added sarcastically. Talk about daydreaming. Hearing their insults, Shui Shi shot them a disgusted look, then turned away with a smug smirk, her every word dripping with mockery. Fine, I get it. I'll order all my sex disciples to return, but I'm staying right here. With that, she glances back over her shoulder, adding with total contempt, let's see which fools are about to get themselves killed. After dropping that little bomb, Shui Shi slowly walks away. Ling Yue just stands there, grinding her teeth, absolutely furious at those venomous words. Seriously, this woman is the worst, a total coward who just wants to watch everyone else crash and burn. Wei Yue chimes in with her own critique, saying if it weren't for her powerful backers, they would have never let her get away with that. Seeing the absolute death glares from his two students, Jin Yue quickly steps in, reminding them, let it go. We have bigger problems right now, and it's time to choose who goes in. He then gets serious, laying down the rules. First, to avoid instant rejection, all beasts must be from a Moonlight-type beastmaster. Second, bringing in a supreme-level beast will immediately trigger Chen Yen Yue to attack its own kind. Hearing all this, both Yuan Yue and Ling Yue start looking pretty concerned. Jin Yue sees the panic on their faces and confirms their fears. That's right, only beasts below the supreme level can even enter. Hearing that, Rong Yue rubs his chin, instantly connecting the dots. So is that why the Moon King is a no-show? Jin Yue nods in agreement. Probably, but either way, before he can finish, a pair of long legs walks up from behind and cuts him off. We're here. The three of them turn, staring nervously at the person who just spoke. And just like that, Ru Yue and the students from the Moonlight Beast Academy have arrived on the scene. A deep worry settles in her heart. She's afraid her students are about to face some heavy losses. Her eyes then land on Shui Shi, who's just standing there with her arms crossed. Of course, Shui Shi glares right back with zero friendliness. But Ru Yue just brushes it off, turning to give her own students their briefing. All right, everyone. We're about to enter the territory of Chen Yen Yue. I'll explain the rules now. 1. While it's asleep, it is absolutely indestructible. 2. When it wakes up, it unleashes a random attack that will instantly disintegrate everything. Meanwhile, Over in Su Liang's room, he's getting the exact same intel on his phone, nervously reading the next line. It possesses consciousness and life, but is completely unable to communicate. On his screen, a message from Hua Yue appears. Years ago, even the great Emperor Kang Yue and the Moon God Palace returned in defeat. No one who goes is a match for it. He pulls his Moonlight Rabbit into a hug, questioning the intel. So it either sleeps or it fights? Are all supreme-level beasts this arrogant? In their private group chat at 10:30 in the morning, Su Liang types out a question. Is there no period of time when it's actually lucid? Huan Yue replies almost instantly. Correct. But it's probably not voluntary. It came to the northern domain because it sensed a chance to evolve. Then she asks, are you really not going? After reading that last message, he quietly clicks the power button, turning off his phone and setting it aside. He just stares up at the ceiling, wondering, a little deer wants to tame a monster. What in the world does that have to do with me? He imagines everyone's gleeful faces when he fails, and the thought practically makes him cough up blood. The headlines would be historic. The Great Moon King tragically dies attacking a supreme-level beast. The joke would be trending number 1. Moon King walks into his own grave. Number 2. The Moon God Butterfly is a fraud. Number 3. The Twin Moon Cult becomes a laughingstock. As he's lying there, lost in thought, something suddenly flashes through his mind, making him pause. Huh? Su Liang immediately shoots up in bed, a sudden thought grabbing his attention. Wait a minute. The next second, he snatches his phone and frantically turns it on, his mind racing. Maybe I should go back to the moon-hidden mountain range. Back at the scene, everyone is excitedly lining up, waiting to enter Yan Yue's barrier. Standing in the long line, Chi-Chi glances around, still in disbelief. I can't believe the Moon King actually didn't show. She places a hand on her chest, a wave of anxiety washing over her. If it were him, he'd surely have a way to tame it. She looks at the massive barrier before them. Chi-Chi tells herself one thing. After getting her hands on Chenxing Yen Yue, she will immediately kill every beastmaster present. Her snake-like eyes are fixed forward, determined to make sure not a single scrap of information gets out. Suddenly, a notification sound rings from Chi-Chi's phone. She quickly pulls it out, muttering in annoyance. A notification at a time like this? But when she sees what's on the screen, her face goes pale. What? The image before her sends her into a panic. That person actually turned on his location. The next scene makes Chi-Chi even more tense. He's moving towards the moon-hidden mountain range. She stares at her phone screen, her heart pounding relentlessly in her chest. Why, of all times, would it be now? And just like that, Nu Nguyet stomps over, jabbing a finger at Zachi's phone and screaming, which totally makes her jump. Seriously, who's still scrolling at a time like this? Nu Nguyet was absolutely fuming, just tearing into her for spacing out. Are you trying to die in here or what? Zachi just gives her a quiet look, but then decides to play along, dipping her head with a super sincere-sounding apology. And with that, Nu Nguyet spins around to leave, but not without one last salty remark about how she should just go home if she can't focus. Watching her walk away, Zachi is just stewing. Some little orange-haired punk dares to lecture her? Oh, it's on. And just like that, a lovely image pops into her head of Nu Nguyet getting completely swarmed by giant snakes. Her face goes totally dark as a twisted little plan forms. After I capture Transmigration Yen Nguyet, I'll torture you until living is worse than death. Meanwhile, Nu Nguyet had already walked over to face a whole line of people. Holding some weird stone, she lifts it high in the air and starts making an announcement to the crowd. For this activity, each of you gets a secret instant teleportation stone. Then she starts to break down how it works. The moment you crush it, you can instantly teleport outside. But then her face gets serious, her voice dropping to a warning. As soon as you see Transmigration Yen Nguyet start to open its eyes, crush this immediately, or you will definitely die in there. Getting these emergency escape stones in hand, everyone suddenly got real nervous about the place they were about to enter. Zachi, however, was already calm again, calculating in her head that the Moon King would be arriving any minute now. In a nearby corner, Thui K was doing the cool girl, lean against a wall, arms crossed, just silently watching everything go down. She glances at the others with a totally smug look, a dismissive thought running through her mind. Do you guys really think a 1- or 2-star Beastmaster can tame Transmigration Yen Nguyet? I mean, even the legendary 8-star Emperor Thuong Nguyet couldn't pull it off, could he? She keeps watching the line of people waiting to get into the barrier, and just lets out a mental sigh. Looking around, there are only like 3 or 4 3-star masters. Guess the Moon King's arrival didn't make this party any less lame. So boring. But then, from somewhere in that messy line, the sight of Zachi's back catches Thui K's eye, making her flinch. Huh? Wait a minute. This intense, mysterious power starts pouring off Zachi, making the air feel heavy. Then, out of nowhere, she snaps her head around, her eyes looking like they could just swallow the entire room. It was like her eyes were blasting out these short, crackling bursts of raw power. Thui K just freezes up, completely speechless, like that death stare is literally choking her. and Sachi just keeps looking right past her. She keeps scanning the area for someone, but eventually gives up and turns back to the front, focusing on the mission. Okay, that whole scene left Tuike completely and utterly freaked out. All that smugness from before? Gone. Now she's just wondering, what the heck was that? And that dark, mysterious aura from Zachi is making her seriously uneasy. What star-level beastmaster is that person? Can't believe a monster like that is hiding in Moonlight Academy. Just then, another foot steps lightly into the barrier. The line's gotten way shorter as everyone is quickly headed inside to explore. Only 2 more people until it was Zachi's turn. She quietly thinks to herself, the Moon King will be at Nguyet and Mountain soon. I have to figure out this creature's new gimmick before he arrives. The light of the barrier is right in her face now, and she quietly mutters a few words. Silent Libra, block the entrance. The moment the Moon King enters, seal his imperial power. After a bit of waiting, Sichi finally steps up to the front of the line, right before the barrier. A second later, her body slowly phases through. The last person in line also steps into the shimmering portal. Everyone left behind watches nervously. Then Tuike puts on a totally fake smile, walks over to Nu Nguyet and asks, Vice Principal Nu Nguyet, why are there only 1 and 2-star Beastmasters? The Moon King is a no-show too. She keeps poking and prodding, while Nu Nguyet just gives her the silent treatment. I guess he knows Star Yen Nguyet can't be captured. Then Tuike cracks a sly smile and asks a very loaded question. And yet you still sent people here. Your goal isn't just to let the students see a supreme-level beast, is it? Nu Nguyet's patience is at its absolute limit after that grilling, but she forces herself to answer. You don't even have the right attribute. You just rushed here to watch us fail. Or did you really think you could actually capture a supreme beast among other elements? Oof. That comeback hits a nerve. Tuike is instantly furious, her entire face darkening. The 2 of them lock into an epic stare-down, neither one willing to give an inch. After a moment, Tuike starts to wonder. What's going on? She acts like she has no idea about that black-haired woman. After thinking, she finally speaks up, Your academy. But her sentence gets cut short when everyone, all at once, snaps their heads to look in the same direction. Everyone's jaws hit the floor. Far in the distance, a familiar butterfly-like robe billowed in the wind that silhouette could only belong to the Moon King himself, Liang. The second they saw him, everyone had the exact same question. What was he doing here? Ru Yue was the first to speak. Lord Moon King, are you here to subdue the Silent Star Annihilator Moon? Right after, Yuan Yue and Ling Yue blurted out the same worry. What if the king's powerful aura agitated the massive beast? Hearing their doom and gloom chatter, Ru Yue shot them a smug look and boasted, You blind fools, if the Moon King has come all this way. As Liang stood there looking impossibly cool in the wind, she proudly declared, It means he's confident enough to make it submit without even using his Emperor Beast. Of course, on the inside, Liang's thoughts were a lot less epic. This is actually super simple. I just need to make contact with the Silent Star Annihilator Moon, and I can unlock its page in the Book of the Moon. He eyed the massive barrier, his mind set on the prize. Then I'll finally understand its mechanics and why it woke up. And who knows, maybe I can even tame it. After a moment, Liang's voice dropped. You don't need to show yourselves, just follow my orders. Ru Yue and Shui Shi quickly bowed their heads in a single, sharp motion. Yes, the very next second, Liang stepped toward the barrier. But suddenly, his eyes shot wide open, as if he'd just sensed something. And right on cue, the Book of the Moon appeared before him, its pages flipping like mad, which even took Liang by surprise. A new page opened up. On it, words appeared. Silent Libra, Supreme Purity, Combat Skill, Parity. A ridiculously rare, pure attribute Supreme Beast. It has 0 offensive capabilities and a whole list of restricted combat skills. Basically, it has to piggyback on stronger monsters to survive. Parity means only other Supreme Beasts can actually start a fight, and any Beastmaster who steps inside the Silent Libra zone can't summon their Emperor-level beast. Silence lets it completely hide its own existence from anyone stronger. Not even Emperor-level beasts can find it. He paused, remembering he was only a 1-star about to face a Supreme-level problem. And so, Liang just froze. 1 foot hovering in front of the barrier, totally motionless, while his followers watched with bated breath. After a beat, he slowly lowered his foot, apparently backing out of the whole plan. Seeing this weirdness, everyone was thinking the same thing. What is going on? Why did the Moon King stop? Then, Liang casually pulled out his phone and started looking something up. Once again, this did nothing to ease their nerves. Ru Yue couldn't stand it anymore and rushed forward. Lord Moon King. But amid all the panic, Liang just smirked, dropping a very cryptic question. How exactly did a little bug from the Black Moon cult slip in here so easily? Everyone flinched hard at the words Black Moon cult. With that, he resumed his walk into the barrier, issuing an order over his shoulder. From this moment on, The Twin Moon cult is taking over this area. No one gets in. A confident smile spread across his face. I'll handle the rest. Behind him, his followers were completely shell-shocked. The air was so thick you could cut it with a knife, their minds reeling from the bombshell he'd just dropped. That's when it dawned on Shuishi that terrifying woman from before must have been a beastmaster from the Black Moon cult. Weren't they chased out of the northern region by us? Did they come back just for the Silent Star Annihilator Moon? Hearing this, a nervous Yuan Yue spoke up. But the Moon King already said, it's just a little bug. What about the students? Ru Yue immediately tried to calm them. They have teleportation stones, it shouldn't be a huge issue. While the crew behind him was busy playing detective, Su Liang was making his own deductions. The Silent Libra is an anti-emperor field. Does the Black Moon cult seriously think I have an emperor-level beast? A flicker of deep unease sparked in his mind. In other words, when he goes in, he might not be facing just one supreme-level beast. This could be the most dangerous situation he's ever walked into. At that thought, he squeezed his eyes shut, contemplating his next move for a tense moment. The next second, Su Liang took a small step forward, thinking, if this were me when I first got here, I'd never have the guts to go in. His expression hardened with resolve. The doubt from before was totally gone, replaced with solid confidence. But me now, I'm not so sure. Not waiting another second, Su Liang strode forward. His butterfly-like robe billowed out behind him like something out of a movie. And just like that, his entire body merged with the shimmering barrier. Model. The crowd started buzzing with awe. Of course, it was Lord Moon King, his presence was overwhelming. Only Hak Kin remained silent, watching from the back. This guy was seriously worried, a deep unease rising in his chest. The Moon King had actually stepped into the serpent's seat. Without warning, Hak Kin strode forward, dropping a line that startled everyone. Remnants of the Black Moon cult are in there. We should be helping. Then, he raised his hand with determination, speaking each word clearly. After all, the Moon King is one of our students. That last bit gave them pause, he wasn't wrong. Elder Kim Nguyet nodded in agreement. So what's the plan? Should we all rush in and help him out? Seeing everyone ready to jump in, Hak Kin quickly shook his head. No, your combined power is too immense. It'll disturb the Silent Star Moon. He then walked forward, arms still in a cast, and spoke with absolute resolve. My newly revived beast is still in a weakened state. I can go in by myself. It's really not a problem. Seeing his condition, Vian Nguyet and Lin Nguyet spoke in unison, full of doubt. Looking like that, could they really trust him? Watching Hak Kin's back as he approached the barrier, someone quietly wondered, why is this guy acting so strangely today? He wasn't even a member of the Twin Moon cult, so why the sudden concern for the Moon King's safety? Right then, Hak Kin hesitated, slowly walking under everyone's confused gaze. The moment he touched the shimmering barrier, a bolt of lightning zapped his hand. A second later, a force like a meteor slammed down right where he was standing, but he managed to leap back just in time. The shocking scene made everyone behind him cry out in alarm. What just happened? Hak Kin collapsed, coughing in the thick smoke, and then yelled, "What the heck?" Suddenly, a voice cut through, making him jump. You fool, are you getting a little ahead of yourself? From within the smoke, a scantily clad woman appeared, her voice dripping with disdain. Even if your beast was in its prime, thinking you could disturb the silent Star Yen Nguyet is just a dream. Just then, Hak Kin's gaze fell on the butterfly-shaped symbol on the woman's thigh. His face went stiff. He instantly recognized her as one of the Twin Moon cult's 12 lower moons, the 7th seat. Lord Serpent Seat was in big trouble. The 7th moon stepped in front of the barrier, asking them with clear annoyance. And another thing, have you not heard the orders from our great leader? She declared proudly to the stunned crowd. From now on, this area is under the control of the Twin Moon cult. Every word that followed was laced with a subtle threat. No one, absolutely no one, was permitted to enter. Hak Kin glanced at the 7th moon standing with her hands on her hips and felt a secret wave of relief. It seemed like she hadn't noticed the silent angel, and she had no plans to enter. The situation was still salvageable. At the same time, inside the barrier, Serpent Seat walked quietly among the ruins. She was getting a little worried, scanning her surroundings. It had been 17 minutes already. She still hadn't found the silent Star Yen Nguyet. The scene was desolate and lonely, and she realized the others who came in were nowhere to be found. All of a sudden, the corner of her mouth curled up. A sinister thought crossed her mind. Low-level beasts trapped in a Supreme Grade's domain basically have no chance of escape. Seeing the female students panicking in the background, Zachi was even more delighted. These kids were so scared they were smashing their teleportation stones to get away. After a moment's thought, she decided to press forward. Long let out a silent sigh of relief. Good, this way no one will bother me. Just then, a violent aura erupted behind Zachi, as if to devour the very space around her. She sensed the presence instantly, whipping her head around with a look of pure joy. That dark aura filled the air. and Zachi immediately recognized the presence of an incredibly powerful beast. Without waiting another second, she shot off like the wind towards the source of the energy. Pushing through the suffocating aura, she eagerly rushed forward, excited to see what lay ahead. When she arrived, Zachi's eyes widened in disbelief. She grinned triumphantly. Her instincts had been right on the money. No doubt about it. Seeing the magnificent blade of the silent Star Yen Nguyet, she finally relaxed. I finally found you. Silent Star Yen Nguyet. Its body hung majestically in the air, its tip plunged deep into the ground below. The glorious sight made Zachi sigh in admiration, the supreme of all weapons, absolutely brilliant. A smile was already blooming on her lips, her eyes fixed on the precious weapon. She thought with deep satisfaction it was worth it to come here just to maintain the divine attribute. She didn't even use the silent angel for the contract. With that thought, Zachi slowly approached Yen Nguyet, giving a command. Come with me, I know what you want. As if she understood it down to its very core, she continued to speak to it. You rejected the Kangyu Emperor and the Saintess of the Moon God Palace just because they were royalty. You're a proud and arrogant weapon, aren't you? Can't stand the feeling of not being properly valued. Zachi places a hand on her chest, saying sincerely, I might not be their equal, but I'm still a 6-star beast tamer, you know? Reaching a hand toward Yen Nguyet, she declares with confidence, I will absolutely never treat you badly. Zachi's excitement just keeps building, her voice a booming shout. Silent Star Yen Nguyet, become a piece of me. As her outstretched hand gets closer, just a tiny space away from Yen Nguyet's body, a fierce light suddenly erupts, like an invisible force blocking her from touching it. Seeing this, she can't help but scream in shock. What? A colossal pressure explodes from around Yen Nguyet, making it impossible for Zachi to get any closer. She stammers, how can this be? She looks at Yen Nguyet in a panic, a dreadful thought creeping in, was I just rejected? Zachi just stands there, pulling at her hair and grinding her teeth, screaming. Could the judgment of the sacred mountain have been wrong? She just keeps screaming like a maniac, ignoring the power around Yen Nguyet that's steadily growing. This can't be. He himself said that I was the most suitable person to claim Silent Star Yen Nguyet, so what's the problem? Suddenly, someone approaches from behind and calls out, Hey, woman from the Moonlight Beast Academy! A group of people from the race show up, with a furious Han Ka in the center shouting his head off. You're the one who defeated more than 20 of our Spirit Moon sect disciples. We're here to avenge our brothers. Not long before, he had witnessed his sect juniors lying all over the ground, calling out in shock from a distance. Junior brother? Rushing over to hold one of them, he immediately asked with worry, What happened? What's going on here? The other guy gasped out word by word, We were attacked. The dying man forced himself up, stammering that it was a woman from the Beast Academy with black hair and snake-like eyes. Back in the present, Zachi's face is pure thunder as she endures the rage from the opposing group. Everyone, defeat this woman first, then we'll claim Silent Star Yen Nguyet. All of a sudden, she puts a hand to her face and cracks a sinister smile. The Spirit Moon sect members get a little wary. Hanka takes a few steps back from that wicked look, stuttering, What are you laughing at? Suddenly, Zachi bursts into a crazed laughter, spitting out venomous words. This was annoying enough, and now a bunch of worthless brats show up looking for death. She glares forward with those snake eyes of hers, speaking with utter contempt. You think you're worthy of getting your hands on Silent Star Yen Nguyet? A second later, her expression twists into a deformed mask of pure malice. Come out, my children. In just a flash, 3 intense torrents of power erupt from behind her. Crescent-shaped slashes appear in the air, looking like they want to tear space itself apart. The next second, 3 spirit beasts are revealed, Crescent Blade, the giant Whale King, and the White Shadow, Thunder Spirit. Dazzling bolts of lightning crackle around the Thunder Spirit. Seeing how ferocious they are, Hanka, who was all talk just a moment ago, now screams in terror. They're all high-level summons, all 3 at once. Is that a level a student can even reach? The beasts look savage enough to swallow the very air. This makes him even more horrified. And that terrifying aura, who knows how many cruel punishments they've been through. Beneath those spirit beasts, Zachi stands with an air of absolute power and arrogance. After showing everyone just how terrifying she is, she smirks slightly. Don't just stare at me. You guys have high-level summons too, right? Hurry up and bring them out. Signaling her beast to attack, she snarls. Now, all of you can just die. Time passes in a flash. A long streak of blood now runs down Zachi's cold face. Above, the Whale King has another spirit beast in its jaws, biting down hard with its razor-sharp teeth. Fresh blood drips down, landing on Zachi's cheek. Then, with that same desperate look, she turns to speak to Yen Nguyet. Silent Star Yen Nguyet, did you see that? Behind her is a scene of utter chaos, with creatures lying dead, destroyed by her 3 violent beasts. Zachi's arrogant boasting doesn't stop. Do you recognize my power now? After all those incredibly sincere words, Yen Nguyet remains completely unmoved, not a single stir or response in the howling wind. Failing once again, Jia Qi scowls, refusing to accept it. She clenches her fists, trembling as she hisses, "Damn it!" Suddenly, a voice cuts through, making her jump, a remnant of the Dark Moon cult. The voice came from Su Liang. His lips curl with contempt as he continues, "Watching you be so impatient, even I can't help but laugh a little." She whips her head around to look, her voice trembling slightly. "You're here." All of Zachi's spirit beasts turn their attention to Su Liang as she speaks. The newcomer remains perfectly calm, asking her one slow question at a time. "You're a level 1 beast tamer all by yourself? You didn't even bring your guards?" That warning kept ringing in his ears. "You really think having an emperor means you've got it all?" On the outside, Su Liang's playing it cool, but inside, his brain is just a mess of question marks. These absolute morons actually think he has an emperor on hand. And you know what? That thought actually puts him at ease. No wonder they're using the silent celestial balance. They must think he's totally powerless without his emperor. And with that, Su Liang's voice drops low. "Shezi Zuo," a faint smile still playing on his lips. He slowly breaks it down for her, explaining that relying on an emperor alone won't get you everything in this world. His calm, steady voice just makes Shezi even more anxious. With or without the silent celestial balance, the outcome was going to be the same. Then Su Liang's eyes sharpened like daggers as he offered a little piece of advice. "So, before the eclipse sect seals this whole place off, you should probably smash that secret stone and run." Sheji's knees started knocking together, and she stammered, "What?" Sweat poured down her face, her mind completely short-circuiting. Her silent celestial balance was exposed this quickly? Just then, Su Liang breezes right past the still buffering Shezi, so he knew his emperor was sealed, yet he still waltzed in here alone. A flicker of hesitation hits Shezi run or fight. While she was busy debating, Su Liang was almost at the crescent moon. In his head, he's practically begging it. "Please, just stay still like that. Be a good little weapon so I can touch the sinking star crescent moon." A moment later, the crescent moon was right there in front of Su Liang. Gazing at it with total awe, he mumbled to himself. This was the blade of legend, the beastly weapon that once sliced the stars from the sky. Not wasting another second, Su Liang reaches out to touch the crescent moon's hilt, but his hand suddenly freezes. An enraged voice explodes from behind him. "Don't you dare touch the sinking star crescent moon." Instantly, Shezi's 3 pet monsters lunge forward. And there she is, standing confidently below, pointing them in the right direction. "Moon Kings," she screams. As the Whale King lets out a deafening roar, all 3 of them charge straight for Su Liang. The Thunder Spirit, Lei Lingdan, claps its hands together, gathering an intense surge of lightning. Then it throws its arms wide, unleashing a massive arc of electricity. In a flash, a crescent slash, a lightning bolt, and the Whale King's charge all converged on Su Liang's position. But just then, a glowing circle appears at his feet, and ripples of water form around his body. In an instant, a shield from the Moon Center Lake springs into existence. It wraps around him, nullifying every single attack. Seeing this, Shezi's jaw hits the floor. "What? How is this possible?" She watched as Su Liang stood completely unfazed inside the shield. Her eyes lock onto Su Liang's ice-cold expression. Shezi couldn't stay calm. Her mind was screaming. He hasn't even summoned a beast yet. As the shield finally began to fade, Su Liang was panting, whispering to himself, "That scared the heck out of me. Looked pretty terrifying." But it turns out it was all just for show. He sent a silent thank you to the Moon Center Lake for its amazing ability to bluff. Just then, Shezi's body started to shake uncontrollably. She gritted her teeth, roaring. "Moon Kings!" Mysterious green patches formed above her head, next to a phantom crescent slash. She threw her arms wide and shouted, "You can drop the arrogant act." Su Liang's gaze flickered to her hands trembling as she declared, "You don't have an emperor." The next second, she slammed her palms together with a sharp clap. "It's all just an empty bluff," Shezi seethed, blood trickling down her trembling face. At that moment, a magic circle appeared beneath her feet, erupting with murderous intent and deadly magic. She laced her fingers together and raised them high, her face darkening as she chanted, "Appear, Great Moon Demon King!" An instant later, an explosion ripped open the sky, and something began to emerge from the blast. Down below, students were shaken by the sudden tremor. Su Liang could only stare with his mouth wide open, pure shock written all over his face. A feeling of dread crept into his heart as he realized the silent celestial balance's battle skill had completely masked its presence. It was that very technique that allowed it to sneak up on the sinking star crescent moon completely undetected. Snakeskin started slithering out of the hole in space. Su Liang knew it. She was summoning another supreme-level beast. The giant pet's slimy tongue lolled out, getting ready to begin its vicious hunt. The colossal Great Moon Demon King landed right beside Shezi, its steely eyes locked dead ahead. You could see the exhaustion on her face, but her voice was still dripping with pride. "So, how about it? Are you scared, facing my proudest creation?" But on the other side, Su Liang just stood his ground, completely unshaken by the gigantic monster before him. Our boy's face was as bored as ever, like absolutely nothing was happening. Seeing this, Zachi was a little bewildered, wondering how in the world he could be so nonchalant. The sheer ferocity of her own prized beast only made her more suspicious. Was he really not fazed by a supreme-level monster? But right at that moment, inside Su Liang's head, things were a little different. He was just remembering some random article he'd scrolled past when facing a giant monster. You gotta look fierce. So he held his calm expression, thinking with total pessimism, at least this way he could die with some dignity. By now, Exachi couldn't take it anymore. She pointed a finger straight at him, demanding, "Moon King, are you still not going to summon your beast?" The great Moon Demon King beside her let out a terrifying roar, then menacingly raised its massive tail high into the air. Then it slams its tail into a nearby rock, a clear challenge. The massive snake slowly lifts its sandy tail as the boulder crumbles, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. This crazy display had Su Liang in awe. Yep, that's a supreme level for you. Even their tantrums are on another level. The very next second, Zachi furiously ordered her great moon beast to kill him. Instantly, it opened its huge mouth, firing a thick blast of dark purple energy straight forward. At that moment, Su Liang squeezed his eyes shut, betting everything on his moon in the lake. He waited silently on the surface of his quiet lake. In a flash, the beast's attack slammed right into Su Liang's position. A massive shockwave erupted. As the mystical black smoke faded, Su Liang was still standing there, perfectly unharmed. He managed a slight smile after that intense attack, but inside he was basically crying tears of joy, thanking every god he could think of. Then he got serious, realizing that Moonlight beasts could only use half their power during the day. That attack didn't even do 30% damage. He shot her a super smug look, feeling pretty pleased with himself. Breaking the moon in the lake's shield would take more effort, but he figured it probably wouldn't take much. Just then, Zachi collapsed to the ground, utterly and miserably defeated. Her eyes went blank, her voice trembling. How was that possible? Could that be the legendary moon god beast? To ramp up her fear, Su Liang spoke in a low voice. Remnants of the Black Moon cult, don't be impatient. After I deal with Yen Nguyet, you're next. And with that, he spun around and left, completely ignoring the stunned Zachi behind him. As Su Liang's figure grew distant, it dawned on Zachi the Moon King had been ignoring her to avoid provoking Yen. His image was burned into her snake-like eyes. Moon King, she whispered to herself. Watching Su Liang prepare to touch Yue, she couldn't help but wonder one thing. Could his impossible physics-defying shield actually block the blade that was said to have cut down the very stars? Her thoughts were cut short when she suddenly screamed, startling him, "Static celestial balance! Cancel skill!" Instantly, a deathly aura exploded from the Great Moon Demon King. Yue flared with brilliant light as jade-green energy wrapped around its body. Seeing the blinding flash of light before him, Su Liang panicked and yelled out, "This is bad." He worried silently. If the shield is cancelled, the Supreme's aura will be exposed. A second later, a hand appeared on Yue, gripping it tightly as its feet were lifted clean off the ground. Its awakened form was revealed a girl with flowing green hair, holding the crescent moon high. Her eyes slowly opened, much to Su Liang's alarm. Yen Nguyet was awake. At that exact moment, the crescent moon in the sky began to tremble violently. Soon, the shaking grew even more intense. Then, the weapon's awakened form began to squeeze it tightly. The next second, she opened her sharp eyes, and the ground all around them began to crack and splinter, making the scene even more chaotic. The tremors made the other students ask nervously, "What's happening now?" Just as someone shouted, "It's Yen Nguyet. Yen Nguyet has awakened. Run for your lives." All the students scrambled to get outside. Just then, Yue's power exploded violently, and Su Liang managed to throw up his shield for protection. He gritted his teeth, looking forward and thinking with a whole lot of worry. The Great Moon Demon King only hit with less than 30% power, and so the remaining wall of the moon in the lake can block this, right? Suddenly, something flashed in his mind that made him freeze. Right now, inside his pet space, the surface of the moon in the lake was churning violently. His pet was hugging him from behind, looking absolutely terrified. He thought in shock, no way, the odds of blocking that are less than 1%. Unwilling to accept it, Su Liang frantically asked, "What? Is the power gap between supreme levels really this huge?" He whips his head around, desperately hoping the Snake Lady has some kind of master plan to save herself. But all he sees is the Great Moon Demon King curled around Shi-Chi like a giant meat shield, leaving Su Liang totally speechless. And while he's still processing, Yue raises her freaking sword. Well, so much for hope. Su Liang's mood takes a nosedive right off a cliff. If there's no way to stop this thing, it's game over. His robes flap in the wind, and his train of thought grinds to a halt. Then, Su Liang's mouth falls open and he screams, "Dap Van Hoa Nguyet, save me!" Rewind a few minutes, outside the barrier, where an angry voice is echoing. Elder, are you even listening to me? They're all saying some woman from the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy attacked us. Turns out it's Han K. And yeah, he's still screaming his head off in a total rage. How could anyone from our academy do something like that? Ling Yu explains, completely fed up with the drama. You guys need to calm down. That wasn't one of our students, it was a high-ranking official from the Black Moon cult. She lets out a tired sigh, secretly relieved. If her students ran into a cult big shot, just being alive is a win. With that thought, she glances at Chiyo, who's been silent this entire time. Seeing her just standing there like nothing's happening, Ling Yue has to wonder, why is this woman so ridiculously calm? Chi Yue's ice-cold expression just makes it weirder. Isn't she worried about the Moon King's safety at all? Suddenly, her expression shatters. Her eyes go wide as she realizes something. Instantly, Chi Yue spins around, shouting a warning to everyone. Chen Xingyan Yue has been disturbed. A wave of panic hits the crowd. They all shout back. Chen Xingyan Yue is waking up? Chi Yue doesn't answer, just bolts toward the students with an urgent warning. Everyone back up. Right now. A second later, massive boulders start flying out of the barrier at insane speeds. Nearby students scream and scatter for their lives. Chi Yue watches them run, totally confused. What was that aura that just passed by? Was that the power of the cult leader's emperor? Back inside the barrier, Su Liang is using every ounce of his strength to resist Yan Yue's crushing pressure. He throws a hand up to block the intense force, wondering why nothing happened when he shouted the name. Could this crazy glamour, combined with the silent heaven balance skill, be blocking out all sound? Looking at Yan Yue, who's about to unleash her ultimate attack, Su Liang's anxiety spikes again. Less than 3 seconds. Chen Xingyan Yue is about to break through. But as the third second ticks down in his head, a smirk spreads across his face. Oh yeah, the times have changed. With just 2 seconds left, Su Liang whips out his phone and starts furiously tapping the screen. A chat window for the Cloud Dream Covenant pops up. Instead of replying, he types out an emergency message and fires it off to Star Yen Nguyet. And right at that moment, Yan Yue lunges, glaring daggers at Su Liang. She's holding a weapon the size of a surfboard and closing the distance like a missile. In a flash, she's right on top of him. When the gap between them is almost zero, he finally snaps into an attack stance. Not waiting another second, Su Liang shoves his hand straight forward. At the same time, Yan Yue is ready to bring her blade down. His hand shoots out just as she unleashes her attack. And right then, a blindingly brilliant power appears above Su Liang's palm. In a fraction of a second, that immense power seems to completely swallow his entire body. An earth-shattering explosion erupts with incredible force, and even the area outside the barrier feels the shockwave. Anyone standing too close gets instantly blown away. Chi Yue just barely manages to throw up a solid shield, saving the people behind her. She stares at the bizarre event, wondering to herself, was that the Emperor's barrier, completely incinerated by the blast? Just then, Ru Yue worriedly asks, the Moon King is still in there, isn't he? Chi Yue feels a knot of dread in her stomach. She can only guess that, unless she's hallucinating, the situation inside is way more complicated than they thought. As the smoke clears, a familiar silhouette appears in the haze. Shi-Chi scrambles out from under the Great Moon Demon King. She coughs a few times and grumbles. That smoke almost killed me. Looking around, she realizes the silent heaven balance is gone, probably disrupted by Chen Xingyan Yue. Her eyes land on the weapon floating in the air, and a wave of relief washes over her. Chen Xingyan Yue has finally calmed down, but just as quickly, Shi-Chi's relief turns to confusion. Wait a minute, where's the Moon King? She steps down onto the ground, scanning the area frantically. He was closest to Chen Xingyan Yue a second ago, so how did he just vanish? Then, a wild theory lights up her eyes. No way. Did Chen Xingyan Yue slice him into atoms? Not even a bone left? She starts trembling, her mind racing with the insane possibility. But it was my brilliant scheme that awakened Chen Xingyan Yue, wasn't it? Which means Za-Chi covers her mouth, giddy with excitement. It means I defeated the Moon King. At that thought, she lets out a triumphant laugh, her voice dripping with pure arrogance. The Moon King actually got his head chopped off by Chen Xingyan Yu. The image of Su Liang on his phone flashes in her mind, and she's just so satisfied. That fool was just standing there on his phone until the very end. That's just too funny. Then she screams it for the whole world to hear. I defeated the legendary, the glorious Moon King. With a flick of her head, Sa-Chi turns, a massive grin plastered on her face. Now, Chen Xingyan Yue belongs to me, but unexpectedly, the weapon roars to life once again, the sound echoing everywhere. Za-Chi freezes, staring at it and muttering, "What?" In the next second, the weapon's true form reawakens, coiling around itself. She's completely stunned by this. Why is Chen Xingyan Yue acting up again? Za-Chi stands there, motionless and lost, whispering in despair. But the Great Moon Demon King is in a weakened state. This shouldn't be possible. Suddenly, her gaze shifts, drawn by a new disturbance. A thick cloud of dust billows out, shot through with strange flashes of light. And from within that smoke, the heroic figure of Su Liang slowly comes into view. Zachi is sweating buckets, absolutely shocked. Impossible. Forget being injured, there's not even a single speck of dust on him. Just then, a massive shadow forms behind Su Liang as a pair of enormous, strange legs begin to emerge from the dense smoke. Staring at the unbelievable scene before her, Zachi stammers out, "What in the world is that?" Huan Yue's sharp eyes appear, and she asks herself, "This thing is way too big. Is it a lesser emperor class?" Zachi just stands there, stunned. She tries to reason it out. If it were a supreme tier, it would be absolutely enormous. But if an emperor class arrived, the whole northern territory would have felt the tremors. What is this thing? Suddenly her face darkens, twisting in pure terror. Zachi's trembling hand pulls out a teleportation stone from her robes, but as her fingers tighten around it, she reconsiders. No, this isn't the time to run. Even if I die, I have to see the Moon King's beast with my own eyes. She resolves to stay, even as the monstrous shape is still materializing. This might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. A moment later, a pair of sparkling antlers appear, followed by a majestic, pearly white body. That enormous, glorious deer is none other than the supreme tier cloud-stepping moon deer. And right at that moment, the faint silhouette of a young woman appears just behind Huan Yue. Zachi collapses to the ground, her eyes glazed over in disbelief. How is this possible? Her mind is still reeling in shock as she makes a quick comparison. This creature is 4 or 5 times larger than the Great Moon Demon King. Physically, the Great Moon Demon King was one of the most terrifying beings in the Black Moon cult, but she'd never imagined a supreme tier beast could be this massive. Exachi glances over at Su Liang, her mind filled with doubt. Besides, with his measly 1-star grace, how could he possibly unleash the full power of a supreme tier being? She decides this must be his one and only fatal flaw. Just then, Su Liang lets out a relieved smirk. His heart was still pounding a little now that was a spectacle. He glances back at Huan Yue behind him, quietly marveling at the sight. To think such a small deer could transform into something so magnificent, it even startled him. But then a question pops into his head, how did she even get here? It was like she teleported. He didn't even see how she managed to save him. Su Liang's eyes linger on the faint female figure behind her, still puzzled. And who is that? Is that her ancestor or something? Is that what she's going to look like when she grows up? Just then, Huan Yue looks at Su Liang and sends a telepathic message. By the way, can you stop Chen Xing Yen Yue for me? I really don't want to get slashed by that thing again. Her voice snaps him back to reality. Can I stop it? She replies, well, since you're standing here, you must have a plan, right? Su Liang's mind starts racing as he realizes something. Wait a minute. He quickly summons the Book of the Moon. His thoughts continue getting hit by that blade was basically direct contact with the weapon itself. That should mean I can see its detailed information in the Book of the Moon now. With that, Su Liang quickly flips through the pages. Looking at the text before him, he still feels a bit worried. Just because he can read about it doesn't mean he can solve the problem. If this doesn't work, he'll just have the cloud-stepping moon deer carry him to safety. The entry says that the supreme tier Chen Xing Yen Yue is a legendary beast that lost its scabbard after the moon shattered in ancient times. It has been searching for it for thousands of years. During this time, it has fallen asleep and reawakened many times, unable to return to a sheath. It refuses to communicate with any living creature. The last lines provide a crucial clue. Chen Xing Yen Yue's old scabbard, the first quarter moonflower bone, is a currently locked supreme moonlight tier item. After reading those last few lines, Su Liang's brain starts spinning. Turns out there's a supreme level scabbard. News like that would be a pretty sweet bargaining chip with Chen Xing Yen Yue, right? His eyes light up at the thought, but then he remembers not even the ancient moon god palace had a clue. Su Liang stares hard at the awakening Yen Yue, the pieces finally clicking together. He realizes, wait, is Shen Xing Yen Yue even older than the moon god palace? And right then, Yen Yue begins to arch her back. In that exact moment, it dawns on Su Liang it's possible even her previous host, Shang Xuan Changhua, didn't know her true origin. Yan Yue's eyes flare with a brilliant light, signaling that a world-ending attack is coming. As the power gathers in the air, Sachi panics and bolts, screaming, "This is bad, she's awakening again." She scrambles to her monster's side, barking out an order. "Great Moon Demon King, you better protect me." As Zachi mutters the words, the Great Moon Demon King, already on its last legs, lets out a ferocious roar. Just then, Yan Yue shoots a death glare at Huan Yue. It doesn't back down, immediately glaring back and snapping, "What are you looking at?" A second later, they're locked in a mutual stare-down of pure hatred, their auras clashing violently. Neither is giving an inch. And at that exact moment, Su Liang starts walking forward. He strolls right towards the spot where Yan Yue is about to unleash hell. Zachi, still trying to hide, can only ask the Moon King in confusion, what is he trying to do? He takes a few more steps, and she gasps in horror he just walked out of the supreme level protection zone. A smirk plays on Su Liang's lips as he slowly spells it out. Shen Xing Yan Yue, submit to me. An immense pressure erupts from him, forming a force field around his body. He thrusts his hand forward, his gaze razor sharp. He's just inches away, his hand about to touch the brilliant sphere of mystic energy floating above. Just then, Yan Yue flinches, her brow furrowing in confusion. The energy sphere grows even larger, promising absolute destruction. Yet, Su Liang remains perfectly calm, his voice ringing out, the scabbard of Shang Xuan Yue Changhua. Those words hit her like a bolt of lightning, leaving Yan Yue completely stunned for a moment. His voice continues, smooth and steady. Shen Xing Yan Yue, you're looking for her, aren't you? She looks at Su Liang with wide, shimmering eyes, pure shock written all over her face. Below, he just stands there, looking majestic, and he continues his offer. I swear on the name of Yue Shen Shandie. In 3 years, I will bring the scabbard before you. Without even a pause, he lays out his condition. In return, you must grant me one request. As Su Liang's words fade, Yan Yue sinks into deep contemplation. She goes silent for a moment, then slowly closes her heavy eyelids, her entire body dissolving into the void. In an instant, Yan Yue's body becomes a shimmering, translucent figure floating in midair. Su Liang's hand passes right through the massive energy sphere. From behind, Jia Qi's eyes go wide with disbelief, her voice trembling. He passed through it? How is that possible? Could it be? Just then, swirling vortexes of water begin to rise from beneath his feet. Streams of turquoise water flow upwards like soft silk, wrapping around the floating Yan Yue. Su Liang watches from below, tracking every single movement. The next second, Yan Yue transforms into a stream of blue energy, merging completely with the flowing water. Slowly, the mixture drifts down and fuses with Su Liang's chest, and that's when Zachi's brain finally catches up. Did Shenxing Yan Yue just accept the Moon King? Beside her, Huan Yue stares at the man in total astonishment. Suddenly, a glimmer appears in its eyes, completely captivated by the miracle unfolding. The two streams of energy have become one, coiling around Su Liang's body, forcing Huan Yue to admit it. Yeah, the outside world is about to be seriously shaken. In a flash, he had completely tamed the wild weapon, looking to the heavens with pure satisfaction. At this point, Exa Qi looks like she's been hit by 100 bolts of lightning. She just stands there, completely dazed, her mind refusing to accept it. This is impossible. I mean, tens of thousands of Beast Tamers have all failed because Shen Xing Yan Yue has a unique trait. She's completely indestructible. However, once she makes a contract, she can be destroyed if her contractor dies. So to get her to sign, you have to be someone she truly believes will never be defeated. Su Liang's face flashes through Zachi's mind. She's completely stunned as she has to admit it, this guy is the Moon King. After her thoughts finally settle, Zachi staggers to her feet, whispering, "So, you really do have to see it to believe it." Suddenly, her eyes fly wide open. A grim determination takes over. If that's the case, then I will use my death to deliver this information to the Black Moon cult model. And just like that, Zachi starts screaming for the Great Moon Demon King. At her call, that spiky pet monster of hers immediately rushes over to her side. From a distance, Su Liang quickly realized something was seriously wrong here. He shot a freezing cold look at Zachi, muttering, "This woman has seen way too much." And Huan Yue? Oh, she got the hint instantly. She slammed her foot down hard on the ground, then blasted a blinding beam of energy straight ahead. The intense light aimed directly for the Great Moon Demon King. A second later, the giant serpent simply vanished into the void. That lightning-fast move successfully kicked the Great Moon Demon King out of existence, leaving behind a scene of absolute devastation. Staring at the now flattened mountain range, Su Liang was too shocked to even speak. A small part of him wondered, had he maybe been a bit too careless with what he was feeding her lately? On the destroyed ground, someone's blood began to drip down. And of course, the one coughing it all up was Zachi, as she finally pieced it all together. Moon God Palace, Moon Restaurant, White Deer, Moon King, so that's how it was. Looking at Huan Yue's massive silhouette, she became certain of one thing: this was no natural-born supreme being. Zachi's face twisted as the next thought hit her. This is the descendant of an emperor. Her gaze locked onto Huan Yue's dark, intimidating aura. She was terrified, thinking, what's more, her ancestor is, but her train of thought just stopped. Zachi cautiously pulled out a teleportation stone, trying to reassure herself. I can't die. This news is way more important than the sunken Star Yen Nguyet. Everyone has to know. Her face was a perfect mask of determination mixed with a furious desire for payback. First, create a diversion. Then, getting out of here wouldn't be so hard. With that thought, Zachi silently ordered her 3 remaining pets to charge. Then, she spun around, gripped the teleportation stone in her hand, and told herself it was now or never. This area still wasn't completely sealed off. If she could just get away from the Moon King, she'd have a chance. But out of nowhere, a streak of light zipped by, snatching away her last hope of survival. She stared at her empty hand, completely speechless. Across from her, even Huan Yue's jaw dropped, totally shocked by what she had just witnessed. Su Liang's tiny little butterfly was holding the stone. Huan Yue was stunned when she saw it. That was just a low-level glimmer butterfly. In an instant, the glimmer butterfly brought the teleportation stone right back to Su Liang, right in front of the still-frozen Zachi. He let out a tiny, smug smile and began to explain. In a battle between supreme beings, of course no one would ever notice a low-level glimmer butterfly. Am I wrong? Hearing those words, she was just paralyzed, unable to move in midair. Then she finally spoke, her voice eerily calm, as if she'd already given up on life itself. It may be too late now, but I finally understand why they call you the Moon King. Huan Yue didn't hesitate, inhaling a swirling, icy breath, and Zachi's body began to dissolve with it. Her face blurred, but a smile remained as she whispered a final goodbye. Moon King, it was an honor to fight you. She kept that smile on her face as her life slowly faded away. Cut to outside the barrier, where Qi Yue's eyes suddenly flew wide open. Seeing Su Liang casually strolling out of the chaos, she could only stammer out in a shout. Master! He walked right past the crowd of people who were all staring at him and calmly made an announcement. Zachi is dead. Lift the blockade. Then he added 2 more words, which made everyone incredibly curious. Su Liang glanced over with his crescent moon eyes and slowly emphasized, from now on, the sunken Star Yen Nguyet will be under my protection. The news that the Moon King had claimed the artifact sent shockwaves through all the Moonlight forces. At that exact moment, at the Kang Yue Holy Sect, a place located deep in the southern domain, the silhouette of a young woman with long, shimmering hair was bathing. Behind her, a maidservant was rushing over to report. Great Emperor Kang Yue, this is terrible. The sunken Star Yen Yue has been claimed by the Moon King. She scooped up a little water from the pool, replying calmly, There's no need to panic, I already knew. Then Kang Yue stood up, still perfectly composed, and explained. The Moon King is the chosen favorite of the Moonlight and the one who holds the Book of the Moon, so this was bound to happen. The servant, still not convinced, argued loudly, But Great Emperor, so are you. You were born a 4-star Beastmaster, and you also have an Emperor-level beast and possess eyes that can see through all the moonlight in the world. Hearing this, Kang Yue just smirked, her reply filled with a sinister and dangerous tone. That's right. I'm also very curious. Who does the Moonlight favor more? Then she gave a firm order, for the Moon God Festival, make everyone in the sect forfeit their qualification. Those words hit the servant like a bolt of lightning, leaving her completely stunned, unable to form a single sentence. At that same moment, on a coastline at the northern edge of the central region, a figure cloaked in black stood staring into the distance. And in the back, a woman's voice rings out with an announcement. Lord Than's son, those 2 are on their way. Than's son immediately shoots back. Lin Chi Toa, what do you think? Am I going to lose to the Moon King again? Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chi gives a rock-solid reply. Even as the only one among the top believers, I have never doubted you. You will defeat the Moon King and restore the glory of the Black Moon cult. Suddenly, the sea starts churning with mysterious whirlpools and strange flashes of light. And from within the vortex, a voice echoes out. Black Moon's holy mountain, I hope your little plan doesn't disappoint us. Tin Meng Yet of the 9 Hells appears with a bold statement. If they die in this fight, their sect will willingly submit to the Moon King. Next to her is Duang Huang Tuyen, also from the 9 Hells, who chimes in, No one can defy the gods. You should know that. Hearing this, Thansan just gives a confident reply, Don't worry, the plan will succeed. Guaranteed. Then, he turns to head inside, his voice filled with grim determination. Let's go. To the Moonlight Beast Taming Academy. We'll wait for the Moon God ritual. Then we'll kill the Moon King. The scene then shifts to a starlit hall. Inside, someone is freaking out, yelling, Is the Moon God ritual really about to start? That was Yen Nguyet, still shouting in disbelief. The Moon God only descends to give guidance when the moonlight is at its absolute brightest. The last Moon God ritual was over 1,000 years ago. A fed-up to Luang puts a hand to his face, sighing, I know. The headmaster of the Beast Taming Academy contacted me a long time ago, and just then, a multicolored ruby appears to give him a lecture. Once the Moon God ritual begins, all chosen Moonlight-type Beast Tamers become sacrifices to compete for the final title of Moon King. The reward for winning is insane, boosting a tamer's growth to terrifying levels. It might even spark another war between the emperors. The ritual won't end until someone is crowned king, or everyone else just gives up. Which means, this whole moon god ritual thing won't be over until he defeats the Kang Yue Great Emperor in 3 years. Hearing this, Luang just stares blankly, resigned to his fate. He pulls out his phone to show Star Yen Nguyet, reading the text on screen with total annoyance. Not only that, the sacrifices can even track each other's locations. So, at the headmaster's request, I have to protect her 2 sacrificial students. But wait, the reality of it hits him hard. Why the heck does he have to keep a promise made by his predecessor? Seriously, just how many people did his past self scam in the moon god's name? Suddenly, Star Yen Nguyet calmly says something that makes his face freeze. No need to stress so much. Isn't there a reward for the battle? Maybe in 3 years, the Kang Yue Great Emperor won't even be worthy of shining your shoes. But the moment it mentions, plus, there's an ultra-rare chance to win the missing pages of the Book of the Moon, something clicks in his brain. Seeing Luang's surprised face, Star Yen Nguyet slowly explains. You didn't know? It said the owner of the missing pages can break the contract limit and sign on with dozens of beasts. Hearing that, our boy is hit with another round of shock. His eyes go wide as he thinks just a few pages let you sign that many contracts? And here he is with the whole book. But his anxiety quickly returns. He wonders to himself, totally confused. But I have the Book of the Moon. So how can anyone else have the missing pages? Seeing Luang just sitting there stroking his chin, Star Yen Nguyet uses its head to shove him forward, demanding, "Hey, stop thinking and go tell the breeder to let me roam free." It clasps its hooves together with a totally pathetic look, pleading with Luang, "If I can go out and see the moon, I can help you look after those 2 little ones." Not hearing a reply, a curious Star Yen Nguyet glances over at him. Turns out Luang got slammed straight into a wall from that little shove. He quickly stumbles out of the room, rubbing his backside while pulling out his phone to search for something, complaining the whole time. A single nudge from a supreme-level creature almost ruptured my kidney. Next thing you know, an article titled 100 Ways to Cook Venison is shared to his chat with Star Yen Nguyet. All it could do was send back a series of dots in defeat. Suddenly, a notification pops up on screen, and Luang blurts out in surprise, "Whoa, the files on those 2 students are already here?" Inside, an image of a cat-eared girl appears with her info. Bai Yuer, 16 years old, from the Bai Sheng clan in the west, daughter of an emperor. A human-tiger hybrid who possesses a supreme-level beast, but for some reason, it's stuck in a deep sleep. They suspect it's because her own level is too low for it to even appear. After reading, he strokes his chin, musing. At first I thought cat girl, but it turns out she's a tiger girl. On the screen, a blue-haired girl appears. Next to her, similar info scrolls by. Bai Yao, 16 years old, from the most prosperous human kingdom in the Northern Territories. The 4th princess of the Bichnegyet Empire was basically a prodigy, summoning supreme-level beasts to fight her battles since she was just a kid. After getting the lowdown on these 2, a bored Su Liang swiped through his phone and muttered to himself, "A princess and an emperor's daughter. What a pain. I'll just forward this and deal with it later." And just like that, their intel was zipped over to Huan Yue, who, by the way, was super hyped about it, instantly replying, "Ooh, the one on the bed looks fun. I call dibs." Cut to the academy, where night is falling, and a very sleepy Yuer is trying to stay awake. She's on a swing set with Su Jing, letting out a little sigh. I still can't believe Chen Xingyan Yo was captured by the Yoang just like that. It feels like something out of a crazy dream. Su Jing suddenly hopped off the swing, all fired up. "Come on, we gotta get to the teaching area. Aren't they making some huge announcements tonight?" So the 2 girls started heading over, completely unaware of the pair of deer antlers peeking out from behind them. He immediately sized her up. Yep, that had to be the half-breed girl from the Bai Sheng clan. His eyes followed Yuer as he mumbled, "Her scent is memorable, but she doesn't seem like the sharpest tool in the shed." Just then, a raindrop landed on his nose. He glanced up at the sky. Looks like it's about to rain. Then he started to back away, thinking, better head back for now. My powers get seriously nerfed in the rain, and I'd rather not risk any surprises. But he didn't even take a full step before he froze, his eyes narrowing. Something was very, very wrong. A massive whirlpool of water ripped open the air, exploding violently as watery tendrils shot towards the sky. And out of it emerged the supreme-level rain tyrant, appearing right in front of Yuer and Su Jing. It placed a hand on its chest and declared, "Found you." One of the 5 supreme targets. Then the tyrant's mouth opened into a black void as it growled, "My child, I will give you 10 seconds to summon all your beasts. I have no interest in killing a beast tamer's physical body with a cheap sneak attack." Below, Yuer and Su Jing gripped each other's hands, pure terror on their faces. Seeing the symbol on its shoulder, Huan Yue, watching from a distance, couldn't help but freak out. 7 stars. Is this thing the beast of a 7-star tamer? The fear was written all over Huan Yue's face. A 7-star tamer was bad news. It meant their master was at the emperor level. Meanwhile, on the path leading to the academy's main gate, A few figures were walking through the now pouring rain. A voice complained, "It's raining." In the middle of her servants, Princess Bitch Jiao walked under an umbrella. She grumbled irritably, "Why do we have to assemble at the teaching area even when it's pouring? What's so important?" Suddenly, a tiny butterfly fluttered in front of Bitch Jiao, and her eyes immediately locked onto it. After a moment, she realized it was just a low-level Shan Guang Dai. The little butterfly gently landed on Bitch Jiao's finger, and she held perfectly still to let it rest there. One of her maids quickly tried to intervene. "Your Highness, that is a low-level beast. You shouldn't—" But before the maid could finish, the princess snapped back. "What? Are you going to lecture me with the Yue Wang's weird philosophy now? What's the harm in playing a little?" For all we know, the Yue Wang is secretly playing with little beasts too. Suddenly, a new voice called out from behind, making Big Xiao and her maids whip their heads around. "Were you talking about the Yue Wang?" A short-haired woman with a sinister smile on her face stepped closer. "The Yue Wang happens to be my favorite topic. Mind if I join in?" From the distance, a figure with two long horns on their heads slowly approached them. The maid immediately went on guard, shouting, "Who's there?" As the servant's power flared, Bitch Jiao stepped back. She yelled rudely, "Get lost, you ugly thing! Can't you see I'm on my way to a student assembly?" Turns out, it was Ling Zizuo. She forced a fake smile, trying to stay calm, but inside, she was absolutely fuming over being called ugly. Then, Lingji summoned her own pet beast. She said with smug satisfaction, "It's such a shame I have to deal with a child who only has a young supreme beast. I feel so guilty I could just cry." All the maids gasped in unison, completely stunned to see a supreme-level evil-eyed antelope. Behind them, Beach Jiao couldn't keep her composure either, especially when the words "Hey Yue Jiao" flashed through her mind. Cut to the Beast Taming Academy's main square, now packed with students. And every single one of them looked miserable standing in the pouring rain. In the center of the square stood Ru Yue and Jin Yue. Ru Yue scanned the crowd below with a growing sense of unease. Bai Yue and Bitch Jiao, they're both missing. "I have a really bad feeling about this." She cleared her throat a few times, then began the announcement as planned. "Fellow students, please listen carefully to what I am about to say." The moment she said the words, "The moon god ritual, after more than 1,000 years, is about to begin." The students below erupted in shock, but Ru Yue didn't stop, her eyes still frantically searching the crowd as she continued. "Once the moon god festival begins, the most promising Moonlight Beastmasters get picked as sacrificial fighters to keep the gods happy. Every victory lands you some unimaginable rewards, and there are rules to determine the ultimate winner." But before the guy could even finish, someone else's voice booms over, explaining the real rules. The sacrifices slaughter each other until only one person is left alive. Nguyet and Kim Nguyet both look up at the glowing sky as a guardian spirit appears with the creepiest grin, gleefully continuing the speech. That person becomes the one true Moon King of this era. Seeing that absolutely twisted face, Nguyet immediately orders the students to fall back, now. But the second the words leave her mouth, the spirit drops a meteor-sized explosion on them, lighting up the entire night sky. Nguyet, however, is quick to activate a defensive skill. She stares ahead, a seriously bad feeling crawling up her spine. Damn it, that was a 7-star Supreme's battle skill. Her own beast can only manage to protect herself. The students watch in fear as the dust from that insane explosion begins to settle, all while the rain keeps pouring. But Nguyet freezes, staring at the completely unharmed students, too shocked to even form words. Elder Kim Nguyet moves to her side, both of them sharing the exact same confused thought. What just happened? The guardian spirit's face is still contorted, getting a little worried now that it realizes its attack was just absorbed. Looks like the Moon King interfered. Somewhere in the teaching area, Liang, in his familiar cloak, is just standing there with the other students. His back is perfectly still as he silently watches the whole mess unfold. Liang's gaze sharpens like a dagger while the spirit's words echo in his ear. "The Moon King is watching me." He instantly connects the dots thanks to that battle at Moon Hidden Mountain. Hu Zhongyue's protection skill is now 3 times stronger. A new wave of anxiety hits Liang when he sees Hu Zhongyue's face, but this time 40% of the shield was destroyed. If this happened before, everyone here would have been blown to absolute smithereens. And yet, he smirks, thinking to himself that he'd almost forgotten how long it's been since he really let loose. And right on cue, blood-red lightning cracks across the sky. Everyone starts panicking and screaming, "What is that? The sky is tearing apart." From the void emerges Yin Yue Tian Nu, a woman with 2 massive angel wings flapping majestically. Spotting the 7-star symbol on her chest, Nu Nguyet starts to freak out, thinking a second 7-star Supreme, a 7-star Beastmaster? That means the enemy has at least one Emperor-level beast. Suddenly, Yin Yue starts yelling at her partner, "What are you doing?" What if all these people die? Was that really necessary? The guardian spirit casually replies, "What do you know? You think the Moon King cares about the lives of these ants?" She doesn't hesitate, snapping right back, You idiot! This is the Twin Moon Cult's territory. Besides, our only mission was to stall the two vice deans. Overhearing this argument, Nguyet puts it together, shouting at the two strangers, "Wait, are you the guardian spirit and Yin Yue Tian Nu from Star-Mazed Moon?" She asks, completely bewildered. 5 years ago, I was an exchange student there. I was lucky enough to see that person's power firsthand. Why are you attacking us now? The guardian spirit immediately turns to ask Yin Yue. Well, what do we do, my other half? At this, Yin Yue gives the spirit an order. Fine, I'll give you 1 minute to teach these naive students a lesson. After that, we're not holding back anymore. At those words, every student below starts running for their lives except for one person calmly walking forward. Right through the middle of the panicking crowd trying to escape this chaotic mess, Liang casually walks the other way, typing something on his phone. He stops in front of the two troublemakers and asks, "Star-Mazed Moon, is it?" Both of them immediately whip around, their eyes fixed on him with caution. Instantly, Liang's face darkens, his rage obvious as he calls them out for not even daring to show their true faces. Even their emperor won't show up, and they actually think they can just retreat safely after wrecking this place? The next second, he summons Chen Xing Yen Yue. It rockets into the air, surrounded by brilliant streams of energy. Noon Nguyet and Kim Nguyet can only stare up in complete shock, realizing that's a supreme-level Chen Xing Yan Yue. At that moment, the ultimate weapon enters its awakened state. Yan Yue pauses, observing the situation, and then her eyes flare with a blinding light. Yen Yue grips her massive blade with both hands, beginning to gather an immense amount of energy, signaling that total destruction is imminent. Noon Nguyet realizes something is terribly wrong, terrified of what's coming next. Hold on, that stance makes zero distinction between friend and foe. Nguyet looks absolutely terrifying, but Nguyet's the one panicking at the thought. Don't tell me she's planning to just wipe out everyone here? In a flash, the awakened Yin Nguyet unleashes total annihilation on the guardian spirit and Dan Nguyet Tien Nu. The light from that move was absolutely blinding. Not long after, a huge cloud of smoke erupts from the point of impact, leaving the ground completely devastated. And from inside that thick smoke, you can hear Noon Nguyet coughing her lungs out. She's sitting on the ground, somehow totally unhurt by that last attack. She glances at a scratch on her face, still in disbelief. Yep, she survived. Noon Nguyet then slowly gets to her feet, staring at the deep crater in front of her and realizing the Moon King must still care about his own people. The other two are just splattered at the bottom of the pit, barely able to speak and completely unable to fight back. So this is Tin Yen Nguyet? At the crater's edge, Tu Luang stands there looking cool while the awakened Yin Nguyet just floats above him. DM Nguyet glares up at him, still trying to spit out some threats. But even if we die in battle, it'll just be a little welcome gift for you all. The guardian spirit, having regained its composure, adds to the warning a final reminder that the Emperor will soon appear before you. Next second, the two of them start to combine their powers. The spirit erupts in a heavy light, while Dan Nguyet summons orbs that spin around her. The moment Yen Nguyet saw something was off, her eyes started to glow intensely. She zips over and stares right down at them. Tu Luang just hangs back, quietly watching the situation unfold. He's grinding his teeth, seriously worried about how this is playing out. After 2 hits, Ho Trung Nguyet's shield is down to 4%, basically useless. Right now, Dan Nguyet and the guardian spirit are busy muttering some kind of chant. Tu Luang, on the other hand, is having a total meltdown. Only 3 seconds left before Tin Yen Nguyet draws her blade. If they don't stop, everyone is turning to dust. His vision starts to blur as he desperately asks himself, "What am I supposed to do?" But just then, Yen Nguyet's eyes flare up, way brighter than before. The next instant, she swings her blade forward with everything she's got. A massive crescent slash appears, crashing down on those two like a meteor. Dan Nguyet freezes, staring at the incoming attack. Her face goes dark, completely stunned by her own fragile mortality. In a heartbeat, Yen Nguyet's attack rocks the entire sky as beams of light erupt endlessly upwards. The shockwave was so powerful that even students far away couldn't stay on their feet. One guy panics. An impact that big. Is that the Moon King's beast? Suddenly, a friend behind him frantically yells, "Everyone, look, what is that?" Up in the sky, a crescent moon and a full moon have suddenly appeared. The students all freak out when they realize there are actually 2 moons. From within the thick smoke comes the guardian spirit's enraged scream. "Are you insane? Why would you use your power to create a full moon?" She slowly emerges in her human form, still screaming her head off. "Sure, you saved our skins by forcing an evolution, but have you even thought about how severe the consequences will be?" The 6-winged Dan Nguyet sobs remorsefully, apologizing in her head. She was so sure it would be fine, but before she can finish the thought, the guardian spirit cuts her off, totally out of breath. "You idiot! Now we have to face the Moon King under a full moon!" Their little conversation comes to an abrupt halt as they both stare at the exact same spot in front of them. A massive Nguyet Kwangdo has appeared, looking absolutely enormous, all thanks to tonight's full moon. The guardian spirit is completely stunned, asking, "Is that a supreme grade Nguyet Kamengok true?" But no matter how you look at it, something feels wrong. Dan Nguyet hides behind her, pure terror on her face as she delivers the news. What's more, Tram Tin Yen Nguyet has also become different. They finally notice Yen Nguyet's absolutely brutal glare, and a terrified question escapes their lips. Don't tell me we have to fight them both at the same time? Without a second's hesitation, the enraged Yen Nguyet grips her blade with both hands. Then, out of nowhere, she unleashes a vicious slash right into the Nguyet Kwangto's stomach. Blood goes flying as its body is split in two. This scene just leaves the guardian spirit and Dan Nguyet even more horrified. What the she's killing her own allies now? After that move, Yen Nguyet whips her razor-sharp gaze behind her, and the scene cuts to the Nguyet Kwang Nu Thu Academy. Outside the royal mansion, a seriously sinister magical energy is now bubbling up from the ground. Bitch Zhao's servants can't help but feel terrified by this suffocating atmosphere. Lin Chi leans forward, looking at the beasts everyone summoned. She scoffs, "Are you kidding me? You think you can even last for a minute?" Right after that, Lin Chi calmly calls out the name Lin Duong Nan Ta. The giant beast behind her immediately fires 8 laser-like beams straight ahead. In the blink of an eye, those death beams tore right through the pathetic pets on the other side. The spots they hit turned into huge, gaping holes, with smoke just pouring out of them. In just a moment, the poor creature's entire body melted into goo. A thick gas filled the air, making one of the servants let out a terrified shriek. What in the world? Seeing this absolute disaster, Bitch Zhao didn't hesitate, immediately screaming for her bitch Lanung. And just like that, the enormous beast materialized right beside her. Lin Chi, on the other side, was loving every second of this. A nasty smirk spread across her face as she said, "Finally decided to call out your little ace, huh? This should be fun. Too bad for them." Once again, those high-powered beams of light sliced straight through the creature, followed by Lin Tri's cheerful greeting. The Biklan Ung isn't a moonlight type, is it? It doesn't match your own attributes, which is why it's stuck in this baby form, am I right? One of the servants immediately summoned a long-legged leopard. She then ordered it to wait for Bitch Zhao, pleading, "Princess, run to the edge of the black mist. If you can get out, you might be saved." This pathetic display just made Lin Chi laugh. "Seriously," she asked casually, "is this really all you've got?" The second she finished speaking, her Lin Dung Yan Ta was already gathering a massive ball of energy in its throat. Small rings of light even appeared in its eyes. In a flash, another death beam fired, ripping right through the handmaidens. The leopard that was waiting to help Bitch Zhao escape didn't stand a chance, collapsing to the ground after that single hit. Bitch Zhao's eyes shot wide open. She just stared at the scene before her, mouth hanging open, completely choked with horror. Lin Chi casually strolled towards her, looking totally relaxed. "Well," she threatened, "looks like it's time to end this little party." Suddenly, a tiny flash butterfly slipped past Bic Yao's hand, fluttering in the air as she stared in absolute shock. Lin Chi, on the other hand, was completely bewildered by the sight of that tiny little pet. Her own Lin Dung Yan Ta staggered, and suddenly Lin Chi's legs started to tremble, barely able to keep her upright. The next second, Lin Chi just collapsed to the ground, clutching her now pale face and muttering, "How is this possible? How can a flash butterfly be here?" As the tiny butterfly floated right in front of her, she was terrified, her voice shaking as she asked, "Why now of all times?" Seeing Lin Chi this freaked out by a tiny butterfly, a wild idea suddenly sparked in Bi Jiao's mind. "Wait, did this thing come to save me?" A second later, she snapped around to run for it, thinking, "Whatever, I'm getting out of here first and asking questions later." Lin Chi was still kneeling pathetically on the ground, whimpering over and over, "I'm sorry, Lord Than's son. I can't continue the mission." She then hugged her Lin Dung Yan Ta as tears streamed down her face, her thoughts screaming in despair. Because we of the Black Moon cult fear the flash butterfly more than anything else. Meanwhile, over with To Khan and Duert Ni, the two girls were clinging to each other in terror. 10, 9, 8, 7. The tyrant's voice continued to count down 6, 5, 4, 3. Huan Weird, watching from nearby, couldn't help but wonder, a flying supreme tyrant? If Dung Huang Tween is here, does that mean the water system emperor is around too? If I fight the little one, the big one will show up. Oh, this is a total mess. Just then, the tyrant spoke the final 3 numbers. 2, 1. Getting no answer, the tyrant swung its arm forward with a threatening tone. What a shame. Then you have only yourselves to blame. Instantly, swirling vortexes of water shot out from its hand. In a flash, Duert Ni and To Kane were swallowed whole by the raging current. But then out of nowhere, pink and purple clouds appeared. The cloud blasted right past the tyrant, catching it completely off guard. And luckily, those surprise clouds had just saved both Duert Ni and To Khan. The tyrant was furious about this little interruption. Clouds? This isn't a power of the Barkthon clan. It seems our intel was wrong. Who are you? The two stunned girls also looked up, following its gaze with curiosity. Up ahead, someone was walking with effortless style right on top of the clouds. And there she was, Star Yen Nguyet, looking perfectly calm. Tokane was speechless. An intermediate white flower deer just saved us from a supreme being? At this moment, she looked incredibly bored, trying to psych herself up for the hassle. Well, I promised the Moon King, so I guess I have to see this through. The tyrant immediately moved to face Star Yen Nguyet. It even tried to sound respectful, announcing Dung Huang Tuin, third in command under the Emperor Thien Tu Vu Baoquan. Star Yen Nguyet just glanced around, unimpressed. So, that cold-hearted jerk Thien Thu didn't come with you? The tyrant was absolutely raging inside. How dare she call the Emperor that, but it kept a straight face and simply answered. According to the rules of the Twin Moon cult's overlord, the Emperor does not appear on stage, especially since this is just a fight between supremes. A tiny smile played on Star Yen Nguyet's lips. Is that so? Well then, I guess this conversation is over. Then he strikes this super dramatic pose, brimming with confidence as he mumbles. Actually, I'm the kind of guy who's gentle with the weak but crushes the strong. The other guy, doesn't take that well. He immediately clasps his hands together, his voice tight with rage. Don't push it. With a clap of his hands, he unleashes his battle skill, Deep Sea Descent. A giant cube of water materializes high in the sky, a deadly churning vortex raging at its base. Huan Yue gets caught completely off guard and is instantly sucked into the watery abyss, but just as suddenly, her body vanishes from the current, reappearing as brilliant lights gathering high above. In a flash, Huan Yue materializes in the air, surrounded by dazzling streams of pure energy. Her sudden reappearance leaves Bao Jun completely stunned. Wait, is she some kind of illusion or something? But he quickly regains his cool, crossing his arms and muttering the classic line, "If it's come to this, I have no choice but to use that technique." And just like that, a massive swirling whirlpool of water forms right above Huan Yue's head. With every passing second, the torrent from Bao Jun's attack grows more and more intense. Once it's fully charged, the entire thing comes crashing down like a cataclysmic flood. A moment later, the steam clears into nothingness, revealing a massive crater in the ground below. Bao Jun smirks, thinking she's been completely annihilated this time. But then something makes him freeze, unable to look away. Up in the sky, Bao Jun's eyes widen at an impossible sight, two moons hanging in the air. He wonders to himself, what in the world is that Xingmi Yue thinking? He just changed the shape of the moon on a whim? He frantically scans the area, a new worry creeping in. In a place packed with moonlight-type beasts, this is a huge disadvantage for a water user like him. But then, his anxiety starts to fade as he remembers one crucial fact. Oh right, the enemy was already defeated. With that settled, he casually turns to leave, still super annoyed. Yeah, someone's definitely getting an earful about this later. But from behind him, a flash of long, flowing hair whips past, followed by a calm voice saying two simple words. Hearing that voice, Bao Jun snaps his head around instantly. There, coalescing from the clouds, is Huan Yue in her transformed state, gliding across the ground and calmly delivering a warning. How about we wait until the full moon is over, and then we can continue our fight? I mean, I don't really need the full moon to beat you, you know? Seriously. That seemed to be the last straw. In a blind rage, he charges at her, fist first, yelling triumphantly, "What was that you said? What if I feel like fighting during the full moon, huh?" But just a few seconds later, that smug look on his face completely disappears, because now Bao Jun's body, along with a few unlucky rooftops, has been skewered by a giant pair of antlers. As his body fades into nothingness, with his last breath, he wonders how this is possible. Is this power even greater than a supreme? Is this the bloodline of an emperor? Looking at Huan Yue's calm expression, Bao Jun finally gets it. He was facing a supreme being that was completely untouchable from the start. Then she leans in, enunciating every single word with chilling clarity. I really wasn't trying to use the full moon to bully you, got it? With his last ounce of strength, Bao Jun tries to look up at the sky. He sends a final silent message. Master, the next move has to be. Before his entire body vanishes into thin air. The message concludes with one final thought. Be careful. Not long after, a huge crowd of students starts gathering to gawk at Huan Yue. Hearing all the whispering behind her, she thinks to herself, maybe this was a little too flashy? Then her eyes suddenly lock onto something. Looking at the complete devastation ahead, Huan Yue makes a deduction. It looks like the Mastermind and the Moon King are both over there. She tilts her head to the side, wondering with a bit of concern. Okay, what's the plan now? 3 minutes earlier, at the teaching plaza, it's a scene of total destruction, with thick clouds of dust hanging in the air. On the ground, the Guardian Spirit and Yin Yue are completely knocked out, and in the distance, you can see the dark figure of Yan Yue. At this very moment, Yan Yue is totally out of control, just relentlessly swinging her weapon with devastating force. Suddenly, her gaze freezes in midair, like she's just spotted something totally out of place. The body of the Moonlight Rabbit, which had just been sliced in two, is starting to regenerate. Clouds are gathering right where it was cut, reforming its entire upper half. And in just a moment, the Moonlight Rabbit reappears in its full moon form low level, with a waning moon constitution. Combat skills include super speed regeneration and physical enhancement. Then suddenly its two big rabbit ears shoot straight up. In a flash, the Moonlight Rabbit reaches out and grabs the blade right out of Yan Yue's hand. And yeah, she is clearly not happy about this little interruption. Then, out of nowhere, the Moonlight Rabbit just grabs Yan Yue and takes off, leaping away in a huge hurry. Meanwhile, in a forest near the academy, Mi Yue asks their leader, Sheng Shan, "Hey, Sheng Shan, you absolutely sure the Twin Moon cult can't track us on this path?" The guy just smirks, his voice absolutely dripping with smug confidence. "You really underestimate me." Then he starts boasting, completely oblivious to the intense beam of light about to crash down right beside him. "This intel is from our inside man. He says it's absolutely foolproof." Then a blinding light explodes from the ground, and just like that, Old Man Thane's sun finally shuts up. Out of the smoke, the massive form of Nguyet Kwangtho appears, still gripping both its legendary weapons. The old guy is Tsitsin Humpliet and Bud and King Mi Huyet, and Hong Tuyen next to him start freaking out. "Crap! The Moon King found us!" After a brief moment of pure panic, Thon Sun tries to pull himself together. He tells them to calm down, saying, "In all this chaos, that's probably not the real Moon King." He barely finishes his sentence before freezing solid, watching the giant rabbit pull something out of its own mouth. In an instant, a robe flutters out like butterfly wings, revealing the majestic figure of Tu Luong, fresh from being spat out. The second they see his face, the three stooges just lock up, totally unable to move a muscle. Tu Luong, on the other hand, just casually looks them over, a bit surprised to see Mang Guayet and Hong Tuyen from the Black Moon cult. Right now, Hoang Tuyen is having a full-blown existential crisis, basically thinking, where am I? Who am I? I'm a water-type tamer. Why am I facing the Moon King himself under a full moon? Terrified, she decides to wave the white flag first. She desperately pleads, "Respected Moon King, I was just hired as a bodyguard. I have absolutely no beef with you, I swear." But Than Sun, being a total drama queen, shouts, "Moon King, I am here to declare war on you." Hoang Tuyen's soul just left her body, muttering, "We're dead. Just end us now." Tu Luong hears this and looks down, genuinely curious. He thinks it over for a second, and then the crescent moons in his eyes start to glow as he softly repeats the words, "Declare war?" Thon Sun, without a hint of hesitation, goes on a full villain monologue. "On the next full moon, my emperor and I will come to end you. We'll carry the will of our fallen believers and crush you," he screams, his whole body shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. He remembers it all. 3 years ago, the Black Moon cult headquarters was destroyed, and I lost my eyes facing some impossibly powerful beings. The memory of Tu Luong's carefree face from that day just fuels his anger even more. "You were the exact same then as you are now, looking down on us like we were insects. That's just the way you moon people are." As this epic speech concludes, Tu Luong is just standing there, completely confused. He's honestly wondering, what is this guy even talking about? Did the previous owner of this body have amnesia? Why is there zero memory of any of this? But he glances over at his pet, who's about to go nuclear, and realizes he has bigger problems. "Okay, whatever. I'll find an excuse first and figure it out later, because Yen Nguyet is about to lose it." After a quick brainstorm, Tu Luong finally speaks. "While the struggles of insects are quite pathetic, I suppose I can grant you a chance." The three of them go dead silent, hanging on his every word. His expression turns dark as he continues with a menacing tone. "But as payment for provoking me, I'll order the Twin Moon cult to hunt you down relentlessly, if you can somehow survive." Just hearing that makes Thon Sun's entire body tremble uncontrollably. Min Nguyet and Hong Tuyen couldn't hide their terror either. At that moment, Tu Luong turns to leave, tossing out his final words. "Then, and only then, will I grant your challenge." With that, he calls out to his giant battle pet. As if it was waiting for this exact command, the enraged Yen Nguyet immediately raises its massive blade. In a single instant, a terrifying attack lights up the night sky, exploding like a meteorite. 10 minutes later, the crescent moon shines over the devastation. Down in the forest, smoke still hangs heavy over the charred remains of trees. Someone coughs violently, asking if the Moon King is gone. The trio digs themselves out of the ground, and Mian Nguyet nervously comments that Yen Nguyet's power felt unnatural. If our emperor hadn't secretly made a move, there's no way we would have survived that. She then leaps to her feet, suggesting angrily, "But that's against the rules, and the Twin Moon cult's leader probably saw it." From now on, we split up and act alone. Hoang Tuyen just sighs, exhausted. Next on the agenda, figuring out how to not get murdered by the entire Twin Moon cult. She glances toward the distant mountains, a deep sense of dread rising within her. She remembers how Star Yen Nguyet took down the 7-star Supreme Vu Baoquan, who didn't even have time to escape. Then Hong Tuyen states with absolute certainty that there is another, hidden power operating within the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy. After leaving the forest, Tu Luang took a casual walk around the academy grounds. Looking over the absolute carnage, the guy had to wonder, did they go a little overboard trashing the academy? He stopped to process. But then his brain started rebooting. How did his beasts, Yen Nguyet and Yue, just casually humble a 7-star Supreme? Still, he wasn't about to complain. The thought alone was pretty sweet. He hadn't even signed contracts with them, and he was already racking up wins against huge names. Suddenly, a scream in the distance snapped him out of his power trip. Out of nowhere, a blur of motion launched itself straight at Su Liang, tackling him clean off his feet. And there on his stomach was Huan Yue in human form, wailing her eyes out while pummeling his chest. "You gotta listen to me. I ran into a 7-star Beastmaster just now. I was almost defeated. It was terrifying." She kept on whining as Su Liang just lay there. "If it wasn't for me, this whole place would be underwater. That girl with Bai Sheng probably would have drowned." Then, mid-meltdown, Huan Yue froze solid. An incredibly important thought had finally decided to show up. Did I forget to change back? But before she could do anything, Su Liang gently placed a hand on her head, patting it. He looked at Huan Yue with such a tender, doting expression that she immediately calmed down. Then he made a suggestion. "In a few days, let's head back to the Twin Moon cult together. I've got some business to discuss with that so-called leader." Huan Yue paused for a moment, the gears turning in her head. Overlord. Then it clicked, and her face went beet red. "Is this the legendary meeting of the parents?" Playing it cool, Huan Yue shyly asked, "Isn't this a little fast?" But on the inside, she was screaming with joy. Cut to the next morning at the Twin Moon cult headquarters on Tianfu Island, a floating rock with giant butterfly wings chilling above the clouds. Down below, a group in white robes stared up at the island, buzzing with excitement. Is that island modeled after the legendary emperor of the ephemeral Silver Dream? It's a total masterpiece. The Twin Moon cult can definitely go toe-to-toe with the Kang Yue holy sect. The only one not in a white cloak was Tao Xiaoju, from the Kang Yue holy sect's Tao Yue Guan. She shot a glare at her followers and snapped, "You haven't forgotten why we're here, have you?" She then turned forward, announcing every word with purpose. "The treasure of the Eastern Domain's great emperor is inside the Twin Moon cult headquarters." Xiaoju clenched her fist, her voice filled with fire. "Today, no matter the cost, I am getting my hands on it." Before long, Xiaoju and her crew set foot on Tianfu Island. The second she saw the place, her jaw dropped. Crowds of people hustled down streets lined with massive buildings. She couldn't help but gawk. This place is insanely busy. Xiaoju bit down hard on the white handkerchief in her hand. She was so not happy. She had assumed the Twin Moon cult would be some strict, uptight place, but it turned out to be a massive tourist trap, she grumbled. "I wonder how much money they make in a single day." Then she and her group pressed on. Right behind Xiaoju was a figure in a black cloak wearing a butterfly mask. Of course it was Su Liang. He glanced over his shoulder at Xiaoju, a little confused by her presence, and quietly wondered, "Why is a beastmaster from the southern domain's Dao Yue Guan here?" At that, Huan Yue popped her head out. "Who are you talking about?" The moment she saw Xiaoju's back, she gasped. "Wait a minute, isn't that Dao Xiaoju?" Immediately, Huan Yue grabbed Su Liang's sleeve, spilling all the tea with maximum annoyance. She's a candidate for Saintess at Dao Yue Guan, and a crazy online stand for the Kang Yue Great Emperor. Then, she balled her fists, vowing, "She blocked me after I called her out in a private message. This is my chance to make her a—" Su Liang listened, feeling his will to live just drain away. He could only ask himself, making someone apologize for an internet fight? What kind of ridiculous logic is that? Seeing her fuming, he tried a different approach. "Hey, let it go. What else do you want to do?" He figured they still had plenty of time before the moon rose anyway. But Huan Yue completely shot down his enthusiasm with a single, sharp no. Just then, a sign caught her eye. Monster Eating Challenge. Unlimited anonymous participants. Registration closes at 5 o'clock. She immediately pointed right at it and declared, "I'm doing that." Su Liang was at a complete loss for words, just suffering internally. The Moon King's legendary beast in an eating contest? If that news got out, his reputation was officially dead. Suddenly, a different voice cut through his private misery, grabbing his attention. "Hurry up, time is running out, get registered." The voice belonged to Xiaoju, who was practically vibrating with excitement at the sign-up booth. After signing up, Xiaoju said with a huge grin, "As long as I win first prize. My power will definitely make me stand out among the Saintess candidates." Su Liang just happens to overhear this, and his brain locks onto one word. prizes. Naturally, his eyes snap straight to the prize board for this little competition. First place gets a drop of the Crimson Flame Monarch's essence. Second, a box of face masks. Third, some hand lotion. And reading this, Su Liang's jaw just about hits the floor. He can't help but blurt out, "Hold on. What in the world is this prize gap?" He's totally baffled. The Crimson Flame Monarch, isn't that the legendary emperor of the Eastern Domain? They say its presence alone turns the sky blood red for miles. The thing is basically a myth. Electronic signals are scrambled in the East, so almost no one has seen its true form. Thinking about this, Su Liang gets pissed. Who in their right mind organized this contest? Putting an emperor's essence on the same prize list as hand cream and face masks? Huan Yue, looking a little surprised by his outburst, just blinks and asks him back, "Isn't this what your twin moon cult has been teaching? It's all about getting revenge on the monarch." And with that, Su Liang suddenly shuts right up. Huan Yue then explains, all serious, that word on the street is the twin moon cult has been buying up massive amounts of rare delicacies for butterfly-type beasts. Apparently, they've got some major beef with the Crimson Flame Monarch. You didn't know, sir? I just assumed you were the one who ordered it. Su Liang, meanwhile, is just dying of secondhand embarrassment inside. No way! My little low-tier glimmer butterfly can't possibly handle food meant for an emperor-class beast. But despite all that, he's still eyeing the competition. A prize is a prize, right? And suddenly, he's feeling just a little bit interested. Right on cue, a notification from his moon tome pops up. Phase 2. New function unlocked. Consume a set number of draws. You can now view clues for all unlocked pets. And it'll only cost 5 draws to get a high-tier beast clue, 30 draws for a mid-tier clue, and 100 draws for a clue to a supreme-tier beast. Oh yeah, a sly little smirk spreads across Su Liang's face. He is very pleased. After unlocking so many supreme-tier illustrations, the Moon Tome itself has leveled up. Who knows what other cool new features it might unlock next? A moment later, the host grabs the mic. Welcome, everyone, to the Beast Chowdown Challenge, hosted by the one and only Twin Moon Cult. I'm your host, Yue. She's standing between 2 long tables, with a massive crowd already gathering around to watch the show. She beams at the crowd, shouting, "Thanks to everyone for signing up." But down in the crowd, people are whispering. Who in their right mind wants to get involved in the cult's beef with the monarch? Seriously, are these contestants total morons, or did the cult just hire a bunch of actors for the day? Ignoring the gossip, the host barrels on with the rules. Each contestant can summon a maximum of 2 beasts to do the eating. But be warned, we're using supreme-tier beast food, and we're talking a level of insane spice that only supreme-tier beasts can handle. At this, Xiaoju's 2 sidekicks look absolutely horrified. But she just looks more determined than ever. Plates of bright red cakes are brought out, steam rising off them in waves, carrying a spice so intense you can almost taste it. The smell hits the pets of Xiaoju's friends like a ton of bricks, and yeah, they immediately start freaking out. But while they're suffering, Huan Yue is practically drooling. She looks like she's staring at a 5-star meal. Meanwhile, Xiaoju stands firm, telling her crew, "You don't have to do this. I'm not going to lose anyway." And then, she summons her beast. Come on out. It's the Heavenly Flame Pink Butterfly, a supreme-tier fire element beast with glowing crimson wings. Xiaoju shoots a smug look at the crowd, thinking to herself, looks like even in the Twin Moon cult, not just anyone has a supreme beast. Then her eyes lock onto her opponent and widen in disbelief. Because there's Su Liang with Huan Yue standing behind 3 full platters of those spicy cakes. Her first thought? What the heck? Is that guy seriously entering with a mid-tier beast? Xiaoju lets out a sigh of relief, followed by a wave of pure contempt. Is he trying to kill his pet? But over on Su Liang's side, he's dead serious. He's already sizing her up. She may have only summoned 1 supreme beast, but if she's that dead set on win X/Sepple fight, he glances over at the drooling Huan Yue, then thinks back to himself, even though I have my Starlight Moonfang, I obviously can't bust that out here. A glint of confidence appears in his eyes, but I have another ace up my sleeve. Across the table, Xiaoju is giving him the most intense death glare. Just then, Yue holds the timer high in the air and announces, 1 round only, you have 10 minutes, as the words, "Let the competition begin," echo out. Both competitors lock eyes, radiating pure confidence. This is it. The will to win is practically electric in the air. Without wasting a second, the Heavenly Flame Butterfly grabs a spicy cake bigger than its own head and opens its mouth wide. In a single bite, it absolutely demolished that giant piece of cake. Meanwhile, the low-level pets were in total agony, crying their eyes out from the insane spice. But on the other side, Yen Nguyet was just happily chowing down, loving every single bite. Seeing that ridiculous eating speed, Xiaoju started to panic. Could this thing be supreme level? She shot a smug look at her own Tien Diem Fan Diep, wondering who even plays the whole weakling in disguise act these days. So Xiaoju screamed out, "Whatever happens, I am absolutely not going to lose this. 3 minutes later, total carnage. Every pet from the cloaked girls was completely knocked out by the flavor. Her Thien Diem Fan Diep was also on its last legs, panting with a giant belly after eating 30 cakes. Seeing how totally wiped out her pet was, Xiaoju couldn't hide her shock. It was obvious Tien Diem Fan Diep was done for. She nervously glanced over at her opponent, a knot forming in her stomach. Over with Su Liang, they were just floored by Hohen Nguyet's appetite, nervously asking, "It can still eat more? Didn't you just inhale a ton of snacks?" You really don't have to force yourself, you know. But it just kept eating, claiming it has a separate stomach for snacks. Yeah, okay, sure. Watching Hohen Nguyet still inhaling cakes, Xiaoju was terrified. How is it not even breaking a sweat? Then she calmed herself, calculating in her head. With a 4-star rank and 2 supreme pets, she figured this wouldn't take more than 5 minutes. For the Emperor's fluid, she had to win, no matter what. Not wasting another second, Xiaoju roared, summoning her next beast. Come on out! Thonlin and Nguyet Fach, a massive moonlight-type supreme beast, appeared right behind her. Without a single hesitation, it grabbed a full plate of spicy cakes and just dumped them straight down its throat. Watching this absolute eating machine, even Honen Nguyet looked a little nervous and asked, "If you eat like that, aren't you going to get horrible indigestion later?" But Xiaoju's confidence was back. Certain victory was hers. The announcer's voice boomed 1 final minute left in the competition. Thonling Nguyet Fox total had hit a whopping 72 cakes. Meanwhile, Honen Nguyet was still stuck at 34. The tables had turned, but Su Liang stayed cool, whispering it was about time. And with that, he called out a name, Ho Trung Nguyet. Streams of water shot out from Ho Trung Nguyet, instantly wrapping around the plates. Icy vortexes just inhaled every last cake in seconds. Outside the arena, the crowd went absolutely silent. No one could believe what they just saw. What was that? What even just happened? All eyes shot to the 5 empty plates at Su Liang's table. Someone yelled hundreds of cakes just vanished into thin air. Xiaoju was frozen solid, barely stammering out the words, "This is absolutely impossible." And just then, the host slammed the final bell. "Riying, the competition is over," she announced, pointing right at Su Liang and the ridiculously full Honen Nguyet. "We have our winner." That announcement felt like 100 daggers straight through Xiaoju's heart. She collapsed to her knees, just muttering no. And with that, Nguyet Ni turned to leave, her expression suddenly dark. As she walked, she told Su Liang in a low voice, "Follow me backstage for your prize." A little later, night had fallen. Inside a quiet room, Nguyet Ni handed the vial of fluid over to Su Liang. She then asked, "Cultmaster, we still have a dozen drops of Fion's fluid. Should I bring all of it?" Taking the vial, he asked, a little surprised, "So you recognized me, huh?" As Hohen and Nguyet looked on confused, she explained, "At first I just suspected. There were rumors about you and a white deer." Then Nguyet Ni started to report some very urgent news. But the Overlord just woke up. "He told me to find you for an urgent meeting, which is how I confirmed who you were." Hearing this, Su Liang was terrified on the inside, but he just put on a cool, dismissive act. Good. He woke up right as the moon appeared. He uncapped the vial, slowly bringing it to his nose for a sniff. Suddenly, his eyes went wide as if sensing terrible danger. Seeing Su Liang stumble backward, his body twitching, Nguyet Ni called out in alarm, "Cultmaster!" His body won't stop spazzing as the moon tome just keeps dumping info straight into his arm. Sky System, Emperor Rank, Flying Shadow Bronze, bam, unlocked. The reward is 50 free gacha pulls, and the rules have changed. All Moonlight beasts in range are now automatically unlocked in his book. Then he reads about some Emperor Rank beast that's been guarding the Eastern continent for 10,000 years, one of 3 near Overlord level turtles. Su Luang's jaw just about hits the floor. Near Overlord? Okay, so that's definitely not your average Emperor-class monster. He puts a hand to his mask, totally overwhelmed. "Okay, system," he groans. "Too much information." But then a wicked grin spreads across his face as he thinks, "So, is it too soon for the Twin Moon cult to pick a fight with this Flying Shadow Bronze thing?" A little while later, we're in the main hall of the Twin Moon cult headquarters. And there's Su Luang and Huan Yue, just strolling through the massive base like they own the place. Huan Yue spots all the bowing, robed women and can't help but wonder, so this is the kind of respect the Moon King title commands, huh? Before long, they arrive at the huge gate leading to the main sanctuary. A brilliant light is pouring out from inside, and our boy Su Luang, he doesn't even hesitate, just waltzes right through that portal. He shuts his eyes tight, waiting to see where this thing spits him out. When the blinding light finally fades, he opens his eyes. He and Huan Yue are standing on a lake, looking up at a figure just chilling on a crescent moon. You can bet he didn't take his eyes off that person in the distance. That, he says in total awe, is an overlord. Su Luang, ever the cool guide, just explains, "That's right. The supreme overlord of the entire northern region." She's the guardian beast of the Twin Moon cult, and also the 12th protector of the moonlight. Her name is Bihai Kung Yue, and after a long, dramatic pause, Kung Yue herself finally speaks from inside the mist. Moon King, it seems you have finally made your decision, and man, her whole expression just darkens. To wait for your response, she says. The Moon God Festival was delayed for 3 years. Down below, Su Luang is just trying to process it all. The old man of the West is furious, and the gods are not happy about this. The second she finishes talking, he's trying his absolute hardest to look calm, despite being completely lost. Our boy's inner monologue is just pure panic. Okay, the real Moon King was waiting for some opportunity, which I have completely forgotten. Whoops. Still, he fakes a couple of coughs and makes his big announcement. That is why I've come, the Moon God Festival can begin. But then he adds, however, I have a problem. Kung Yue actually looks curious now, slowly turning her head. Su Luang asks loud and clear, how do I win the Battle of the Emperors? She replies instantly, what level of emperor? Be specific. During the Moon God Festival, I cannot interfere. Su Luang rubs his chin, thinking, then says, not sure, but probably the Black Moon cult. Kung Yue's eyebrows practically shot into her hairline. She looks so confused. She actually mutters Black Moon cult to herself. Then she says something that makes Su Luang's blood run cold. Moon King, please stop joking with me. You are the miracle of the moon. Do not waste my expectations on such a boring, ridiculous problem. Ouch, dude. Internally, he's absolutely dying because he can't just scream out the honest truth. But I'm not joking. How can a one-star beast tamer like me possibly fight an emperor? Just as he's losing all hope, a ring materializes in midair. Both Su Luang and Huan Yue just stare at this floating piece of bling with pure curiosity. Kung Yue's voice explains, this is the moon, God's token, proof of your status as the king of the north. The second you put on this ring, the festival will officially begin. The ring flies to his hand, but it refuses to go on. It just keeps pointing at the ring he's already wearing on his middle finger. He gets the hint, sighing as he takes off his old ring. Fine, fine. The new ring immediately slides onto Su Luang's middle finger. A second later, a blinding light erupts from where he's standing, surrounded by all these swirling, colorful halos. In an instant, the scene changes to a strangely silent, ancient town right at the foot of a mountain. And right on cue, the system screen appears. Moon God Festival, initializing, verifying the festival token, confirming the northern region's moon representative. Then, the whole screen turns red. Verification error. Uh-oh. While it's re-verifying, Su Luang opens his eyes to a new question. It says the authority level of the moon tome holder has been raised. The identity of the moon tome holder can be disguised. Do you want to disguise it? Yes. No. After reading all that, he starts looking around the empty space, totally paranoid. Suddenly, he's surrounded by system windows, making him wonder where the heck he is. Did I just teleport? Then one particular system screen makes Su Liang stop and stare. On it is his own face with his info Su Liang, 1-star realm, which can be hidden. But his status? Not so much. Gender is listed as male, but it's changeable. Appearance? Also changeable. This is basically a character template. 3 templates have been detected and can be directly inherited for a disguise. But listen up, if you don't inherit one, other agents will spot your true realm. After reading that, he just smirks, totally bored with the whole idea, not even gonna think about it. A 1-star from the northern domain? Might as well announce my identity to the whole world. The 3 disguise templates pop up, from top to bottom, starting with the Emperor model. We've got Bitch Hai Chich Kung Nguyet, the Supreme Template Tran Tin Nguyet, and another Supreme Template, Dap Van Hoa Nguyet. After looking them over, Su Liang strokes his chin, thinking hard about his next move. The most important thing right now is to not look weak. Otherwise, things will get really bad once the Moon God Festival starts. As that thought runs through his head, he decides it's probably best to inherit a powerful-looking template. He immediately taps the selection box for the Emperor template, Bichai Chiet Kung Yit. In an instant, the system windows around him begin to vanish, leaving only a final notification, transforming to template. At the same time, at the Moon God Festival, the scene is suffocating. A single beam of light hits the center, surrounded by neatly arranged chairs. A dark figure slowly appears from the path leading to the ceremony, muttering a familiar phrase, the moon never sets, because the night is eternal. This is Zhao Yu, the Holy Maiden, representing the moon of the central domain. The moment she sits down, she looks up in shock. On the opposite side, another dark figure steps out with a greeting. Zhao Yue, Holy Maiden, long time no see. This is the Kan Yue Great Emperor, the representative for the southern domain. She strides forward with a smile on her lips and says, the Moon God Festival is finally about to begin. Zhao Yue remains silent. Just then, a small, dark figure appears. A little girl in a nightgown walks out slowly. This is Xiao Hu, the representative for the western domain. Zhao Yue shoots her a less-than-friendly glare, while Kang Yue cheerfully waves hello. Long time no see, King of the West. Xiao Hu gives a lazy reply. Yeah. After climbing onto her massive chair, the girl shuts her eyes and immediately dozes off. Not long after, another figure with flowing hair appears. This woman, rocking a steamy outfit, is Bing Ren, the representative of the Eastern Domain. She glances around once, then says with total boredom, "What is this? They're all women. So boring." Zhao Yue hears this and snaps back with a scornful voice. Why is someone from the Ice Clan of the East even here? Non-moonlight system beings like you will only threaten the purity of the moon. She calmly takes her seat, a smile forming as she explains, if the moon god's token is on me, I don't really have a choice but to show up. 4 people have taken their seats for each region, but there's still one empty spot. Bing Ren notices the vacant chair right away, asking impatiently, so where's the last one? When are we moving on to the next step? Kang Yue cracks a slight smile and announces, only the northern domain is left. It must be the Moon King. At this, Xiao Hu wakes up. With a sleepy face, the little girl looks over and asks, is that the guy who caused a huge scene 3 years ago and made the moon stay full for a month? Zhao Yue scoffs contemptuously and quickly replies, it's just an empty title. Just as she finishes her sentence, the soft patter of slender feet approaches. Xiao Hu and Kang Yue immediately turn their heads toward the sound. Zhao Yue and Bing Ren can't hide their curiosity either, as a girl's silhouette emerges from the darkness. The moment she sees the person, Bing Ren's jaw drops in utter shock. What? Kang Yue is just as stunned, jumping to her feet and shouting in disbelief. This is impossible. It's Su Liang, in the body of Bitch Hai Chiek Kung Nguyet, stepping out as the representative of the northern domain. His eyes glow with a familiar crescent moon. Kang Yue just stares, her eyes fixed on him, still unable to believe what's happening, stammering out a few words. The moon's guidance was clear. As he starts to sit, she keeps yelling, the representative of the north. How can it not be the Moon King? Zhao Yue, however, seems much calmer. It seems the Moon King was just an ordinary guy after all, she speculates coolly. There were obviously much more suitable choices than him. After saying that, Zhao Yue goes quiet for a moment, her eyes fixed on Su Liang, observing him carefully. His strangely calm expression makes her suspicious. No reaction at all. Could it be he really has nothing to do with the Moon King? Deep down, the guy's probably heartbroken. I mean, how can someone so cute be so incredibly sassy? But he quickly got serious again, realizing the true form of the Bihai Chichi Gong Yue was throwing everyone for a loop. Looks like the authority of the Book of the Moon really does outrank the moon god's own token. The representatives from all 5 regions had finally gathered, and an announcement echoed through the area. After 1,000 years, the moon god ritual is about to begin again, with the kings deciding the final victor. The echoing voice seriously ticked off Zhao Yu. But before the final brutal showdown, it seemed the moon god wanted a little more entertainment. The announcement droned on while Xiao Hu was still half asleep. So, choose the mightiest tribute you believe in, and until that soul tribute is defeated, the kings are forbidden to fight each other. The Ice Clan, however, seem to be enjoying every second of this. If a king personally slaughters another tribute, they'll be disqualified. Kang Yue ignored every word, her eyes locked dead on Su Liang. And finally, you can't designate an overlord-level beast as your exclusive tribute. The beast has to be from your own faction, or you pick again. After that long-winded speech, the real call to action finally came. All right, now please announce your exclusive tributes. Su Liang was suddenly in full-blown panic mode, realizing besides the beast from the Shuangyue cult, what other choice did he have? Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall as a wave of pure humiliation washed over him. His whole disguise, so carefully crafted, was blown right from the start. What a total loss of face. Just then, the Ice Clan member let out a huge yawn and spoke with utter boredom. So boring. I was planning to check out their tribute strength, but now I can't even join in. And with that, she summoned her own exclusive tribute. A system panel popped up instantly. The Eastern region's exclusive tribute was confirmed. Sky System, Emperor level. Seeing that display just sent Su Liang deeper into a spiral. Starting out with an Emperor-level beast? Seriously? That means she's probably contracted with something even more terrifying. Next second, the Central Region's tribute was confirmed. Moonlight System, Emperor level, Full Moon's Fall. Reading the text on the panel, he got even more flustered. Full Moon's Fall, the legendary Moonlight Emperor, the symbol of the Moon God Palace itself. Even sleepy Xiao Hu summoned her tribute, whining about what a pain this all was. The system quickly updated. The Western region's exclusive tribute was confirmed Moonlight System, Emperor level, the first-generation White Saint. Su Liang's jaw dropped while Long Shen quietly mumbled the words, first-generation White Saint. His hope just took a nosedive as it hit him the first ancestor of the White Saint clan. Its power must be practically on par with an overlord, right? Kang Yue still hadn't made a move, her gaze completely fixed on Su Liang. A voice began to rush them, telling the remaining kings to present their tributes within 1 minute. At that moment, Su Liang remembered something vital. Right, there was an emperor that once existed in the Northern Territory. Its location is unknown now, but at least I have some connection to it. A moment later, a faint figure with deer antlers appeared. He was ecstatic, thinking to himself, "Found it." Without a moment's hesitation, he made a bold declaration. Book of the Moon, use 100 draws. The pages of the Book of the Moon flipped past like a hurricane. A few seconds later, a notification for an Emperor-level beast's illustration appeared. Inside was an image of Yunyu Mengjio, with info an ancient Emperor-level beast from the northern region, founder of the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy. Collected info, Part 1. Thousands of years ago, Yunyu Mengjio was the guardian of the White Deer Palace. After Yueyao was shattered, and it fell from its overlord status to a normal emperor and entered a deep slumber, sleeping in the sea of clouds at the northern border, waiting for the moonlight to gather and reawaken it. Collected info, Part 2. The 12 Yueyao palaces belong to 12 fragments of the moon god's system. The only guardian left is from the 9th palace, Sagittarius. An alert suddenly rang out while Su Liang was still trying to process everything. In the last 5 seconds, if you do not make a choice, you will be deemed to have forfeited your qualification. Collected info, Part 3. The descendant of Yunyu Mengjie is named Dapun Juiyue, a supreme level that can be promoted to emperor after obtaining the White Deer Palace fragment. Right now, Su Luang's brain is still trying to process the words floating in front of him. The countdown ticked away, 4, 3, 2, 1, and the final info panel finally appeared. So get this, turns out the Yunyu Mengjie Pact and its host are on the same team, which means they can cheese their way through the moon god's exclusive sacrifice ritual. And just like that, our boy's hope comes roaring back, his eyes practically glowing. The countdown hits 3, 2, 1, and bam, both Su Liang and Kang Yue reveal their offerings at the same time. The first system notification pops up. The Northern Domain's exclusive offering is confirmed as an Emperor-tier Moonlight system, the Yunyu Mengjie. Kang Yue reads this and just short-circuits. She seriously never expected it to be something other than a beast from the Twin Moon cult. Meanwhile, Su Liang is over here gawking, thinking, wait a minute, the offering chosen by Great Emperor Kang Yue is Supreme Tier? The system board flashes with the Southern Domain's offering, Moonlight System, Supreme Tier, Shangsuan Yue, Nailuo. And that little piece of information suddenly makes him remember something pretty darn important. Turns out, that prefix is just like the scabbard Chengxingyan Yue is looking for, Shangsuan Yue, Changhua Shangtong. Right on cue, rings of light fill the entire room with an announcement. The 5 exclusive offerings have all been confirmed. The moon god ritual is about to begin. Please enjoy the show. Su Liang's body begins to fade out. Yep, he's being teleported back. Xiaohu figures this is the perfect time for a power nap and starts to close her eyes. But suddenly her eyes fly wide open, pure shock on her face as she realizes. Wait, Yunyu Mengjie. Xiaohu stares at Su Liang's fading form, exclaiming, how is that possible? But whatever she was about to say gets cut off as the teleportation sequence ends. Su Liang rematerializes inside the main hall, and he's pretty surprised by the scene laid out before him. Just then, Gong Yue, perched on a crescent moon, calls out softly, Moon King. Then she speaks to Su Liang. Can you feel it? A few seconds ago, the moon god ritual began. Now go and fight for the throne that belongs to you. Hearing those words, our boy's expression becomes unbelievably determined. A second later, he's already turned to leave, tossing over his shoulder. Yeah, I should prep a little. We'll stop here for today. Gong Yue happily calls down from above. All right, the next time we meet, the moon god ritual might already be over. As the forms of Su Liang and Huan Yue fade into nothing, Gong Yue watches them, her voice full of promise. Hopefully by then, our little agreement can be fulfilled, Moon King. Once his presence vanishes from the main hall, she turns around completely puzzled and asks, did that little ant seriously just ask me how to defeat the Black Moon Holy Mountain? But then she remembers the absolute determination on his face, and she becomes sure of one thing. He has no clue about his own power. Gong Yue starts piecing it all together, questioning the Book of the Moon's choice, feeling a bit scared of the other emperors. A small smirk plays on her lips, and you can hear the excitement bubbling up in her voice. Looks like his memories are coming back. How are the folks at the Moon God Palace going to react, I wonder? So much to look forward to. We cut to the center of the Twin Moon cult, where a colossal pillar of light shoots straight into the sky. The airflow around it explodes violently. This whole scene throws everyone into a total panic. Absolutely nobody knows what's going on. What's happening? In the middle of the crowd, a girl rushes out, points to the sky, and screams, quick, look! A crimson crescent moon appears, blazing in the night, its eerie glow mixing with the endless echoes of screams. The moon turns blood red, At that exact moment, a crescent moon seal seemingly carved from light appears on the back of the girl's hand, making her shriek in panic. What is this thing? At the same time, everyone present gets the exact same seal branded on their hand. In the middle of the horror, they frantically try to guess what's going on. Is this some kind of catastrophe? Over on her side, while Kang Yue is still casually soaking, a terrified maid runs in to report, "Great Emperor, the moon god ritual has officially begun." She barely seems to notice, just muttering blankly to herself. Impossible. Kang Yue's face becomes completely lifeless, her eyes empty, as she mumbles on. The Moon King is the moon's answer? If that's the case, haven't I become a complete joke? The maid timidly tries to get her attention again. Great Emperor, a moment ago you said that once the moon god ritual started, all the disciples in the sect were to give up? Kang Yue slowly turns her head, giving the maid a look so cold it could freeze fire. Kang Yue's eyes slowly shut as she regains her composure. She gently pushes her hair back and replies indifferently, "No need. I've changed my mind." Kang Yue rises, all business as she makes an announcement. All temporary offerings in the sect first have the 5 leaves participate in the offering elimination tournament the Northern Domain is about to hold. With that, she reaches for a towel, her voice icy, "And I will be going there myself for a little visit." Kang Yue stands, draping the towel over herself, adding, "I have to see what on earth is going on with the Moon King and his moon over there." Watching her back disappear, the maid suddenly remembers something and calls out in alarm, "Great Emperor, wait, please." She rushes after her, asking with doubt in her voice, "The 5 leaves offering, are they all just pawns being sent to their doom?" She gets no reply and the maid freezes on the spot, filled with dread. On the night of the sacrifice eliminations, under a full moon no less, what could possibly be waiting? Beyond the city, the Emperor's war still echoes like a ghost. At that very moment, Huan Yue touches down gracefully on a nearby rooftop. With Su Liang on its back, a silent carrier surveyed their surroundings. But the very next second, he coolly hops off, thinking to himself that the number of top-tier masters hiding around the academy is suspiciously high. Looks like the whole Twin Moon cult decided to crash the party. And right in the middle of his brooding, a familiar voice cuts in. "Lord Yuefeng, you're finally back." Su Liang, ever curious, turns to see Qingxia scrambling over, shoving a phone in his face with a look of pure outrage, screaming, "You have to get us some justice! That Kang Yu Empress just declared war on us." Su Liang takes the phone and sees the notification. The Kang Yue Empress has challenged their academy, and the 5-leaf southern region is joining the northern region's elimination tournament. Qingxia, absolutely fuming, blurts out, "They're trying to wipe out every single sacrificial beast in our academy." He stares at the screen, the gears in his head turning. This isn't just a declaration of war, it's a probe. She's sending the 5-leaf clan to test his strength. But Su Liang keeps his cool, casually waving a hand to calm her down. "Don't worry, I'll have the Twin Moon cult handle this." And with that, he and Huan Yue turn to leave, with Su Liang adding, "I need to get some rest. Just send me the list of all the factions participating in the tournament." Qingxia is stunned but has no choice but to agree. A few hours whip by in the blink of an eye. Back in his room, Hua Yue, the Moonlight Rabbit, and the Light Butterfly are all knocked out cold on the bed. But Su Liang is wide awake under the lamplight, carefully scanning every name on the list, deep in thought. Turns out the BU Empire started this whole elimination event, but as a descendant of the Blue Sea clan, they probably won't cause him any trouble. He stares at the list for a long time, his mind still racing, trying to connect the dots. The Ling Yue sect and Yuan Yue are old buddies. They're probably just here for moral support. The Northern Region participants, BU Empire, Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy, Ling Yue sect, and Yan Yue. From the Central Region, the Cross Moon Pavilion and the Libra Society, and the Southern Region participant, 5-leaf. The 2 from the Central Region are small fries just showing support for his cult, so he writes them off immediately. His face was completely still, his eyes holding a quiet intensity. In the end, it all boils down to one name. The first one that pops into his head is 5-leaf, as his eyes lock on the Southern Region entry. An image of Xiao Ju flashes in his mind, just a candidate for Saintess, and she already commanded 2 supreme-level beasts. Su Liang didn't need long to recognize the massive power gap here. He could only imagine how ridiculously strong the real Saintess must be. His own top fighters might not even be a match for her. He springs to his feet, a plan forming instantly. He might have to send in the 12 moon attendants to solve this. Just as quickly, Su Liang flops back onto the bed, looking utterly drained and muttering to himself in annoyance. "This is so exhausting," he sighs, glancing at the sleeping Huan Yue. I mean, with his top-tier beasts and the Jade Rabbit, who's basically invincible on a full moon, he's definitely not what you'd call weak. But just as quickly, that familiar anxiety started creeping back in. His next opponent is a true empress, not to mention them. At his current level, there's no way he can survive the Moon God Festival. In the silence, he gently strokes Huan Yue's ears. If no miracle comes, his only shot is for Xiao Shu to steal the moon fragment from the White Deer Palace. Then, a moment later, something catches his eye, making Su Liang freeze on the spot. He stares, completely baffled, thinking, did she really go to sleep without taking off her crystal hairpiece? Playing the part of the good guy, Su Liang carefully reaches over to gently remove the chain from Huan Yue's head to help her out. Not thinking twice about it, he quickly climbs into bed and pulls up the covers. So sleepy, I should get some rest too. But later that night, Su Liang's eyes snap open in the pitch-black room. He groggily wonders, why am I awake so late? Completely unaware of the shadowy figure pressed right up against him. The instant he realizes what's happening, his eyes go wide with a horror so pure he can't even make a sound. Turns out, it's Huan Yue in her human form. Her completely naked human form, sleep-hugging him for dear life, leaving him utterly mortified. What is this? Their bodies are flush against each other, with only his thin pajamas between them, instantly making the atmosphere complicated. He feels a certain pressure from below. Su Liang's face explodes in a furious blush. He's frozen solid, his eyes wide with terror. Sweat pours down his face as his mind races in panic. Could this be happening because he took off her necklace? Su Liang nervously glances at Huan Yue sleeping on him, his mind racing with one single terrifying thought. Is she gonna kill me when she wakes up? The guy doesn't dare move a muscle, terrified of waking her, so he just awkwardly stares at her peacefully sleeping face. She's completely unguarded, and in her sleep, she scoots even closer, which just sends Su Liang's brain into a full-on meltdown. Just then, Huan Yue's eyelashes flutter, her eyes slowly opening. They're stuck in a super awkward position, and the cringe is palpable when suddenly, the Moonlight Rabbit mumbles something in her sleep and kicks out. Their eyes meet, and he manages a smile that's about 90% pure terror. Su Liang practically leaps off the bed, his face pale as he stammers absolute gibberish. That is... But the first thing Huan Yue does isn't to obliterate him. Instead, she groggily pats the top of her head, searching for something. She quickly realizes something's off, her voice turning ice cold. Where is it? He's internally screaming, thinking, I took off her necklace, I'm so dead. Su Liang somehow forces out a mumbled reply. On the table, Huan Yu's expression is still a total blank as she just stares at him, silent. A moment later, as her brain finally boots up, she lets out a small sound. Her face still had that I'm 90% asleep look. Then Huan Yue just rolls over and goes back to sleep, leaving Su Liang completely baffled. Wait, you're not mad? I took it off without permission. She cracks one eye open, her voice thick with sleep. Just put it on later. What's the big deal? It's only then that she notices how stressed he looks. You seem pretty tense. Did something happen? Su Liang's face goes completely red as he whispers, well, don't you think our current situation is extremely embarrassing? Hearing this, her face is just a cascade of question marks. Embarrassing? Why? And after a beat, a horrifying realization dawns on him. Wait a minute, don't only Emperor-level beasts get human forms? Does that mean they're just totally cool with being naked? A beast's true form doesn't wear clothes, right? Seeing Su Liang just frozen there, Huan Yue gets a little annoyed and nudges him for an answer. Hey, what part of this is embarrassing? All he can do is back away, stammering. What I mean is... His brain kicks into high gear, desperately searching for a believable excuse. What I mean is, your human form is incredibly beautiful. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It's indescribable. Huan Yue is stunned, silent for a second, totally blindsided by that compliment. Then, her cheeks flush red, which only leaves poor Su Liang even more confused. So, what's so embarrassing about that? The next day, the early morning sky is a brilliant blue. Sunlight streams through the window as she lazily rubs her eyes, her face still adorably sleepy. As he pulls the curtain aside, Su Liang glances back at Huan Yue and asks softly, You're awake? Still not fully with it, she just watches him, looking dazed. A second later, Huan Yue quietly asks, Su Liang, for some reason, ever since I first saw you, you've always been so tense, like you're constantly worried. She tilts her head, genuine surprise coloring her words. But today you seem different, really relaxed and happy. Su Liang just smiles and agrees, thinking to himself that she's right. Before, he was stuck playing the role of the Moon King, trying to trick the world and defeat his enemies, and the stress almost broke him. But after the heart-pounding chaos of last night, he realized something important. With that thought, Su Liang offered her his sincere thanks. It's because of you that I've calmed down. Huan Yue is speechless, with total disbelief written all over her face. Re-energized, Su Liang stretches. All right, next up, let's get ready for the Moon God Festival. I think I might have found a way to defeat the Emperor. She just looks confused, but I didn't do anything. A moment later, it finally clicks for Huan Yue, and she lets out a happy little cheer. So, are we going out to play, or what? Seeing that she's about to run outside completely naked, he yells, "Wait, put on some clothes." Soon after, they're both standing on top of a towering skyscraper. That's when Su Liang finally works up the nerve to ask, "So, that necklace of yours, if it gets taken off, you'll..." At his question, Huan Yue just looks a little confused. Her silence makes him flustered, so he tries to explain. "I mean, I took your necklace off yesterday, right? But you still asked where it was so seriously." Huan Yue answers without missing a beat, "Because my mother gave it to me. Of course I'm going to ask where it is. S model. So I only transformed because the full moon made my blood go haywire, right? This has nothing to do with the necklace. Absolutely nothing." Su Liang let out a sudden yelp, probably because his theories just got a face full of cold water, leaving him totally frozen on the spot. But let's put a pin in that for a second. The lady of the hour has questions, demanding, "What did you bring me here for? Shouldn't we be prepping for the Battle of Kings?" But To Leung just stares ahead, totally locked in, and starts breaking it all down. This here is the tallest building in the academy, with a perfect view of the entire campus, including the sacrificial elimination tournament grounds. Then, with a totally straight face, he declares, "I'm preparing to challenge the Emperor from this very spot." Huan Yue glances around skeptically. "Here? But there's literally nothing up here." Su Liang just turns with a little smile. "First, I need to test something. Can I, the Moon King, actually communicate with the gods?" With that, he yells out, "Come forth!" His flash butterfly appears on command, its body glowing with the light of the sun and moon. Huan Yue quietly watches as it flaps its wings and soars into the sky. A second later, she's back to being confused. "What kind of test is this? You just let a single butterfly go." Su Liang points forward and just says, "Look again." Curious, Huan Yue follows his finger, and her jaw absolutely drops at the sight. Turns out, it's a massive swarm of flash butterflies, so many they seem to block out the sky. Su Liang calmly explains the trick. Low-level flash butterflies are basically just for scouting, but they have one unique trait: they love to gather in groups. He looks down at the pet perched on his hand with a fond expression. He continues his explanation. "Whenever my flash butterfly goes out, it brings along tons of wild ones, and nobody can ever tell which one is actually mine." A swarm of glowing butterflies suddenly flutters in front of Huan Yue, and she curiously steps closer to see. They suddenly converge on a single point, and then boom, they explode and vanish. A bright flash of light bursts out, scaring the living daylights out of her. She whips around, demanding, "They're gone! Su Liang, what did you do?" He just brings a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and casually replies, "It's a secret. You'll find out on the night of the full moon." Hearing that just soured Huan Yue's mood, and her expression immediately darkens. Right at that moment, a sudden system notification pops up, catching Su Liang completely by surprise. The contract was completed. He thinks to himself it actually worked. A beast info panel appears above Su Liang's head, listing a high-grade moon in the lake, a mid-grade moon jade rabbit, and both a low-grade waning moon and flash butterfly. He quickly scans the information sent to him, finding it a little hard to believe. He's in awe of his golden finger, the Book of the Moon's unlimited contracts. He just signed with over 1,000 flash butterflies in one go. Su Liang holds up his hands, studying them intently, his eyes filled with contemplation. He's nowhere near his limit. He can't even feel a thing. A grin spreads across his face, making him even more excited for the next phase of his plan. If the gods love miracles, he just needs to create the most spectacular one ever. Will they show up then? Meanwhile, Huan Yue is sulking in a corner, chin in her hands, still shooting daggers at Su Liang with her eyes. Suddenly, a stream of insults from below makes her jump. She can't believe the nerve of some people. The voice just keeps ranting from down below the academy, successfully grabbing everyone's attention. 1 star, 2 stars, even a 3-star is rare. This is unbelievable. Turns out the voice belongs to the 5-leaf saintess, Ju Yuetai, and she just won't shut up. 3 stars is the absolute minimum to join our chrysanthemum moon terrace. So why did the great emperor even send us here? The girl next to her, another 5-leaf saintess named Mai Yue Chang, just coolly adjusts her hat and replies, "The great emperor has his own plans. Besides, without the Moon King, the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy is nothing." Yuetai just shoots her a bored look and mutters a few more complaints. Still, what a total drag. Just then, an invisible killing intent brushes past the back of her neck, sending a shiver down her spine. It feels like a pair of soul-piercing eyes are silently watching her from the shadows. Her instincts go wild. She freezes for a second, her expression turning icy as her eyes lock in shock. Yuetai knows something or someone is out there. Seeing her friend's unusual and fearful expression, the 5-leaf saintess Dao Yueguan, standing beside her, also gets a bad feeling, adding quietly, "I can vaguely sense it too. That's not an enemy we can handle." Then she quickly warns her, it must be an expert from the Twin Moon cult. It's best not to look at them. Back on the rooftop, Huan Yue is still staring off into the distance, looking completely fed up. Su Liang suddenly lets out a gasp of admiration, which finally breaks her out of her funk. As expected from the Azure Moon Holy Cult's forces, Supremes are everywhere. He slowly walks over to get a better look, adding, "Are kings really less valuable than dogs out here?" Huan Yue turns to him with an indifferent look. Then she bluntly tells him, "You've been reading way too many novels. Have you seen any emperor-level battles lately? It's rare." Hearing this, Su Liang tilts his head curiously, noticing her annoyed expression. He asks in a low voice, "Are you still mad?" Seeing Honan Gyet giving him the silent treatment, our guy here gets the hint and flashes a smile, trying to make peace. But nope, she just hits him with a pouty huff and whips around, refusing to even look at him. As he watched that cold shoulder walk away, Luang just stood there, completely lost in thought for a long moment. But in the very next instant, a sly grin spreads across his face as a not-so-great idea pops into his head. If she wants to play hardball, then he'll just have to use his trump card. The moment the idea hit, Luang let out a soft sound in a different voice. Hearing it, the girl instinctively flinched, a flash of recognition on her face. He was clearly enjoying his little prank, so he kept pushing her buttons with his words. "You've successfully caught my attention." Oh yeah, that line made Honan Yen Nguyet practically shake with rage. She furiously spun back around, her face bright red, grinding her teeth without saying a word. Luang just chuckled, knowing he had her completely cornered with his little secret. "Are you that afraid I'll tell everyone about the novels you've been reading?" With her anger finally boiling over, she couldn't stop herself from shouting back in frustration, "Of course I am. That's basically social suicide." Luang just lowered his head, thoughtfully touching his chin before giving a single cold hum in response. His little scheme complete, he made his demand. "Fine, then you come over here." A confused Hoan Ninggyet immediately shot back. "For what?" Luang smirked, giving her a devious look as he laid out his threat. "Get over here and stand still. I want to get a little handsy. And if you even think about refusing, I'll spread that little story all over the academy." As soon as he finished, Honan Nguyet was just floored, her face turning into a ripe tomato. He just smirked, a bit amused at how flustered the girl got from his teasing. In a state of pure embarrassment, all she could do was stand there speechless, biting her lip in utter frustration. Seeing how awkward things were getting, Luang waved his hands and finally spoke up. All right, I was just kidding." And just then, her long, silky hair began to flutter in a sudden gentle breeze. Without warning, Honan Gyet launched herself forward, tackling Luang in a tight hug before he could even react. The guy went completely stiff, his eyes wide with pure shock. They both collapsed onto the ground, and he just stared down at the girl, his mind still trying to catch up with what just happened. When reality finally set in, Luang's face turned beet red as he stammered, managing to force out a single word, "You." The two of them were now in a very suggestive pose, both of them way too embarrassed to even look each other in the eye. Honan Nguyet shyly leaned in, getting closer to his ear. Her warm breath instantly sent a blush creeping up to Luang's neck. Using his shoulder for support, she slowly pulled back, and every single move just left him even more confused. With an annoyed look, Hoan Ninggyet muttered, "You really know how to take advantage of people. It's so annoying." And with that, she turned and left. "I'm going back to the Nguyet Luang Quan," she declared, leaving Luang completely stunned. Hoan Nguyet decisively leaped into the air, though her face couldn't quite hide her embarrassment. "Don't come looking for me." With that, her figure dissolved into thin air and vanished. Luang stood up helplessly, quietly watching her go and thinking to himself, "Man, she's fast." He was still lost in thought about Honan Nguyet, wondering why she was even still around. Was she really that bothered by his dumb little threat? He was so zoned out, he was completely oblivious to the figure that had just appeared behind him. Luang still didn't notice anything wrong, just caught up in his thoughts. It's not like going without clothes is a big deal, so he really didn't get her embarrassment. Just then, the newcomer spoke respectfully. "Cult Master, am I interrupting you?" Hearing that, he froze on the spot with a slight shiver. Turns out, it was someone from the Song Nguyet Jiao, number 2 of the 12 moons, known as Silver Rabbit. Luang quickly put his game face back on and replied coldly, "It's fine, go ahead." He played it cool, but on the inside, he was panicking. What perfect timing. She'd shown up right when he had no idea how to wrap things up. Silver Rabbit bowed and reported, "We seriously wounded the Black Moon Holy Mountain, but he managed to escape. The Battle of Kings under the full moon." Before she could finish her sentence, Luang calmly cut her off. "Not a problem. We just need to wait for the full moon." She quickly replied, "Understood." Without another word, Silver Rabbit immediately took her leave. He stood there silently, a new thought forming as he watched her go. Being an heir to the Black Moon cult, it's only natural he wouldn't go down easy. In the next second, Luang's voice turned dead serious as he began a summoning. "Moon in the lake!" At his command, a light blue ripple of water appeared, twisting and turning in midair. It then faded with the wind, leaving behind Transmigration Yen Nguyet, a single blade floating right in front of him. Tu Luang didn't waste a single second. Transmigration Yen Nguyet. Let's make a deal. He quickly laid out his offer. Lend me your power on the night of the full moon. Yen Nguyet, the spirit inside the blade, seemed to hear him, offering a counterproposal, and I will give you information about the blade's scabbard. As she finished speaking, the blade itself trembled slightly. Her eyes, which had been closed, suddenly snapped open with a cold, piercing gaze. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from the tower's peak, flooding the sky and unleashing waves of dense spiritual energy. Down below, the five-leaf squad spots the commotion and gawks upwards, while Nguyet Quan wonders to himself, it's coming from that direction again. Who in the world could it be? Just then, a hand materializes, decisively grabbing a blade and letting loose one massive swing. At that very moment, Yen Nguyet appears, floating in mid-air in her human form. To Leung glances up, breathing a sigh of relief. Looks like she's on board, he thinks. He immediately whips out the Moon Tome and barks an order. Moon Tome, use 30 draws to look up the supreme-level beast, the upper moonbone flower. In the next second, its pages start flipping at insane speeds, beginning the search. But a system notification pops up instantly. Host lacks authority. Some information will be hidden. A fact that, completely startles him. All he gets is a faceless silhouette and some bare-bones info. Supreme level, Moonlight type, upper moonbone flower unlocked. Basic combat data for Confronting Yen Nguyet. One of the 7 mystics from the ancient era. Side note 1. The 7 are the 30 greatest masterpieces, and all are weapon-type beasts. Side note 2. The 7 mystics, in order of creation, are Funghok Tinsiktu Theo Sunghua Nailak Ngokuk and Lika. Each one holds a different core ability, but they all have the properties needed for the host to evolve to the first stage. Side note 3. Upper Moon Bone Flower and Confronting Yen Nguyet defeated the Gemini constellation. The 12 protectors of the moon from 20,000 years ago were both injured and fell into a deep sleep. Confronting Yen Nguyet reawakened 10,000 years ago, but Upper Moon, Dung Hoa, is still out cold. Currently located in the eastern region, inside the treasury of Queen Icefeather Heavenly Forest. Right then, the system blasts a warning, making To Leung gasp in shock. The message basically said, Host is not qualified to battle the eastern region's overlord Icefeather Heavenly Forest. Host must sign a contract with at least one Emperor-level beast to have the most basic qualifications for survival in the eastern region. He stares at the warning, his mind racing. What the hell is this? The overlord of the eastern region? Me trying to get the scabbard from her isn't just a daydream, it's a suicide mission. To Leung quickly relays the message to Confronting Yen Nguyet, Upper Moon Bone Flower's location, the eastern region. After hearing this, her eyes stay firmly shut, offering not a single word in reply. With a serious tone, our boy presses on, but to get it back, the person we'll have to face, To Leung doesn't hesitate, is Queen Icefeather Heavenly Forest. The second her name is spoken, Yen Nguyet seems to react, her body giving a slight unconscious shudder. In that instant, her face fills with absolute killing intent, turning completely dark. Without a word, Yen Nguyet coldly turns her back and walks away. Seething with rage, she clenches her fist. Seeing this, To Leung can only shut up, his face turning pale. He thinks it over, realizing a hard truth. The current Twin Moon cult is absolutely no match for Queen Icefeather Heavenly Forest. His mind vaguely conjures images of Thung Nguyet and the infamous Icefeather Heavenly Forest Queen. The insane power gap is so obvious it leaves him completely stunned. This opponent is literally thousands of times more terrifying than the great Emperor Thung Nguyet he's supposed to face in 3 years. Looking at Yen Nguyet's cold, indifferent form, his thoughts are a tangled mess, but he can't help noticing how strangely serene she looks. To Leung's face is pure tension. He gulps, trying to calm his own nerves. After a moment's pause, he musters his courage and speaks up. That, To Leung says boldly. 3 years. Just 2 words, but it's enough to make Yen Nguyet glance back curiously. His expression is rock solid as he places a hand over his heart and declares his intentions. Give me 3 years. In 3 years, I will defeat Queen Icefeather Heavenly Forest. Yen Nguyet just freezes, absolutely stunned, silent by To Leung's promise. Faced with Yen Nguyet's stare, he falters for a split second. A shred of doubt creeps into his mind. What did I just say? He wonders, then asks her, If I say that, will you believe me? She's silent, as usual. But then, the unexpected happens. Yen Nguyet actually speaks. To Leung, in the ancient times. My kind, the 7 mystics, and the moon god butterfly faction were never compatible. I have always been hostile towards you. To Leung's face goes completely blank, not hiding his absolute confusion. Then she adds, but thank you. In that moment, Yen Nguyet's eyes slowly start to open, her gaze as hazy as a morning mist. She offers a gentle smile. Even if it's just for a moment, please, let me have this short dream. But the rage inside him just boils over. Leung furiously clenches his fists, his face dark as a thundercloud. No way, you mean you could talk this whole time? Visions of the moonlit battle swirled through Liang's mind. He started to wonder, wait a minute, were those wild slashes just a big, scary bluff? If it wasn't for Yue, he figured, I would have been turned into human confetti multiple times by now. Luang just sighed helplessly, trying to convince himself it was no big deal. Forget it, what's done is done, and chasing it is pointless. Then he casually strolled past Yen Nguyet, leaving her with a promise. No matter what, I'll make this dream last as long as possible. A sly look crossed his face as he glanced back with a smirk. But hey, if it actually comes true, are you offering yourself up? She lowered her gaze, answering with dead seriousness. The era of warring gods ended long ago. If you find me a scabbard, marriage isn't entirely out of the question. But if you're thinking about making an heir right now, I can't do that without my scabbard. And with that, Luang's jaw just about hit the floor. He couldn't believe his ears. This kid was way more serious than he thought. The scene shifts to the Moonlight Beast Tamer Academy's grand reception hall. Inside, Nguyen Dai was absolutely furious, barking insults. You little brat, what did you just say? Say that to my face again. The girl in the black dress stood there defiantly, hands on her hips, and shot back. What? Are you deaf? I told you to crawl back to wherever you came from. She pointed right at Nguyet Dai, her voice rising to a shout. And another thing, the Kang Nguyet Emperor declared war on us, so I can totally grind you into bone meal right here. The other girl was seeing red, screaming, damn you! But before she could finish her tantrum, a hand clamped down over her mouth from behind. It was Nguyet Kwan. She growled a reminder in her ear. Shut your mouth. You can dismember her, but you can't insult her. Nguyet Kwan then explained, this little monster is a descendant of the bitch Hai Chi Kung Nguyet. Watch your mouth, or not even the Kang Nguyet Emperor can save us. She then stepped forward to address the girl, but her tone was pure intimidation. You must be Bitch Thane K, the 7th princess of the Bitch Nguyet Empire. You might have a Saint Moon body, but if you want to challenge me, you'll need to wait another 10 years. Hearing this, Nguyen Dai's eyes widened in disbelief. This little brat could unleash the full power of a Saint Moon summoned beast in broad daylight. Facing off against the Ngu Diep group all by herself, Thane K didn't flinch. Instead, she announced loud and clear, ladies, whether I can beat you is a different story. But this reception hall was funded by my Bitch Nguyet Empire. If I say you can't stay, you can't stay. Now get out and sleep on the streets. Getting chewed out by a kid like this was more than the 4 saintesses could take. Her rage finally boiled over. One of them glared daggers at Thane K. Don't push your luck, brat, she warned menacingly. But Thane K just smirked, a calm look that was like a slap to the face of her fury. Without another word, the kid unleashed her true power, a massive vortex of energy that sent them all flying. And right then, as the thick smoke began to clear, a new figure appeared. A cold threat from a silver rabbit made Nguyet Dai and Nguyet Kwan whip their heads around in shock. If the New Diep clan dares to attack again before the tournament starts, you're all disqualified. The silver rabbit looked at Thane K and relayed a message, 7th princess, let them enter. This is the Moon King's will. Nguyet Kwan, looking curious, tried to ask, are you one of the 12 moons of the Twin Moon cult? The rabbit completely ignored her question, just repeating the order in a stern voice. 7th princess, let them in. Thane K's face fell, a sad look clouding her eyes. But after a moment's thought, her entire demeanor changed. She flashed a brilliant smile and obediently replied, yes, of course, Sister Rabbit. With a nod of permission from the princess, the Ngu Diep group finally entered the Twin Moon cult's reception building. But their faces were heavy, and nobody said a word. Meanwhile, Thane K excitedly asked from behind, hey, Sister Rabbit, what's your rank among the 12 moons? The silver rabbit glanced back gently, smiling as she answered, the 2nd seat. Why do you ask? After hearing that, Thane K went silent, doing some quick math in her head. The 2nd seat is this strong, then the 1st seat must only be a little bit stronger than me. If I become number 1 within 3 years, then I'll be qualified to challenge the 4 Moon Generals. The silver rabbit listened quietly, her eyes fixed on the little girl. Thane K's face was now bright red, her hands clasped together as she got lost in a daydream. If only I hadn't been born 3 or 4 years late, I could have created the strongest bloodline in the world with the Moon King. The rabbit forced a smile and gave a vague answer to end the conversation. Well then, Sister will be waiting for the day we fight side by side. After that, she didn't stick around, quickly turning to leave. But once she was a short distance away, the rabbit's face turned to ice. Arrogant little brat, she thought. A mysterious glint appeared in her eyes as she smirked to herself. Still, we'll see the true power of this Saint Moon body at the conference the day after tomorrow, before the night of the full moon. Under the bright moonlight, 2 figures in white cloaks patrolled the academy grounds. As they passed a tree by the road, they had no idea a 6-tailed spirit beast was hiding behind it, watching their every move. It was none other than the emperor-level six-tailed fox Kunguk Tinming Nguyet, who let out a triumphant, smug little laugh. Her defense is so low, she's completely clueless. I'm even here. Lu Wei spots Lam Lam hiding on a leaf and just has to call him out. Well, is your Yellow Springs crew here to join the party too? A huge drop of water on the leaf quivers, and a voice echoes from it. You should really keep your voice down. This is the Northern Territory. We could be getting watched right now. Oh, it's just the special, oh-so-talented incarnation from the Nine Hells. Emperor-level Thien Thu of the Yellow Springs. Lu Wei leans back, totally bored. Stop trying to be scary. You're only here because you're nosy about the Black Moon cult's job, right? A split second later, she cracks this absolutely sinister smile. Lu Yen Tuyen, who do you think's gonna win this? I seriously can't even imagine what the Moon King's monster will look like. A look of pure amusement flashes across Lu Wei's face as she keeps bugging him. He's just a one-star beast tamer? Can he actually handle an emperor? I'm so curious. But all she gets is silence, so she looks up, completely annoyed. Hey, why aren't you talking? Finally, London floats down, saying, You want to know about a one-star beast tamer's power level? That is exactly what makes the Moon King so terrifying. Before Lu Wei can even answer, he hits her with another question. Do you know the difference between a vessel and an apostle? She actually has to think for a second. Lu Wei asks back, full of doubt. You mean like representatives for the gods? The one who never loses is the apostle, and the one who gets defeated is the vessel, because after just one failure, they're not worthy of the gods' attention anymore. And as if on cue, a pair of razor-sharp eyes appears right out of the darkness. A giant hand descends from above, controlling a lifeless wooden puppet with paper-thin strings. London just shakes his head, totally dismissing it. Your theory isn't wrong. Apostles are definitely way more powerful than vessels, but it's not judged by the final result, and the scene that follows is basically Exhibit A for his whole argument. According to the ancient records of the Yellow Springs, the most direct difference between a vessel and an apostle is this. A vessel thinks they're getting secret guidance from the gods, kind of like getting a main quest in a video game. He adds that most of the gods' agents in the world are just vessels, only a tiny handful are actual apostles. They all claim they've seen the gods in their dreams, as if they've literally become a part of them. But do you know what the Moon King said then? The question completely stuns Lu Wei. Cut to Luang, standing silently on a tower, just staring up at the bright moon. But Landon's voice echoes over the scene. To this day, whenever I think about what he said, I still get chills. Back then, he was staring tensely in one direction when a blinding light flashed from behind the buildings, tearing the night apart. It hit him straight on, and Tu Luang's eyes snapped open, on full alert. And then, the beams of light got even more intense, blasting over the tower. In an instant, it rushed mercilessly straight for Tu Luang. A massive explosion erupts, shaking the entire sky, and as the smoke and dust settle, a triumphant laugh cuts through the air. Lin Chi and her pet beast appear from the smoke. She's panting but has a smug look on her face. That final blow cost me some of my lifespan. There's no way he could have blocked that. Lin Chi glances over at Hak Kin, who's hiding behind a tree. Good job, Hak Kin. Thanks to you, I was able to get close to the Moon King. The guy is panicking. Lady Lin Chi, how are we supposed to get out of here now? She just casually looks back at him. Get out? Why? I just defeated the Moon King. Lin Chi drops to her knees, spreading her arms wide, totally lost in her own little fantasy. From now on, the gods and the moon will watch over me. Her celebration doesn't last long. Her eyes suddenly fly open in horror as she realizes something. The smoke over by the tower is clearing. Tu Luang calmly walks out without a single scratch, protected by swirling currents of water. He even whispers, Nicely done. Ho Trung Nguyet. Then he gives a clear command. Open your eyes. Instantly, Yen Nguyet appears in human form, surrounded by that same water shield. He calls out her name, Tin Yen Nguyet. Her eyes snap open at the same time, locking onto Lin Chi with an ice-cold stare. Yen Nguyet furiously grips her blade, ready for a fight. Green lightning crackles all around her. The moment Lin Chi sees this, she's terrified, trembling, biting her lip, and sweating buckets. In that split second of panic, she slams her hand flat on the ground. A blood seal immediately appears beneath her. In a flash, it teleports Lin Chi away without a single trace. Hak Kin screams in hopeless despair. Lady Lin Chi? He thinks, shocked. She actually ditched her own monster and me to run away by herself. In this life-or-death moment, Lin Duong Nanta suddenly scowls and unleashes its ultimate combat skill. Ba Dong Ta Mook. It quickly expands its defense, just in time to block Yan Yue's fierce attack for a split second. And there stands Su Liang, looking all heroic. Radiating pure power, he coolly raises a hand, and instantly, green spirit energy from all over starts converging right on him. Then, Su Liang slowly pushes his arm forward. An enormous wave of power blasts out with absolute finality, its aura rolling everywhere. Faced with this insane force, the black whale and the evil-eyed spirit ram had zero chance and were instantly obliterated. Meanwhile, over to Ling Qi's location, she's just escaped to a forest. She leans exhaustedly against a tree, panting for breath. She'd run hundreds of kilometers, surely she had to be safe here, right? Turns out, Su Liang's little parting gift was way stronger than she thought, and it was now hurtling toward her at terrifying speed. The moment she senses it, Ling Qi whips her head around, but the power is already right on top of her. Green light illuminates her tear-streaked face as she lets out a final, terrified scream. Lord Sacred Mountain, oh, and poof. Before she could even finish her last words, Ling Qi's entire existence was erased by the violent light. Time flies, as it does, and the day of the grand tournament finally arrived. A cheerful Xiaoju pops out, waving enthusiastically. Hey everyone, the Sacrifice Elimination Tournament is about to start, she grins, live-streaming her announcement. I'll be your guide, showing you the entire process. Make sure you follow by tapping the screen 3 times in a row, okay? Xiaoju stares at her phone as the viewer count skyrockets. She can't hide her delight, tens of millions of live viewers, 100 times more than usual. But her main goal, like almost everyone else's, was simple. Today was the day the Moon King's team of beasts would finally be revealed. Over at the stands, however, there wasn't a single soul to be seen just yet. Just then, 2 girls were chatting. Isn't it a bit early for the conference to start? The full moon is still a ways off. Mu Rong quickly agreed. Exactly. Without a full moon, how can anyone use their full strength? Yue Guan turned back to chime in. Forget this tournament. Even in the moon god ritual, whether we win or lose is completely irrelevant. She seemed totally unfazed by glory or defeat, laser-focused on their original goal. As long as we get to witness the Battle of Emperors today and make it back alive, that's good enough. Soon after, the stands were packed with spectators. The official mused to himself. Although our little match is just the opening act, he glanced at Shengxi, who was smiling calmly. His thoughts turned calculating. It would be much better if this little brat could be eliminated right here. The official stood silently, his expression tense with internal scheming. If he let her advance, it could seriously mess with the results of the moon god ritual. As the moonlight began to appear, shining bright in the dark night, the MC's voice finally rang out. Thank you all for coming from far and wide to join this Sacrifice Elimination Tournament. Bai Yu, caretaker of the Twin Moon cult's hegemon and royalty of the Azure Moon Empire, stood in the ring. Let me go over the rules for you one more time. The rules were announced one by one. First, all contestants must be under 20 years old. Second, fighting beasts must be summoned before the battle begins, and summoning after is forbidden. Third, either side can withdraw unconditionally during a fight without losing their spot in the moon god ritual. Everyone listened with dead seriousness. And fourth, attacking the audience or the Beast Tamers is a big no-no. After finishing the list, Yi Yu declared loudly, "The competition now officially begins. Will any challengers please step into the ring?" The words were barely out of her mouth before Shengxi impatiently ran up, asking excitedly, "Auntie, I'm ready. Can I go up to the stage yet?" Ah. Yi Yu gave a fond smile, gently patting the kid's head. Not just yet. The full moon hasn't appeared. She stroked Shengxi's head, her calm voice continuing, each word laced with absolute confidence. You are the one who will help the Moon King defeat the Azure Moon Emperor in the future. Elsewhere, Su Liang was quietly watching the tournament from a distance. He thought grimly. The battle has started, but the real threat isn't even here. With his sharp senses, a single glance was all it took. Su Liang quickly felt several powerful auras approaching. These had to be the emperors among beasts. He instantly figured out their little game. They were obviously here to witness the fight between him and the Black Moon cult's emperor tonight. As he was thinking, footsteps approached. A voice spoke up. Su Liang, have you sensed it? Turns out, it was Yan Yue. After hearing her, Su Liang guessed. You mean those emperors? She closed her eyes, tilting her head up slightly. No, I mean... Yan Yue paused for a moment, then said in a dead serious tone, The gods are watching you. Back at the tournament, the battle was still raging. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire area. Through the thick dust, a powerful pet beast emerged from the aftermath, roaring with its mouth wide open. A ring of spiritual energy shot out, expanding across the whole space. At that exact moment, the guy across from him finally broke, collapsing by the edge of the pit in a mess of tears. He was just wailing his heart out, screaming, My beast! And right then, the moon seal on the back of his hand started to fade into nothing. Meanwhile, Yue Dai was just waking up, looking super groggy and letting out a massive, annoyed yawn. Geez, the fight between the Libra Society and the Spirit Moon sect is way too loud. It woke me up, she grumbled, then asked, What number beast-snatching battle is this anyway? Mu Rong immediately replied, The 5th. Yue Dai gave a huge, dramatic stretch, moving like she wasn't fully awake yet. Such a waste of time. Is it almost our turn yet? She sighed, a devious little smile spreading across her face. Looks like the little noble blood brat couldn't sit still any longer. The moment the words left her mouth, Yue Dai vaulted straight into the arena. She gave a cocky little come here gesture with her finger, a taunting look on her face. Dealing with these other little runts from the BUA Empire should be easy, right? Shang-Chi gritted her teeth, absolutely furious at that completely disrespectful attitude. But before charging into the fight, she actually held back, turning to ask Yi Wu for the signal. What? Yi Wu just held up a hand, stopping her cold. Not yet. It's not time. And then, out of nowhere, some old guy with a white beard appeared, volunteering. Please, leave this to me. He put a hand on his chest in a respectful bow. The Juyue Santes is only ranked 4th among the 5 leaves. It would be a waste to send the 7th princess against her. 5 minutes later, everyone was staring at the scene before them. Yi Wu and Shang-Chi were just speechless. The same old guy who made that grand speech was now sitting pathetically on the floor with his equally defeated pet beasts. Holding all the cards, Yue Dai stood there with her 2 pets, the 6-star Yue Pen Hua Huang, a supreme-grade Moonlight type, and the 6-star Yue Xiamei Ren. She stood over the old man, letting out a contemptuous sneer, not forgetting to rub it all in. Hey, is this really all you've got? A victorious grin spread across her face as she casually dropped the insult. The reward for winning this isn't even worth what I'd get from meditating for a few days. Something shot past Yi Wu at lightning speed, making her flinch. Her face went pale as she realized who it was, screaming a warning, "No, you need to wait a little longer." But it was Shang-Chi, who just couldn't take it anymore and had leaped down. She simply called back, "It's fine. I just need to stall for a bit." And just like that, the kid was on the stage, looking as arrogant as ever. Any more delays and the Black Moon Holy Mountain would show up. Yue Dai shot a look over at Shang-Chi. Her voice was dripping with provocation. "Little brat, you seriously want to fight me for real?" The kid just chuckled lightly. "Well, the moon is almost full. If I don't get in now, there won't be any time left." Shang-Chi gave her a look of pure contempt, laying on the mockery thick, like I'd miss a chance to shut up you little brats from the southern region. "Oh!" Yue Dai was fuming, her face turning red as she struggled for a comeback. "You!" Just as she was about to explode, a hand gently landed on her shoulder. Yue Guan stepped forward coldly, announcing with just 2 words, "Switching out." Yue Dai was totally confused. She's just a 3-star pipsqueak. Why do you need to step in? Her eyes then widened in absolute horror. Seeing that dead serious expression and ice-cold stare from Yue Guan, she suddenly had a thought. Yue Dai instantly suspected the worst, that she wanted to accidentally kill the kid right here to prevent future problems. Thinking this, Yue Dai nervously whispered a warning. "Even for the leader of the 5 leaves, don't you think this is a bit too arrogant?" But the only reply was a chilling silence and a gaze so sharp it felt like it could pierce bone. Yue Dai flinched and didn't dare say another word. Standing behind her, all Yue Dai could do was seethe and glare daggers at their opponent. Yue Guan, however, was staring intently at Shang-Chi, her intuition screaming that something was very wrong. This kid, she's not what she seems. She resolved then and there. The 5 leaves absolutely cannot be eliminated this early in the Moon God Festival. I have to see for myself. Shang-Chi just smiled calmly, her voice dripping with taunts. Smart choice. Now, about all that trash talk from before, I'm about to wipe it out, right now. The second she heard that, Yue Dai flew into a rage and lunged, only to be held back while screaming furiously. "You damn brat, what did you just say?" Shang-Chi ignored her, her gaze shifting to Yue Guan's blank face, looking almost entertained. "With you as my opponent, maybe I can play a little longer." And in that instant, 3 different colored beams of light erupted from Yue Guan. Yep, that was the aura of her summoned beasts. The first to appear was a burnt orange orb, the Yue Lingju, a supreme-grade Moonlight type. Next up was a humanoid beast, the Yuan Yue Fu Shi, another supreme-grade Moonlight type. And the final pet, sitting right on top of Yue Guan's head, the supreme-grade plant-type Liu Ye Daotian, looked at their opponent and asked curiously, "Aren't you going to summon your beasts?" "What, scared you're going to chicken out?" Thon Kei just giggled, then gave the most ridiculous excuse ever. "My beast is constipated. We might be a while." The announcer just froze, his face a perfect picture of disbelief. Is that even a valid reason? And yet, Yue Guan was totally chill, agreeing like it was nothing. "No problem, take all the time you need." The whole stadium went dead silent. A moment later, Thon Kei casually whipped out a brown pill. Without a second thought, she pops the pill in front of everyone, grinning like it's a piece of candy. The announcer, finally snapping out of it, freaked out and pointed. "Hey, are you using drugs?" But Yue Guan calmly explained, "Nah, it's not a booster, just a training aid. Its effect is pretty weak." Mu Deng, watching from the side, finally got it. She stuck at a certain level, trying to force a breakthrough right before the fight, and just then, Thon Kei's eyes snapped open. Boom, she just broke through to the 4-star realm. Mu Dong stroked his chin, doing the math. A 4-star breakthrough meant she could finally unleash the full power of her supreme-level beast. But even then, beating the 6-star Saintess Dao Yue should be impossible. Thon Kei just smirked, oozing confidence. Alright, this should be good enough. In a flash, 2 auras, 1 green, 1 gold erupted from her back. First up was a mermaid-type pet beast she called Jiao Yue Hun, a supreme-grade moonlight beast, no big deal. Next, Thon Kei shouted with determination, Xin Yue Jige. Her second beast appeared a crescent moon laced with silk-like strings, Xin Yue Jige, another supreme-grade moonlight beast. Yue Guan looked totally unimpressed at the pets being summoned and asked, Seriously? You really think this is enough to beat me? Or is your plan to have someone from the Bayou Empire jump in and save you the second you start losing? Hearing that, Thonhei just stared blankly. Then her cheeks started puffing up like she was holding back a massive amount of air. A few seconds later, she couldn't take it anymore and just burst out laughing before she said anything. You guys from the southern domain really know nothing about the sacred moon body, she said, covering her face, still trying to suppress her laughter. Don't worry, you'll understand soon enough. She locked eyes with Yue Guan, making it clear they were on completely different levels. Right after that, Jiao Yue instantly made her move. She vanished from her spot in a split second, leaving Yue Guan completely stunned and frozen for a few seconds. Turns out, Jiao Yue had just blitzed straight toward Yue Guan at the speed of light. They were already face to face, attacks crossing in a blur, while Yue Guan was still trying to process what happened. And in that exact moment, a ferocious green light slammed down, blanketing the stage. The insane pressure cracked the entire arena floor. The announcer couldn't believe what he was seeing, screaming in pure horror. What the hell? Is this really the power of a 4-star Supreme? She clenched her fists, refusing to accept it, her eyes blazing. She hadn't even used a combat skill yet. But Mu Dong remained strangely calm. He just said, What are you worried about? This is just the beginning. In the thick dust cloud, Yue Guan was nowhere to be seen. But then she walked out, completely unharmed, thanks to a shield created by Lu Ye. Seeing her perfectly fine, Jiao Yue gritted her teeth in frustration. She got even more fired up, rushing forward to unleash a brutal storm of attacks. The clashing sounds echoed through the stadium, so loud it made everyone wince in discomfort. Damn it, I'm going deaf. Yue Guan's eyes, squeezed shut, slowly reopened, shooting Jiao Yue a look that could kill as her voice turned ice cold. Are you done playing? At that moment, the Yue Ling Pearl suddenly dropped down between the two of them. It launched a direct assault, hitting Jiao Yue so fast she couldn't react and was sent flying backward. She crashed hard onto the stage, the impact so devastating it shattered the ground. Jiao Yue opened her mouth and let out an enraged roar. She struggled to get back on her feet, facing the Yue Ling Pearl as it hovered in front of her. Jiao Yue used her tail to lift a huge rock, and when the pearl's guard was down, she whipped her tail and sent it flying. She finished one opponent, but before she could even breathe, Yuan Yue was already moving toward her. Jiao Yue was absolutely livid, letting out a piercing growl as if to threaten her opponent. Yuan Yue just smirked, then gestured lightly. A small orb appeared, reflecting the moon, and then shattered with a gentle touch. Yuan Yue beckoned with her finger. A hidden power began seeping into Jiao Yue, eating her away from the inside. She writhed on the ground, struggling in pure agony. Before long, Jiao Yue's body dissolved into dust, leaving only a single fishtail lying on the ground. The guests who witnessed the whole thing were all horrified by the sheer brutality of the attack. It's over. That was just cruel. Yuan Dai waved her hand, shaking her head with a smug grin, boasting that she was the 6-star Dao Yue Saintess. No matter how strong the sacred moon body is, it can't just ignore a massive level gap. Back then, Shang-Chi was only slightly surprised, her eyes still locked dead ahead. Her voice rang out like a prophecy, declaring this match needed to end. Just then, a water sphere materialized, perfectly reflecting the little girl's image inside. Without a second thought, Yuan Yue jabbed the sphere, causing it to shatter instantly. But in a twisted turn of events, the one injured this time was Yue Guan, its actual master. One moment she's fine, the next she's randomly coughing up blood. Suddenly, fire erupted. The blast caught Yue Guan completely off guard, the shockwave sending her reeling backward as Yuan Dai screamed in horror. What? How is that possible? She collapsed to her knees, one hand planted on the ground for balance, completely drenched in blood, unable to believe this just happened. What is going on? Yue Guan trembled, gritting her teeth as she stared forward with pure rage, realizing the Yuan Yue witch's attack had somehow been reflected right back at her. Lu Ye panicked seeing its master so badly hurt, and without hesitation, it showered down a flurry of healing petals. It swooped down, pushing the wind with all its might, helping the petals merge easily into Yue Guan's body. It wasn't long before the wounds on her chest were completely healed. Inside the barrier Lu Ye created, Yue Guan's strength began returning to normal. Seeing her safe and sound, Yuan Dai finally breathed a sigh of relief, but the entire stadium was buzzing with whispers. Healing and defending at the same time? That's clearly not a Moonlight-type beast, so how in the world is it so powerful? Glancing over at Sheng Shi for a good 5 seconds, Yue Guang also started being more cautious with her every move. The Yuan Yue witch was out of commission for now, so she figured she'd let the Yue Ling Pearl do a little scouting. Her expression darkened, her brow furrowed in concentration. She thought to herself, the Yue Ling Pearl possesses an absolutely terrifying explosive power. There's no way it can be blocked easily. The Yue Ling Pearl tore through the air like a blazing fireball, carrying with it immense destructive force. A fishtail lying forgotten in the rubble suddenly twitched, as if life had just been breathed back into it, and it began to thrash around. Right after, Zhao Yue's body began to regenerate, piece by bloody piece reattaching itself. She revived in a heartbeat, but this time she came back looking twisted, demonic, and radiating pure evil energy. Yue Guan saw it and couldn't believe her eyes, screaming in utter shock. How is that possible? Zhao Yue charged forward furiously, meeting the Yue Ling Pearl head-on, and with one fatal slash, brutally stopped her opponent's attack. Instantly, the sphere's surface was covered in cracks. Yue Guan found this increasingly hard to believe. A single thought racing through her mind, a beast that had already died reviving this fast? It's just illogical. Seeing Sheng Shi calmly look up at the sky, she got lost in her own spiral of thoughts. The sacred moon body? It can do something like this too? The little girl simply said, looks like it's really about to start now, huh? After that, Sheng Zi slowly walked towards Yue Guan. Her smooth black hair danced in the wind, illuminated by the moonlight, giving the little girl an even more epic and imposing aura. This little game of theirs had to end. And then, the long-awaited moment of the full moon finally arrived. Zhao Yue let out a piercing, blood-curdling scream. In the blink of an eye, she entered a state of evolution. Her entire body transformed drastically. It was as if she'd been injected with a colossal surge of power. He pointed a finger, eyes wide, and sputtered. Sure, the full moon gives Moonlight-type beasts a major power-up, but this is just completely insane. Yue Guan bit her lip, her mind racing. Could the sacred moon body combined with a full moon really surpass a 3-star gap? Across the night sky, a familiar voice suddenly cut through the silence. So that's how it is. Su Liang gently stroked his chin, smiling as he remarked, a 4-star that can touch a 7-star supreme? The sacred moon body is definitely something else. From atop a tall building, he watched every development in the fight intently. A hint of curiosity was in his voice, but this kid hasn't summoned any beast besides that supreme one. Su Liang suddenly had a realization. It seems that unlike the waning moon body, beasts affected by the sacred moon body can't fight across power levels. In the arena, Zhao Yue was now massive, baring her fangs and letting out a threatening growl. A decisive whip of her tail cracked the very ground, sending rubble flying everywhere. Yue Guan didn't even have time to think, instinctively raising her hands to shield her body. Zhao Yue floated in midair, glowing brilliantly, radiating an overwhelming spiritual pressure. She collapses to the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief, wondering why isn't she attacking me? What's her game here? Up above, Zhao Yue whips her tail without hesitation, unleashing a menacing wave of raw power and fury. And right on cue, from the fading spirit energy, a mysterious dude in a black cloak slowly makes his grand entrance. This guy, Ta Duong, strikes a heroic pose under the bright moonlight, his sharp voice cutting through the silence. So, you get the Saint Moon body and suddenly think you're hot stuff, huh? Bitch Ngui de Quoc. He lets out a nasty little smirk. But at your level, you're not even qualified to join this fight. And with that, Ta Duong raises his arm straight up. From high above, a massive bolt of lightning follows his command, smashing down with incredible force, aimed right at Yen Nguyet. A hopeless, pain-filled scream echoes out, and then her body just disintegrates into a pile of ash. At the same time, Tuku's phone, which was live-streaming the whole tournament, suddenly just blinks out for no reason. She panics, screaming her head off. Oh, come on, seriously? I was live-streaming the best part, my dream of being famous. Tuku looks around, totally dazed, and sees everyone is in the same boat. All their devices just shattered. All of a sudden, her eyes lock onto something that makes her totally freeze up in shock. She sees the giant Moonlight Rabbit staring up at Ta Duong in the sky, and she can't hide her terror. What is that thing? It unleashes a shockwave as its long ears twist, creating terrifying pressure, but he isn't fazed and just shouts a name. Maknyem. In a flash, an intense burst of dark gray light crashes down right in front of the Moonlight Rabbit. His pet appears, and yeah, it's another rabbit, but this one is covered in a deep, dark, black fur. A crescent moon is marked clearly on its chest. It's a supreme-level Storm Moon Jade Mace Maknyem. It casually hops over and asks, "Hey, you look like a Moonlight Rabbit. Are you a boy or a girl? Can you even talk? In response to the rapid-fire questions, the Moonlight Rabbit just gives it an incredibly annoyed frown. Macnium lets out a frustrated sigh, its voice dripping with boredom. Guess you can't communicate. How lame. The moon symbol on its chest suddenly warps into a bunch of scribbled ink marks, creating a small hole. Macnium casually shoves its ears inside and pulls something out. Its long ears whip around, now dragging two heavy, spiked maces. The Moonlight Rabbit loses its patience, its fur bristling as its eyes glow red. It aggressively stomps its feet on the ground. Then it launches itself directly at its opponent, but strangely, Macnium is nowhere to be seen. Only the spiked mace is left, smashing into it with a decisive blow. A terrifying explosion rocks the sky. Ta Duang speaks with a cold, haunting voice like every word hides a dark secret. It's getting closer and closer. He glances towards the building where Tu Luang is standing and flashes a creepy, bizarre smile. Moon King. At that moment, he stands there solemnly, quietly watching the scene below. He's surrounded by glowing butterflies in the night sky, and with him are two women, Yen Nguyet and Hon Nguyet. Faced with this situation, Hon Nguyet can't help but worry, whispering, "What do we do now?" But he is surprisingly calm. He even reassures them in a soft voice. Don't worry, it's a Moonlight Rabbit with a waning moon physique. Its ability to regenerate is even more terrifying than the Saint Moon bodies. As they talk, Hon Nguyet is startled by a loud noise, and even Yen Nguyet flinches in annoyance. Elsewhere, a hand is suddenly raised. It turns out to be Princess Liang Nguyet, a supreme-level Moonlight System user. Right now, she's gathering streams of ferocious lightning in her hand, ready to attack. The next moment, Liang Nguyet coldly lowers her hand, and crackling lightning spreads across the sky like a divine net, tearing through the night straight for the arena. In just a split second, the attack brutally wipes out all the buildings inside the academy. The lightning bolt slams directly into the ground, shattering rocks into tiny pieces, leaving only a cloud of gray smoke billowing up. As the dust settles, a strong barrier that had been erected at some point is revealed, having successfully protected the entire arena. The Saintesses of the Five Leaves can't help but panic, hugging each other with faces full of utter shock. Waivu looks up worriedly, feeling a slight sense of relief. It was a good thing the Twin Moon Cult's emperor had set up that shield. She gasps as if remembering something important and screams in panic. But what about Lord Moon King? But something makes Waivu freeze in her tracks, her eyes widening in stunned disbelief at what's happening. She stammers, "What is going on?" Because right then, facing those ferocious bolts of lightning, the building Tu Luang is on stands tall among the ruins, completely unshaken. Standing on Loi Nguyet's shoulder, Ta Duang shouts in frustration, "It's a trick!" Staring at Tu Luang, who is completely unharmed by the intense assault, makes it even harder for him to believe. Even an attack on this level can't defeat the Emperor of the Moon King? So much for his cool, suave look. Right now, this dude's face is chalk white, and he's totally freaking out on the inside. Holy crap, that scared me to death. He glances over at Hu Zhengyue, his brain basically short-circuiting. How in the world is that guy's defense blocking the all-out attacks from Shen Xing Yanyue? Su Liang's health bar was practically screaming for help, sitting deep in the red. The dude was sweating bullets, only to get absolutely launched by a single hit from Princess Lei Yue. Yen Yue just steps forward and declares, "Su Liang, my turn." Before he can even protest, she's airborne, arms wide, surrounded by swirling spiritual energy. In just a few seconds, that energy shatters into countless razor-sharp fragments. Yen Yue raises her hands slightly, and the shards swarm together like they're being pulled by an invisible force. Watching this whole light show, Shay Yang gets a bad feeling and cautiously warns, "Be careful," but even as his words are still in the air, the counterattack begins. The shards rocket forward in a line, glowing so bright they look like a moonbeam cutting through the darkness. At that exact moment, the twin weapons in Lei Yue's hands begin to vibrate like crazy. Sensing something was way off, she doesn't hesitate, she just lets go, watching the weapons fly into the air on their own. In a flash, they transform into humanoid figures known as the Dark Moon Counterparts, a supreme-tier moonlight system called Chen Xing Yen Yue. The two of them shout with excitement, "Let us be your opponents!" The pink-haired one smirks, talking trash immediately. "So, I hear you're the so-called strongest supreme weapon, some dusty old antique from a forgotten age." They charge forward, spouting arrogant taunts. "It's a shame I was born so late, or I would have owned that era myself." Yeah, that arrogance didn't last. A blinding light slams into the Dark Moon's face, making her freeze mid-sentence in total shock. Yen Yue's overwhelming attack came crashing down. She instantly seized the upper hand, moving so fast the two Dark Moons couldn't even react. And just like that, defeated in a single hit. Down below, the Holy Maidens Yue Tai and Yue Guan just lost their minds, screaming, "What?" Mere minutes into the fight, the first Supreme Tier weapon goes down. The feedback hits Xie Yang hard, and he immediately coughs up a mouthful of blood. He clutches his chest, his whole body trembling, eyes bloodshot with pure rage as he grinds his teeth. Damn it. Xie Yang suddenly glances up at the sky, where the fragments are still circling under the moonlight. They're gathering again under Yen Yue's control, signaling another attack. Xie Yang panics, yelling, "This is bad, stop it!" He just barely manages to summon his Void Moon Master, another Moonlight System beast. The Supreme Tier beast throws up a shield for Lei Yue as a torrent of energy rains down from the shards, obliterating the ground below. And it just keeps coming. By this point, the area around the arena was nothing but a smoking crater. Even though they were safe, Xiao Ju and her companions instinctively covered their faces in terror. Oh my god! Only after a moment did she dare peek through her fingers. Outside the arena, the once thriving city had been turned to ash and ruin. The Void Moon Master itself was now cracked and shattered all over, and yep, you guessed it, those fragments were gathering again. But this time, they obediently flew right back to Yen Yue, sinking directly into her body. Su Liang's jaw practically hits the floor as he thinks, okay, so her combat skills aren't just about swinging a sword. Maybe her true form after combining with her scabbard isn't a weapon at all. Yue Guan is just frozen, solid, muttering to herself. To think a single attack heavily wounded 3 Supremes from the Black Moon sect. No wonder even Emperor Kang Yue. The next second, she falls completely silent, lowering her head as her expression turns dark. Even Cheng Shi, being carried away with serious injuries, can't help but add some amazed commentary. So that's the supreme weapon that not even Emperor Kang Yue could tame. This is the strongest Moonlight System Beast Tamer, the true power of the Moon King. But Yen Yue turns to him, her face dead serious, and warns, "Su Liang, don't get too comfortable. Even with a full moon, I can only use that last attack one more time." He just smirks confidently and shoots back. "You can still use it once more? Then that's enough." He then glances over to Huan Yue and says, "You're up next. Just try to stall the other team for as long as possible." Hearing that, she just pouts and starts complaining. "You really know how to make difficult requests, don't you?" And right at that moment, a single shimmering butterfly lands on his hand. It's followed by an entire swarm that completely surrounds Su Liang. His voice rings out with finality. It is almost time to prepare for the next battle of emperors. Meanwhile, Xie Yang, who is standing on Lei Yue's shoulder, suddenly breaks into a violent coughing fit. He wipes blood from his mouth, his voice choked with resentment. It's been a long time since he's had to feel the pain of losing a beast in combat. Memories suddenly flood his mind. The last time this happened was on a full moon night 3 years ago. Oh, he remembers it perfectly. On that day, he knelt before a cold-blooded, white-haired youth, looking like a pathetic stray dog. Thinking back to Su Liang's icy-cold face, Ta Duang wondered if this time would be different. But after a weary sigh, he just snapped, breaking into a fit of insane laughter. Ta Duang threw his head back, his eyes glowing, that unhinged smile still plastered across his face. "Yue Wang, I don't care if you're the real moon god priest of the north or not," he screamed. "What matters is you're sick. So sick you've forgotten everything. Do you even remember the promise you made to me?" Faced with this outburst, Su Liang just stared blankly, completely lost on how to react. His eyes flew open as the questions bombarded him. "Why did you spare my life? What the hell happened after I collapsed on our wedding day? After our battle, how did the Northern Territory manage to lose a third of its land? And why is one of your most important beasts missing? Is it possible the gods have finally abandoned you?" A brutal wave of pain slammed into Su Liang, and he instantly grabbed his head, trying to fight it. Man, his head was splitting open, and he couldn't understand any of this. He frantically searched his memories, nothing. He had absolutely zero impression of what this psycho was talking about, and no memories of any past life. After a moment, Su Liang slowly regained his composure, telling himself that no matter what, he couldn't waste precious energy on this guy. It was then that he remembered something critical he'd almost forgotten. Down below, amidst the desolate ruins, thick waves of smoke billowed upwards, threatening to swallow the entire sky. Su Liang glanced over, a curious thought popping into his head. Now that he mentioned it, he still hadn't seen what she looked like during a full moon. If he could just pull off a 1 versus 3 fight here, things would be perfect. Right then, a thick fog began to envelop both. Cut to the battle of the bunnies in the arena. Mo Ran was just staring blankly up at the strange clouds overhead. In the very next second, a plume of smoke suddenly rose up right behind him. Getting curious, Mo Ran quickly spun around to check it out, only to see billowing smoke and hear some seriously creepy, bizarre noises coming from within. Then, emerging from the mist, the Moon Rabbit appeared. It took one look at Mo Ran and sneered, its voice dripping with absolute arrogance. "Super speed regeneration? Well, this should be fun." With its red eyes blazing, the Moon Rabbit shot forward without a moment's hesitation. Mo Ran immediately activated his spike mace, letting out a taunt, too slow. He flashed a smug grin as the two spike maces on his ears started spinning like tiny, deadly helicopter blades. In the middle of their clash, Mo Ran spotted an opening when the Moon Rabbit wasn't looking and decisively sliced off one of its ears. And yet, the ear instantly regenerated back to normal. Mo Ran gritted his teeth in fury. What kind of insane regeneration speed was this? In a blind rage, he unleashed a merciless storm of attacks, tearing the Moon Rabbit into pieces. But in the blink of an eye, the Moon Rabbit was completely restored, without a single scratch on it. The speed was so fast it horrified Mo Ran. Did you grow up eating gods or something? Even his ears were exhausted, flopping limply to the ground. Mo Ran's entire body was giving out as he gasped for breath, just a pathetic, lowly creature. But as he looked up, an idea sparked. Wait a minute, I just have to put it somewhere it can't possibly escape from. Without hesitating, he immediately put his plan into motion. His previously limp ears suddenly swung high with grim determination. The Moon Rabbit looked up, confused, right before Mo Ran slammed his ears down with immense pressure, shattering the ground and brutally crushing his opponent without an ounce of mercy. Even the barrier surrounding the arena couldn't take it. It began to shake violently from the extreme force of the impact. The announcer screamed in shock. The ground caved in. Mo Ran kept his ears plunged into the crater as black smoke poured out. Believing he'd finally won, he slowly pulled them out. A triumphant smile spread across his face. That thing had to be a meat pancake by now. Pinned thousands of meters underground, there's no way it's getting out. Liang, who was watching from afar, was actually impressed. He never realized this rabbit's power was so terrifying. Faced with such a dangerous situation, only one thing came to his mind. If it comes down to it, I'll just have to use Shen Yen Nguyet to handle it. But before he could even finish the thought, the ground under him shook violently, startling him. Back in the arena, the earthquake knocked Mo Ran completely off balance. What the? From the pit's opening, something was clawing at the edge, preparing to pull itself out. And then it leaped into the air, the Moon Rabbit, now in a bizarre, new, alien-like form, empowered by the full moon's glow. Mo Ran was frozen solid. He instantly realized it had somehow evolved into a mid-level jade-tailed rabbit. He just couldn't believe his eyes. Seeing the pure rage on the Moon Rabbit's face now only made him more confused. Was this thing really just a low-level rabbit before? Liang frantically flipped through his moon tome, trying to identify this bizarre transformation. Jade-tailed rabbit, mid-tier, waning moon physique, moonlight system, full moon state, 3rd stage. And of course, a skill list pops up. Super speed regeneration, body hardening, enhanced jumping the works. Then there's the crescent moon ability. It gets a massive power-up on a full moon, evolving over time. The crazier his mood, the faster he evolves. He's just staring, jaw on the floor, thinking this is absolutely unreal. So it's real evolution, he thinks. The crescent moon physique just gets stronger over time? The plot armor is thick with this one. Meanwhile, Mo Ran is not having a good day. His face gets all stony as he grinds his teeth. No way. There is no way that Moonlight Rabbit is on my level. Mo Ran officially loses it. He lets out a roar and charges the Moonlight Rabbit, attacking like a maniac. You think you can surpass the supreme rank? You arrogant little furball? But despite the world-ending blows, the Moonlight Rabbit doesn't even flinch, not a single scratch. A voice whispers in Mo Ran's ear. All I need is a full moon. Is that not allowed? 1 night a month, can't I have that? Hearing that, he just freezes up, a look of pure confusion on his face. He's probably thinking, what? And while he's busy being confused, the Moonlight Rabbit's ears start to rise. Mo Ran, ever the hothead, just roars and charges in for another round. But then he stops dead, his eyes bulging. The ears on the rabbit's head? They just vanished into thin air, leaving Mo Ran absolutely stunned. Blood starts dripping down his face. He's staring down whatever the rabbit's ear just became, completely bewildered. What in the world are you? Mo Ran doesn't even get an answer. In the next second, the Moonlight Rabbit decides talk time is over and lands a decisive, fatal blow. Xia Yang clutches his cloak, cursing under his breath. Dang it. Just as even Mo Ran. Wait, a new figure appears. Hua Yue materializes right in front of Xie Yang and Lei Yue, stunning them both into silence. She casts a cold look down at them, her aura screaming, "You are way out of your league." Xi Yang's mouth is hanging wide open, his mind completely blown. Is that a beast that can turn into a person? And then all the pieces click into place. So it was you, he thinks. You're the one who defeated the tyrant, the bloodline of an emperor. Xi Yang is on maximum alert, standing next to Princess Lei Yue, a supreme-level moonlight user. She's got her whole crew of supreme-level moonlight fighters with her. So naturally, Xie Yang gets a little cocky. But you won't be able to defeat me all by yourself. You see, my companions are. But before he can even finish his villain monologue, Huan Yue cuts him off. Enough useless chatter. She looks at them with pure disdain. I'm not wasting my time on you three losers. Bring out your strongest. Oof. That arrogant little speech definitely ticked off Ye Tian. It screams back. Such insolent words. The book starts flipping its own pages, showing off some freaky images. Any supreme being I defeat, it boasts. I get to use their combat skills. Then it drops the bombshell. In other words, you're fighting 10 supreme beings at once. After I defeat you, we'll see if you're worthy enough to replace one of them. But all it gets from Hua Yue is a bored look and one word: noisy. She closes her eyes, focusing her power. If that's how it's going to be, she says, then let me show you something. Huan Yue raises her hands, and an insane amount of power starts to gather. Her voice echoes, a technique that only works on the night of a full moon. Jie Yang and Lei Yue are shielding their faces, looking completely terrified. Lei Yue is so stunned she can't even form a sentence. There stands Hua Yue, holding 2 legendary weapons, looking like a total boss. And Lei Yue realizes, those are Emperor-level weapons. Hua Yue lets out a slow breath, centering her energy. She gives her blade a slight twirl, zips past Lei Yue like a gust of wind, and raises her sword to strike. She brings it down in one decisive move, nearly taking out both Xie Yang and Lei Yue in a single hit. Someone in the audience can't hide their shock. It's over. In a flash, she screams. And yeah, the ground is now covered in thousands of cracks. Ye Tian and Lei Yue look absolutely terrified. The purple fragments of their defensive shield shatter and fade into nothing. Even Huan Yue looks a little surprised. A self-sacrifice ability to redirect damage, huh? But Ye Tian isn't ready to give up. Don't get too smug, it yells, as a glowing butterfly symbol appears. Huan Yue's eyes widen, not quite processing what's happening, right before beams of light slam into her. But thanks to her quick reflexes, Huan Yue gracefully dodges the attack with ease. Suddenly, a flash of light appears behind her. While she dodged the worst of it, it still managed to slice right through her skirt. Huan Yue stares down at her ripped skirt, clearly not happy, and then the sky just explodes. Next thing you know, she's standing right behind Ye Tian, her voice dripping with contempt. After all, the combat skills you've collected are only this good, huh? And that's why they got beaten by you, right? Ye Tian couldn't believe his ears, whispering to himself, what? Huan Yue raises her sword, her voice still ringing out. Why would you rely on the power of someone weaker than yourself? And with that, Ye Tian was sliced clean in 2. Ta Duang clutched his cloak, muttering, in a flash, only one is left standing. I've lost. Huan Yue hovered in the air, her voice booming with absolute authority. If you'd just done what I said from the start, you wouldn't be in this pathetic state. But he was sneakily pulling out a spirit talisman, even as he acted all defeated. That's right, I didn't know my own limits, foolishly thinking I could defeat the Moon King. Ta Duang brandished the spirit talisman and yelled, Moon God Palace, let us sign the transfer document. Liu Wei, who'd been secretly watching from a cloud, let out a huge yawn. How boring, it's over just like that. Lang Duan seemed to realize something. That child? He guessed she might become the next Ice Queen. Liu Wei couldn't believe it, joking. Are you for real? How could a supreme-level being even touch someone of the Ice Queen's rank? Suddenly, Liu Wei jolted as an immense power erupted. A column of light slammed down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, and in an instant, a city was turned into nothing but rubble. Su Liang floated in the air. Then he saw Huan Yue. He had to ask, is this aura from an emperor? Huan Yue immediately shot back. No, of course not. She propped herself up with her sword, adding, but you could say this person. Her gaze sharpened as she finished, has already taken half a step into the emperor's realm. A blinding blue light flared to life, and from inside that orb of light a single foot stepped out. It was a girl with messy blue hair, looking completely lazy and unmotivated. Seeing this, Yue Guan gasped in shock. What? Liu Wei, still watching, couldn't stop yelling. Fan Gui, isn't that the supreme being from the Moon God Palace? So why was she summoned by the Black Moon Holy Mountain? Just then, a system window popped up for Su Liang. New beast unlocked, illustrated guide entries increased. The system summary appeared word by word, contains a high concentration of the Emperor's bloodline in its body. The Moon God Palace treats her like a priceless treasure, so even the current Saintess can't easily form a contract. With combat power bordering on an Emperor-level beast, she is known to the world as the strongest supreme. This blue-haired girl is Zhu Zhuan Yulin, a supreme-level moonlight type. Sheng Shi, lying on a stretcher, couldn't help but start cursing. The Moon God Palace dares to just butt in like this? Shameless. All members of the Double Moon cult, let's go. But Yi Yu quickly stopped them. No, if the Black Moon Holy Mountain has formed a contract with her, then there's no problem at all. From now on, she's a beast of the Black Moon Holy Mountain. Yulin let out a long yawn, then she looked up at something and her whole face went pale. Ta Duang, perched on Lei Yue's shoulder, asked curiously, what is it? Yulin replied, the moonlight here isn't normal, she began to explain. The distribution of the flash butterflies is also incredibly strange. No matter how strong the moonlight is here, it shouldn't be able to attract almost half the butterflies in the entire Northern Territory. Hearing this, Ta Duong quickly pieced it together more than half of the Northern Territory's flash butterflies. Yulin said with a sigh, "Forget it. Whatever happens next is out of my control anyway." She looked at Huan Yue and said, "First, I need to deal with the opponent right in front of me." Huan Yue kept a firm grip on her sword, her eyes radiating killing intent. On the other side, Yulin cracked an amused smile. "Yunji, so that's how it is," she said, and began to gather a colossal amount of power. Her hands morphed into razor-sharp claws as lightning from nowhere crackled around Yulin's body. Huan Yue braced her stance to stand firm, launching the first attack as their two powers collided violently. They sparked with continuous flashes of light, like a flickering strobe. Seeing this, Ye Yue exclaimed, "So fast, I can't see them at all." Yue Guan also chimed in. The Moon King's beast can actually fight on par with the near Emperor Juzuan Yulin. Over here, Su Liang thought with some fear. Since I've known her, this is the first time I've ever seen her fight with her full strength. He kept watching the battle, lost in thought. This is my first time witnessing a top-tier battle of this magnitude. His thoughts kept coming. As a human, I can no longer interfere. After blocking that last attack, Huan Yue was breathing heavily. But Yulin didn't seem weakened at all. She manifested an enormous force, which took the shape of a blue orb 100 times her size, illuminating the entire region. Huan Yue looked completely shocked by this power. Her figure was then completely swallowed by Yulin's blue light. That spiritual energy seemed to tear the very sky apart, and yet, Huan Yue managed to escape, though her clothes were no longer intact. She grits her teeth in anger, and Su Liang just looks horrified. He was afraid of this. He's completely stunned, even the Jade Rabbit is injured. Now that is some seriously shocking power. His thoughts are racing. If he remembers correctly, the waning moon physique actually gets stronger depending on her mood and the time. The moon rabbit crouches low, gathering its strength. Then it launches forward, sending rocks and trees flying everywhere. The Jade Kirin and Huan Yue dive into a fierce clash, and that's when Chen Yulin seems to spot something. Out of nowhere, the moon rabbit pounces on her. Yulin screams in terror, "Hey, wait a minute, that's a sneak attack." It uses its ears to lift her high into the air, then slams her straight back down. A huge crash echoes as dust fills the air. Huan Yue looks down from above, her eyes glowing, and brings her swords into an X shape to gather spirit energy. She raises her sword high, spiritual power coiling around the blade, getting ready to bring the pain. In an instant, her eyes fill with killing intent as she slams a super powerful blow straight into the ground. Another massive explosion rips through the area. She Yang shouts, "This is bad! Princess She Yue, we need your help!" Lei Yue raises her hand, forming a sphere of pure power. She chants an incantation, extreme thunder, heaven's waning moon. Faint purple lightning begins to crackle as dark clouds start to gather overhead. Suddenly, she seems to remember something. Lei Yue glances behind her, and Yan Yue is slowly walking closer. Her eyes are completely lifeless, but filled with a deadly aura. Lei Yue grinds her teeth, thinking, "Chenxing Yan Yue. When did she get here?" She unleashes a wave of spiritual energy, thinking she has to protect the sacred mountain first. Yan Yue just keeps walking, totally unfazed. A deafening sound rings out as Huan Yue lands on the ground, the moon rabbit right by her side. Yulin roars with rage. "You dare sneak attack me, you cowardly insects." She has already completely reverted to her original form. Yulin screams in pure fury. "Now you'll feel true fear." She lets out a crazed roar, "Infinite jade wind." Countless crescent moon projectiles erupt from her body, shooting forward. 3 streams of power burst out, cracking the very ground. A green crescent moon hits her, and Huan Yue instantly dissolves into mist. She transforms into her vapor form, weaving around each energy blast. The moon rabbit, however, isn't quite as fortunate. Huan Yue lands back on the ground, sighing in relief. That was way too close. The speed of her vapor form couldn't keep up with how fast those moon rings were forming. She was almost torn to shreds. Her new plan? Just hide behind this giant rabbit for a little while. A thought floods her mind, thankfully. No matter how badly it gets hurt, it can always regenerate. Huan Yue hides behind the moon rabbit, plotting. But this can't go on forever. If only she could stall for just 1 minute. Then she sees them sharp arrows flying forward. Yulin sees this and her jaw drops in shock. What the heck? She lets out a frustrated curse. Damn it, is that Chenxing Yan Yue? She grits her teeth. This is so annoying. She was so close to finishing this. Huan Yue seizes the moment. This is it, she thinks. Let's just end this right now. She then closes her eyes, swings her sword, and raises both hands to focus her internal energy. Su Liang just thinks, what is that embarrassing pose? A massive source of power begins to appear, gathering into waves of spirit energy. Even Yulin is completely bewildered by the sight. The Moon Rabbit stands its ground, and behind it, a sky-high tornado made of pure spirit energy forms. Yulin yells, "Who in the world are you?" she commands. "State your name." Floating above, Huan Yue replies, "Cloud-stepping moon chaser." She announces, "If you can survive this next attack, I might consider taking you as one of my subordinates." Yulin just bursts out laughing with contempt, then snarls, "I am your mother." Then, Yulin claps her hands together, chanting loudly, "Destruction, Jade Wind!" The Moon Rabbit stares at the gigantic black hole above, whispering, "That's the strongest combat skill of the 9 revolutions, Jade Kirin." Her voice echoes in Huan Yue's ears. "If you touch that black hole, everything is destroyed." But Huan Yue doesn't even flinch. She closes her eyes, performs a spell, and transforms into a white flower deer twice the size of the black hole. Its hooves glide lightly through the air. Then it uses its powerful antlers to ram straight into Yulin's black hole. A shocking boom echoes as dust and debris explode everywhere. Everyone in the entire audience falls into a suffocating, breathless silence. Xie Yang laughs out loud, declaring, "She was never a match at all. What a pathetic supreme battle." The 4 of them, Huan Yue, Su Liang, Yan Yue, and the Moon Rabbit stand together as one team. Ta Duang glanced at the heavens and sighed. "All right, that should be enough of a show. I bet even the gods got a kick out of that one." Then, with a smirk, he adds, "Now, the real dinner party can finally begin." Yuan Tai starts screaming, "Why did it suddenly go dark? I can't see." But Yue Guan just calmly points out that, yes, it's called nighttime. The once bright moon turns pitch black as ominous clouds begin to swarm the sky. Su Liang shuts his eyes, taking a moment. To be honest, he thinks, his heart was about to beat out of his chest during that last supreme battle. But weirdly enough, now that he's about to face the actual emperor, he doesn't feel the slightest bit worried. Huan Yue asks nervously, "So, you got this?" He flashes a cryptic smile and says with total confidence, "I don't really see a future where I lose." She's like, "Are you for real?" Su Liang just answers with a cool, calm smile. "Yep, that's some pure arrogance right there. Just like the old Moon King used to be." Suddenly, his mind is flooded with old memories. Things the Black Moon Sacred Mountain said are triggering flashes of a life that isn't his. Well, not memories, more like vivid hallucinations. He's seeing a past where he grew up in the Northern Moon God Palace, seeing the face of his predecessor's mother, and even his younger self. He once kept a notebook in English just to check if these memories were real. But one day, some unknown power just wiped it all clean. Which means there was no body snatching. He is the original person. Su Liang was born with memories of his past life, but one day they were forcibly erased, turning him into the person he was 3 years ago. It was only 2 months ago that he started getting fragments of those memories back. Snapping out of it, Su Liang's expression turns grim. If that's really what happened, then the being that did this is on a level he can't even comprehend right now. He looks up at the moon, mind racing. And what's more, just as the Black Moon Sacred Mountain said, 3 years ago he really did forget a critically important beast, and that's the whole reason he became an apostle of the gods. Just then, a gigantic leg lifts high into the sky, its owner peering down into the tiny hole it just stomped into the ground. The massive creature is the evil moon 8-horned spirit, an emperor-level beast. Its gaze sweeps over the spot where the humans are hiding. A crack suddenly splinters across their defensive shield. Su Liang narrows his eyes, thinking fast. That shield is about to shatter. He just has to hope this thing won't go on an indiscriminate killing spree. The beast mutters to itself, unsure of the era, noting how much the Black Moon has faded. Its parasite, Ta Yang, asks, "Who is the opponent?" He quickly reports, "Lord Spirit of the Dark, I sacrificed 20 years of my own lifespan to bring you back to this world, all to defeat an apostle of the gods." The creature's interest is officially piqued. It glances down at the devastation it caused, humming to itself. All right then. The will of half the faithful in the northern region is gone. Has the Black Moon cult finally reached its end? Its eyes scan the wreckage one last time. If that's the case, then let's have one last spectacular fight. The scene shifts back to Su Liang, who watches the monster's declaration without so much as a change in expression. In his hand is a vial of liquid from the Fei Ying Fen Tong. Huan Yue recognizes it instantly and her eyes go wide with shock. He says nothing, simply uncorking the bottle. Su Liang pours the entire contents onto the ground below. This sight makes Huan Yue and Yin Yue's jaws drop. She shouts, "Hey, that's the precious fluid of a high-level emperor. Are you just throwing it away? What in the world are you doing?" Su Liang just smiles and explains, "I think this will probably help them find their way a little easier." Huan Yue just stares back, completely lost. "What?" Suddenly feeling something, she whirls around. In the stands, everyone gasps, one spectator yelling, "What is that?" Far in the distance, you can see golden lights appearing in the air. As the lights get closer, they become clear. It's his flash butterflies. Su Liang closes his eyes, his voice echoing across the space. "Ah, master of the Book of the Moon, His voice is heard throughout the base by everyone, including the apostle of Yue Yao. Su Liang is calling forth every single flash butterfly in the entire northern region. The monster itself looks on in shock. What? An unbelievable number of butterflies arrive, forming a massive glittering swarm. Huan Yue stares in awe at the butterflies swirling around her, when suddenly Su Liang's voice rings out. I want to, with all of you. Su Liang's eyes narrow as he declares, forge a contract. We flash back to a few days ago. This was the message Su Liang had the butterflies relay to their kin. At the time, many had cheered in excitement. All the flash butterflies in the breeding area flew away in unison. It happened in the city too. Why did my flash butterfly just end our contract? He'd had them hide all over the northern territory to avoid attracting attention. To Luang watched as the sky filled up with shimmering butterfly-like lights. He couldn't help but feel pleased with his plan. He wouldn't be called back until the war between kings truly began. The Book of the Moon flips open by itself. Thon Kei, sitting in Waivu's lap, wonders aloud, is he here yet? The Moon King's emperor? Yue Dai just blurts out a shocked, huh? Look at the Moon King's beasts, she says. Why are they suddenly ditching their master and leaving? Up in the sky is Su Liang with a swarm of glimmer butterflies, and below him, all the beasts are now on his side. Guan Yue is, understandably, horrified by this whole scene. Yue Guan's scolding voice cuts through the chaos. You idiot, they're retreating. She stares at Su Liang in the sky, muttering to herself, because it's almost time. As he hovers there with the glimmer butterflies, Yue Guan's voice declares with absolute certainty, this place is about to become a battlefield for emperors. He suddenly glances up at the sky and asks, hey, current moon god, are you watching this? Su Liang looks at the full moon and muses. I wonder if the opening ceremony of this moon god festival is good enough to satisfy your appetite? He drops the sad act and smirks. If you're awake, then you better enjoy witnessing this miracle. The dark spirit sees this, and its mood just plummets. Damn it all, they're not a real threat, but this many of them is just annoying. It closes its eyes, running the calculations. Even if it wanted to one-shot the kid, it just can't. The dark spirit glares up at Su Liang, who is just floating there in midair, thinking, the reason? It can't interrupt the god's entertainment, and our boy over here is wearing a very satisfied smile. Almost there. The system keeps spamming notifications. Contract with low-level glimmer butterfly number 130,037,486. The Book of the Moon is also flipping pages like crazy. Then it suddenly slams to a halt on a page titled Emperor-Level Catalog. Su Liang is confused. He can't turn the page. His face darkens as he realizes this might be the single most difficult page to turn in the book's entire history. He racks his brain, remembering the contents of the book. He used to think, ridiculously, that the Book of the Moon could actually summon a god, but then Su Liang remembers. The hidden intel from Qi Xuan served as a harsh reminder that the Book of the Moon is merely a tool used by the gods. He thinks bitterly that even his own original power should have been way stronger than this book. All of a sudden, a single glimmer butterfly flutters over to him. At that exact moment, thunder cracks across the sky. Su Liang's eyes fly open in disbelief. The Book of the Moon turns to a new page, and a massive pillar of light erupts from him, shooting straight into the heavens. Lu Wei is so stunned she literally loses her balance, falling to the ground and mumbling, a pressure that can make even our emperor this terrified. What in the world? Suddenly, a new voice speaks up from right behind her. No wonder there was an uprising in the southern territory. So this is why. Lu Wei cautiously looks back and sees the silhouette of Kang Yue. She's grinning with amusement. Moon King, it doesn't matter if you're the North representative or not. You can come with me to the end of the Moon God Festival. Kang Yue then turns away, adding, besides, there's no need to watch the rest of this. Liu Wei stares, completely stunned, at her retreating back, only managing to speak a moment later. Holy crap, when did the great Emperor Kang Yue get behind us? She scared me to death. That female ghost! Liu Wei shouts indignantly as the scene cuts back to the sky where the swarm of glimmer butterflies has now gathered. They arrange themselves into a single massive pair of wings. Everyone on the ground stares, mouths wide open in shock. Waivu and the others can't help but fall to their knees. Tears stream down her cheeks, her voice trembling. My entire life's wish was to witness the miracle of this very moment. Even Xie Yang is terrified by this display, stammering out, so? Can you even deal with that? The dark spirit just looks up at the sky in silence, before letting out a soft chuckle. Feeling a chill, Xie Yang looks over in horror. Hey, the dark spirit. It actually has tears forming in the corners of its eyes. It laughs manically. Little demon, you want me to fight that? Its voice trembles. It was short, but the mission of our Black Moon cult is over. The dark spirit closes its eyes, accepting its fate, its voice suddenly becoming firm and resolute. This is the end. Get down. As its voice rings out, Xie Yang is thrown far into the distance. Just behave and watch the finale. This era doesn't belong to us. Lying in Lei Yue's arms, Xie Yang stares back in absolute terror. The dark spirit's eyes widen in a silent question. An apostle of a god? In all its life, it had never heard of such a thing. It looks towards Su Liang, its voice filled with utter disbelief, an apostle of a god at this level. And up there, our guy just stands majestically, looking down on them all. Behind Su Liang looms a colossal figure. From the 12 palaces of the moon's radiance, guardian of the second palace, the golden butterfly palace, the 8-winged radiant moon monarch, Xi Yang mutters weakly. So that's how it is. What kind of a battle between emperors is this supposed to be? The 8 magnificent wings give a slight tremble. Its entire body erupts in a blinding halo of pure light. Everyone in the base is completely overwhelmed by the glare. Many of them can't take it and just pass out. Over on Lei Yue's side, things weren't much better. She was completely pinned down by the sheer pressure. Huan Yue, Wan Yue, and even the Moonbeam Rabbit were in the same boat. Luke Vi screamed, bracing himself. What kind of power is this? Just the oppressive aura alone was enough to make an entire continent tremble. Some beings are just built different. She was sent flying by the attack, letting out a pained shriek. The entire central territory was just gone. The spirit of darkness watched the scene unfold, struggling to speak. This is a great honor. I have no regrets in this life. It mumbled to itself, watching the approaching wave of light that was about to erase it. After I die, I hope I can become a part of the moonlight. As it finished speaking, the light swept over it, and its body began to fade away. With its dying breath, the dark spirit spoke its final wish. Its eyes grew still, as if it completely accepted its fate. The light finally passed, and the spirit of darkness had vanished from this dimension entirely. A silent night descended. From behind a thick layer of dark clouds, a lonely crescent moon appeared. On the desolate battlefield, Hoan Nguyet and Wan Nguyet lay unconscious, each one at the bottom of a massive crater. Tu Luang floated into the air, a tiny figure in the vastness. He bowed his head with a heavy sigh. So, it's like this again. A painful memory flooded back. 3 years ago, he was stark naked in a wasteland just like this, with absolutely nothing left. He remembered being so confused when everyone started worshipping him. For no apparent reason, the world had suddenly decided to name him the Moon King. Back in the present, Tu Luang stared at his palm. This time, there was no amnesia, so this incident had nothing to do with the 8-winged moon monarch. Suddenly, his eyes shot open as a realization hit him like a truck. He zipped back to his base, only to find a pile of ruins. Just as I thought, he muttered. The protective shield was broken. He calmly observed the unconscious bodies. It seemed like there were no actual casualties inside. Bichai's moon-warding bow must have blocked it, Tu Luang figured, slowly walking towards Nguyet Quan. She probably didn't know about his previous memory loss, which would explain why she found his worrying so odd. You'd think he'd stop for a pity party, but nope. Tu Luang walked right past her without a single change in expression. He was already calculating something. To return to his true self, his fading silhouette seemed to say, he first needed to recover his lost memories. His gaze then locked onto Ta Duong, who was shaking uncontrollably on the ground. He began to mumble. This guy, now I remember. Burning 2 years of your lifespan is a technique used by the Black Moon cult since ancient times. Tu Luang's face was dead serious. In other words, whether you won or lost today, you weren't going home. What's the point of a fight like that? Just then, Ta Duong began to stir, his voice cutting him off. So, it seems the gods weren't watching over me after all. Tu Luang questioned him bluntly. You'd sacrifice your own life just for a single fight with me. Were you hoping the reward from the Moon God Festival could save you? The sudden question left Ta Duong speechless for a moment. Then, Ta Duong cracked a twisted smile. For a Moon King, he sure asked some ridiculous questions. His weak voice echoed through the air. As a member of the Moonlight System, is it wrong to want to surpass the strongest? Ta Duong declared from the ground. To defeat you, my own life is a price I'm willing to pay. He strained to roll onto his back, his tone laced with sarcasm. Too bad the power difference was too great. Even the gods probably thought this was just some boring joke. Ta Duong then posed a huge question. Why does anyone need to please the gods? Tu Luang narrowed his eyes, searching for a reply. At least I was satisfied today. Isn't that enough? Ta Duong scoffed back, unconvinced. Oh, really? You were satisfied? Ta Duong pressed on. I finally managed to give you a real headache, didn't I? Tu Luang glanced away and nodded slightly. Yes. You completely trapped me in a grueling fight. With that, he closed his eyes, as if showing a final bit of magnanimous pity. At this point, Tu Luang thought, there's no reason to insult him anymore. Ta Duong let out a faint chuckle. Thanks for letting me hear one last satisfying lie. Moon King, listen closely to what I'm about to say. It might be related to why you lost your memories. Those words made Tu Luang's eyes snap wide open. With his lips pressed tightly together, he struggled to get the words out. The one I faced back then was likely the eight-winged moon monarch. He recalled the image of the eight-winged monarch and continued his story. But for some reason, even seeing that same image again, the weird feeling in his gut just wouldn't disappear. That incident wiped a third of the northern region off the map, but nobody ever mentions where all those people went. It's a giant question mark, and the thought of them being forgotten just like that leaves our boy completely stunned. Tiny specks of light begin to appear around Ta Duong, and he visibly hesitates. Moon King. The events of that year were definitely not so simple. And with that, Ta Duong's body begins to slowly fade into the wind. But of course, he can't leave without one final cryptic line, "You better watch your own back." And with his last word spoken, Ta Duong vanishes completely into thin air, leaving only a tiny speck of light behind for Tu Luong. Our guy just stands there, totally silent, processing what he just heard. And yeah, you can tell he's feeling seriously on edge. Tu Luong looks up, his expression grim, with the death of the last of them. The Black Moon cult is finally over, but I don't feel happy about it at all. His hand clenches into a fist as Tu Luong tries to reassure himself. My amnesia has nothing to do with the Black Moon cult. He raises a hand, as if to touch the glowing motes reflecting his face, but he pulls back. This is tied to whatever erased a third of the northern region. I still can't reach it. Once again, Tu Luong clenches his fist, his whole body shaking with frustration. After a moment, Tu Luong finally lets his hand fall. Standing alone in the vast, dark space, he lets out a heavy sigh, as if trying to push away the weight on his soul. Tu Luong runs a hand through his hair in frustration. Why do I feel this suffocating weight? At least the immediate threat is finally taken care of, he says with a hint of exhaustion. No matter what comes next, I can relax for a little while. Tu Luong flicks his robe back and just plops right down on the ground, looking like he's about to pass out after a ridiculously long day. A few hours later, a voice suddenly breaks the silence. Looks like everything is finally over, huh? Luke Vi complains, scratching his head with a grimace. Just the aftershock from that pressure knocked us out for hours. Lon Doan adds, well, he was the eight-winged moon monarch. She looks around, frowning. I'm guessing all the spectators have already left, right? Suddenly, Luke Vi's eyes bulge. His face goes pale with absolute terror, and Lon Doan can't help but look in the same direction. Her jaw drops, and she breaks into a cold sweat, completely horrified by the sight of a pure white deer. Kiep Nguyet stands there with its eyes closed, just radiating this arrogant, otherworldly beauty. Amphi comes bounding over from the distance, hopping past the others to get closer. It throws its hands up, grinning ear to ear. So, how was it? Van Vu Hai? Amphi asks, sizing up Kiep Nguyet. Was the opening ceremony for the Moon God Festival I set up spectacular enough for you? It waves its arms around excitedly, rambling on. The pieces of Nguyet Dieu are finally coming together. The That Hyen and Baklok clans still haven't made a move. What do we do? But just then, another voice cuts it off. Current Moon God, stop. Do not interfere any further with the Moon God Festival. Keep Nguyet's eyes snap open, its tone sharp. Furthermore, I will not permit you to cause chaos in the northern region. Those words completely freeze Amphi, who can only stare at Kiep Nguyet. Then, its attitude does a complete 180. The shock vanishes, replaced by a face that's practically glowing with admiration. So fierce, Amphi chirps, playfully dancing around Kiep Nguyet. But you've got it all wrong. I didn't interfere with the Moon God Festival myself. Its eyes light up as Amphi rubs its chin, putting on a ridiculously sly face as it continues. On the contrary, some little rascal managed to swipe the Book of the Moon and win the battle between emperors. After saying that, it puts on a cute face and winks, adding, totally deserves a reward, right? Amphi doesn't even wait for a reply, just keeps rambling as it leaves. So you don't need to worry about not having a candidate anymore, okay? After getting a little ways away, it turns back, pulls down an eyelid and sticks its tongue out. What a little troll, pure white lord Kiep Nguyet. But Kiep Nguyet is silent, simply watching coldly as Amphi vanishes in a flash. Kiep Nguyet remains perfectly still. It squints, and for a split second, you can see a hint of helplessness in its eyes. A moment later, its gaze drifts downward, and the one who catches its attention is none other than Honing Nguyet, lying motionless on the cold ground, completely limp. It's all right. Tu Luong, on the other hand, is deep in dreamland. His handsome face looks so peaceful, you almost wouldn't want to disturb him. The corner of its mouth quirks up in a small, mysterious smile. After a long silence, Kiep Nguyet turns and walks away, its figure fading into the white mist. Half an hour later, and Luke V is still sweating buckets, his lips trembling uncontrollably. She presses her lips tight, swallows hard, showing every sign of a full-blown panic. Luke Vi doesn't dare move, probably thinking, how are we even still alive? Then it hits him that was the Lord of Van Vu Hai. Bailu of the Spirit God Clan, creator of the 7 mystic pure white tribulation moons, and the current moon god, Yin Fei of the accumulated tears. The pure white tribulation moon hasn't been seen in 20,000 years. It didn't even show up for the last moon god festival. Lu Wei whispered nervously, realizing from their conversation that the two gods were definitely still enemies. Lang Duan, standing beside him, was just as confused and stammered. But gods aren't even supposed to care that we exist. He quickly came up with a brilliant idea. Let's just pretend nothing ever happened here, and we tell absolutely no one. Lu Wei nodded fiercely in agreement, only for a powerful spiritual force to suddenly blast past them. The shockwave nearly gave them a heart attack, scaring them so bad their hair literally stood on end. They both whipped around as Lu Wei screamed, "Now who is it?" Just then, Yi Yu and Gong Yue appeared right in front of them with questions. Was a god really here just now? Lu Wei grimaced, thinking to himself that humans could actually sense the presence of a god. Lang Duan was just as confused, wondering when they had even arrived. Standing on Yi Yu's palm, Gong Yue looked up and confirmed, "Yes, but they're gone now. No need to worry." Across from them, a flustered Liu Wei pointed a finger right at the two of them and demanded answers. "All right, cut the mysterious act. Who in the world are you two?" She closed her eyes and began her introduction. "To the 2 noble emperors of the 9 hells, I am Yi Yu, beast master of the Twin Moon cult, merely an insignificant mortal." Lu Wei and Lung Duan looked skeptical, but they perked up their ears to listen. "On behalf of the Azure Moon Empire, I apologize for not welcoming you to the Northern Territory sooner." Yi Yu gently lifted Gong Yue and said with a smile, "And next, the Great One in my hand seems to have something to say to you." The tiny bird simply opened her wide green eyes and stared them down silently. That ice-cold stare sent another shiver down their spines. Their faces went pale as they froze on the spot. Suddenly, Lu Wei dropped to his knees as if he had just met a supreme being. His face drained of all color as a terrifying thought struck him. Just a single glance. Could this person be? Just then, Gong Yue spread her wings and flew from Yi Yu's palm. In a flash, her entire body erupted in a blindingly brilliant light, leaving Liu Wei completely stunned and speechless. A cascade of green hair appeared, flowing in the wind as Gong Yue's voice rang out still as obnoxious as ever, without even a hello. The woman in the elegant green dress now stood before them. This was the Azure Sea's demise, Gong Yue, guardian of the 7th house, Sagittarius, and the supreme protector of the Twin Moon cult. And she had a cold warning for them. "You have violated my rule by entering the Northern Territory without permission. For 1 year, you will not leave, and you will not transmit any information." Gong Yue's threatening voice echoed around them, leaving the two to do nothing but bow their heads and tremble. "Otherwise, the Star Mist Moon and Tang Huangquan will face annihilation." She paused, adding, "Also, while I cannot interfere with the final results of the Moon God Festival," Gong Yue extended her arm forward. "As for the Moon God Palace, you have already broken the first rule." She struck a pose as if holding a massive bow. Aiming 2 fingers at them like an arrow, she threatened, "I can still issue a warning penalty." High in the sky, the constellation of Sagittarius appeared, its stars connecting. Gong Yue's posture was identical to the legendary Archer of Myth. Soon, 4 pitch-black vortexes ripped open the sky, swirling violently, signaling a disaster about to unfold. Her figure glided right through those swirling portals. She moved with a gentle yet firm purpose, stopping before a giant cannon suspended in the heavens. Gong Yue coolly drew back 2 fingers, her gaze as sharp as a blade. Instantly, light began to converge at the tip of the cannon. Every wisp of spiritual energy gathered at a single point. In a flash, a massive, swirling beam of pure white energy shot out, carrying an overwhelming pressure as it flew. That beam of energy rocketed forward at the speed of light. It tore straight through several towering mountains, its one and only target dead ahead, the Moon God Palace. And bullseye. The horrifying blast of energy slammed right into its target, causing an earth-shattering explosion that cracked the entire mountain range into pieces. A moment later, all that was left of the impact zone was a deep, smoldering crater, with thick black smoke billowing upwards. Zhao Yue and the 2 envoys stood frozen amidst the desolate landscape, unable to hide the absolute horror in their eyes. But the gorgeous, alluring guardian of the Moon God Palace strode forward defiantly as the furious energy continued to rain down, threatening to pulverize everything in its path. With no other options, she could only bow her head and beg, "Lord of Nguyet Du, the Nguyet Palace never meant to provoke you. Please, calm your anger." The Overlord spins around, absolutely furious. "Who the heck authorized the Jade Forest to enter the battle? I want a name." And right on cue, a single foot steps forward. Its 4th concubine, hands clasped, looking all downcast and miserable. Yep, she's about to take the fall for this one, and the Overlord doesn't mess around. From this moment on, 4th concubine is stripped of her title and has exactly 3 days to get out of the Moon God Palace. All she can do is bow her head and whisper a single defeated word. "Yes, So fourth concubine walks alone, swallowed by the thick night, with only a sliver of a pale moon lighting her solitary figure. She suddenly stops, leaning her entire body against a cold wall. She pulls out a photograph, her wistful eyes completely fixated on the image. She clutches the photo of her and some white-haired person, her heart an absolute mess of feelings. Why does everyone claim the Moon God Palace's northern branch is a myth? Her sister promised she was going there to become its new master. Fourth concubine whispers tiredly to herself, her voice a mix of blame and desperate pleading. What really happened 3 years ago? Can you finally give me an answer? She calls out, staring up at that broken moon. Yue Feng Su Liang, my grandson. And just like that, the scene cuts to Su Liang, who is still completely lost in his own dream world. Gradually, Su Liang's eyes flutter open, and he is immediately shocked by the strange new scenery all around him. Su Liang shoots up, asking himself the million-dollar question. Where in the world is this place? He looks around, but still has no clue. Squinting into the distance, Su Liang spots a tiny, hazy black figure. Who else could it be but Yin Fei, with its big, sparkling eyes and ridiculously long ears? He just stares blankly at it for a second before a single word escapes his lips. Then it clicks, and he shouts out loud. A Moonlight Rabbit. He bends over, whispering in total disbelief. Why is there a Moonlight Rabbit in this godforsaken place? Su Liang can't help himself. He reaches out a hand, intending to touch the little creature. But before he even makes contact, Yin Fei starts shaking like a leaf. Pervert, what do you think you're doing? That reaction throws him for a complete loop. He starts sweating nervously, flustered and totally unsure of what to do next. What? Su Liang snaps out of his confusion, his brow furrowed. Wait a second, you can talk? He eyes the creature's smug little pose. His brain starts putting the pieces together. It's extremely rare for even high-level beings to speak. And for low-level ones, absolutely impossible. He stands up, pointing a finger right in its face and demanding, all right, cut the act. What are you, and where is this place? Yin Fei, who was probably expecting a compliment, gets an earful instead and sighs. So rude. I came all this way just to give you a present. Our guy leans back, completely thrown, repeating the last 2 words. A present? It puffs out its chest with a smug little smile. Of course, it's your reward from the Moon God Festival. The mischievous Yin Fei circles around him, listing off the prizes. The last pages of the Book of the Moon, a supreme beast, a beautiful hybrid, or even immortality. It stops, looking at Su Liang with devilish eyes and asks quietly, Su Liang, what do you want? But it doesn't even wait for an answer. Yin Fei just keeps talking to itself. Oh right, I forgot. You already went and stole my Book of the Moon. Su Liang is stunned. Your book? Then that means your? He gives the creature a long look, sizing it up from head to toe. Then it hits him. The legacy of the current moon god, Liji Yue Tai Yin Fei, the champion of the last moon god festival. Su Liang's lips press into a thin line. So this was the guide from his dream. But wait, he isn't the one replacing the current moon god. Yin Fei's face suddenly turns serious. All right, playtime's over. Host of the Golden Butterfly Palace, I'm going to be straight with you, it says, without a hint of shame. Join my side, and let's win this Moon God Festival. Su Liang is just reeling from one shock to the next, protesting, what did you say? I am an apostle of the radiant moon. We're literally on opposing sides. Yin Fei just smirks. Son, you still don't get it, do you? And then its flesh begins to twist and change, warping into a human form. In the form of Kang Yue, Yin Fei makes its offer. Bring the Golden Butterfly Palace to my side. Don't you want to defeat the great Emperor Kang Yue? Su Liang is completely stunned by this new appearance. He tries to look away, pretending not to care, but Yin Fei keeps pushing. Whether it's the great Emperor, Kang Yue, or some other, even more powerful being, I can help you crush them easily. It leans in, bumping Su Liang's shoulder provocatively. Your weak little friends can't do that for you, can they? Yin Fei lowers its head, its voice dropping to a low, menacing growl. That little Moonlight Rabbit you keep around? Just a defective product, diluted from generations of my own blood. And with that, a strange pink aura explodes around Su Liang. Yin Fei gently lifts his chin, its hand resting on his cheek, its voice a seductive, bewitching whisper. Forget them. I can give you the power to trample over everything in your path, and you can even create the perfect bloodline with the most beautiful beast in the world. But right then, Su Liang's eyes fly wide open, as if he's seen something impossible. So, you're remembering those fighting alongside you. Tu Luang instantly shoves Amphi away from him, bluntly shooting back, I refuse. It lets out a gasp, feigning surprise before asking, but why? I can satisfy your every desire. Amphi casually strokes her hair, trying a different approach. The little ghost Phi from Nguyet Du was just like you, but he ultimately followed his heart and joined me. It holds out a hand toward Tu Luang, trying to sweet-talk him. But you're far more important to me. so feel free to throw your little tantrum for now. It's fine. He quickly grabs Amphai's wrist, firing back. No, you're wrong. To Luang's voice becomes hard as steel. The moon god can grant any wish, but it can't decide the final winner of the Nguyet then trial. Its eyebrows knit together. Looks like To Luang just hit a major nerve. Are you trying to recruit me now because you're worried that I, the apostle of Nguyet Dieu, will take the final throne? He keeps laying into it, causing Amphai's face to darken with every word. You have no right to judge my companions. One day I will take these so-called weaklings with me. To Luang continues with a growl, defeat every single one of your apostles, and seize the final throne of the Nguyet then Te. He yells out a curse. Until Nguyet Dieu is victorious, you can wait in agony, despair, and torture. Hearing this, it can't help but glare, absolutely furious at the insults. But instead of fighting, Amphai just lets out a single sharp laugh. The next second, it throws its head back, laughing like a complete maniac. Amphai then uses its spiritual power to revert to its original form. It slips from To Luang's grasp and says, "All right then, Apostle of Nguyet Dieu." It stands before him, back in its cute rabbit form, issuing a challenge. If you're really that confident, then I will patiently wait. Amphai's eyes glow intensely as it emphasizes, the Phi Tho Kung is about to be revived anyway, and my perfectly evolved descendants are also about to return to this world. In an instant, a swirling black vortex erupts around them. As it slowly sinks into the circle, Amphai issues a final challenge. The invincible October eclipse awaits you. Right before it vanishes, it leaves him with one last thing. From now on, it's Moon King To Luang versus the current moon god. Hearing this, To Luang can't help but look up, his face a mask of pure shock. 3 beams of white light shoot past his face from nowhere. To Luang squeezes his eyes shut and suddenly falls backward. He slowly begins to fade away from this place, his eyes shut tight as if lost in thought. A single phrase echoes in his mind, he'll fight to his last breath. Cut to 10 days later, everyone is busy rebuilding after the War of Emperors. Someone on cleanup duty stands on a cliff overlooking the construction when a voice suddenly whispers right by their ear. So, Adat asks softly from beside her. Feel anything? Alin shivers, her voice trembling. It's terrifying. It's been 10 days, but the aura of those 2 rulers hasn't faded. He looks up to the sky, setting their objective, before the Nguyet then Te reaches its climax. We need to finish this investigation and evacuate as soon as possible. Adat's conclusion, half the 10 yin pillars have already fallen. The Phi Tho Kung, leader of the 10 moon eclipses, is coming. From now on, it's the age of monsters. He turns to his partner and asks, according to your judgment, what are the chances for the current moon king, To Luang? Alin is silent for a few seconds, calculating, before she whispers, 0.08%. Adat is stunned, shouting, what? How can his odds possibly be that high? Alin says nothing, simply opening a book for him to see. It lists West Region, Gemini, Bok Duyet Han, 0.018%. South Region, Great Emperor Thuong Nguyet, 0.03%. Central Region, Holy Maiden Chuang Nguyet, 0.001%. North Region, Moon King To Luang, 0.08%. He immediately retracts his doubt, his expression changing to one of absolute trust. If that's your call, then it can't be wrong. Adat remembers 3 years ago, when the full moon hung in the sky for 30 days and their gods fell asleep. Even though the probability is razor thin, the culprit has to be one of those moonlight apostles. To Luang once confirmed it himself, those numbers are the odds of defeating a god. Back in the present, Adat feels a deep sense of unease. No matter who it is, once they're discovered, our faith will hunt them to the very end. The words hunt down and kill hang in the air, a dark omen of the tragedy to come. And we cut to a simple hut, sitting in the middle of the battlefield's smoldering ashes. 2 guards stand watch outside. Meanwhile, Su Liang is totally passed out on a nice soft bed, his eyes shut tight as if he's still dreaming. A few moments later, he slowly cracks open his eyes. And the first thing to greet his vision is Huan Yue's rather prominent chest. Oh, so that comfy bed was her lap the entire time. Huan Yue looks a little surprised to see him awake. Before he can even process things, she's already nagging him. You're up? Then get up. Stop lazing around. You've slept for days. But Su Liang's brain is still buffering, his eyes glued to her assets. Without a word, he just closes his eyes again, leaving Huan Yue completely bewildered. Su Liang mentally summons the Book of the Moon, and instantly, the Beast information panel pops right up. It's been updated. The Bo Yi Yue Monarch, a moonlight type at Emperor level, is currently sealed. Because his own level is too low, it can only be unlocked by raising the host to a 7-star realm, or by integrating the energy burst from 100 billion low-level glimmer butterflies appearing at once. The unlock condition, it seems, can be activated temporarily. Glimmer butterfly, moonlight type low level, and he has over 137 billion of them, also sealed. But since his level is too low, he can't summon them all. On a full moon, he can call out 100,000 at once, but other times the max is 10,000. Then there's the Jade Tail Rabbit, a mid-level moonlight type, and Moon in the Lake, a high-level one. He frowns, thinking. He really thought they would confiscate the book if he turned on them. Guess they don't have the power to do that. Huan Yue, thinking he fell asleep again, flicks him right on the forehead. Hey, didn't you hear me? That flick leaves a giant bump, forcing him to open his eyes. He then turns and nuzzles his face into Huan Yue's thigh like a spoiled kid. She is at a total loss for words at his childish antics. With his face still buried in her lap, he lazily asks, "How many days was I out?" Just then, Yan Yue walks in, arms crossed, and adds, "And?" Seeing her, Su Liang immediately scrambles up. He sits bolt upright and fakes a few coughs to hide his embarrassment. The death glare showdown between these two women makes his head spin. Man, this is gonna be a pain, he thinks. Crap, I forgot Yan Yue was here too. He starts waving his hands around, trying to play it cool. So, what's going on? What's the situation? Huan Yue explains that the school is being rebuilt and the northern domain is relatively calm. But the central domain, Yan Yue cuts in. The 7 stars of Huan Yue have appeared and are relentlessly attacking the 10 yin pillars. The Moon God Palace can only hold out for another half a month, at best. Su Liang listens, completely focused. Once all 10 pillars are destroyed, the legendary protector of the Fei Tu Palace will be revived. She closes her eyes, adding cryptically, "Then the true Moon God Festival will be revealed." He leans forward, demanding an answer. Who exactly is the protector of the Fei Tu Palace? Yan Yue answers grimly. She once led the 7 stars to hunt down the final winner of the previous era's Moon God Festival. She says it bluntly. Originally the 8th of the 12 lunar palaces, she's now the head of the Taiyin 10 lunar eclipses. Fu Shu Bai Yu Qing. But what Yan Yue says next completely floors Su Liang. The master of this Fu Shu Bai Yu Qing was the Moon King of the previous era. The news hits him like a bolt of lightning. Su Liang's eyes fly wide open in shock. His mind immediately jumps to someone. He flashes back to a scene littered with bodies, a throne at the top of a staircase, and asks himself, wasn't the final winner of the last Moon God Festival supposed to be the most powerful being in the entire Moonlight system? Su Liang is instantly suspicious. How could a being that powerful betray the lunar faction and become the strongest warrior for the Taiyin side? He knits his brow, lost deep in thought. Wait a minute, he blurts out. If she already won, why do you say she'll be revived? Why was she sealed? Yan Yue actually blushes a little, answering evasively. I don't know. I have no idea what happened after I went into my deep sleep. He sees her reaction and instantly knows something is seriously off. Why would she react like that? It's like she's hiding something. Meanwhile, Huan Yue is puffing out her cheeks, glaring holes into Su Liang. She pouts, thinking, why did they both go silent? Did something happen between them while I was gone? Are they keeping secrets? Her wild imagination cooks up a scene of the two of them, holding hands, looking all lovey-dovey and happy. Do they have their own little secret now? She unconsciously clenches her fists together. A moment later, a scream of pure agony erupts from the hut, scaring a flock of nearby birds into flight. Su Liang stumbles outside, a perfect footprint stamped on his back. He miserably hugs a tree and asks, what did I do wrong this time? He glances back over his shoulder, already plotting revenge. Man, she hits really hard. He was busy plotting payback for some girl, completely missing the prisoner parade happening right in front of him. Only after wrapping up his mental revenge scheme did Tu Luong finally notice the scene. He immediately recognized the woman bound in red ropes, covered in ink stains. Yep, that's definitely Ku Chuen Nok Lun. Her face, a mess of scratches, shot a venomous glare his way as she ground her teeth so hard you could almost hear it. He just stood there, watching in dead silence as the guards shoved Ngok Lan forward, barking at her to move faster. The whole pathetic sight made Tu Luong glance back, a flicker of sorrow in his eyes as a thought crossed his mind. Is it because of their temporary contract that she won't die along with the Black Moon Holy Mountain? Just then, Wai Vu and Kung Yet appeared on his shoulder to say, Hi, Lord Cultmaster, we're preparing to head back to the Bitching Yet Empire. Seeing him quiet, she just had to ask, So what's your next move, sir? That question actually made Tu Luong stop and think. A plan, you say? He flashed back to that insane battle back then. His only plan was to survive the clash of emperors. The dude literally never thought about the future until an image of that arrogant Amphi popped into his head. And just like that, he found his answer. If he's already declared war on the current moon god, then the next target is pretty obvious. Tu Luong whipped up a new game plan. First, beef up the squad until they're unstoppable, then crush everyone on the way to the moon god emperor's front door. His eyes sharpened, completely lost in his own epic daydream where he'd finally confront that prideful god and yank her right off her throne. He was so deep in his head he didn't hear the voice calling his name. Lord Cultmaster. Wai Vu tilted her head, respectfully calling out again. Lord Cultmaster. To Luang suddenly blurted out, "Hey, can I hitch a ride?" Her brain short-circuited into a single. Huh? He just cooked up a random excuse and grinned. I've never actually visited the Bitch Empire before. Waivu froze for a solid second, pupils blown wide. She had no other choice but to awkwardly throw her hands up and agree. Yes, sir. Hearing that, Tu Luang turned away, already rubbing his chin in thought. The Bitch Empire's location is suspiciously close to the ruins from 3 years ago. He asked himself, if he went back, could he finally uncover the truth about his past? Standing behind him, Waivu watched his back and got a feeling that something was a little off. The Lord Cultmaster seemed different. She remembered his old, stern face, a cold and terrifying apostle who followed the gods every step. But then she pictured that brilliant smile from a moment ago, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. The way he is now, she mumbled. The scene then cuts to the northern border, where a giant bird soars through the sky. Waivu gently placed her hands before her, offering a respectful greeting. Thank you for coming all this way to meet us. She tucked a strand of hair back, adding tactfully, although our Lord Cultmaster doesn't exactly need our protection. The woman in the bird mask simply nodded. I understand. Our job is to make sure the Lord Cultmaster doesn't get bored on the trip. The Silver Rabbit agreed. Right. Stay sharp, everyone. The three of them stood on the bird's back together, gazing out towards the distant horizon. To Luang's eyes, meanwhile, were wide with shock at the view. Wait, you can do this with beasts? He yelled. He couldn't believe his eyes a hot spring. Forget inns and restaurants. You guys built an entire spa. Nearby, En Nguyet was just chilling on a red lounge chair. She had her eyes closed, soaking in the vibe. Down in the water, Trung Nguyet was relaxing, looking completely at peace. Our guy quietly tiptoed in while Honan Nguyet was splashing around. She drenched a poor white rabbit, forcing it to wave a white flag of surrender. It turned, saw him, and chirped, You're finally here. But to Luang was lost in thought again. Maybe I should add some furniture to Dap Van Truing Nguyet's back. Honan Nguyet was completely baffled by this. What are you just standing there for? She yelled. Get your clothes off and get in here. He just stared blankly, letting out a single, eloquent, huh? Before it finally dawned on him. Wait a minute. I know you're beasts, but you're all girls. He squeezed his eyes shut and just walked forward, figuring there was no way he could get in the hot spring otherwise. Besides, he reasoned, there aren't supposed to be any secrets between a master and his beasts. To Luang slowly shrugged off his jacket, tossed his clothes to the ground, and cannonballed straight into the hot spring. He sank into the water with a sigh of pure bliss. Ah, this is the life. Honan Nguyet saw how happy he was from far away, and a very bold idea started to form. Honan Nguyet started creeping closer, making him ask with genuine surprise, what are you doing? She gently touched his cheek, her eyes sparkling as she tried out a seductive voice. I read in a novel that when boys and girls bathe together, it's supposed to be embarrassing, right? Honan Nguyet then squished his cheeks and whined, So why aren't you blushing or having a heart attack right now? Tu Luang was completely stunned, thinking to himself, this silly dear. He squinted at her and began to explain. Don't you literally run around naked every single day in your beast form? What's the difference between being on land versus in the water? Honan Nguyet stroked her chin and shot back. Nope, you're definitely faking it. It's moving around, probing. I need to check this out carefully. Honan Nguyet was dead set on her plan. She had to make sure he could never threaten her by calling her a mere woman ever again. And she'd definitely gotten his attention now. There was no way he was passing up this chance to figure out her secret. It slowly lifted its front paw out of the water. In a flash, it morphed into a slender hand, beckoning to Luang. Then, Honan Nguyet instantly transformed into an incredibly beautiful young woman. She stumbled right into his arms, forcing a timid Tu Luang to catch her. His face turned beet red as a wave of awkwardness washed over him. But wait a second, Honan Nguyet's rather impressive chest was now pressed right against Tu Luang's six-pack abs. He was so embarrassed, his whole body felt like it was on fire, his head spinning. What in the world was happening right now? Meanwhile, she rested a cheek against Tu Luang's chest and whispered, Weird, why was I forced to turn human? The full moon is still ages away. Suddenly, Honan Nguyet's sparkling eyes shot wide open in total surprise. Huh? Honan Nguyet looked down at her own chest, asking innocently, What are these? She looked up at him, but Tu Luang quickly whipped his head to the side. Honan Nguyet just kept staring, not even blinking. She suddenly shot up to her feet, which only made Tu Luang even more flustered. Honan Nguyet seized the moment, pressing closer with a sly grin. Tell me now, what are these? While Tu Luang was turning 50 shades of red, Honan Nguyet was having the time of her life poking around. Isn't this that thing I saw in a novel once? Her mischievous hand started exploring everywhere. So the legendary Moon King was just like this, huh? No different from a normal person. Tu Luang's face was a tomato as he grimaced. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about the legendary Moon King? I was always just a normal person. Hone and Nguyet shot back suspiciously. I've clearly got you cornered. So what's with this attitude? Seeing no response, she moved in even closer to press the issue. Shouldn't your reaction be a little bigger? Luang couldn't take it anymore, grabbing Hoan and Nguyet and yelling, "Hey, stop messing around!" Annoyed, she struggled and violently shook his hand off. And then, whether by accident or on purpose, his hand slid right down to the fruit basket below. Hone and Nguyet's eyes flew open as her whole body went stiff. Luang, bless his heart, froze for a solid 3 seconds, feeling the weight of the giant bun in his hand grow heavier. Hone and Nguyet's demeanor flipped from dazed to panicked, her entire face flushing a deep red. She was stammering, unable to form words. Luang's eyes widened at his pet's reaction, and he grit his teeth in frustration before pulling her into a tight hug. Luang whispered into her ear, "Don't be so wild. You, of all people, should know the appeal of the Three Beauties tribe, right?" Hone and Nguyet's expression was now a mix of anxiety and a little bit of fear. Luang's voice suddenly dropped, low and serious. "After pulling a stunt like that, did you really think you could just walk away?" Hone and Nguyet said nothing. Instead, she opened her mouth wide not to scream, but to take a massive, powerful bite out of Luang's shoulder. The move made him shriek loud enough to shatter glass. Even Yen Nguyet, who was relaxing nearby, was jolted awake by the heaven-shaking scream. Wondering what all the commotion was, she saw Luang emerge from the room looking completely and utterly defeated. Noticing her staring at the teeth marks on his neck, he quickly claimed it was just a mosquito bite. And with that, Luang turned and walked straight out, leaving the poor girl utterly baffled. Yen Nguyet just stared blankly after him before declaring him a total psycho. Stepping out of the bathroom, Luang crossed his arms deep in thought. He really wanted to sign a contract with her right now, just to teach her the proper relationship between master and beast. But with his one-star realm and an existing supreme-level contract, summoning her again was impossible. At this, he touched the bite on his neck and sighed. Just like the intimate contact they had today, the scene then shifts to the northern region's Bikan Nguyet Empire, a place filled with modern skyscrapers. Luang's crane landed on the rooftop of a tall building. The sheer splendor of the place left him speechless. The Bichn Nguyet Empire truly is prosperous. Meanwhile, the silver rabbit and white crane were only focused on Luang's collar. "Why does the master keep pulling at his collar?" Waivu spoke up, answering the unspoken question. Actually, the Bichn Nguyet Empire has only become this developed in recent years. Thanks to the Imperial Prohibition Order from Palace Master Ma, he once said that the technology from 10,000 years ago was hundreds of times more advanced than today. Hearing this, Luang turned back, listening intently. Waivu continued, however, because of an all-out war between two superpowers, all electronics on the planet were destroyed, and our technology was set back by tens of thousands of years. Luang's head snapped up, completely baffled. Wait, all electronic devices across the entire world? She just nodded. Yep, and it also wiped out billions of people. Of course, both of those top dogs were punished severely for it later. Standing off to the side, Yan Yue was fuming. This idiot doesn't even know who the two top dogs are? And he's saying he'll help me get my peach scabbard back? The Ice Queen only showed up to this festival to settle an old score, probably nursing a grudge for 10,000 years. Thinking about it, she lets out a super stressed out sigh. "Turu, you better not get involved or you're gonna have a real bad, real short time." Just then, he yells out to everyone, "All right, we'll go look around ourselves. You guys can leave now." Suddenly, a huge gust of wind swirls up, and Huan Yue appears in her majestic beast form, letting Turu climb aboard. The powerful wind kicks up so much dust it stings everyone's eyes, and when it finally settles, he's just gone. Silver Rabbit just stares up at the sky, totally confused. She turns and asks, "Hey, do you guys even remember what the Moon King originally looked like?" Hearing that, White Crane asks, "You mean from the day the Heavenly Abyss appeared?" Yiyu immediately adds, "How could anyone forget that?" Silver Rabbit just shakes her head, totally bummed out. "I just can't believe the great sect leader is out sightseeing with his pet." White Crane agreed. "Yeah, I honestly thought he didn't even have basic human emotions." But hearing them talk like that made Yiyu snap. "Okay, that's enough. Stop talking." Her voice filled with emotion as she remembered that day. The ones who truly fear and respect the Moon King aren't outsiders, it's us. The apostles who witnessed that miracle with our own eyes. All she could see now was the grand, heroic image of Tu Ryu. The scene shifts to a white mountain range, constantly shrouded in mist, known as the Northern Domain's Heavenly Abyss. Here there's a bizarrely shaped fissure in Mi-Earth. Looking down into it, Tu Ryu says, so that's why it's called the Twin Moon Cult. He gives an order to the two guards standing there. "I need to go inside for a bit. Don't let anyone follow me." They immediately bow their heads in acceptance. But far in the distance, two members of a cleanup crew are watching his every move. One of them speaks up, asking, "Why would the Moon King suddenly return to the Moon God Palace's territory?" The other answers suspiciously, "Princess Yun was supposed to be the top contender, but it seems there's been an incident." She adds that she can faintly sense a divine aura from him. His danger level is even higher than Princess Yun's. Hearing this, Ada doesn't think twice and says, "Here's the plan. I'll go check it out. You stay here so we don't both get wiped." Ling is totally shocked. What? Ada doesn't bother explaining, just warns her, "If I die, you need to run. Change the Moon King's probability to 100%, then warn the others in their dreams to gather in the northern domain and destroy him." Tu Ruyu and Huan Yue are now striding down a narrow path between two towering cliffs inside the heavenly abyss. He glances around, thinking to himself, "It's broad daylight, so why do I feel a little suffocated?" Seeing Tu Ru cautiously observing everything, Huan Yue asks, "What's wrong? Are we lost?" He closes his eyes and says in a low voice, "No, just a bad feeling. Something about this place feels weird." With that said, Tu Ru falls silent and keeps walking, his mind racing with thoughts. The Twin Moon cult headquarters and the BU Empire are both nearby, so if there was really a problem, Bai Hai would have noticed by now. And so the two of them venture deeper, with Tu Ru's brain working overtime. Even though he can't remember a thing now, he figures that following the original path might lead him back to his lost memories. He thinks he might just find a clue here. Seeing him so lost in thought, Huan Yue can only let out a quiet sigh. In the gloomy atmosphere of this place, neither of them notices that they've been followed the entire way. The person tailing them is none other than Ling. After following for a good distance, she makes a calculation and snaps her fingers. A short distance from the chasm's entrance, something bizarre appears in the air, looking like a massive, pitch-black dome. Then, it plummets into the gorge at an incredible speed. Down in the canyon, Tu Ru stares at the ground thoughtfully. The Twin Moon cult must have preserved this place perfectly. There's not a single footprint. Suddenly, he freezes, his eyes wide with shock. Tu Ru's abrupt stop makes Huan Yue bump right into him. Blinking sleepily, she asks, "What's wrong?" But at this moment, Tu Ryu can't focus on anything but what's in front of him. He whispers, "How is this possible?" Turns out, the thing that made Tu Ru freeze up was a purple notebook lying on the ground. Just a few steps away, Tu Ryu wondered why his own diary was here. His mind flashed back to when he first arrived, still in his modern clothes. Wait a second, did I always carry it with me, which is why it's still here? Then I lost my memory, got confused, and just threw it here before I left. And just like that, the diary was forgotten in this place. With zero hesitation, Liang makes a beeline straight for that notebook. And even though she has no idea what's happening, Huan Yue sticks right behind him. Suddenly, a hand snatches the diary. It belongs to a woman in a gorgeous red dress who just appeared from thin air, holding the book like she's won the lottery. "I found it!" she cheers, flipping through the pages. "This is guidance left behind by the gods." But the very next second, what she sees inside makes her freeze solid. The diary is just filled with messy English and some totally random doodles, leaving her wondering if divine guidance is supposed to be this weird. As for Liang and Huan Yue, they're both just staring, completely shocked by this red-robed lady's grand entrance. Sensing the danger, Huan Yue immediately leaps forward, shouting, "Who are you?" Meanwhile, Liang is tense and calculating he can't read her power level, but his danger sense is going absolutely wild. He shouts for Chenxing Yan Yue, and in an instant, his powerful spirit blade appears. The woman in red just stares at the blue blade and purple horn, totally unfazed, as Yan Yue charges forward with an ice-cold expression. She leaps into the air and slashes down with incredible force, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Liang watches, then peers through the smoke in disbelief. What the heck? That attack seemed kinda weak. And there she is, the woman in red, standing right where she was without a single scratch on her. "What are you doing?" she asks innocently. "You don't seriously want to fight me in broad daylight, do you?" Our trio's faces just scream, "Oh, we're in big trouble now." He thinks to himself, "She's right, this is the exact scenario every Moonlight system user tries to avoid." He glances up at the bright sunlight peeking through the cracks in the ceiling. Liang wonders, "How are we supposed to fight during the day?" The red-robed woman adds, "Moon King, we have no reason to fight, so I'll be on my way." That sets Huan Yue off, who loses her cool and rushes forward. "You can go, but leave that thing behind," she yells. Liang shouts, "Wait!" In that instant, it hits him, a realization he can't believe. This woman's aura, it completely surpasses a supreme being. This person is an emperor. Liang stands frozen, watching her silhouette fly away as a million thoughts race through his head. The Book of the Moon didn't react, so she isn't a Moonlight user. How did she even get in here? Who is she? Suddenly, the red-robed woman turns back. "Could it be that you know what's written here?" As she speaks, her expression turns dark and sinister. "Do you know what happened in this place?" The chilling aura radiating from her leaves Liang absolutely speechless. The red-robed woman grins wide. "I've changed my mind. I think I'll just check your memories instead." She thrusts her hand forward, unleashing a swarm of inky black tentacles that shoot straight for Liang. Reacting in a flash, Huan Yue leaps in front of Su Liang, creating a purple energy shield to block the incoming darkness. But the black tentacles suddenly sharpen, piercing right through Huan Yue's body and leaving her defenseless in agony. Su Liang screams out, "Chen Xing Yan Yue." The blade materializes in his hand, just in time to block her massive attack, and the two colossal powers collide in a massive shockwave. Su Liang gets thrown to the side, coughing violently. Having barely escaped with his life, he thinks, if it wasn't for Yan Yue's unmovable trait, I'd have been a goner. Looking at the chaos, with Huan Yue motionless on the ground, he panics. How is this possible? That was just a casual strike from her. Su Liang struggles to get back up. Is this the price for taking on an emperor in the middle of the day? The red-robed woman speaks calmly. Just give up. The miracle of the Moonlight King only truly shines under a full moon. She retracts her hand, her voice dripping with smug satisfaction. Right now, you are no match for me at all. This is Chiu Huaji, the master of the Other Shore Divine Sect. She slowly walks towards him and says, "Don't count on getting lucky. The Archer's Palace has no idea what's happening in here." Huaji boasts proudly, "This is a gift from the gods of my sect. Not even the Holy Land itself can detect our presence." Her words make Su Liang's blood boil. He clenches his jaw, taking a deep breath to regain his composure. Then he actually responds to her, "You're right." Su Liang wipes a streak of blood from his face, speaking with slow defiance. "But is that a good enough reason to treat my childhood doodles like some kind of masterpiece? It's honestly just making you look dumb." At first, Huaji just stares, annoyed and completely speechless. But then a smug smile spreads across her face as she says, "It won't be a problem once I read your memories." But the painter still looks skeptical, leaning in to ask, "So, if you've been to this place before, and now you're back, don't tell me the legendary Moon King actually went and lost some of his memories?" Hearing that, Su Luong went rigid. His eyes trembled, totally speechless. And yep, his guilty reaction told the painter everything she needed to know. Her voice started to quiver, a tear slipping from her eye. "So it was you. It was you who did it." The painter buried her face in her hands, sobbing. "I saw that thing with my own eyes, and you just lost your memory?" And while she's having this complete emotional breakdown, our boy Su Luong is just standing there, totally confused and on high alert. Smooth. After a good cry, the painter's grief turned to pure rage. From this day forward, the Higan Divine Sect will hunt the Twin Moon Sect to extinction. She stabbed a finger right at Su Luong's face. "And as for you, Seventh Dream, the Calamity Painter, I'm going to kill you right here and now." With her war cry echoing, power exploded from her body, shredding her clothes and revealing a form covered in countless hungry mouths. And as if that wasn't dramatic enough, a giant, ancient red maple tree materialized right behind her. Su Luong, bless his heart, just thought, "Well, looks like I found the cause of my amnesia. Even if this whole situation is completely hopeless." No more talking, the painter pointed, and the crimson maple tree unleashed its fury, whipping up a high-speed vortex of razor-sharp leaves right at him. Faced with that absolute storm of death, Su Luong could only grip his blade and brace for impact, but a split second before it hit, Hua Yue launched herself in front of him. She unleashed a massive wave of energy, trying to push back the crimson leaf tornado. The resulting shockwave tore the ground apart. Su Luong was blasted sideways while Hua Yue barely managed a shaky landing. Through the haze of dust and smoke, he could just make out her silhouette, still standing. But when the smoke cleared, the truth was obvious. Huan Yue was completely spent, her clothes in tatters, barely able to stay on her feet. And then she collapsed, unconscious. The purple gem on her forehead fell to the earth and shattered into a million pieces. Su Luong's hand instinctively reached for his blade, the Shenjing Yanyu. His grip tightened, his knuckles white, his hand shaking with rage as he growled out one single word. "You!" He furiously swung his blade, unleashing a barrage of brilliant blue moonbeams. But the painter didn't even flinch because every single one of his attacks missed. The painter narrowed her eyes, thinking, "Wait, was that just an illusion?" She glanced at the fallen Huan Yue. "This guy seems to have gotten our last encounter before I beat him senseless." With a cold snap of her fingers, the painter attacked again. The blow landed dead on, and Su Luong cried out in agony. But even that couldn't finish him. Spitting up blood, he absolutely refused to go down, his hand locked on his sword. Su Luong grit his teeth, thinking, "This is bad. Because it's daytime, the power difference is just too huge. A supreme-tier Moonlight Master against a standard Emperor class, and he couldn't even put up a decent fight." The painter's voice dripped with mockery. "Just give up, Moon King. You can never, ever defeat me. Honestly, though, it's not like I can easily kill an apostle like you either." And just like that, her tone switched to something much sweeter. "Even with our history from 3 years ago, I'm willing to back off for now. We can save the revenge for later." The painter smiled brightly. "So just be a good boy, and let me see your memories. Don't you want to know what happened back then, too?" Su Luong gave her the only answer she deserved: silence. He forced himself to stand tall, leveling his massive blade right at her. She scoffed, completely unimpressed. Fine, negotiations have failed. Then she started walking toward him, slow and deliberate. But in less than a blink, she was suddenly right in his face, barely an arm's length away. A giant mouth on her chest gaped open, spitting out a grotesque, writhing black tentacle. The thing lashed out again and again, forcing him into a desperate defense. But just when it looked like she had him cornered, the painter froze, realizing something was dead wrong. And Su Luong? He was smiling. It worked. Thanks for the monologue, he thought. Gave me just enough time to set up my defense. And the secret to this little trick? It all went back to that monster food eating contest, where Hu Zhongyue had stockpiled a massive amount of the stuff. By chowing down on monster food, Hu Zhongyue's shield can recharge at a rate of 5% a second. Not one to back down, the mech flies up to unleash an even more ferocious attack. The clash cracks the very ground beneath them all over again. To Leung parried while his brain went into overdrive. Just defending was pointless, he had to find a way to beat her, and fast. But this crazed painter demon, it seemed impossible. And now, the massive mouths covering her body are more visible than ever. This sheer madness only makes the painter demon's fighting power even more ferocious. Su Liang is desperately trying to block, but that confidence he had moments ago, it's been completely replaced by anxiety. Damn it, the attacks are too fast, too intense. My arms are about to give out. Spotting an opening in his defense, a tentacle shot out to seize the opportunity. It was aiming to snatch the precious moonblade right out of Su Liang's hands. However, the blade had other ideas. It flew up on its own and physically smacked that tentacle away. Su Liang was stunned, the blade was moving by itself. A ghostly hand reached out, grabbing the sword alongside him. It was Yan Yue, the spirit of the blade. Seeing Su Liang still looking lost, she asked, "Don't we still have someone to save? Just focus on the fight." The battle raged on, and though he was slammed against the cliff face countless times, his will to fight never wavered. His insane durability was seriously starting to infuriate the painter demon. This time, it wasn't just one or two mouths she unleashed an attack using every single mouth on her body. The immense power blasted him backward. Struggling amid the tangled tentacles, Su Liang thought to himself, the attack speed has gotten even faster. The painter demon gloated. What's wrong? Still can't block it? In the end, you're just a normal human. Just a puppet of the Golden Butterfly Palace. The Overlord would never be buried here with you, so you should just give up quietly. But right then, the moonblade suddenly erupted in a strange, mystical glow. The sight left her speechless, her face a mask of pure disbelief. Su Liang's fighting spirit reignited as he confidently swung the glowing blade with all his might. The powerful arc of moonlight shot upwards, soaring out of the canyon's mouth and shining brilliantly. At the same time, inside the chasm, the ancient red maple tree was sliced clean in two, much to the painter demon's astonishment. Then, the black tentacles vanished, and every single mouth on her body spewed blood at once. Yan Yue said sorrowfully, "This time, the last of the scabbard's power has been completely exhausted." She turned away, not even glancing at him, and asked coldly, "Su Liang, how much longer are you going to let her talk? Aren't you the Moon King? Don't we still have to defeat the Ice King and the Flying Rabbit Palace? But at your current level, it's impossible. You're a real disappointment." Yan Yue's words left Su Liang completely speechless. He thought to himself, she's right. What the hell am I doing? I'm just an ordinary emperor, after all. Even though she was gravely injured, the painter demon was still running her mouth. Damn it, you really think you can defeat me during the day? Then she started screaming insults, her hateful words flowing like a song. Moon King, I've always hated you Moonlight System users the most, always acting so high and mighty, never paying anyone else any mind. After the Moonlight Radiance was shattered, didn't those arrogant overlords die while fleeing? Pathetic. But Su Liang's attitude was completely indifferent. Seeing this, she taunted him again. Wake up, kid. The era when Moonlight ruled everything is long over. Despite her harsh words, Su Liang remained completely unfazed, not caring at all. It was as if he was contemplating some other problem entirely. Realizing she was being ignored, the painter demon screamed, "Hey, you!" But the only response was more silence from her opponent. She trembled with rage, seething through gritted teeth. "You're making me furious!" The painter demon launched her tentacles again, screaming, "Go die, Moon King!" Only then did he finally respond. "Perhaps you're right, but that's precisely the meaning of me being here." Su Liang spoke softly, articulating every single word. "I will stand on the throne and reappear under the moonlight so that corner-dwelling creatures like you can never show their faces again." These words left the painter demon somewhat bewildered and confused. Suddenly, he roared with conviction, "This is why I was born in this era." His shout echoed to the heavens as a pillar of light tore through the clouds, shining down into the deep gorge. The brilliant light empowered Su Liang, causing the painter demon's tentacles to recoil in fear. Ugh, what the heck am I even wondering about? But he didn't bother to answer. silently absorbing the power from the light. Soon, Liang took out the Book of the Moon and began to calculate. Thanks to my 700 accumulated draws, I've figured out how to defeat an emperor. He raised his hand high and shouted clearly, 700 consecutive draws. The Book of the Moon flew up and fanned out impressively. The system in Liang's head announced, new beast unlocked. The number of illuminated illustrations has increased. Primordial Swan Loon, Supreme Plunderer, Moonlight System, and Tianfu Yin Selection. Supreme Plunderer, Moonlight System, Ice Miandong Moonstone, Supreme Plunderer, Moonlight System, Withered Moon, Supreme Plunderer, Moonlight System. Now, 700 purple cards formed a circle around him. Looking at the information, Liang thought, although there's no emperor, there are still some extremely rare ancient species. Then a confident grin spread across his face. Leung roared, giving up his contract to convert everything into favorability points. And just like that, all the purple cards in his arsenal were ripped to shreds. The fragments swirled together and poured directly into Leung, igniting his entire body in a spectacular magical flame. Leung looked at his new power-up and smirked. If he absorbed all this energy, he could probably just blast his way straight to the 6-star realm. But even that, he felt, wasn't enough to beat an emperor. Then, a totally bonkers idea popped into his head. He spread his arms, faced the sky, and yelled, Kimdir Palace, I don't want any of this. You can have it all back. His words actually made the magical light react. Leung stood still, watching the fragments begin to fade away. He thought smugly, with this much energy, the Kimdir Palace has to accept. But then plot twist the system gave him the most unexpected result ever. Back Dirk Nguyet Monarch. Unlock progress 0.001%. Leung froze, completely stunned, as his mind started to scream. How is that possible? Only 0.001% unlocked? What kind of insane appetite is that? He stared at his trembling hands in disbelief. All that energy, completely gone. Right now, he felt like an absolute clown. Meanwhile, Huarco was already in her fighting stance, ready to finish him. But suddenly, something appeared that made her eyes go wide. A torrent of light poured down from the sky, right where Leung was standing. Even he looked pretty surprised by this development. Turns out, it wasn't the Kimdir Palace absorbing the energy, it was the 100 billion shimmer-wing butterflies from before. So that brilliant light was all them. Time and space itself began to warp as Haruko yelled, What is going on? Why did the sky suddenly go dark? Oh wait, she looked up and saw a massive moon. A moon? Since when? Then she glanced at Leung, totally bewildered. This guy just forcibly changed the entire sky. He's no mere apostle. At that moment, our boy was wearing the unmistakable smile of a winner. I warned you. If you had just returned my diary, it wouldn't have come to this. With that, a beam of light shot straight through Haruko's heart. The light then exploded with incredible force, splitting that giant tree in half all over again. Haruko's tentacles began to dissolve, her body fading away with the red leaves. But before turning to dust, she smiled softly. Moon King. I win. And just like that, Haruko vanished into nothing, leaving only a storm of falling red leaves behind. Leung watched as the last wisp of red smoke drifted out of the ravine. He let out a sharp breath, annoyed. She dissolves into nothing and still claims she won? Seriously? With the coast clear, he finally relaxed and collapsed. I'm dead tired. And with that, he just flopped onto the ground, closing his eyes to savor the moment. A quick nap seemed like a great idea. Suddenly, a voice from nowhere snapped Leung back to reality. That's right, we won. From behind a rock, a girl in a black dress emerged. This was Kumorn, the sister of Huarca. She walked over to a single red leaf, lying in a pool of blood. Seventh sister, you predicted everything perfectly, she said. Good thing you had me hide in the shadows first. If we appeared together, you knew he would have destroyed us both. Which is exactly why she had to watch her sister get obliterated without making a single move, no matter how badly she wanted to. Her sad expression vanished, replaced by a smug grin. But now, there's no way I can lose. Kumorn, full of confidence, strolled right up to Leung, her voice dripping with contempt. Even if you've surpassed the Apostle Realm, it's already over. She declared that the supposedly unbeatable Moon King would die right here. Hearing this, Leung was obviously furious, but honestly, he was exhausted and running on fumes. Just as she was about to step closer, Hohen Weirt's voice suddenly cut in. What's going on? How is there a moon out? Hearing her, Kumorn turned around curiously. Hohen Weird was slowly waking up, her head full of questions. Did I sleep all the way until night? Still dazed, she noticed a stranger staring at her, and more importantly, saw Kumorn standing over Leung's helpless body with bad intentions. Hohen Weird immediately snapped into a defensive stance. Not human, she thought. This woman is another emperor. Kumorn stared at Hohen Weird with a critical, unimpressed look. After a moment, she sighed and said with disdain, After watching that last battle, I can confirm this dear girl has a threat level of 0. She then turned her gaze to Transmigration Yen Nguyet and looked just as disappointed. With her strength completely spent, Thon Zhao was no longer a danger, but her mind, still calculating. The only thing to worry about now was the overlord of the Archer Palace. Normally, it'd take 5 minutes for it to descend. But wait, no. An overlord doesn't play by the rules. This risk needed to be handled within 1 minute. In reality, however, 10 seconds was all she needed. And with that thought, she snaps her fingers. Just like that, a massive black umbrella materializes from nowhere, completely blocking out the bright moonlight. Suddenly, a few drops land on Star Yen Nguyet's cheek. Confused, she looks up and wonders, is it raining? And sure enough, a downpour begins over her and Tu Luang. At that moment, she boldly declares, I am Kumung of the Biangan Divine Sect, the Supreme Min Da. From this moment on, the era of Nguyet Dieu will be ended by me. So that's it, the giant umbrella was making it rain. But this wasn't any ordinary rain. No, these raindrops were scalding hot. Wherever they landed, the ground began to corrode. Transmigration Yen Nguyet lay motionless, soaked in the acidic downpour. The spots where the rain hit Star Yen Nguyet began to burn painfully, and Tu Luang was suffering the exact same fate. He grits his teeth, trying to endure the agony, but this physical pain was nothing compared to the helplessness in his heart. Damn it, he had no strength left to fight. Out of nowhere, a ribbon of white mist flies in and wraps around Tu Luang. In the blink of an eye, he's teleported right out of Kumong's sight. She immediately recognizes it, the mist domain of the Baklok clan. Star Yen Nguyet's entire body erupts with powerful energy, her eyes glaring with pure killing intent straight at Kumong. She stays silent for a moment, then decides to speak before striking. You have made 2 mistakes. Star Yen Nguyet's words leave Kumong stunned. Looks like the villain has no idea what she did wrong. Star Yen Nguyet explains, first, you said I was no threat. That got on my nerves. Second, you should never face the Baklok clan at night. As she spoke, she reached for the purple jade she always wears, only to realize with a jolt that it was gone. Staring at her empty hand, Star Yen Nguyet thinks, it must have shattered. Oh well, forget about it. But this beauty is never without a few treasures. Star Yen Nguyet's eyes begin to glow a vibrant pinkish purple. She clasps her hands to her chest, and then from right there, she pulls out 2 divine swords. This special pair is named Vu Tuong and Van Ko. This, however, doesn't seem to faze Kumong at all. She just laughs mockingly. All talk, aren't you? Kumong spreads her hand and yells, a mere supreme dares to talk so big. The acid raindrops now turn a nasty, inky black. At her command, they change trajectory mid-fall, all hurtling as one straight towards Star Yen Nguyet. But her entire body simply vanishes like a wisp of smoke in an instant. The sight leaves Kumong completely stunned. She vanished? While she's still figuring out how her opponent disappeared, her arm is suddenly sliced into 3 pieces. Kumong's mind reels in confusion. How is this possible? Just a moment ago, she couldn't even touch a single hair on her head. This unanswered question sends Kumong spiraling deeper into panic. I can't even see her movements anymore. Even now, Kumong can't believe what's happening. Her aura is clearly at the supreme level, so what in the world is going on? Holding her twin swords, Star Yen Nguyet's face is grim. This new intensity has Kumong deeply unsettled. What is going on? How can a supreme possibly overwhelm an emperor? The air between them is thick with tension. Clutching her severed arm, Kumong tries to reason. Maybe she's just putting on a brave face. But somehow, Kumong's arm begins to regenerate. She quickly flexes her new hands, limbering up for the next round. This sight leaves Star Yen Nguyet completely frozen, staring forward in horror. She's rooted to the spot, gripping her swords. Seeing this, Kumong lets out a provocative laugh, confidently activating her malevolent shadow skill. Star Yen Nguyet slowly raises her swords, her body trembling. Just as she's about to strike, something inexplicably holds her back. At this, Kumong smirks triumphantly. What's wrong? Can't do anything this time, can you? And there it is. Star Yen Nguyet is suspended before a colorful circular barrier, trapped by black, thorn-like tendrils. They say the Baklok clan's mist domain is unbreakable. However, only an emperor can truly pass through its misty veil. A second later, Star Yen Nguyet vanishes. All that's left is the chaotic barrier and the black thorns, accompanied by Kumong's scornful voice. If I had to face an emperor, of course I wouldn't stand a chance. But a mere supreme like you can't do it. The black mass swallows everything whole before dissipating into plumes of dark purple energy. Watching her opponent get annihilated by her own technique right before her eyes, Kumong is absolutely thrilled. She says with relish, "You're just an ant, and you dare be so arrogant with me?" She lifts a hand to her chin, her expression pure hubris. So uncivilized. I mean, it's just one supreme being, nothing to get all worked up about, she said, turning away with total smug satisfaction. With the fog realm shattered, the Moon King had absolutely nowhere left to hide. But then, something made our villain Kumorng turn completely pale with pure terror. Turns out it was Hoan Nguyet herself, standing right there behind her, looking utterly unimpressed as she spoke. 10 seconds have passed. You still haven't kept your promise, and frankly, I'm getting a little bored. Hoan Nguyet descended with theatrical grace, her feet landing firmly on the ground. Hoan Nguyet closed her eyes, sensing the energy around her as a powerful, divine aura began to surge from her body. Opening her eyes, she spoke without a hint of emotion. You know, my mother may be dead, but she gets really mad if the keepsake she left me gets destroyed. And if she gets mad, the consequences are severe. Morng's face darkened, breaking into a cold sweat as her mind reeled. The entire fog shuttle was here. Hoan Nguyet slowly advanced on her, continuing in that ice-cold tone. That's right. You probably don't get it, but for the White Deer clan who wield the fog realm, death is a different concept. She casually fixed her hair as she walked, looking fabulous while delivering a death sentence. Sorry, couldn't pop back sooner, so I just felt like chatting a bit. So, let's just end it like this. Kumorng gasped, her eyes flying wide open in shock. And just like that, all she could see was empty air, tinged with the faint scent of Hoan Nguyet. She looked up, silently cursing herself. Seventh sister, my judgment was wrong. I should have warned the others immediately. But then she thought, no, maybe this isn't so bad. She stood frozen, helpless as pink threads began to wrap tightly around her body. All alone in the darkness, at least she wouldn't drag anyone else down with her. In the end, Kumorng even managed a satisfied smile, because this was the complete fog realm execution, and her entire body was being sliced into countless fragments. Even her favorite black bow didn't make it. The pieces of her body drifted on the wind, vanishing into dust. All that remained was the star spirit, Yen Nguyet, lying silently on the ground. After awakening, Yen Nguyet was quiet, pondering that perfect fog realm execution. Lost in thought, she had no idea when she might ever see her again. Beneath the dark night sky, a swirling pink orb of light hovered between two massive cliffs. Yen Nguyet whipped her head around, startled. It was To Leung, unconscious and floating right in the center of that glowing pink sphere. Just as To Leung was about to hit the ground, Nguyet quickly swooped in to catch him. She held To Leung in her arms, thinking, okay, I kinda get why the White Deer clan vanished for tens of thousands of years now. Looking up, Yen Nguyet was still deep in thought. The 12 moon palaces still held their thrones, and the full moon cast a gloomy light over the night. A little while later, To Leung finally woke up. Yen Nguyet watched him thoughtfully as he sat slumped on a rock, diary in hand. To Leung flipped through the pages, as if reliving every single memory. His hand trembled as he turned each one. Then suddenly, grinding his teeth, To Leung ripped a page clean out, completely overwhelmed by an uncontrollable surge of rage. Yen Nguyet was completely stunned, with no clue why he'd do that. After destroying the diary he bled for, To Leung just hung his head, exhausted and silent. Suddenly, To Leung shot to his feet, adjusted his collar, and said softly to Yen Nguyet, "Let's go." "Are you sure that's okay?" she asked, worried. To Leung replied blankly, "I'll remember it all sooner or later anyway. No need to look back." He started down the path ahead of them. After defeating those two emperors, I remembered a few things. The power of the other Shore Divine sect seems to be related to memory loss. To Leung had it all figured out. So, if I just annihilate the entire other Shore Divine sect, I'll get my memory back, right? Yen Nguyet said nothing. She quickly pieced it together. He was furious because her death just added more fuel to his burning hatred for the other Shore Divine sect. Meanwhile, high above the ravine, Wai Verdon's group had been waiting for a very long time. Seeing Yen Nguyet and To Leung appear, they all shouted, "Lord Leader!" Silver Rabbit and White Grain rushed toward To Leung eagerly. "Lord Leader, what in the world just happened?" He didn't answer, just asked a question of his own. "Hey Archer, didn't you survive the last Moon God Festival by dodging all the challenges?" Everyone who heard that was visibly shocked. Wyvor's face fell, terrified, not knowing how to answer. To Leung just gave her a death glare and said, "I don't know what your game is, but I hope the next time we meet, we aren't enemies." Silver Rabbit and White Grain flinched, completely stunned. With tears welling in her eyes, Wyvor watched as To Leung furiously turned and walked away. He thought to himself, the moon changed and darkness fell. There's no way Bikai Chitkungweert didn't notice, but she never came to help. Silver Rabbit and White Grain couldn't help but wonder. Their Moon King was threatening the master of the Twin Moon cult? What on earth actually happened in there? On Wyvor's shoulder, Kungweert sighs, watching To Leung's retreating back as a silent promise echoes. Next time will be different. The Archer squad is completely helpless, just standing there like a bunch of statues. A thought pops into Silver Rabbit's head. The Moon King now is even more terrifying than he was 3 years ago. Or maybe, just maybe, he'd finally figured out who he really was. Su Liang strode forward, his face dead serious. His memory was still Swiss cheese, but the important stuff? Oh yeah, that was coming back. He pictured the current world map in his mind. This world wasn't just the 5 mortal realms. Nope, there were holy lands, places way more mysterious. And under the gorgeous moonlight, Su Liang was totally lost in thought. But the weirdest part? The land inside these holy places was somehow infinitely larger than the entire planet. A woman's image flashed through his mind, sparking a question. What's even crazier are the overlords. Beings with enough power to literally shatter stars were just coexisting with regular humans. These overlords ruled mortals directly and meddled in the real world, so why hadn't anyone taken them out yet? Yeah, all this thinking was giving Su Liang a massive headache. He gave his head a quick shake, trying to think on the bright side. Whatever. But beyond all that, there was something even more crucial. Thinking about the cycle of creation, Su Liang realized the 12 moon adornment palaces weren't all the same age. Before the start of the final moon god ritual, only 6 of the 12 moon adornment palaces remained: Fei-Tu, Virgo, Sagittarius, Gemini, Aquarius, and Peacock. And get this, Fei-Tu Palace went rogue after offing Aquarius, one of the 7 wonders. So before the ritual, only 4 palaces were left. Su Liang gazed up at the moon, lost in thought. It seemed the return of the Golden Butterfly Palace was a sign of things to come. On the jagged, cloud-piercing mountains at the edge of the far northern abyss, in a place called the Sea of Clouds and Mist, Huan Yue walked alone on a pure white cloud. She clenched her fists, moving forward with grim determination. Suddenly, Huan Yue stopped dead, her eyes drifting up toward the mystical sky above. Before her stood a long staircase leading to an ethereal and mysterious barrier gate floating among the clouds. 3 girls were waiting in front of the gate. First up was Yunji, an emperor-level moonlight type. She bowed her head respectfully. Yunji pays her respects to the Grand Elder. Next was Lingyu Wu, K, another emperor-level moonlight type, who also bowed her head in reverence. Lingyu Wu Kuei pays respects to the Grand Elder. But the third girl? She was all smiles, completely relaxed and cheerful. Princess Yun pays respects to the Grand Elder. As her 2 followers bowed, Huan Yue slowly advanced toward the gate. The radiant Princess Yun followed close behind, chattering away non-stop. Grand Elder, have you awakened your bloodline memories? According to our deal, we need to sign a contract. We want to represent the White Deer clan in this moon god ritual and crush all the holders of the 7 profounds. But Huan Yue? She said nothing. Undeterred, Princess Yun kept on rambling. The Kang Yue Great Emperor, the Gemini of the Western regions, the Moon King, they're all our enemies. With your White Deer Palace bloodline on our side, this will be easy. But Huan Yue was a stone wall, refusing to say a word. She finally figured the only way to shut this girl up was to give her an answer. Huan Yue's ice-cold reply was a single word: scram. And just like that, Princess Yun was left completely red-faced and utterly speechless. Yunji and Lingyu were equally stunned by the shutdown. Princess Yun's cheerful smile vanished. So angry, she wondered, did something happen in the real world? She let out a long sigh and scampered inside. Oh well, there's still plenty of time. This was Princess Yun, after all, a human and beast tamer hybrid, approaching the 9-star realm. The princess reassured herself, deciding she'd just try to get friendly with her later. Meanwhile, under a crescent moon, stood the moon god palace home to the moonlight overlords who've ruled the central region for millennia. Zhao Yue Jichan sits at the very top, and for some reason, all the core members of her main faction are stunningly beautiful women. The rumors about this place are pretty wild. They say if a single male is born here, no matter his rank, he gets shipped off to the southern or western regions. There's an area there full of tall pillars, some wrapped in chains. Now, even though the Fei-Tu Palace won the Moon God Emperor's throne, they were sealed by the Moon God Palace under the 10 yin pillars, suppressed by generations of saints. That chain-wrapped pillar absorbs golden light from the heavens. But now, at the seal of the 6th pillar in the Moon God Palace, something is happening. More and more lightning strikes the central pillar. 2 sisters from the palace watch in horror. Sound the alarm now. With a loud crack, one of the pillar's chains snapped. A moment later, the light dragon appeared. It coiled around the pillar with a deafening roar. This is the emperor-level Yao Yue Hui Guanglong, one of the 7 stars that orbit the moon. It looked down at the terrified girls huddled below and grumbled, "Why is it always just a bunch of weak ants? So incredibly disappointing." It then raised its head, its voice just dripping with utter boredom. So, years go by, and this is what the goddess's descendant has become? Seriously? Down below, everyone's trying to hype each other up, saying, "Lord Lu Fei is coming, hang in there." But in the middle of it all, Zhao Yue just dazedly whispers, "Master, is this really okay? If the 10 yin pillars keep getting smashed, all 10 moons will actually manifest in this world. And at that point, breaking Gong Fei 2's seal is just a matter of time, isn't it?" Guanglong over here is looking seriously depressed about the whole thing. A mysterious voice suddenly echoes through the air, telling Zhao Yue, "You don't need to worry, I'll handle it." She hears this and can hardly believe it. For real? Zhao Yue's skepticism comes from some pretty solid childhood memories, like when he made her buy him an orange comic book when she was only 6. And look, if it was just that one thing, fine. But this so-called master of hers tricked her over and over again. Having lost all trust, Zhao Yue asks, or are you going to con me into giving you a bath every single day again? Faced with her complete and utter disdain, the voice just gives a mischievous little reply. For real. Zhao Yue lets out a heavy sigh. All right, fine. I'll trust you one more time. I'm out of here. As she turns to leave, she asks, by the way, master, all my cultivation resources just vanished into thin air. Where did they go? And Guanglong's reply, I ate them as a snack. And with that, she leaves, letting everyone else deal with that roaring Guanglong. We cut to a clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds. Cruising through it is a Supreme-class sea whale, a Moonlight System public transport airship belonging to the Three Kings Spring Holy Land. Inside this whale ship, the decor is totally luxurious and comfortable. A beautiful woman stands with her daughter, just enjoying the incredible view. Suddenly, a shimmering butterfly appears right in front of them. The little girl immediately starts chasing the golden butterfly, yelling, Mommy, look, it's so pretty. The butterfly flutters forward before finally landing on the white sleeve of some random guy. And who else would it be but our boy, Su Liang? He's got his hood pulled low like he's afraid of being spotted. Meanwhile, he's surrounded by countless golden butterflies. Nearby, a few girls glance over at Su Liang huddled in a corner, and the gossip starts. What's with him? Shimmering butterflies and white hair? Is he trying to cosplay the Moon King? After news about the 8-winged moon monarch started spreading, the number of Moon King followers totally skyrocketed. The real one is stationed in the northern region, so how could he possibly be in the central region? He's probably just some obsessed fan. Through all the butterfly chaos and the constant whispers, Su Liang just keeps his head down in silence. He cracks a bitter smile, thinking, why don't they ever consider I might be the real deal? And then, a voice suddenly speaks right into Su Liang's ear. Have you made your decision? There's still a chance to go back. Turns out it's Yan Yue, who was hidden right beside him. If word gets out that you traveled to the central region alone, all the Moonlight System powers are going to get some very bad ideas. Su Liang sighs. It's not that I don't trust the archer. I know she has her own agenda, but deep down she wouldn't hurt me. It's just staying in the northern region is completely pointless for me now. As he speaks, his mind flashes back to just a few days ago. I received a reply from one of the Four Moon Generals, saying they found a way for me to quickly break through my current realm and told me to meet them in the central region. Su Liang thinks of a discreetly hooded figure, his shadow on the floor briefly showing a black rabbit. If my recovered memories are correct, that person was once a subordinate of Gong Baoping. He made an oath to be a sworn enemy of the Tai Yin camp, so he can be completely trusted. After that, he falls silent, lost in thought. To keep his identity hidden, he has to use a mask over his eyes and rely on his butterfly's vision to see. Su Liang glances around the airship. Compared to the limited vision of a normal human, the vision from his shimmering butterflies is way more convenient and powerful. He can see everything from the inside out, from the kitchen to the swimming pool. Looking out at the peaceful blue sky, Su Liang quietly thinks to himself, the most urgent mission right now is to join forces with the Four Moon Generals and get enough power to bring back the 8-winged moon monarch. His mind flashes to Hua Yue's slender figure. His cloud-chasing moonstep is gone, and he probably won't be getting it back for a few years. Then Su Liang worries about Yan Yue. The remaining power in the Shenxing scabbard has also been completely drained. He checks his reserves next. The number of draws accumulated in the Book of the Moon are all gone. Su Liang's face darkens as he forces a smile and asks himself, if I ran into another Emperor-level enemy right now, would I have to write my last will and testament right here on the spot? And right on cue, the sea whale suddenly starts smoking. It seems like the ship has completely lost its way. The people on board feel the sudden turbulence and start murmuring. What's going on? Are we about to land? That's weird. This trip from the central to the northern region should take twice as long. A pink-haired woman starts to panic, asking, we're not accidentally flying through the Tenyin Pillar battlefield, are we? The person next to her tries to chill her out, relax. Even if the 7 stars and the Moon God Palace go to war, they wouldn't have the guts to stop a Holy Land airship. But that peace didn't last long. A massive beam of golden light slammed right into Hai Keech, knocking it completely on its side. Looks like Hai Keech took a hit. It opens its mouth and lets out a scream of pure agony. At this point, no one could stay standing on the tilting ship, and some poor souls even went flying overboard. In a corner no one was watching, Su Luong stumbles to his feet, his eyes wide with horror. Yep, speak of the devil. That terrifying aura was coming from a dark energy sphere heading right for them. Emperor Su Luong couldn't believe his eyes. Is this for real? Is his luck really this bad? Some passengers start getting bold, pointing at the sphere and yelling, who dares attack a ship of the sacred temple? You must be from the Moon God Palace. Some punk from the Moonlight System dares attack a watertype beastmaster? The three underworld kings will not spare you. The sphere calmly replies, no need to panic. I'm not from the moon god palace or the seven circling stars, and I have zero plans to provoke your sacred three kings. Su Luang, still surrounded by butterflies, listens intently as the sphere continues its monologue. I am one of the 9 dreams of the Equinox divine cult. From now on, all travelers leaving the northern domain must pass my inspection. And with that, streams of dark purple energy began pouring out of the orb. Don't worry, I'll just erase your memories. Consider it a short nightmare. The tourists were already on the deck, coughing their lungs out. While everyone else was knocked out cold on the floor, Su Luang was shielded by a strange blue light. He watches the scene with a weird sense of calm. Thu Hoako and Vothwang Minda had been killed in the fight. The mission is to find the truth in the northern domain, no matter the cost. Su Luang mutters, and the butterflies seem to understand, flying away. Looks like Su Luang is losing consciousness too. All right, time to check your memories. How did these people really die? What happened 3 years ago? He collapses, his eyes slowly shutting as doubt floods his mind. Has anyone here ever experienced amnesia? An ancient house appears, surrounded by a forest of spider lilies. The truth is, the Equinox Divine Cult is a name that vanished from the world ages ago. Tens of thousands of years back, they ruled this entire region. The cult even had its own god as a protector, codenamed Equinox. But it all ended with a single arm sticking out of a pool of blood, thanks to someone named Wu Yi interfering with a moon god ritual. The Equinox god was nearly killed by a terrifying entity, forced to fall into a deep sleep in the spirit world just to survive. All of its followers were exiled from the 5 realms, fleeing to a remote island where they were slowly forgotten by the world. Until tens of thousands of years later, on one fateful day, a descendant discovered their god-given powers had been massively upgraded. Suddenly, followers in red robes appeared, ecstatic, holding pink orbs. This could only mean one thing. The Equinox gods were returning, and every follower went absolutely insane with joy. But that excitement quickly turned to pure terror, despite the clear signs of their god's return. In less than one night, all that power just vanished. The god woke up just to fall back into an eternal sleep. This wasn't exactly new. It was just like the incident with the 12 moon chalices from way back when. The remaining believers lived in the wilderness, and over time, their numbers quickly began to shrink. Their power faded away, leaving only 9 emperors who gathered what little remained to form the 9 dreams. But this was not the end. Their goal, to use the chaos of the moon god ritual to find the truth, at any and all costs. And now, a sphere from the 9 dreams has appeared. If they don't make a move now, they will never get another chance to rise again. It hangs there, floating in a mysterious void. This sphere from the 9 dreams is like a giant eyeball. It opens, revealing 3 pupils inside. Hello, nightmare, fuel. It peers into the blue memory orbs, reflecting images of the followers. What exactly happened all those years ago? A desperate plea rings out. If you exist in these memories, please answer me. The 3-eyed dream sphere observes for a solid 30 minutes before it gets annoyed. What the hell is this? It's all just useless junk. The first memory shows a girl in cosplay rubbing her face on a rabbit. The sphere is thoroughly unimpressed. So happy playing with a low-level pet. What a pathetic life. Another person is smiling, posing with a giant scorpion. So excited to tame a high-level beast? And here it thought these memories would be important. The orb is getting impatient. How can a third of the northern domain's map be gone with no one remembering why? It glances over at another memory bubble with a sigh. Whatever, this is just the first group anyway. But then, the 9 dream sphere zooms in for a closer look, its eye not blinking for a single second. From the corner of the sphere's giant eye, a single tear of blood starts to fall. Something it sees has made its pupil widen in absolute shock. And somewhere out there, another flight is taking off. We see Yen Nguyet, eyes shut, holding her weapon the supreme grade deep star crescent moon. This 9 dreams orb looks at her with a bit of an attitude. Okay, just a weak supreme level fighter, but let's see what you've got. Looking at the mountain of data, it decides to play it safe and skip the last year of memories, just like always. A stream of memories flashes by, and even through this playback, the power of the Golden Butterfly Palace is intense. It's so intense that it's actually affecting the orb itself. Gripped with excitement, it doesn't dare blink. Your whole life is just a single breath to me. Let's see what you're waiting for. But then 20 minutes pass. It's getting nothing, and the 9 dreams orb realizes something is very wrong. Hold on, how is it not over yet? Seriously, when was this woman even born? Scarlick at the endless wall of data, it's absolutely floored. Wait, is she older than I am? Among countless blue frames, one glows with a brilliant gold light. The 9 dreams orb immediately zooms in for a closer look. Its eye doesn't move an inch, and then, from the corner of that eye, tears of blood begin to stream down. The scene opens on a night with a huge, full moon. In an ancient city stands a tall, luxurious building, the Gemini Palace. A woman walks forward, clutching the deep star crescent moon tightly in her hands. She's surrounded by colorful orbs as she sets the legendary weapon down. Her voice is soft. I'm sorry, everyone. My time is almost up. I can't walk with you to the end of the Moon God Emperor's path. With that, she strides toward a staircase leading to a statue of two women, joined together as one. So let's go absolutely wild one last time. Lord of the Moonlit Gemini Palace. The stone statues themselves are exquisitely carved. This must be the symbol for Gemini. The woman's face is grim under the full moon. You're the strongest weapon in the world. You wouldn't shy away from a real battle, would you? Then, with all her might, she swings the deep star crescent moon forward. Across jagged mountains, a powerful shockwave erupts, shaking the very heavens. At that same moment, the memory panels shatter into pieces. Blood pours from the Nine Dreams orb's eye and from everywhere else on its body. It's been critically wounded. Under a clear blue sky, the Nine Dreams orb of the Beyond Shore Divine Sect lies on the floor, bleeding out. Completely helpless, it recognizes the memory. That was the third Moonlit Palace, the Gemini Palace. It thinks back to the twin statues, to that single soul-cleansing slash that seemed to cut through the galaxy itself. The Nine Dreams orb starts to sulk. It was just one attack from deep inside a memory. Why didn't anyone warn me about this? Thinking of that palace, it can't believe a true lord once stood before the Gemini Palace, hidden away in the northern domain. It tries to float into the air. No good. I can't hold on any longer. I have to get back and heal. Now, it's about to flee, but suddenly, something makes the Nine Dreams orb freeze in place. Wait a second. It spots Tu Luong unconscious on the floor and has a sudden realization. This man, the Nine Dreams orb, recognizes he's lost his memories. It stares with its blood-soaked eye, debating. Should it risk looking into his memories? If he's another powerhouse, it's game over for sure. But the Nine Dreams orb snaps out of it. No, what am I thinking? Looking at the unconscious bodies, it tells itself its own safety is completely irrelevant. It's not every day you run into someone with amnesia. What if? What if he's actually seen a god? Even with blood pouring out, it decides it can't back down now. After making up its mind, a glob of purple, bloody slime flies out and latches onto a woman, and she isn't the only one. Almost everyone gets hit. That pile of goo slowly takes a human form and lands on the ground, absorbing the other bits to create a complete body. And look at that, it's the Nine Dreams orb, now in human form. It walks over to Tu Luong. All right, let's have a look at your memories. It reaches out with a limp, boneless hand. The Nine Dreams orb seems pretty excited about this. That's right, I recognize that face. This guy is the Moon King. Its hand starts to tremble, but it calms itself down. Just ignore the fact that this could kill me and keep watching. And you got to appreciate how, even in a temporary human body, it made sure to give itself a rather impressive chest. It leans forward, certain that the answers are within reach. The shattering of power, the slumber of the gods, and the truth behind the full moon miracle from 3 years ago. Suddenly, Tu Luong's eyes snap open. He's dazed, utterly speechless. He can't believe it. He's floating in some kind of bizarre cosmic space. Tu Luong looks up at a system screen. A new pet has been unlocked. The system panel flickers, displaying new text. Sixth Moon Nightmare, Emperor Rank, the sixth dream of the nine-layered dream, under the Beyond Shore Divine Sect. Tu Luong glances at it and understands everything in an instant. His eyes widen with clarity. So that's how it is. Turns out this kid's body has mixed Moonlight System blood, and the Book of the Moon detected it. Tu Luong scans his surroundings and asks, So, is this a dream world? So, it looks like Luke Weir Yuhan wants to take a little trip down memory lane. His mind flashes to that 9-dream sphere from the Being Ernthun Jiao, the one that stopped the entire whale ship cold. That creepy cult was always digging into the past 3 years, and turns out their target wasn't just him, it was the whole northern region. All this thinking is giving To Leung a major headache, so he rubs his temples. He basically just won the world's worst lottery. What a stroke of luck. Done with that thought. He looks back at the info panel. His memories have rewound to his academy days just a bit more, and it's the part where he destroys the Black Moon cult and creates his own. And To Leung can't help but get curious, because these are his memories after all. But going back this far, even he can't access certain locked layers anymore, so he's just left floating all alone in the void. Facing down an endless stream of memory fragments, he wonders if his kingly power is even enough to reach the deepest parts of his mind. To Leung just cracks a smug smile. It's not like it costs him anything, so why not watch the show? Meanwhile, back in the real world, the creepy form of that 9-dream sphere reaches its limp, nasty hand towards To Leung's unconscious body on the floor. But even if he actually manages to find the truth in all this, a semi-conscious To Leung grips his Yen Nguyet sword, knowing someone will pay an unbearable price. Inside the dream world, however, To Leung is completely floored. Imagine reliving your past only to discover you were just a giant screw-up in someone else's grand plan. He lets out a bitter laugh. What a weird new feeling. Then the screen shows a time where crowds of people knelt before him in respect. That freaky Nine Dream sphere is vibrating with excitement for the big reveal, and its reward? A screen full of static. The sphere's pupil dilates in absolute rage, and just like that, the sky is completely swallowed by darkness. It's a perfect, gorgeous full moon tonight. The light spills onto the ground, lighting up a tiny village nestled between jagged mountains. And then, all the wooden houses in the moonlight just instantly evaporate. The giant crater left behind slowly begins to fill up with water. In the middle of the perfectly still water, a lone figure stands out. It's a shirtless To Leung, surrounded by a gloomy, heavy atmosphere. The Nine Dream sphere's eye practically bulges from its socket. What kind of hopelessly desperate being is this that can suffocate you with its mere presence? It starts to dissolve like water, getting carried away by the wind. So this is the punishment and promise for messing with the being Tunjiao? Turns out, it should have just backed off 3 years ago. Slowly it vanishes, leaving only a few slimy bits behind. The very space around them cracks like glass and then shatters into pieces. But no matter what happens, this news has to get out. In a corner of the whale ship, the sphere from the cult seethes with pure resentment. The others don't have to investigate anymore. It was definitely the Moon King who killed Thu Huar Ko and Vo Thurng Mindar. It leaps into the air, its mind racing with one thought. This kid has already surpassed mere vessels and apostles. It's going to take every single member of the Ninefold Dream to even hope to defeat him. This is its final purpose in life. On the ship, passengers slowly wake up, nursing splitting headaches, and so does To Leung. He glances around, shocked that the sphere actually ran. Why couldn't he stay in its perspective and see the memory through to the end? So he got kicked out midway through his own memory dive? Watching the sphere's escape path, To Leung's mind is racing. What in the world did that thing see? Why did it run off in such a panic? Could the god of the being Tunjiao really be connected to him? He forces himself up his mindset. Nope, he has to stop it right here. To Leung remembers it perfectly right before passing out. He'd sent out a whole swarm of glowing butterflies. By now, there should be millions of them wandering all over the place. Golden butterflies begin appearing all around him. The number of these glowing critters in the central region is 4 to 5 times higher than in the north. He doesn't have to be afraid of anyone here. But then, something clicks. Wait a minute. Watching the dark aura rushing forward on the wind, he thinks to himself, that little moon creature has completely lost its way. To Leung admits that last move wasn't his best. Suddenly, the whale ship flashes brightly, and a black hole rips open in the center of the deck. Violent whirlwinds tear right through the ship as it plummets from the sky. The ship is now split in two. The passengers can only scream as they fall. The Nine Dream sphere is on it too, totally helpless. It was so close to escaping with the news about the Moon King. What kind of terrible luck is this? Before it dies, it manages to fix its gaze on a brilliant light shining nearby. A golden dragon soars up, looking down at the smoking ship, and the sphere wonders why it ran right into the 10 Yin Pillars war zone. That golden dragon was the cause. Oh man, it thinks, I accidentally hit Tom Vung Tween's ship. I am so dead this time. It furiously roars down at the Nine Dream sphere. This is all your fault, you nameless ant. You're not from the Moonlight system. What are you doing here? It quickly snaps back, and here I thought you were some big-shot emperor sent by the Moon God Palace to fight. The two argue loud enough to shake the heavens. Is the only option to just silence everyone? Elsewhere, To Leung props himself up, tensely reading the information on his screen. A new pet has been unlocked, and the number of lit-up illustrations is rising. The Moonlight System's Emperor Realm Radiant Moonlit Dragon, one of the Grand Moon Stars. Under the command of Phi Tho Kung, winner of the last Moon God Festival, its power is completely unreadable by the Book of the Moon. Reading this, To Leung's face darkens. He forces a bitter laugh. What kind of rotten luck did I wake up with today? Are Emperor levels really this pathetic now? Looking at the light type and the orb from the other shore divine sect, he thinks, then again, I'm not the same person I used to be. To Leung's eyes narrow as he stares straight ahead. Perfect timing. Just like that, Luke Weert Yuhane can't escape. A smug look crosses his face, the plan's working, and the glowing butterflies are almost fully gathered. The Emperor rank, an existence born standing at the peak of the world. Because they can cause world-ending destruction, most emperors are bound by the gods, signing contracts to guard their own territories. Unless it's a special situation, they don't just go for a stroll. Yet even among emperors, the power gap is beyond what other beings can imagine. So they're ranked hegemons, high emperors, and normal emperors. Among the hegemons, some can crush a normal emperor to death with their sheer presence alone. There's one whose aura can form an arrow that crosses the vast blue sea to shatter a crescent moon. There's the Icefeather Heavenly Scale Phoenix, who changes a region's climate just by existing, and the 3 hegemon kings who rule all the sacred seas. If they went all out, they could obliterate this entire planet in the blink of an eye. And among High Emperors, the Jade Cherry Powder Pupil can block out the sky with its 10,000-mile wingspan. The White Saint clan can control the sun and moon of the western regions. The Fallen Full Moon, a legend in the Moon God Palace, is the absolute poster child for a High Emperor. Finally, 90% of all emperors are normal emperors. But even among them, there are certain beings with absolute overwhelming dominance, almost impossible to defeat. For example, one who, after a 1,000-year nap, could beat the entire Moon God Palace. And this Moonlight System dragon is one of the Grand Moon's 7 stars, the radiant moonlit dragon. Right then, it exhales a breath of death, its voice rumbling, "There's no other way. Looks like I'll have to silence you all. I really didn't want to pick a fight with a holy level power at this stage." After that last hit, the sea mirror whale thrashes wildly in midair, letting out a pained roar from its gaping mouth. The light type summons a blinding light, muttering that if they're going to war with a holy land, they should at least wait for all 10 moon hegemons to awaken. In an instant, it fires a barrage of light bullets straight at the sea beast. The passengers on the airship are having a rough time, getting thrown around and screaming nonstop. "Help! Save us!" The cries get more desperate. It's at that moment Nguyet decides to speak up. "To, what's your plan now?" She materializes from a hazy shadow, explaining seriously, "My true body can't be destroyed, but that doesn't change the fact that you're facing incredible danger." She finishes, giving To a highly suspicious glare. The dragon thinks, he says that, but just as our guy calmly reassures her, "Don't worry, I sent the flash butterflies out a few seconds ago. They've already gathered, and they're converging on us now." To glances at the glowing butterflies, saying excitedly, "If we can block that first hit, we'll have a chance to hold them here." The scene is absolute chaos, yet somehow, he still looks totally majestic. A notification pops up above him. The number of controllable flash butterflies just jumped from 10,000 to a whopping 6 million. He gazes forward, his expression one of pure, unshakable resolve. He announces some critical news. "The moon in the lake's shield is almost restored. Just stall for a moment, and I can pinpoint the Emperor's attack." As soon as he speaks, a massive, brilliant golden orb materializes behind the sea mirror whale. The light type starts gathering energy in its hands, spouting off threats. "Don't blame me, you insects. Blame yourselves for being so pathetically weak." A second later, it yanks its hands apart. Ribbons of light appear as it roars, turn to dust, before screaming the name of its technique, Flash Seaver. Instantly, slashes of light appear on the airship's passengers, tearing them to hundreds of pieces a moment later. Right then, Su Luang was pouring everything he had into fighting back as his sea mirror got absolutely wrecked. He glanced over at the innocent passengers, muttering with a pained look, "So sorry, guys. For now, I can only save myself. You're all on your own." Meanwhile, the ladies hit by those invisible cuts were in seriously bad shape. Their eyes were just pure, creepy, white. But then, poof, the wounds vanished, and everyone just snapped back to life. Su Luang, understandably, was a little shocked by this sudden turn of events. Even the light system froze for a few seconds, letting out a confused, "Huh?" Just then, a pair of slender female legs faded into view. A woman in a flowing white robe just appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, both the light system and Su Luang couldn't help but stare. In a flash, she crossed her hands, and a crescent moon symbol appeared with a command to change the sun and moon. She then formed a butterfly with her hands, sending the crescent symbol spinning toward a suddenly appearing brilliant sun. Looking at this insanity, Su Luang couldn't believe his eyes, and the light system's jaw just dropped in pure shock, both thinking, "What the heck?" Instantly, sunlight blasted through the sky, lighting up the whole gloomy space. The giant falling sea whale was also starting to just evaporate from the intense heat of the sun. At that moment, the Nine Dream Sphere was also having a major freakout. The blood around it vaporized into smoke, making it scream in surprise. "What in the world happened? My injuries are all healed. How is that even possible?" The light system was now terrified, realizing she was a high-ranking emperor. The woman, however, just calmly explained, "No need to be confused. I simply returned their life state to how it was 24 hours ago. Their memories, of course, remain." Her face was ice cold as she continued her speech. "The Beyond Divine Sect are the ones at fault, not us, Five-Realm Emperors. But they just had to meddle with the Moon God Festival again, dragging innocent people from the North Realm into their mess." The Nine Dream Sphere stared at her, not daring to even blink. With that same cold expression, the mystery woman calmly declared its death sentence, and just like that, it exploded in the void. Seeing this instant deletion, the light system backed away in terror, only for the woman to shoot a piercing glare right at it. Well, that was its cue. The light system immediately spun around and bolted, fleeing in absolute terror. Seeing this, she slowly made another declaration. "Huan Yue Qiqing is a member of the Moon God Emperor. Eliminating external enemies isn't wrong, but scheming to silence the flying boat. I'll report the truth to the Holy Land." all while the light system kept running for its life. Hearing those words, it panicked and shrieked, "Who is that? Why are they so nosy?" The light system was now just a tiny speck of light, but its faint whining could still be heard from far away. That high and mighty attitude is just so freaking annoying. The woman watched silently, then turned to Su Luong. "Great Moon King, as we agreed, I'll take you where you can quickly raise your power. No matter how many of these little pests show up, they can't change the outcome of the Moon God Festival. You already know this, so there's no need to waste miracles." Then she teleported Su Luong to a freezing land of snow with a quick announcement. "But before you can return, you'll need the strength to defeat the Fei Tu Palace." The freezing air hit him so fast he let out a huge sneeze. His body shivered, his face went pale, and Su Luong could only yell in total shock, "What?" He hugged his trembling body, looking around frantically and demanding, "What is going on here?" Su Luong's breath came in panicked gasps. His face felt like it was freezing solid, and he cried out, "It's so cold." His cheeks were already bright red from the bitter chill. The air here felt so wrong, and a weird creature's presence gave him some serious goosebumps. After scanning the area, he realized where he was. This had to be the East Realm, which raised a pretty big question in his mind. Why am I suddenly in the East Realm? For a regular Beastmaster, this place is way more dangerous than the Holy Realm. Just then, he remembered the scene right before he was teleported. That's right, I was attacked by the myriad moon glory dragon, and he could vaguely picture the back of that mysterious woman in his mind. Before I passed out, did I sense the aura of a four-moon general? Su Luong was still shivering uncontrollably, trying to figure it out. If a four-moon general saved him, why didn't Star Yen Nguyet come along? A sudden blast of icy wind cut through his thoughts. Without hesitating, he called out Hu Zhongyue's name. Her shield instantly wrapped around him, completely blocking out the freezing cold. The wind still howled outside. Su Luong let out a sigh of relief. Finally, it's warm. I almost froze to death. He picks up the eye mask, staring it down before having a thought. In this climate, the flash butterfly is useless, and so is this mask. And just like that, Su Liang's face darkens. The truth about Yu Fang hits him, and he lets out a cry of pure disbelief and pain. Does this mean he's completely on his own now? He quickly assesses his grim situation. Flash Butterfly and Jade Tail Rabbit are both down for the count. His moon-swallowing star and cloud-stepping moon chaser are both scattered, and the shield from his moon in the lake is fading fast. The tip of his nose turns red in the biting cold, a deep unease settling in. He knows if that shield breaks or an enemy shows up, it's game over. With that cheery thought, Su Liang slowly moves forward, trying to give himself a pep talk. Right now, surviving is all that matters. Every single step feels heavier than the last, his voice practically freezing in his throat. He keeps walking, but the scenery never changes, just an endless, empty, frozen wasteland. He stops in the vast blizzard, asking in total despair, which way do I even go? And right then, a notification from Moon in the Lake pops up. People. Su Liang's eyes snap wide open as he stares ahead. Through the howling wind, 3 dark figures are approaching from the distance. They get closer and closer, their forms about to be revealed, and that's when his jaw hits the floor as he suddenly realizes something insane. They're 3 girls, walking through a blizzard in ridiculously thin clothes. He recognizes them in an instant, the ice folk. The 3 girls stare back at Su Liang with soulless eyes, but not a single one speaks. In the suffocating silence, our boy starts feeling uneasy and immediately puts his guard up. But shockingly, the group of ice folk doesn't say a word and just glides right past him. Su Liang is stunned by their reaction. Huh? But just as he thinks that, the girls suddenly stop, putting him right back on high alert. The girl with the pigtails turns her head, looking at him with a completely baffled expression as she asks a very human question. It's not safe this far from the mining area. What if you can't get back by nightfall? You should hurry back and rest. Hearing that, Su Liang whips his head around, pure shock plastered all over his face. Huh? An image of some seriously evil-looking ice folk women flashes in his mind. Su Liang remembers seeing that picture on his computer. He'd always thought the ice folk absolutely hated all outsiders. Guess you really can't trust everything you find online. As the 3 ice folk girls stare at him curiously, he just kind of stammers. Then he blurts out something that makes the pigtail girl's face completely freeze. I'm lost. What do I do now? Looking like a pathetic, crying little rabbit, he makes his plea with the most pitiful face possible. You're good people. Can you lead me out of here? The pigtail-wearing ice folk girl just tilts her head and asks him a question. Lost? Just follow the strongest moonlight aura. Then she leans in close to Su Liang's face, asking suspiciously, You're not a moonlight system user? Another ice folk girl with short hair walks over, staring him down with the same weirdly confused expression. Or was there a mistake? Wait, I'll contact another mining area and have them send you over. He frantically backs up a few steps, blurting out a flustered excuse. No need, I am a moonlight system user. The cold just made me stupid. My bad. And with that, Liang spins around and takes off, realizing what's going on. This is a Moonlight System encampment. But just then, a question zaps through his mind. Why is there a Moonlight System mining operation in the middle of the ice domain? Pushing the thought aside, Liang just starts walking forward aimlessly. The group behind him simply stands there, watching his back. The girl with the pigtails keeps staring, muttering, "Weird human." Half a day later, at the Moonlight System mining vein, where tents are clustered at the base of a snowy mountain, Liang's heavy footsteps finally arrive. He's just panting, completely and utterly exhausted. Seeing the camp, he's overjoyed, but can only stammer out a few words. And then, finally, Liang completely loses his balance, collapsing from total exhaustion. He lies flat on the snowy ground, managing to get out a few tired words. He actually made it. Liang can't stop panting. He knows the moon in the lake's shield is about to disappear. No wonder that girl said it was dangerous here. He remembers the adorable face of Huan Yue, and he can't help feeling a pang of regret. If he had his cloud-stepping moon chaser here, this trip would have taken seconds. He just stares up at the distant night sky. After finally catching his breath, he pushes himself into a sitting position. He's totally baffled, saying aloud, "It's so weird, we're in the ice domain, but the moonlight aura is even stronger than at the academy." Watching actual currents of energy form right in front of him, Liang's confusion just grows, his exhaustion completely vanishing in an instant. On top of that, even the moon in the lake's shield is starting to recover. He slowly picks his way toward the nearby tents. Long's mind is still racing. This has to be connected to the moonlight ore vein. He watches the bundled-up locals walking around, getting even more suspicious. It seems the Beastmasters aren't being held captive by the Ice People. So what's the deal? Right then, he whips his head around, as if he just sensed something behind him. And what do you know? A high-level moonlight pet called the Great Moon Flower Pot has appeared behind Liang. It's staring at him with pure, undiluted admiration. Liang sees this and smirks, thinking to himself that this creature is clearly weak to moonlight-type pets. He then lifts his hand, ready to snap his fingers with a new plan. So, if he wants to get some intel, all he needs to do is... But before he can act, he's forced to lower his hand as huge figures appear right in front of him. Huh? Turns out, Liang is now face-to-face with a whole menagerie of beasts staring him down. But the looks they're giving each other are anything but friendly. A second later, the animals erupt into a massive, screaming argument. Spit flies everywhere as they screech in their bizarre languages, leaving our guy totally speechless. The beasts keep bickering while Liang is having a full-blown internal panic. Totally exhausted by the chaos, he just covers his eyes and decides to lay down the law. "All right, that's enough. Form a line," he orders, one at a time. First up is a little blue-haired kid with horns. The kid is bawling his eyes out. "Please, dear Moon King, you have to take me home. My master sold me, and it took 3 years of mining just to earn enough money for the journey." Next up is the sad face of a little bear girl. Her plea is just as heartbreaking. "Sir, the money in the Eastern Domain is different from other places, so all of our savings are useless here." Next is a dog wearing flimsy clothes. His body won't stop shaking from the cold, but he still manages to speak. "Even though the Ice People didn't actually imprison us, we can't last 3 days in this horrible climate. There's no way to leave this place." Finally, a wolf cub with a Doraemon bell speaks up. He explains through his tears, "I just came here for a little sightseeing trip. I had no idea I'd never be able to go home again." The only reason Liang can understand any of this, by the way, is thanks to his own personal translator. Hu Yue mulls it over for a second before finally reassuring the poor, miserable creatures. "All right, I understand the situation. I'll get you all out of here soon." Then Liang gets serious, but does anyone know why there are so many moonlight ore veins in the Eastern Domain? And how do they even operate at such a low temperature? Suddenly, a butterfly wing appears right behind him. It seems to have an answer for all the other beasts. This mine was sold to the Ice Queen by the guardian of the Aquarius Palace, the great cult leader himself. Hearing that, Liang is completely stunned. He whips his head toward the voice, confused, wondering why in this desolate mine someone would call him a cult leader. The voice belonged to a high-level moonlight type named Hui Qingyue. It's smiling brightly as it begins to explain. "Great leader, I am also a member of the Twin Moon cult. Not long ago, I got lost in the Eastern Domain while I was scouting the enemy's position." Hui Qing's wings begin to flutter rapidly with excitement. It proudly continues. "The moment I looked into your eyes, I recognized you immediately." It tries to calm itself down, thinking, there is no way he came all this way just for me. But for someone of his level to appear here, something big must be happening. After that whole spiel, Liang just remains totally silent. Even so, Hui Qing's eyes are filled with pure admiration, its heart fluttering like crazy. If I can just get the great leader to notice me, it thinks my future career will be set for life. After a moment of deep thought, he finally responds, "All right then, give me a detailed report on the situation here." Hui Qing is overjoyed, flapping its wings as it replies instantly, "It would be my greatest honor, my great leader." At that moment, he turns around, his expression suddenly grim as Long begins putting the pieces together. Actually, I think I'm starting to get it, he thinks. He casts a cold glance back at the crowd of creatures. A huge question forms in his mind: why was he specifically brought here? And to a moonlight ore vein, of all things. This was definitely not an accident. He then remembers the woman who teleported him, realizing it had to be someone from the Moon General's pouch. Just then, Hui Qing happily flutters over. It asks with wide, curious eyes, "Master, this mine is currently under the control of Fei Ying Fen Tong, one of the three Bixiao. You must have come here to take back the ore vein, right?" Hearing those words, a million question marks popped up over Su Luong's head as he let out a confused, "Huh," wondering how he missed that memo. But hey, gotta play it cool. He quickly composed himself, faking a few coughs to look casual. Then he shot her a look that could kill, his voice turning vicious, saying the specific situation couldn't be revealed. Seeing that, she immediately panicked. "My deepest apologies. I've overstepped my bounds, my lord." Hands shot straight up in total surrender, and he started stammering out a deal. "How about I just tell you everything you want to know about this mine?" And just like that, with zero hesitation, Hui Qing started spilling all the secrets. First off, the moonstone crystals in this mine can only be dug up by moon-type monsters. No other types allowed. Because of that, the ice people here are actually pretty chill with them. Plus, besides earning travel money, they can absorb the crystals to power themselves up. Then he pointed over to a cave not too far away. He excitedly explained that it wasn't just for exiles like him. Tons of supreme-level masters train here to get even stronger. Suddenly, it all clicked. Su Liang's glare softened as he quietly replied, "I see." He stood there for a second, rethinking everything. This wasn't a prison at all. It was more like the one and only sanctuary for the moon-type race. But another question popped into his head, and Su Liang immediately turned to ask Hui Qing, "So how does this mine even operate in such a harsh climate? And what do you do with the crystals you dig up?" The guy looked a little nervous at that question and answered seriously, "My apologies, master. I don't actually know, but I heard a supreme-level expert say there's some kind of incredible moon-type life form deep within the mine." Hearing that, Su Liang was stunned. The hand stroking his chin just dropped. Just then, Hui Qing suddenly announced, "We've reached the entrance." As he led Su Liang into the mine under the snowy mountain, he gave a friendly warning, "Master, you'll need to be careful if you go inside." Then, Hui Qing started laying out all the dangers. The moonstone concentration in here? Totally off the charts. Weaklings like us would pass out if we went more than 1 kilometer deep. Even for supreme masters, I've never heard of anyone making it past 3 kilometers. Those words hit Su Liang like a lightning bolt. He paused, a huge question mark hanging over his head. How is that possible? He stared deep into the mine, his eyes full of doubt. A high-level beast like him knew something was off. A little bit of moon energy knocking out a supreme-level master? Yeah, Su Liang wasn't buying it. The pieces started coming together. This had to be the pressure from a much higher-level being, deep inside the mine. He then came to a very confident conclusion: something absolutely terrifying was in there. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek as a sense of dread washed over him. That thing must be the reason this mine can even exist here. After a moment of serious calculation, Su Liang raised a hand and made his decision. "You've done enough. I'm going in alone from here." He then walked slowly into that bizarre mine, tossing one last promise over his shoulder. "Once I've handled this, I'll get you out of the Eastern Domain." The guide's face lit up, his heart practically leaping with joy. "I have no idea what the master is planning, but it feels like the whole world is about to get flipped upside down." Hui Qing stared out at the falling snow, a single thought forming in his mind. After thousands of years, the unchallenged throne of the Eastern Domain's Ice Queen is finally facing a real threat. A short while later, Su Liang was already deep inside the mineral vein. Suddenly, a dazzling light from up ahead forced him to stop and take a look. Turns out, it was just a bunch of colorful crystals scattered along the path. Seeing this, Su Liang just kept on walking, but he couldn't help his curiosity, glancing over at the sparkling junk and thinking to himself, low-grade crystals like these are all over the place back at the Twin Moon cult. He pressed forward, his gaze firm as he recalled Hui Qing's warning. A normal high level can only go 1 kilometer deep, and even a supreme level master can only reach about 3 kilometers. More crystals appeared, but he didn't even slow down. The deeper Su Liang went into the mine, the more on edge he became. The pressure in here was absolutely sickening. Keeping a massive mine like this running year-round wasn't something a normal emperor-level being could pull off. After walking for a while, he hit a spot where no light could get in. Nothing but pure, inky blackness. Without a second thought, he immediately summoned his glowing flash butterflies. Soon, the radiant butterflies began to float toward the darkness. But before they could do anything, a violent surge of energy blasted the butterflies straight back. Su Liang was momentarily stunned. He put a hand to his head, thinking, I must be about 1 kilometer in now. I'm starting to feel dizzy. But nope, not giving up. He summoned the shield of the Lake Heart Moon clan. His footsteps grew more confident, the sound echoing steadily through the cave. But after just a few more steps, the system popped up with a 2-word warning. The message that followed made Su Liang freeze in his tracks. Host, you need to leave this place immediately, or you will face a lethal threat. His feet stopped dead at the chilling warning. He's thinking, only 1 kilometer in and the pressure is already this insane? Then Tulern glances at the shimmering shield around him, feeling a little less doomed. Good thing he's got Hu Zhongyue, this should be fine, right? Hu Zhongyue, bursting with energy, immediately gives him the OK sign, signaling it's safe to proceed. Seeing that, he drops his guard and slowly pushes deeper, thinking, all right, let's just see how far this goes. About 10 minutes later, Tu Leng has made it 3 kilometers. His steps are getting heavy, and his stamina is starting to tank. He grits his teeth, staring into the abyss ahead, a new worry creeping into his mind. No way. He can't even sense an end to this place. It feels like he's about to be swallowed whole by some deep-sea monster, and that thought terrifies him even more. The crushing despair and suffocating pressure are just like the bottom of a 10,000-meter deep ocean. Yet, the glowing butterflies keep fluttering forward, and all he can think is, aren't I still 10 kilometers away from the core? He's just standing there, completely paralyzed by fear. What in the world is hiding in there? By now, even the shimmering butterflies are looking exhausted. This just makes Tu Leng hesitate even more. If he goes deeper and something goes wrong, he's dead for sure. He just stands there, a war raging in his mind. What should I do? Should I keep going? Tu Leng's clenched fist is trembling as he screams internally. Without cloud-stepping moon and star-sinking moon, he's completely helpless. But then his hand goes limp as he hopelessly mocks himself. As a 1-star beastmaster, I have no right to perform another miracle. And with that, Tu Leng starts to turn around. His face darkens. He's decided to give up. Looks like turning back is his only choice. But as his foot touches the cold ground, an image of the Emperor-level Namu Bajiaoling appears. That moonlight system beast suddenly flashes in his mind. Then, he sees the arrogant smirk of that girl, Ju Meng, and after that, the moonlight dragon wrecking everything inside the airship. Finally, the sinister face of red moonlight, its eyes burning like fire. Remembering all this, Tu Leng's feet freeze in place. A single thought screams in his head. No. He stands still in the suffocating space, telling himself if he stays this weak, he'll never make it in the Moon God Empire. His eyes lock onto the darkness with fierce determination. A desire to conquer this place surges through him. If I turn back here, I don't deserve the title of Moon King. With that, he slowly sits down on the cold floor, crossing his legs. Tu Leng begins to think seriously. My realm is too low, so I'll train until I can reach the end. If 10.5 days isn't enough, I'll take half a year. He's been stuck at the 1-star realm because all his power was being used to nourish the sleeping golden butterfly. Streams of energy begin to gather around Tu Leng as he sits. His resolve is absolute now. The golden butterfly is awake. It doesn't need his power anymore. I can use this place, with its super-concentrated moonlight ore, to cultivate. As the energy gets thicker, he's suddenly teleported somewhere else. He left with such a strong will, but to end up here, well, at least he has to see what's inside. A while later, night has fallen, and the snow is still coming down. Inside the mine, an energy sphere suddenly appears, crackling with immense power, its light absolutely brilliant. Just then, intense beams of energy erupt from Tu Leng's body, looking like they could slice space itself apart. A moment later, a huge crack appears on the surface of the light sphere. In a flash, the sphere explodes violently, sending a column of energy so intense it blasts through the mine's ceiling, and from the flying debris, Tu Leng emerges, looking epic. Behind him, the radiant silhouette of a butterfly appears. He's successfully broken through to the 2-star realm. Right now, he's just staring in disbelief, eyes wide with a single thought. They say only 4th-tier cultivators get a colored aura, leveling up this fast. Could it be that I'm actually gifted? He quickly shuts his eyes, calms himself, and feels the changes within. It's not just the aura. His senses, physique, energy, perception, and even his lifespan have all gotten a major boost. Tu Leng slowly opens his sharp eyes, filled with confidence. The upper limit of Hu Zhongyue's shield has been raised, too. He should be able to train in deeper areas now. The 10 yin pillars are 10 sealed locations protected by the Moon God Palace. Rumor has it that if the seals are ever broken, an ancient moon demon god will descend upon the world. For over 1,000 years, countless curious kids have tried to cause trouble here, but every single one was defeated by the 10-pillar guards. But the Moon God Festival is on, the 7 stars of the complete moon are on the move, and the Moon God's palace is fading as 9 seals shatter one by one. The very last sound pillar is right on the edge of the northern region. The 7 stars were probably too scared of that place to ever touch it. But hey, after 9 seals went down, they just couldn't resist anymore and decided to make their move right here. The day the 7 stars finally tried something, they got stopped dead in their tracks. Hundreds of kilometers from the pillar, the woman sent to break the seal appears midair, ticked off and yelling, "Three against one? Have you no shame?" This is Han Yue, an emperor-level beast from the Moonlight system and the only high-level emperor in the entire 7 stars crew. And oh boy, she was not done. She kept on laying into them with a furious rant. "I am Han Yue, the head of the 7 stars. What gives you the right to interfere with the 10th sound pillar's seal?" She points a finger at a black hole oozing dark energy in the distance, her voice dripping with rage. "And you, supposedly noble high-level emperors, ganging up on me? This is an insult to our very rank." 3 figures appear right in front of the black hole, 2 smaller ones on the sides, and a massive winged person in the center. The one in the middle is the emperor-level Jing Hong from the Sky system, one of only 3 high-level emperors. She just looks at the fuming Han Yue. Then she calmly drops this bomb. "It doesn't matter how many of you Moon God Palace wastes fall. As long as this final place isn't destroyed, we're good. If you're not happy about it, you can try and beat me. Don't worry, no one's coming to avenge you." Hearing that, her crazy expression just vanishes. Suddenly, she's a whole lot more cautious. Han Yue's eyes flick over to the person next to Jing Hong, and she's shocked to see it's someone from the western region's Baisheng clan. Then her gaze lands on the emperor-level Baisi, another high-level emperor from the Moonlight system. Her thoughts are officially scrambled now, because the 4 moon generals of the Twin Moon cult are here too. Right then, Baisi offers a gentle smile and speaks. "Don't rush things. The Hair Palace isn't even awake yet. Before the Overlord's ban is lifted, we can pretty much do whatever we want." Then she crosses her arms in front of her, slowly letting out a chilling threat. "Besides, this isn't your era anymore, and maybe it never will be." With a little twist of her hand, her sharp gaze remains locked forward. At that, an enraged Han Yue points at the 3 of them and spits out her own threat. "The 3 Emerald Immortals of the East, the Bai Sheng of the West, and you guys from the Twin Moon cult, I'll remember this." Before she even finishes her sentence, the floating figure of Han Yue just vanishes without a trace. Jing Hong seems pretty surprised by this magic trick and glances at Bai Si. "Where did you send her?" The girl just grins, holding up her hands. "To the Holy Land of the North, the Sea of Clouds." But before she can finish, Jing Hong cuts in, totally over it. "So you just sent her to her death? Great." A moment later, all 3 of them teleport up into the thick clouds. Once there, Jing Hong lays down her terms. "Considering our past connection, I'll only guard it for 1 month. After that, you're on your own. Even if the Hair Palace revives, it won't be back to its peak for a while. So why are you in such a huge hurry to get in?" Bai Si looks a little dazed by the question, but then flashes a knowing smile and replies, "It's not something you'd understand if you're not from the Moonlight system. After all, as the leader of the 4 moon generals, I can see the probability of our final victory." Her eyes fill with a deadly seriousness as she slowly utters the words, "If it's that person, then even the Moon King of the previous era." Right then in the northern region, a colossal pillar of light shoots past mountains, straight into the heavens. And there's Su Liang appearing once again, looking absolutely majestic. A ridiculously intense light just explodes around him. Then, the scene cuts back to inside the mineral vein. 10 kilometers deep, rocks are still raining down from that powerful tremor just a moment ago. Su Liang's hair flows in a gentle breeze, his gaze sharp, a crescent moon now visible. After all that work, he's finally reached the 4-star realm. He glances down at the palms of his hands, whispering to himself in his mind. It took half a month to cultivate to 4-star, and for now, 5-star is still out of reach. But his eyes are just brimming with confidence as a thought crosses his mind. The me right now can finally unleash my full supreme level power. But when he suddenly thinks of Yen Yue and Huan Yue, his mood totally crashes. He's got all this power, but no supreme level partner to make a pact with. Still, Su Liang looks ahead, quietly asking himself a question. Forget it. Based on my current aura, I can probably push through to the very end in a single breath. His gaze stays locked forward as he suddenly realizes after breaking through to the 4-star realm, the world in front of him looks completely different. Alright, so this guy can now clearly see the flow of all energy. He clenches his fist, deciding to just trust his gut and push forward. And he's 100% sure that this crushing, overwhelming pressure is coming from some kind of living creature. But a tiny bit of fear starts creeping into Su Liang's heart. I mean, a being with this much spirit, willpower, and raw strength? He can count the number of times he's met something like this on one hand. Moving a little deeper, he leans over as something catches his eye. Way up ahead in the narrow tunnel, a sliver of light appears, and just like that, Su Liang's spirits are lifted. Looks like he's finally reached the end of the line, but the closer he gets to that brilliant light, the more intense the aura becomes. Not about to take any chances, Su Liang immediately summons the greatest defense of Hu Zhong Yue. When he's just a stone's throw from the glowing gateway, he takes a deep breath to pump himself up. Our hero marches forward without a hint of hesitation. A moment later, a blinding light erupts from nowhere, forcing his eyes shut. Once the light finally starts to fade, he slowly peels his eyes open. Liang has entered a secret chamber, hidden at the very end of the mineral vein. And right in front of him, a mysterious dark figure is leaning against a glowing crystal. It's a woman with long red hair, a pair of massive horns on her head, and she looks like she was just taking a little nap. After a few seconds, her eyes flick over towards the doorway where Liang just made his grand entrance. The moment she spots him, her ears twitch, listening intently. On the other side, our boy is just staring blankly, his mouth hanging open at the sight of this woman. She sits up straight, her face full of questions as she asks, "Human, how could you possibly have made it here?" Suddenly, boulders start to shatter, crashing down to the ground in a chaotic mess. Then the surrounding rock walls begin to crack, spreading all the way up to the mine's ceiling. This whole chaotic vision flashes before Liang's glittering eyes. His face instantly darkens in utter shock, and he starts panting for air, totally speechless. It's just an illusion, he thinks. Liang is trembling uncontrollably, clutching his cloak in a panic, trying to process what's happening. That aura was just so terrifying, his brain immediately conjured up a vision of the world ending. Still not calm, he keeps taking these short, frantic breaths while sweat just pours off of him. After a few more heavy breaths, Liang lets out a small smirk and confidently tells himself, "I won." Then he looks forward with a blissful expression, whispering with satisfaction. Coming here was the right decision. Liang's legs are still shaking, but he forces himself to walk, calming himself down. No matter what happens, he's determined to see this through to the very end of the Yue Shenji Zhang. At that moment, the Book of the Moon begins flipping through its pages. A notification appears from the book, a new beast has been unlocked, and the number of lit-up illustrations has increased. He looks at the woman before him. He makes a silent vow. No matter what the price, he has to claim the woman standing right in front of him. The message from the Book of the Moon appears. Moonlight System. Noble Emperor. Ku Yue Deng Xin Huo Ying Wang. Status. Extremely weakened. Ku Yue Deng Xin Huo Ying Wang was once one of the 12 moon zodiacs. Under the Aquarius sign, part of the moon faction, it's impossible not to have heard of such a legendary name. This was a once-in-a-millennium prodigy who dared to challenge the noble emperor during a full moon. But after losing to the Ice Queen, she hadn't been heard from in years. Realizing all this, Liang is completely stunned. He stares at her, thinking, Ku Yue Deng Xin Huo Ying Wang, this woman is actually alive, and she's right here in front of me. Right after, he calls out her name. Hearing him, she finally stands up. Liang walks over and extends his hands, announcing clearly, "I am Liang, the King of the Moon. I've come to take you away from here." His hand just hangs there in the air, met with a strange, unnerving silence from the woman. After thinking for a moment, she finally asks, "And then what? Where will you take me?" Hearing this, he just gets more confused and asks back, "What?" Her face darkens as she asks him flatly, "Has Fei Ying Hongzhui been defeated? Are Pian Yi Jinghong and Shui Luo Zui Xiao dead? Just a mere mortal." Ying Wang steps back a bit, her voice dripping with scorn. "Your realm is so low and pathetic, yet you dare call yourself the King of the Moon." Then she looks up, her eyes like daggers. Her expression is pure rage as she seethes, "You conspire to claim me for yourself." Immediately, the energy in the room explodes violently, as if it's about to blow the roof off the mine. Liang, shocked by this sudden turn, quickly uses the shield of Hu Zhongyue to block. His mind is racing. What is going on? Just the pressure from her aura alone has this much destructive power. A huge crack appears on the shield right before his eyes. Seeing it, Liang starts to panic even more. It's over the Hu Zhongyue's protection is about to shatter. But then, the immense pressure suddenly just stopped. Just then, blue chains shot out from behind Huin Vuong, binding her tight and making her scream out in agony. That scene was all he needed to connect the dots. So that's it, she's sealed here by the Ice Queen's power. Huin Vuong was clearly weakened from the ordeal. He immediately walked over to ask, "What's wrong?" Face to face with her, a smug little smirk appeared on Luong's face as he started taunting. "You keep calling me short, but take a good look at yourself. Not even strong enough to challenge the Overlord, you've lost your freedom, and yet you're still acting all high and mighty." Those words clearly struck a nerve. She ground her teeth in fury, shouting, "You!" before letting out a roar that actually startled him for a second. "You think I don't want to leave? With your pathetic, jumbled-up power level, how could you possibly save me?" Then Huin Vuong's voice dropped, filled with absolute certainty. "Even if the Ice Queen is dormant for now, the second Tam Bixu appears, I definitely won't die." Then she pointed right at Tu Luong, making a grim declaration. "But you will absolutely die a miserable death here." And despite that whole barrage of warnings, Tu Luong remained unbelievably calm. He let out a long sigh, looking utterly bored. "This is pathetic. You're a noble, legendary emperor, and you're this scared of Tam bitch too? Then he let a small smirk play on his lips and said, "Don't get the wrong idea. I never said we were running away." Hearing that, her expression turned deadly serious. His eyes practically blazed with light as he explained, "We're going to defeat Tam bitch too, and then we're walking out of the Eastern Domain like we own the place, right?" Queen Vuong was momentarily stunned, unable to say a word to that logic. Right now, she was thinking to herself, this man in front of me, who knows? Her mouth hung open slightly, her train of thought racing toward 100% certainty. Huyen Vuong covered her body with her hands, looking terrified as she came to a conclusion. Tu Luong was a massive idiot. Tu Luong held out his hand to Huyen Vuong, his gaze gentle, silently waiting for her answer. She just stared back at him, completely stunned, her lips moving but making no sound. Seeing Huyen Vuong hug herself and shrink back, Tu Luong asked blankly, "What are you doing?" She replied bluntly, "I'm afraid your stupidity is contagious." He could only let out a helpless sigh, telling himself, "Forget it. It's not like talking tough was ever going to work." Lost in thought, Tu Luong slowly lowered himself and sat down right beside her. After all, they still had plenty of time, which made this the perfect opportunity to reach the five-star realm. Her curiosity was piqued, so she leaned forward to get a better look. Huyen Vuong quietly hid behind her chair to let him focus. After watching Tu Luong cultivate for a while, she reconsidered. He withstood my pressure. To get this far, he can't be some useless pureblood. Huyen Vuong rested her chin on her hand, her eyes growing distant, her mind drifting into unspoken thoughts, getting lost in their own power. The fools, the weaklings, the ones full of promises I've seen so many over the last 1,000 years. An old memory suddenly surfaced. A young boy from long ago had also reached out to her, in a moment exactly like this one. He dreamed of meeting the ice people of the outside world and of other forgotten things, like the Moonlight System Beast Tamers in the Eastern Domain's mines. That year, Huyen Vuong took that hand. It was like a fairy tale, beautiful and dreamlike, enough to be the start of a legend. Unfortunately, there are no exceptions to the rule, and this one was stopped right at the very beginning. She sat silently beside the boy's body. No tears, no words, just a painful, heavy silence. With their level of talent, they simply couldn't make me unleash my real power. From that incident, Huyen Vuong was left with deep mental scars, slowly closing herself off and losing all hope of ever leaving this place. And so, I filled this cave with my oppressive aura. I isolated everything, so I'd never have to see that kind of false hope again. She fell silent. But then, a tiny spark lit up in the depths of her eyes, a flicker of hope that wasn't quite dead. Perhaps it was the golden energy now radiating from Tu Luong that made her secretly admit talent like this is actually a little interesting. And so, Huyen Vuong's interest was sparked again. "Hey, little demon, what faction are you from? And which emperor is backing you?" Tu Luong answered coldly, "The Twin Moon sect." She pried further, "Never heard of it. Who founded it?" A few seconds later, Huyen Vuong let out a mocking laugh. "A 4-star Moon King? That's hilarious all on its own. The last Moon King was born a 5-star. And by the way, you still haven't answered my question. Who is the emperor behind the Twin Moon sect?" He couldn't hide his annoyance, thinking to himself, God, why does she talk so much? Did being locked up this long drive her insane? But he still had to answer. "I'm the one behind the Twin Moon sect. I'm not just the Moon King. I'm also the representative of the Northern Domain." So, about that moon god ritual. If you're right, then even trapped here, you should know what happened in the Northern Domain 2 weeks ago, shouldn't you? And what do you know? Huyen Vuong was actually paying attention, just as Ho Trung Nguyet brought out a little ring for her. One look was all it took for Huyen Vuong to recognize the North Domain royal ring, the actual key to the moon god ritual. Over on his side, To Leung starts dropping some serious lore. The Dry Moon said the Firefly King's core fire means the Moon King was a 5-star beast from the womb. The kid stands up, adding his own 2 cents like, "Yeah, it sounds totally nuts, but we're talking about that guy." To Leung then eyes the Firefly King with a dead serious look. "Aren't you the so-called natural-born Beast Tamer King?" He unleashes his potential, his whole body glowing as a swarm of luminous butterflies dances around him in a freshly awakened power flex. The emperor behind the Twin Moon sect may be Sagittarius, but I'm actually the master of the Golden Butterfly sect. She instinctively throws a hand up to shield her face from the blinding flash. He slowly walks closer, his voice low. "My enemies are the Rabbit sect and the 10th Moon. I will surpass the previous Moon King and win the final victory for the Moon Deity Festival on behalf of the Radiant Moon." Once again, To Leung holds out his hand, his voice ringing with pure, unadulterated sincerity. "Conveniently, I have something for the Ice Queen, and declaring war on the Eastern Domain isn't impossible, if you join us." The Firefly King actually looks tempted, hesitantly reaching out her hand in return. But just as their fingers are about to touch, some invisible force field just yeets her right back to where she started. Pinned down by these icy chains, the Firefly King hangs her head in complete and utter despair. She mutters, I see now. So what if you have the power of a king inside you? You're just a 4-star beast tamer. How can you possibly break through the Eastern Domain's defenses? Even with our contract, I can't manifest. To Leung just stands there, listening in grim silence while she lets out a hollow little laugh, her eyes totally devoid of hope. If you really want me, she challenges, then go beat the 7 stars and we'll talk. He asks her seriously, if we get out of here and you're free, what will you do? Then he answers his own question, wondering if she'd just go pick another fight with the Ice Queen. Is Tambik Tiu really the enemy we're supposed to be fighting here? She doesn't even hesitate with her reply. Didn't that old hag from the Sagittarius sect tell you? I have no beef with the Eastern Domain. In fact, the Ice Queen and Lord Thui Lian Thien are actually my friends. The Firefly King's hands tremble as she clenches her fists, finally letting out all that pent-up frustration. I fought the Ice Queen back then, only because she did something I could never, ever forgive. She grinds her teeth, her entire body shaking with rage, her words dripping with pure hatred. If it wasn't for the Ice Queen, Lord Thui Lian Thien would never have. But just then, To Leung's face tightens up, suddenly on high alert. The Firefly King immediately senses it too. In that instant, they both have the exact same thought someone's here. Meanwhile, outside, a massive explosion rips through the mountain peaks, lighting up the gloomy sky and shaking the cave to its core. She looks up, identifying the threat. That's one of the Eastern Domain's 12 heavenly shields. They must have heard us. The Firefly King whips her head around, urging him, you need to run, now. If you're the contractor for the Golden Butterfly sect, you can handle a normal Emperor-class opponent, right? Hearing this, To Leung freezes for a sec, thinking to himself, actually, no. No, I absolutely cannot. But he plays it cool, speaking calmly, I don't need to run. I still have unfinished business in the Eastern Domain, and you haven't finished your story, have you? This Lord Thui Lian Thien you mentioned. He's the protector of the Aquarius sect, isn't he? The Firefly King just stares, her eyes wide. To Leung presses on. Everyone knows the Aquarius sect was defeated by the Rabbit sect way back when, but you're saying this has something to do with the Ice Queen? When we get out of the Eastern Domain, can you tell me everything? And of course, neither of them notice the giant bird that's silently closing in on them while he's busy grilling her for info. If the Ice Queen was really involved, was beating her up once enough? You've been locked up for 1,000 years? Was that worth it? He's practically screaming now, trying to get through to her. Why don't we just wait until we get out of here? And then you can go beat her fair and square, once and for all. Just as the bird's talons hit the ground, a shockwave cracks the earth beneath them. To Leung whips around in shock as the system alert blares in his mind. New beast unlocked, and the number of illuminated illustrations just went up. Turns out, it's an Emperor-class sky beast, the Imperial Thunderbird, one of the 12 heavenly shields under Tambik Tiu. Its rider, Fion, wastes no time, immediately firing off questions. Lady Firefly King, who is this human? Why is he here? You aren't trying to escape again, are you? I doubt the Ice Queen will be as merciful as last time. The Firefly King stays silent, so the Imperial Thunderbird rider doubles down, his voice a low growl. And don't forget Lord Aquarius's orders, you are forbidden from seeking revenge on the Rabbit sect. But he doesn't get to finish his little speech. To Leung calmly cuts him off. You're way too loud. Then he just strolls right up to the guy's face with some serious sass. You're just some outsider from the sky system. What right do you have to interfere in the affairs of us Moonlight system users? If Aquarius forbids it, then I, on behalf of the Golden Butterfly sect, will approve it. The traitor of the Radiant Moon, the Rabbit sect, must be defeated. Hearing this, Deloy absolutely lost it, screaming, what did you say? But To Luong had zero patience left and just grabbed her. Hoa Hoin Vuong, what are you hesitating for? Then he just hoisted her up as Han Hok Trui asked, are we just ignoring Kung Fi, those betrayal and murder? She shyly looked back over at Tu Luong. His voice had lost all its calm. And what about the Ice Queen's disgusting cruelty? You don't want revenge for that? Completely useless and weak. Just sign the contract and I'll make sure you appear. Then bam, a sudden arrival summons roaring streams of blue lightning. After this, who's gonna care about some Kung Fi Tho or the so-called Ice Queen? He furiously spread his massive wings as thick fog billowed all around him, making his grand declaration. I will defeat them all, and I won't spare a single one. Right on cue, a colossal beam of energy slammed down into the cave, threatening to crush everything. At that moment, those 3 ice folk from before happened to be strolling nearby when the huge explosion completely terrified them. The girl nervously asked, what on earth just happened? Was that inside the Moonlight Mine? Meanwhile, the cave To Luong was in took some serious damage, the ground and walls cracking apart everywhere. Deloy was hit by the overwhelming pressure and sent flying. He skidded hard into a rock wall, completely dazed and in utter disbelief. How could this be possible? In the distance stood Tu Luong, surrounded by a huge vortex of white, smoke-like energy left over from that last attack. This was the moment he officially broke through to the next major level, the 5-star realm. The monster control panel immediately popped up, updating with all the juicy details. Moonlight system, low rank, lightning butterfly, sealed. Realm too low, host cannot summon all. It listed off a mid-rank jade tail, an emperor rank light human, and an 8-winged monarch, all sealed up tight. Because his current realm was just too low. They were locked until the host reached the 7-star realm or merged, along with an energy burst from hundreds of millions of low-level lightning butterflies. The unlock condition can be triggered temporarily. Moonlight system, emperor rank, dry moon lantern, heartfire, huin vuong. Status, sealed. Host realm is too low, must train more. Reading it all over, he was completely blown away. His mind raced with calculations. If I can reach the 6-star realm, I can summon an emperor? Isn't that supposed to be for 7 stars? Tu Luang clenched his hand, his eyes filled with resolve, silently making a guess. In other words, if I hit the 6-star realm, I can use the power of the dry moon lantern heartfire huin vuong whenever I want. Seeing him just standing there thinking, Deloy completely lost it, shouting, "You there, what are you doing? How dare you sign a contract with Lady Hoa Huin Vuong?" Not to mention all that crazy talk about beating the Ice Queen. Tu Luang just gave him an ice-cold stare, but Deloy kept on screaming like a lunatic, sneering at him with total disrespect. "You're only a 5-star, you can't even summon an emperor." Suddenly, a bolt of blue lightning came crashing down. Just then, outside the cave, dark clouds rolled in. Thunder and lightning started to shake the entire world. Tu Luang silently looked up, his expression unreadable. Then he simply lowered his head and sighed. He immediately summoned Confronting Yen Nguyet. In the blink of an eye, a solid barrier was erected. The barrier rapidly expanded outward, covering a massive area with intensely surging spiritual power. Even when lightning struck it directly, the barrier stood firm without a single tremor. Seeing this, Deloy couldn't help but totally freak out. "What?" He was pouring cold sweat, mouth hanging open. "How?" Deloy let out a desperate, terrified scream. It swallowed the entire mining area. After that little incident, the cave was just gone without a trace. Only a huge crater remained. He furiously cursed that damn guy, then yelled without an ounce of respect, "Who the hell are you?" But after taking a closer look, Deloy quickly put the pieces together. Wait, the king of the Moonlight system, white hair, waning moon pupils. He stared straight into Tu Luang's crescent moon eyes, which confirmed all his suspicions. Deloy immediately shot back a question. "Moon King of the Twin Moon Sect, are you trying to declare war on the Eastern Domain?" Tu Luang completely ignored him, just closing his eyes and thinking to himself. "Storing the energy of an entire mineral vein at once, I should be able to do it now." Soon after, sparks of golden-green energy appeared behind him. Those giant wings were the undeniable proof that he had successfully broken through to the legendary 6-star realm. His brilliant aura lit up the space, 1/10 of the vein's energy, he calculated, gone in a flash. But here's the catch. This slick new 6-star form has a teeny-tiny 5-minute time limit. After that, poof, he's back to a 5-star scrub. And Emperor Lei? Oh, he is absolutely shaking in his boots. Our boy sees this and drops the smuggest grin imaginable. Yup, all part of the master plan. Then, Su Liangjang throws his hands out and bellows, "Withered moon lantern heartfire, Huang Wang, get out here!" And boom, a massive fireball erupts from his wings, hot enough to melt reality itself. The fire orb shatters, and out steps Huang Wang, answering Su Liang's summon. Shards of flame rain down as she struts out like she owns the place, rocking an overpowering aura and eyes that are literally glowing. With Huang Wang's grand entrance, fiery embers rain across the entire eastern region, basically announcing a new boss is in town. The local ice clans totally freak out, hitting the deck and bowing like their lives depend on it. The legendary Lady Huang Wang is back after 1,000 years. Huang Wang floats up behind him, gently places a hand on his shoulder, and calls him Master. But in her head, she's thinking, the second we made that pact, I saw his entire crazy plan, all while staring daggers into Su Liang's back. She can't help but mutter, "You are on a whole nother level of crazy. I've literally never seen this before." And yeah, his little threat about challenging the Ice Queen, he wasn't kidding. He glances back with an icy stare, but Huang Wang is still processing the absolute madness of his scheme. And the real kicker? This guy isn't even one of the chosen apostles. Su Liang cuts right to the chase. "Congrats on your freedom, now you know the deal, right?" he asks, holding out a hand. Huang Wang gets it instantly. "Is 5 minutes enough time?" she wonders, tapping her chin. I mean, it's not even a full moon. But after a quick calculation, she decides to risk it. "All right, we can try," she says, grabbing his hand to seal the deal. No time to waste. Huang Wang immediately wraps them both in a cocoon of pure energy, lifts off, and then blasts into the sky at light speed, leaving a blazing trail that literally rips space wide open. Meanwhile, Emperor Lei is still rebooting his brain. Oh, this is bad. This is really, really bad. Once his brain finally catches up, his eyes go wide. I have to warn Lord San Bixiao, he screeches. Moments later, they arrive at an ice palace bathed in the eerie glow of a burning red crescent moon. The whole vibe is super trippy. And there's Su Liang, floating midair, silently scouting the place out like a pro. Huang Wang's voice pops into his head. They've got about 4.5 minutes left on the clock. So, you see what you're looking for? Su Liang just points a hand at the castle and replies, to save time, we're scanning the entire fortress. He closes his eyes, focusing intently, and sends out a silent pulse of energy to map every single vibration in and around the place. He pushes his senses to the max, peering straight through the castle walls. And what does he find? A girl with bright blue hair and skin as pale as snow. Taking a closer look, Su Liang realizes, this girl is an 8-star Beastmaster. An actual, legit, 8-star powerhouse. Our guy just hovers there, completely stunned, probably asking himself a very important question. Seriously, how many 8-star Beastmasters are just chilling in this region? Before he can ask out loud, Huang Wang chimes in. That little thing? That's the current ice consort, the one with a temporary contract with San Bixiao. Ah, that name again, ringing in Su Liang's head. Looking down at the so-called ice consort, he puts 2 and 2 together. So, to get out of this region, we have to go through her. Then it hits him. His eyes fly open as a major clue clicks into place. Hold on, could this tiny girl be that 3-meter-tall Ice Clan member? She's using a disguise. Just then, a system notification pings, yanking him back to reality. Warning. King of the Eastern region has been detected before the defeat of the main Fei Ying forces. Do not engage the king in direct combat unless the enemy does something to seriously screw over your team. And at the exact same time, the Ice Consort gets a nearly identical pop-up. King of the Eastern region detected. Before breaking the pact, do not engage the king directly, unless, of course, the other side does something to seriously mess up your squad. And just like that, it all clicks. Oh, I get it now, she yells. So it's you, King of the Moon. You trying to start a war or something? Suddenly, an ear-splitting scream erupts, and the ice consort quickly plugs her ears. War, my butt. Let me out of here, you idiot. I've been charging this attack for 30 seconds. Aren't you supposed to be an 8-star Beastmaster? Fentong roars. If they get away with Fire Huang Wang, you and I are both going to be in deep trouble. The ice consort just pouts, whining back. Lady Fei Ying Fen Tong. I'm an 8-star ice beastmaster, okay? Not some 3-star sky type. Who's the one hiding in my body because they're afraid of a little cold? Man, I really miss Lady San Shu Bai Shui. It's been over a year since she went back to the Three King Spring. I wonder when she's coming back. Hearing her whine just makes Fen Tong even more furious, absolutely losing her mind. Oh, shut your trap, you useless thing. Then she rubs her chin, deep in thought. Funny how both the Crimson Wing and the 3 Beauty Snow just happen to be gone. Totally a coincidence. Fendong quietly sized things up. Her conclusion? The current Ice Princess would need at least 3 whole minutes to summon her. Meanwhile, everyone's on high alert, and our boy Su Liang is over here, frantically scanning everything. He checks every single corner until wait, what's that? A wisp of black smoke from a hidden spot. Su Liang's eyes go wide. Bingo, found it. In a room crammed with junk, a purple mirror sits dead center. The mirror swings open, showing a mysterious black orb inside. After staring at it for a bit, Su Liang is just plain confused. Why in the world would his opponent still summon the 3 Blue Xiao clan? While the Ice Princess is having a meltdown over the cost, our guy is already 5 steps ahead. But hey, once he touches the Ice Empress's treasure, the Moon God Festival's restrictions are gone. The battle starts in seconds. So Su Liang makes the call. Firefly King. She immediately reports she can hold on for about 4 minutes. The catch? They can't hit any snags. She's basically got no juice left for a real fight. He holds up a hand, all cool and reassuring. It's fine, we just need to escape the eastern domain. Then Su Liang shouts, Moon in the lake! It appears instantly, sending a silent wave right through the mirror. As Moon in the lake fades away, poof, the item inside the mirror vanishes with it. Mission accomplished. Su Liang and Firefly King don't stick around. They bolt, leaving the Ice Princess just screaming, what is going on? Then it dawns on her and she absolutely loses it. Did that bastard just touch the Ice Empress's treasure? How dare he, Fendong Han muses. Well then, I won't let him get away that easily. Dawn is coming. We'll meet again. At that moment, Su Liang and Firefly King are booking it at light speed. Seeing the disappearing moon, she says nervously, the night is almost over. She gets nothing back. Su Liang, are you even listening? Still silence. He's just staring at the orb in his hand, deep in thought. Something is wrong. His sharp senses kick in, and he realizes something's off. Okay, analyze. The Chen Xing Yan Yuez scabbard is a beast weapon, but this black orb? It's totally dead. Not a single trace of life force left in it. No time to overthink it. He summons the moon's shrine. Not even a second later, info pops up. Component of the upper moon bone flower blade, found. The next message makes his eyes go wide. Reminder, the upper moon bone flower scabbard is made of 4 parts. The black blade, the purple core, the blue soul, and the gold lock. You need the gold lock to awaken the bone flower. A list of everyone holding the parts appears. Black blade, held by the Northern Domain's Moon King. Purple core, held by Star Yen Nguyet. Blue soul, held by the Eastern Domain's Gemini. Gold lock, held by the Eastern Domain's Ice Empress. And just like that, Su Liang's face drops. His eye twitches. Wait. Chen Xingyan Yue never mentioned 4 parts. Su Liang just facepalms, his mind racing. Besides, how could the ancient Ice Empress not know about the 7 mystics? Of course she'd keep a peace with her. At least he got something out of this mess. After all, he did manage to save Firefly King. Plus, nabbing the blade makes the whole trip worthwhile. He's so lost in his big brain theories, he totally misses her calling him Su Liang. Meanwhile, Su Liang's just rubbing his chin, smiling smugly. First things first, just gotta give this to Chen Xingyan Yue. She finally loses all patience and yells right in his ear, "Hey!" which snaps him out of his little daydream. Firefly King says worriedly, "Look, you're fast, but it's not a full moon right now. The night is over. We have to cross the Eastern Domain's border." Even though she's clearly panicking on the inside, she still tries to keep her tone polite. "I don't want to doubt you, but with that miraculous little control panel of yours." A second later, she just asks, "You can't even handle a supreme-level enemy, can you?" Hearing that, Su Liang has to admit it. Next up, the system lists all the pets he's got. Northern Wing Moon Monarch, Emperor tier, but he can't summon it at his current level. Dry Moon Firefly King, also Emperor tier, can be summoned at 6 stars. Moon in the Lake, intermediate tier, summonable. Jade Tail Rabbit, also intermediate and summonable. So, these low-level butterflies can be summoned, but not many. Su Liang shoots a look at Huang Vuong, and it all clicks. And just like that, the system panel pops up after the contract and resonance link. Looks like she finally noticed her own status panel. The 5-minute time limit expired, meaning that forced 6-star power-up is dropping back down to 5. The Firefly King is a no-show, so they're completely out of options. But she's getting real suspicious, demanding some answers. What in the world? Didn't you say you had a waning moon beast? Rio just gives this goofy smile and hits her with the lamest excuse. Yeah, well, it's not a full moon, so it can't really do anything. And besides, even on a full moon, it couldn't take on an emperor anyway. The Firefly King freezes mid-air, completely stunned and muttering in disbelief. A waning moon body. That's impossible. Her voice just sinks with regret. That's right, and without a full moon, it's useless in a fight. The Firefly King gently leans down, staring at the Jade Tail Rabbit. If only that day had also been a full moon night. Seeing the cute little rabbit sound asleep, she whispers that this furball is actually a descendant of the Taiyin Fae. Behind her, Rio looks seriously bummed out. He adds that not even a god would have been able to spot the flaw in a waning moon body. She just repeats the word flaw like it's poison. Then the Firefly King shoots up, snapping back. Nonsense. How could a waning moon body possibly have a flaw? She's dead serious, insisting the waning moon body is absolute perfection, a true masterpiece of the moonlight. And just then, the sky is suddenly flooded with swirling ribbons of pink clouds. They spread out like waves of color. Both of them feel the change, and after a moment of shock, they both gasp in amazement. The entire sky, in just a blink, is now covered in a brilliant peach-pink glow. Down below, the Ice Clans look up and immediately fall to their knees in terror. A girl cries out in shock, "It's Lord Sanbi Xiaofei Yingfen Tong! She has arrived!" And with her, delicate peach blossoms start drifting on the wind, filling the air with a surreal, magical beauty. Rio is suddenly frozen solid in midair, completely baffled. A few seconds later, his face hardens as his eyes lock dead ahead. And there's his problem, Fen Tong, sporting a pair of enormous, radiant butterfly wings. She gets straight to the point. Give up. It is daytime now. Fen Tong says all this with an icy, indifferent stare, her every word loaded with hidden meaning. They both knew there'd be consequences for their actions, and even expected to be stopped. But Rio is still tense, lips pressed tight, thinking, what is this insane speed? Facing off against Fei Ying Fen Tong, his mind goes on high alert. He thinks to himself, forget the Eastern Domain border. From here, I can't even move a single inch. She then gives her command in a voice cold as ice. Return what belongs to the Ice Queen, then follow me for interrogation and punishment. Do that, and I might consider sparing your lives. But Rio just gives her a cold, silent stare in response. Suddenly, a sharp, defiant voice cuts through the air. In your dreams, Fei Ying Fen Tong. Hearing that voice, Rio spins around in shock. Even the usually composed Fen Tong can't hide her surprise. A second later, spirit flames begin to gather, swirling into a protective circle right in front of 2 Rio. The Firefly King appears, leveling a cold, emotionless glare at her opponent, her words absolutely resolute. I may die in battle here, but I will never go back. The Fei Tuo Palace's seal is about to break, and I must be the one to destroy it with my own hands. Fentong just frowns. Listen, she says, her voice low and persuasive. If it were you, I'm sure you could understand me. But before the Firefly King can even finish, Fentong closes her eyes, calmly analyzing the situation. Huo Ying, you are still so incredibly stubborn, aren't you? Didn't the Ice Queen join the Moon God Festival this time just to get revenge for the Aquarius Palace? All you need to do is wait peacefully for the Moon God Festival to end. The Firefly King falls silent at this, a flicker of deep thought in her eyes. Fentong bluntly lays out the results, as if she already holds the future in her hand. Your eastern domain will defeat the Fei Tuo Palace and the 10th Moon Eclipse. After that, this will all finally be over. She grabs the Firefly King's hand tightly, her voice dropping seriously. But before that happens, Fentong warns, I will not allow you to go and get yourself killed. She's getting extremely agitated, her frustration boiling into raw anger as she peppers her with questions. If you can't even defeat the likes of me, how could you possibly win? She scoffs, waving a sleeve dismissively at Bai Yuqing. The Firefly King hesitates, her resolve wavering. At this point, 2 Rio has had enough. He smacks Fentong's hand away and furiously yells, That's quite enough out of you. He doesn't hold back at all. Defeating the Fei Tuo Palace is our business, Yue Yao's business. You outsiders from the Eastern Domain should just butt out. He keeps that same tone going, I don't know what kind of history you two had in the past. But he glares at Fentong, holding absolutely nothing back. He gives her a direct warning. Go back where you came from, or else we'll take you and the Ice Queen down too. Hearing this, the Firefly King gasps. You're insane. Fentong is just fuming, grinding her teeth and letting out a low growl. She's practically spitting mad, refusing to be outdone, yelling that he's just some loser from the tiny Moonlight system. Fentong's rant continues, full of confidence. After the Moon Goddess fell, there's only one miracle left in 12 full moons. The Moonlight system is already washed up. This Moon God Festival is probably the last happy moment you guys will ever have. And then she goes nuts, pointing right in his face and screaming insults. It's broad daylight and you dare talk to me like that? Then, in a flash, Fentong just freezes up. Super weird. She slowly turns toward the light, a dazed look on her face, and unconsciously whispers, What? Fentong stares blankly towards the horizon. At the same time, the system dings with an information update. Just a second ago, it was fast asleep, but the jade-tail rabbit's eyes suddenly snap open. Su Liang mutters quietly, The moon. Reflected in his crescent moon eyes, a bright full moon is rising deep within his pupils. The second he speaks, the moon slowly emerges from the swirling black clouds, its light spreading across the sky. At that exact moment, on the coast of the northern domain, the full moon was already high in the sky. Its brilliant light shimmered on the clear water, and in the central 9 hells, Elder Star Yen Nguyet stares at the moon, utterly stunned. She glances at the person kneeling in despair on the ground and asks, completely baffled, What are you even doing? I am the moon-guiding heavenly maiden of the Moonlight system, a supreme being. Hearing Yen Nguyet's question, she looks up, completely flustered and lost for words. A traumatic flashback to a life-or-death battle. She tries to explain that during the last fight, she was killed before she could even use her skill. Now that she's revived, she's still a panicked mess. And as she sobs, she accidentally activates the skill again. Yen Nguyet doesn't have time to scold her, just says helplessly, Oh, forget it. Anyway, at your supreme level, this full moon scene you bought only lasts 5 minutes at most. The full moon shines down on the sea. As they both watch, a bad feeling creeps in. She mutters to herself, I hope nothing big happens. Back with Fentong, she's frozen solid, staring at the scene before her in absolute disbelief. A full moon? What in the world is going on? Unbelievable. Su Liang lowers his head as a thought crosses his mind. Of course, I'm smart enough to realize this probably all depends on. He can only think of the jade-tail rabbit. The transformation. This fake full moon has no effect on an emperor-level being. Only a few seconds remain before the fluorescent king gets recalled. Huang Vuong just stands there silently. With everything on the line, Su Liang places all his faith in the jade-tail rabbit. All his hopes are riding on that thing. The moment Fentong sees the jade-tail rabbit, she just bursts out laughing. She covers her mouth, but her voice is dripping with contempt. What is this joke? An intermediate-level jade-tail rabbit? Getting no response from her opponent only makes Fentong cockier, and she can't resist another jab. King of the Moon, is this the power that gives you the nerve to spout such nonsense? She points at the moon. You think I can't see through this cheap supreme-level trick? This little act only lasts for 5 minutes. It won't affect the outcome of this battle at all. Su Liang closes his eyes, still refusing to argue back. He pays no attention to Fen Tong's taunts and turns away, focusing only on his beloved pet. Su Liang asks softly, "My previous one-star realm didn't let you use your full power, did it?" He didn't stop there, adding, "But I know the limits of the waning moon body go far beyond this." The jade-tail rabbit listened obediently to the end. The next second, Su Liang points straight at Fen Tong and orders sharply, "See that noble emperor level before you? In 10 seconds, you will become stronger than her." Then he decisively summoned the moon in the lake. Getting the call, it appeared in an instant without hesitation. In a flash, countless mineral veins appeared all at once in front of the jade-tail rabbit. Witnessing this, Huang Vuong's eyes went wide with amazement, quickly thinking it must have just devoured the moonlight ore. The jade-tail rabbit ferociously grabs the chunks of ore, shoves them into its mouth, and starts chewing like an absolute maniac. At that moment, Fen Tong was frozen in place, her face bugging out like a glitch, a giant question mark practically appearing over her head. The little guy was absolutely demolishing this mineral vein, totally zoned out while a voice in its head just kept screaming, driving it completely bonkers. Its eyes glowed red, totally feral as the voice pushed on. "You are my only trump card. Get stronger now. Evolve. Live up to my hype," Su Liang yells, while his jade-tailed rabbit just keeps inhaling mineral veins like they're going out of style. Su Liang just watches this feral display, probably thinking he's created a monster. Unlike his contracts with Yunjue Yue and Shenxing Yanyue, this one's a little different. See, the rabbit's true power is totally getting nerfed by his own one-star rank. He does some quick math, he's already at 6-star himself. He even wonders if, under a full moon, he could hit 7-star and take down an emperor. His eyes flick over to the two girls, still stuck in some kind of dramatic standoff instead of actually fighting. Su Liang easily pieces together the backstory. Fei Ying Fen Tong is hesitating, clearly hung up on some old feelings. This is getting stressful. The Firefly King is literally seconds away from vanishing into thin air. When that happens, she's most likely dead for good. The Firefly King's eyes are filled with sadness, her voice full of doubt. The full moon, why at a time like this? Is it a sign? Naturally, she starts going down memory lane. Did the great Lord Shui Liantian somehow predict this would happen all those years ago? This isn't about luck, or power, or probability. It was fated from birth. Because deep down, she believes a miracle is coming. Right, the moon just hangs there, all bright and majestic, offering exactly 0 useful answers. So the Firefly King turns to Su Liang with her doubts. "I have one final question. Why didn't you accept the royal consort's invitation?" Su Liang doesn't skip a beat. No reason. "He called my entire team useless trash, so I cussed him out. My tutu is definitely not some defective item. And didn't you once claim the deficient moon physique wasn't useless either?" The rabbit, meanwhile, continues its snack time, totally oblivious. But when he talks about his goals, his voice turns sharp and serious. "One of these days, I'm going to crush the Flying Rabbit Palace and the 10-moon eclipse under my heel and make them feel true regret." Feeling that raw determination, the Firefly King is just frozen. It seems like something clicked, and she quietly whispers her agreement. "You're right." The Firefly King trembles with rage, her fist clenched tight. The deficient moon physique is not a piece of junk. She screams, letting it all out. "Release this burden from my heart. Lord Dongfu Shui Liantian of the Aquarius Palace, your deficient moon physique is not worthless." Words she probably never thought she'd say are now echoing in the air, leaving Su Liang's jaw on the floor. He barely has time to recover. "Wait, what did you just say?" he asks, his face a mask of total shock as an image flashes in his mind. One of the 7 wonders of the world, guardian of the Aquarius Palace, Dongfu Shui Liantian. He had the deficient moon physique? Suddenly, Su Liang gets it. Wait a minute. It all makes sense now. That's why the Flying Rabbit Palace could actually defeat Aquarius. He finally solved the mystery because on that day, it wasn't a full moon. The deficient moon physique has absolutely no fighting power otherwise. The Firefly King looks down, still lost in a daze. Yes, Lord Shui Liantian would never lose on a full moon night. I always believed that. But she's still beating herself up. Just by myself, I couldn't possibly defeat the Sun's faction. I hate how weak and powerless I am. After a long pause, she asks her master, Su Liang, if one day, will you let me stand before them? Before she even finishes, he agrees without hesitation, showing his absolute trust in the Firefly King. Hearing his answer, she can feel his trust, and a faint smile finally graces her lips. Then, the Firefly King moves forward, wrapping her arms around Su Liang in a hug to express her gratitude. He doesn't fight it, just stands there quietly, but at that moment, her figure starts to blur in the moonlight. Su Liang looks at the Firefly King, completely floored by how fast everything is suddenly moving. Fen Tong is livid, grinding her teeth as she yells, "Huo Ying, are you really going to be this stubborn?" Then her wings immediately burst open. But their hug isn't over. In that instant, the Firefly King whispers a few words into his ear. Before his final battle with the Flying Rabbit Palace, Lord Shui Liantian separated his life force from the crystal core. Su Liang's eyes snap open, his mind scrambling. What did she just say? She continues her hushed reveal. If the crystal core is reformed, the full power of the deficient moon physique can be restored. But before she can finish, her fated moment arrives. The Firefly King dissolves into the wind, leaving Su Liang completely stunned. He snaps out of it fast, trying to get his bearings. The Firefly King's gone, so he's back to 5-star rank. The Firefly King made a contract with him, so if he dies, she's going to suffer some serious damage too. Watching all this chaos, our boy Su Liang put 2 and 2 together. Ah, so that's why Fen Dong was just standing there doing nothing. Su Liang glanced at Fen Dong's scrunched up, hesitant face and smirked. That little pause? Oh yeah, that was more than enough for him. No time to waste. He bellowed out a name, and bam! A massive mineral vein appeared out of thin air, just pulsing with spiritual energy. You could see the shock flash in Fen Dong's eyes. Su Liang just shot her this smug little grin, basically saying, "Yeah, you see it. That's right. This was the legendary treasure of the Firefly King, once part of the false throne from the Aquarius Palace itself. And sitting right in the middle of all those minerals was the throne, with a massive purple gem embedded right in the center. The life crystal core, separated from the Aquarius Palace. Right there. That purple gem was the official seal, radiating an ancient mystical power." Su Liang didn't hesitate, shouting out, "Jade Tail Rabbit." Hearing its name, the creature whipped its head around instantly. The second it understood the plan, it used its super long ears to hoist up the entire throne, tilted back its head, and just yeeted the chair into its wide-open mouth. Then it started chewing like it was the best meal ever. Fen Dong, understandably, lost her mind. "What are you doing? Stop right now." Su Liang just gave her the most triumphant, condescending smirk imaginable. "Stop? Oh, sweetie, why would we stop here?" His eyes narrowed as he declared, "This is a miracle, one created by the waning moon body itself." And right on cue, the Jade Tail Rabbit's body began to transform, radiating a bizarre and otherworldly spiritual energy. Fen Dong was properly freaked out by this whole scene and went on high alert. What in the world was that little rabbit about to become? Even Su Liang didn't see this coming, quickly throwing up a defensive barrier just in case things got weird. Through the dense smoke, a colossal silhouette of the Jade Tail Rabbit began to form, looking like some kind of descending god. The moon tome popped up with a notification. High-grade moon system, great hammer-eared rabbit. But wait, there's more. Another notification flashed immediately. Moonlight system, supreme tier, moon, hugging jade hammer. Su Liang stared up, completely floored. Hold on, what? It jumped straight to the supreme tier in mere seconds? The tome pinged again, but this time, it was a downgrade. Low-grade moonlight system, mid-grade jade tail rabbit. Right after, the system screen started glitching out like crazy, text scrolling and changing into a mess of random characters. Our boy was completely baffled, wondering if he'd lost control. As the smoke finally cleared, the rabbit's new form was at last revealed, and the result of all that drama left Su Liang just staring, his jaw practically on the floor. Even Fen Dong couldn't hide her disbelief. In an instant, the Jade Tail Rabbit had reverted back to its weakest form, the Moonlight Rabbit. It just stood there, completely still, as Su Liang and Fen Dong stared in absolute silence. She was so stunned she could barely get the words out. The evolution failed. Then her fists clenched as she seethed with disappointment. "Firefly King, your little gamble completely failed." Fen Dong pointed a finger right at Su Liang and let him have it. "You never should have given the Aquarius throne to this pathetic human." But even as she raged, he remained completely silent. Su Liang didn't even blink, a look of pure, horrified shock frozen on his face. Seeing his rigid expression, Fen Dong got all smug. "What's the matter? Now that your evolution failed, are you trying to figure out how to save your own skin?" Then, a wicked grin spread across Su Liang's face as he repeated, "Failed?" Looking right into Fen Dong's scornful eyes, he announced loud and clear, "No, this is the most perfect evolution." Just then, a new status window popped up, reading, "Low-grade moonlight system, Moonlight Rabbit, Jade Waning Lord, Waning Moon Body." Su Liang stared at the text in the moon tome, simply saying, "Thank you, Firefly King," just as we agreed. A supremely confident look took over his face. He then made a slow, deliberate announcement. "On the night of the full moon, I will stand before them all." Then Su Liang turned to her with a sharp warning. "Fen Dong, I'd strongly advise you not to make a move against it." He flashed that infuriatingly smug smile of his, continuing the threat. "Because if you make it resent you, your clan's 10,000-year legend of being unbeatable, consider it completely shattered." Hearing this, Fen Dong stared down at the little Moonlight Rabbit, totally skeptical. The resentment of a low-level creature? Seriously? The pet's ridiculously cute face only made her more suspicious. A weakling that can withstand my pressure is no joke. Or is this just a bluff? Right then, Liang decided to speak up again. Look, I'm not trying to make a huge scene today, so I'll let you off the hook. I'll just go get the final piece from the Ice Queen myself later. And with that, he turns on his heel, completely ignoring the fuming woman behind him. Let's bounce, Moonlight Rabbit. Oh, those dismissive words? They made Fentong absolutely see red. She spits out every single word with pure rage. What did you just say? And just like that, Fentong unfurls her two gigantic wings, unleashing an insane wave of pressure. Her butterfly wings begin to close in, and the raw power is so intense it shakes the very heavens, splitting the ground and sending rocks flying everywhere. The massive wings are closing in fast, with just a tiny bit of space left, right where Liang and the Moonlight Rabbit are just standing there. But then the wings just stop midair, frozen by some invisible force that just appeared out of nowhere, and you can bet Fentong was totally stunned. She screams, "What the?" Staring at her wings, locked in place, unable to move an inch no matter how hard she tries. A little bit of fear creeps in. Fentong wonders, where is this insane power coming from? Her face darkens as a crazy thought hits her the Moon King. But one look at Liang's totally calm face, and she immediately throws that idea out the window. Nah, he's not doing anything. Right then, a white orb appears in the gap between her wings, glowing with an absolutely brilliant light. Fentong can't even keep her eyes open. The light is just that blinding. Turns out, that glowing sphere is the Moonlight Rabbit's skill, and it's floating right in the middle of it, perfectly blocking Fentong's ultimate move. Liang watches with a serious expression, his eyes fixed on the tiny rabbit. The Book of the Moon pops up to explain. Combat skill, Aquarius Guardian form, a prototype with the power of the Protector. The full moon can be summoned any time, with a 30-day cooldown. After reading this, a thought crosses his mind. He's not sure how the moon's power is still working after being destroyed, but this evolution didn't just inherit Aquarius's traits, it also gained entirely new powers. Yeah, this was definitely a perfect rebirth. He glances over at Fentong's wings, which have now returned to their original state. A sigh of relief. Maybe they can actually escape the Eastern Domain easily. Meanwhile, she's still completely floored by what just happened, asking herself, how is this possible? Suddenly, a blinding light shines down from above the adorable Moonlight Rabbit as the Aquarius constellation slowly materializes right over its head. Fentong is so shocked she's literally speechless, her face frozen solid. And the Moonlight Rabbit? It just gives a cute little wave goodbye. See you later, little butterfly. Powerful streams of energy shoot past the waving Moonlight Rabbit. Seeing this, Fentong fires back. Try not to die too quick. But the rabbit just flashes a bright smile and replies instantly, you too. A second later, a world-shaking explosion rips through the sky, threatening to tear space itself into a million pieces. Huge chunks of Earth are blasted in every direction, and the shockwave even hits the ocean, sending massive waves crashing over and over. At that exact moment, in a deserted part of the sea, a deep whirlpool begins to form in the middle of the ocean. On the shore, Xingmiyue is staring at the sky, quietly asking, "It's almost been 5 minutes. The full moon is about to disappear, right?" Hearing this, Yen Yue jumps to her feet, overjoyed. For real? She happily takes in the view before announcing, "That means we're about to go home." But then, a pair of giant butterfly wings appears above the moon. Yen Yue freezes for a second, then asks, "What is that?" Just then, a ferocious slash of energy slices right through those giant butterfly wings. Yin Yue collapses to the ground in total shock, while Mi Yue just stands there, completely bewildered. Back in the mountains of the Eastern Domain, a massive beam of light streaks across the peaks, its energy pulsing with incredible force. The beam of light slams into the base of a huge mountain, and the impact triggers a massive tremor. As the dust from the violent collision starts to settle, a gigantic hole is revealed at the mountain's foot. High in the sky, Emperor Lei is flying like the wind, shouting out, "Lady Fei Ying Fentong." She's just sitting there at the heavily damaged base of the mountain, looking strangely calm as she mutters to herself, "Excellent. It's been 10,000 long years since I've felt this kind of excruciating pain." Fentong glances up at the sky, realizing that Bastard still hasn't even used his full power. Lying on the ground, she says something that just confuses Emperor Lei. No, it's more like that artificial moon was just too useless. Then she slowly gets to her feet, speaking as she rises. If that's how it is? She glides past Emperor Lei, her voice filled with determination. "The next time we meet, we will settle this once and for all." Watching her leave, his eyes go wide with shock. How is that even possible? The blood on her wings was bad enough, but it sent a chill down his spine to think of the supposedly invincible Lord Tam Bich Tiu, unbeatable for 10,000 years and now critically wounded. Anyway, cut to some random ocean. A strange figure is now gliding across the sky, its wings kicking up ripples on the water's surface as it passes. Right next to that ocean is the South Domain, a wild mix of towering skyscrapers and overgrown trees. But the piece is shattered by a colossal explosion, looking for all the world like a meteor just slammed into the ground. Civilians on the street stumble and sway, trying to recover from the sudden tremor. At the base of a massive ancient tree sits the small figure of Liang, the dust still settling around him. He clutches the Moonlight Rabbit in pain. He grits his teeth, thinking what a shame it was that the moon-guiding celestial maiden's full moon night had ended. So Yen Nguyet must have hit its limit too, huh? Looking at the sleeping rabbit, he's still shocked his evolved pet could even fight Fei Ying Fentong, not to mention the fact that the full moon was a complete fake. Liang then stares forward with a newfound resolve, determination hardening in his thoughts. If that's how it is, next time he'll use his full power to settle the score with Tam Bitch Tiu. Just then, a pair of slender legs walks into view. The person speaks, startling Liang with a simple, "Long time no see." Turns out, that voice belonged to the Kangyu Emperor. She's looking absolutely delighted to see him. Seeing this, Liang can only think to himself, well, this is one heck of a welcome. Before long, she was giving him a grand tour of the South Domain, starting with the inner sanctum of the Kangyue holy sect. The scene was breathtaking, skyscrapers surrounded by dozens of mysterious plant species. While Liang was still stunned, Kangyue began her spiel. First time in the South Domain, I take it? This is a world surrounded by countless giant plants. She looked up with immense pride in her voice as she continued the introduction. That's because Dao Yuan, one of the 7 great wonders, is here, along with the legendary plant sanctuary Wu Tao Huan. Many of these giant plants are also lairs for the beasts that live here. Some are supreme beings, even emperors. She then glanced over at the still gawking Liang and asked excitedly, the South Domain gets several times more tourists than the Central, West, and North combined. All 3 domains together, it's pretty magnificent, right? His eyes were still glued to the majestic view as he managed to utter a single word of awe. It's unbelievable. And with that, the two continued their stroll through the South Domain. But inside his head, Liang was thinking, for 2 people with a 3-year pact, we are seriously not compatible. The constant stares from everyone around him were making him super uncomfortable. Taking a casual walk together like this was just surreal. After a bit, Kangyue spoke up. By the way, this is quite a rare sight. She looked straight at the clueless Liang before dropping an absolute bombshell. For the Great Moon King and the Gemini, Bai Yue Jing, to come from the West Domain to the South Domain at the same time. Hearing this, he was completely floored. Wait, you're telling me the West Domain's Gemini is here too? Because his mind was suddenly racing, connecting the dots on something important. According to the info from the Moon Tome in the East Domain, the Black Blade belongs to the North Domain's Moon King, and the Purple Sword Core to the holder of Chen Xing Yan Yue. The Blue Sword Soul belongs to the East Domain's Gemini, Bai Yue Xing, and the Gold Sword Lock to the East Domain's Ice Queen. Right then, he came to a conclusion: the Blade Soul of Shang Xuan Yue Changhua had to be with Bai Yue Xing. At that exact moment, Kang Yu explained, of course. The full moon is approaching, so the Moonlight System beasts are preparing to ascend. Bai Yue Xing is here for it, aren't you? As soon as she said that, Liang's face went completely blank with confusion. He muttered the word ascend to himself. Then his expression turned wary as the gears in his head started spinning. Wait a minute, she has no idea I was chased here by Fei Ying Fentong. Our 3-year pact isn't for a while, so she thinks I'm here for something else. But after all that, Liang still had one huge question. What the heck is ascending? So, he did what any guy would do awkwardly, scratched his head and pretended he knew exactly what she was talking about. Oh yeah, that. The ascension. Then he covered his mouth, mumbling incoherently. Ascension. Seeing his painfully obvious act, Kang Yue couldn't hold it in anymore. She burst out laughing, trying to save him from his own embarrassment. A busy Moon King wouldn't know about the little pastimes of the South Domain. It's perfectly normal. Having said that, she quickly walked ahead. She pointed towards something in the distance, her voice full of excitement. Since you're here, you want to experience it? Liang, still flustered, just scratched his head, unable to form a coherent sentence. But once Kang Yue led him to the spot, his jaw hit the floor in pure astonishment. His eyes went wide at the insane sight. In the middle of a bustling city, a colossal pink plant spire shot into the sky, its branches twisting like soft silk ribbons. This place was the sacred land of the southern region, Tien Dao Hoen. Endless stairways ran along each branch, and right now tons of people were trying to make the climb. Faced with this epic scene, Tu Luang couldn't help but ask in awe, this is heaven climbing? My grandma climbs mountains faster than this. Even 8-star beastmasters join in on the fun? Thuong Nguyet started to explain. The floral ring you see is the entrance to the sacred land, Thien Dao Hoan. It's 10,000 meters high, and no one has ever reached the top. To Luang, who was staring at the massive spirals, had to turn his head and ask, wait, no one's ever made it to the summit? She glanced forward with a smile. That's right, the highest record is 9,999 meters. Nobody has set foot on the 10,000-meter mark, and the longer time goes on, the harder this heaven climbing thing becomes. Since no one's ever reached the top before, it's pretty much assumed that no one ever will. This info just made Luang even more confused. So, being the curious guy he is, he asked, why? Thuong Nguyet quickly laid it out. Because every meter of Thien Dao Hoen represents Lord Dao Vien's personal power ranking for every creature in the world. The aura of Lord Dao Vien weakens when facing strong opponents, so the higher you climb, the greater the pressure and resistance becomes. But if you succeed, the power of your own beast can cover 1 meter of that area. This lets future generations see the peak level of skill that you managed to achieve. Then she pointed to where the straight part met the spirals, dropping more intel. Anything under 5,000 meters gets a new record holder almost every year. But above 5,000 meters, especially way up there, it's basically set in stone. Because reaching 8,000 meters isn't just about strength, you have to be worthy of truly competing with the top dogs to get recognized. Hearing all this, Tu Luang was even more blown away by the mystique of Thien Dao Hoen. Just as his brain was short-circuiting, Thuong Nguyet suddenly pointed forward and yelled, "Hey, look over there!" A ranking board stood right at the base of Thien Dao Hoan. It listed number 1 as the first princess of Van Vu Hai at 9,999 meters, and number 2 as the first lover of the Western region at 9,998. 3. An anonymous Liu to Huyen at 9,666 meters. 4. An anonymous Thien Nu at 9,422. East Region's 50th Great Bang Phi, 9,361 meters. 6. The former Moon King, 9,300. 7. Third King Tu Yen Vuong Mao, 8,999. 8. Southern Region's Emperor Thuong Nguyet, 8,999. 9. Western Region's Gemini Bak Duyet Han, 8,200. And she added that the list only shows 9 ranks. Only those at the very top get their beast's name immortalized for all time. To be known as a ruler of the world, Tu Luang was a bit stunned to see the previous Moon King ranked as high as 6th. He then glanced at the woman beside him, thinking to himself in total confusion. Emperor Thuong Nguyet is supposed to be the strongest person of this era, but she's only ranked 8th? As if reading his mind, she immediately spoke up. Don't be so surprised. I'm quite satisfied with my current ranking. After all, the top 6 are all 9-star beast masters, basically demigods. Besides, Bak Duyet Han's record is 2 years old. She's probably here this time just to set a new one. Right then, the silhouette of a girl appeared at the foot of Thien Dao Hoan. Back with Tu Luang, our boy was stroking his chin, deep in some serious thought. So that's how it is. This heaven climbing? It's actually possible. Just then, a voice snapped him out of it. Back in the day, the first princess of Van Vu Hai holding that number 1 spot was an absolute legend. It was Hein Vuong, speaking from within his B space. She continued dropping knowledge onto Luang. She was just 1 step away from 10,000 meters. Who knows what she saw at the very end? Hearing that, he had to pause. He mulled over the name. The first princess of Van Vu Hai. An apostle of Van Vu Hai? Huyen Vuong quickly shook her head, explaining, the word apostle is an insult to her. She made a pact with the strongest emperor of the Baklok clan, suppressing the world for 10,000 years. Even the moon's radiance could only temporarily avoid the brink. To Luang's determined gaze was now locked onto Thien Dao Hoan. Seeing this, Huyen Vuong tried to warn him off. Look, unless you're absolutely sure you can beat these people, it's best not to even try. When she said if you're not careful, your trump card will be exposed, he immediately froze, hesitation written all over his face. At that very moment, Thuong Nguyet suddenly reached out her hand. Tu Luang couldn't help but look at her, surprised. Seeing his reaction, she put on a mischievous grin, her hand still offered as an invitation. What's wrong? You want to give it a shot? The sun was setting behind the tall buildings, painting the sky in a warm golden hue, making the scene feel incredibly cozy. This girl with the dark expression is from the eastern region's Bak Thon Not clan Gemini, and her name is Bak Duyet Han. After waiting for a long time, she finally looked up, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Her ancestors were basically legends, claiming the 2nd and 3rd spots in their respective generations. So yeah, even with a split lineage, she still earned the title Songzi. The girl scanned the rankings one more time before her voice turned dead serious. If I pass 9,000 meters this time, you'll finally acknowledge my strength, won't you? Tin Yen Nguyet. Right then, Yen Nguyet, a shimmering phantom beside Duert Han, had to chime in with a little reality check. This climb isn't that simple. Descendant of Lier Tohuin, at your current level, you still can't break 9,000 meters. Hearing that, Duert Han shot Yen Nguyet the most annoyed look imaginable. Still, her resolve was unshakable as she shot back. We'll see about that. Faced with that sheer stubbornness, Yen Nguyet was at a complete loss for words. A wave of concern washed over her, remembering how her own master once walked to 996 meters and carved his mark there. So yeah, she knew anything above 9,000 meters was an absolutely terrifying realm. She watched Dirt Han's back as she approached the Tien Da Huan. Yen Nguyet couldn't help but think every single step forward from now on means facing a full-powered attack from a past champion. Just then, system panels blinked into existence in front of absolutely everyone. Reading the notifications, a collective gasp went through the crowd. People started gathering and murmuring, a commotion that made Dwayne Han look over curiously. What's going on? All of a sudden, the crowd parted like the sea, creating a massive path leading right to the heavenly stairway. Dwayne Han kept her eyes fixed on the spot that had captured everyone's attention. The moment she saw what it was, her eyes widened in total disbelief. The imposing figures of Thung Weert and To Leung were approaching, flanked by 4 women holding back the gawking masses. Dwayne Han's jaw dropped when she recognized the face of Emperor Thung Weert. But seeing To Leung's completely calm expression sent another shockwave through her. The leader of the Songweert sect, the current Moon King To Leung, what on earth is he doing here? Yen Weirt's phantom form also zeroed in on him, a hint of surprise in her tone. To Leung. Something about him is different. See, just half a month ago, Transmigration Yen Nguyet was supposed to be transported to the Eastern Domain with To Leung. But at some point in time and space, she suddenly felt a familiar aura, one that felt exactly like her master's from 10,000 years ago. And just like that, she forced her way out of the transport, determined to follow that feeling. Meanwhile, back in the Western Domain, a giant sword had appeared before the Gemini, Bark Dirt Han, terrifying even 8-star Beast Tamers. And that's exactly why Baek Dwight Han came here to prove her strength and finally get Trum Tin Yen Weirt's approval. Yen Nguyet stared at To Leung, her mind racing. In just half a month, he'd gained the aura of someone who could fight the absolute strongest. A huge question mark popped up in her head right then. How in the world did he jump from a 1-star realm all the way to peak 5-star? At that exact moment, inside To Leung's pet space, Huyen Vung was having a total meltdown. What are you even thinking? She zipped over to him, her voice a non-stop barrage of panic. Forget 9,000 meters. You couldn't even dream of hitting 8,000 meters right now. Through all of Huyen Vung's frantic nagging, Thung Weert just watched To Leung with a calm smile. Have you even thought about what happens when you fail? The entire world, including the Holy Lands, watches the Thien Dao list. She was so furious she was grinding her teeth, glaring daggers at him as she demanded an answer. The people from the Thiam faction will see your entire lineup, your trump cards. Why not just come back after you break through to 7-star? To Leung seemed to hear none of it, his confidence unshaken. Huyen Vung, I don't have that kind of time. He gazed up at the colossal Thien Dao Huang before them and slowly explained, the Moon God Festival has reached this stage. I can't afford to spend another few months or half a year just to train more safely. He then turned to the leaderboard, pure determination in his voice. If there is a chance, I have to take it immediately. I only have one question now. The people who earned their place on that list, what did they actually get after they reached the heavens? With that, he began to list the names on the ranking board one by one. Huyen Vung, having finally calmed down, started to answer him. Everything they could ever want: fate, luck, experience, enlightenment, fame, and the favor of the gods. All the while, Thung Weirt's peaceful smile never wavered. Huyen Vung's voice echoed, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, even 1,000,000 years from now. Future generations of Beast Tamers will look back on their past glory and be floored by the era in which they lived. As she finished, To Leung's expression grew serious, and he spoke quietly. No, you misunderstand. I don't want any of that vague nonsense. I only care if the real reward for reaching the top is truly worth risking everything I have. Huyen Vuong was momentarily stunned, completely baffled by the kid's intentions. But a split second later, To Luong flashed a ridiculously smug grin, oozing with arrogance as he posed his question. What if I create a miracle that's never been seen before? What happens to this world then? And just like that, he summoned hundreds of glowing butterflies that swirled around him, some even drifting over towards Thuong Niet. To Luong thought to himself, this is a once-in-a-lifetime shot, no pressure. The butterflies reached Duyet Han, but her focus was locked on his words. To Luong then tilted his head back, emphasizing every single syllable, I must reach the peak of Dang Thien. Hearing that absolutely bonkers declaration, Huyen Vuong couldn't help but shut it down. How is that possible? Those 9-star demigods never even dared to try for the 5-star realm, let alone the actual peak. Utterly ridiculous. Just then, Duyet Han whispered to a drowsy Yen Nguyet, the Moon King whose power she now possessed. The girl cracked an eye open, looking curiously at Duyet Han. In the next instant, Duyet Han's expression turned dead serious as she made a bold announcement of her own. Let the entire Southern Domain witness who is worthy of your power in this era. After what felt like forever, sunset finally gave way to a brilliant full moon. Reporters swarmed the base of Tiandao Hoan, and the crowd was a massive, buzzing sea of people. Right on cue, the announcer appeared, microphone in hand. She yelled with pure hype, "Hey everyone, Thumper is live from the scene of the Heaven Ascension race that has the whole world watching." Tu Luang and Duyet Han stood on opposite sides of the stairs, locking eyes as the MC's voice boomed. Bak Duyet Han and the Moon King, who is the strongest beast tamer of this generation. The live feed cut to Thuong Niet as the viewer count hit 1 million, with commentators buzzing that someone might actually surpass the Great Emperor this time. Tu Luang and Duyet Han glared at each other, the sheer will to win burning in their eyes. You know, classic rival stuff. Just then, a worried Huin Vuong asked him one last time, "Tu Luang, you really want to ascend?" His resolve was unshakable. "Yep, I'm positive I can clear this event on the highest difficulty." Staring up at the endless staircase to the heavens, he quietly came to a conclusion. "I have this vague feeling something's waiting for me at the top, like I was fated to come here. I just know I'm going to conquer everything." Actually, he corrected himself, it's not a feeling. The moment I saw that list, I knew I had to do it. Huin Vuong was a little taken aback by his sheer intensity, but finally gave in with a long-suffering sigh. "All right, fine. I'll raise some hell with you." Then, she quietly thought to herself, "The real reason I've followed this guy, deep down in my heart, isn't it because I'm also hoping for this ridiculously insane miracle?" Just then, Tu Luang stepped onto the first stair. With a single step, he was already a meter from the start. Suddenly, strange currents of energy started swirling from the ground below. Tu Luang just kept walking forward, followed by waves of invisible power that forced the entire crowd back. A girl screamed in fear. "Good thing St. Thuong Niet put up a barrier in time." The violent energy kept wrapping around Tu Luang's body. He wondered silently, is this supreme tier pressure from the very beginning? But his feet never stopped moving as he reasoned. Makes sense. The difference between a high-tier pet and a supreme tier one is like night and day. The full moon suddenly reflected in To Luang's pupils, and a new thought crossed his mind. If they used the aura of high-tier pets for the challenge, anyone could take a few steps. The climb would just be a casual stroll in the park. Over on Duyet Han's side, she was also making her way up step by agonizing step. Her eyes showed nothing but fierce determination. After a while, she risked a quick glance behind her, checking on her rival's position. Seeing Tu Luang still casually making his way up far below, Duyet Han whipped her head back around in frustration and started climbing furiously. At that moment, Huin Vuong gave Tu Luang a little status update. "That Bok Duyet Han seems really concerned about you. She keeps turning around to look." But he was completely unbothered, replying in a stone-cold tone, "Ignore her. My goal this time is to reach the peak. I'm not here to compare myself to anyone. As for that blade soul of hers, we'll deal with that later." Hearing that, she just sighed. Such a cold man. From a corner below Thien Dao Hoan, a voice piped up. "So, are we just going to stand here and watch the Moon King ascend to the heavens?" That voice belonged to Tuyen Ao Vuongmao, the 7th-ranked powerhouse. She pressed on, "What if he actually surpasses the previous Moon King?" The reply she got was incredibly harsh. "What does that have to do with us? How many times do I have to say it? The Moon King and the Moonlight Rabbit, those two scumbags, have nothing to do with our 3-moon eclipse." A shadowy beast with some very conspicuous bunny ears suddenly materializes. It starts lecturing Tu Yen Ao, saying if she lets that reigning Moon King pass her, it's her own dang fault and a total embarrassment. Then, he curls his lip into a smirk, muttering some seriously sinister words. But if the King of the Moon fails to pass 8,999 meters, it'll just prove he hasn't mastered his powers, and that's when we make our move. He's the one obstacle our moon god absolutely must eliminate. Hearing that, Tuyen Ao goes from jaw on the floor shock to quickly composing herself. "Yes, my lord." Then Tuyen Ao clenches her trembling fist, fuming to herself. She can't believe someone as ordinary as her was suddenly chosen by the 3 moons to be an apostle. She raises her fist, vowing to make a name for herself today. Right then, a figure in a black cloak with red trim appears just behind her. That person looks up, watching Tu Luang's back as he slowly ascends. Then, they start putting the pieces together. The deaths of all those high rankers in the Northern Territory, it must be connected to this King of the Moon. A sly grin spreads across their face, completely confident in their theory. If he can't handle the ruler's pressure and pass 8,999 meters, then the full moon will set, and his little miracle will be over. By now, Tu Luang has climbed pretty far, the light from the moon getting closer and closer. At the same time, Duyet Han plants her feet firmly. She's just reached the point between 3,000 and 3,001 meters. A massive wave of pressure slams down on her. She throws her hands up to keep her balance, letting out a gasp. The supreme aura is so intense. Duyet Han decides to stay put and conserve energy, realizing this area is pushing the limits for summoning beasts. Which of course makes her wonder where the heck that Moon King even is. She takes a quick peek over her shoulder to check. Just then, the devilish Duyet Han pops up, making her snap her head back in embarrassment. Hold on, wasn't the plan to ignore him? He's not even looking at you. Looking back like that is seriously embarrassing. Just then, her inner angel appears, arguing back. But what if he's faster? I'm just so curious. It'll only be a quick peek. And so, the great internal war between her angel and devil began. One look, just one. No looking, absolutely not. After a life-or-death struggle, the angel side wins gloriously, even holding up a sign that says win. So, Duyet Han slowly turns her head back, and her eyes go wide, completely stunned by the sight. What? To Luang is still taking it one slow step at a time, which makes her even more shocked. The King of the Moon has only climbed about 1,000 meters. Down below, a girl groans in disappointment. What's going on? He's so slow. Is this King of the Moon a fake? Another girl chimes in. Not necessarily. He looks pretty relaxed. I just don't know why he's dragging his feet. The first girl asks, but if Bak Duyet Han reaches 8,999 meters, won't he get knocked off the board? The other girl replies quickly. That's right. Maybe the King of the Moon has his own plans. At that moment, Tu Luang reaches the checkpoint between tiers. He doesn't rush ahead, but stops to wait for something. In his beast space, he quietly asks the moon in the well, "Are you done yet?" So that's why he was so slow. At every tier, his moon fox has been throwing a fit, refusing to leave until it absorbed almost all the pressure. After absorbing the pressure at the checkpoint, it squeezes its eyes shut, then slowly opens its mouth. It slowly says one word, evolving. Tu Luang is stunned. Watching the moon in the well's power surge, he asks in shock, "The moon fox can evolve?" He then gets serious, thinking about his high-tier beast. It shouldn't have been defeated in one shot by Star Yen Nguyet. If it evolves again, what will it become? He looks at the sky-high tree branch and grins. If absorbing a huge amount of moonlight pressure is the condition for evolution, then this heavenly peach ring is the perfect training ground. A full moon reflects in Tu Luang's eyes as a smirk plays on his lips. There's still a lot of emperor-level pressure left to go. Some people below can't help but wonder what he's doing. What's going on? Why is he still smiling? A woman from the Twin Moon sect anxiously calls out to her leader. She raises her sweaty hands to cover her eyes, saying fearfully, "If you lose to Bak Duyet Han here, the Twin Moon sect's honor and reputation will take a fatal blow." Right at that moment, Bak Nguyet Bao, sitting on the clouds, also focuses on Tu Luang's climb. She watches intently, without saying a word. Not long after, Duyet Han's feet hit the 5,000-meter mark. She stands majestically with two blades crossed over her head as a multicolored moon seems to announce her presence. Moonlight System, Emperor Tier. Chao Hoa Long Nguyet. Down below, the crowd is going absolutely nuts. Bai Yuexing just hit 5,000 meters. And with the Emperor's blessing, she's moving even faster. Meanwhile, the girl from the Twin Moon sect just collapses in despair. Naturally, all eyes shift over to Liang, and the wild speculation begins. The Moon King's only at 3,000 meters. People are already saying, at this rate, he won't even hit 7,000 before the moon's gone. But he just keeps walking. Long's thinking the same thing as everyone else. Based on this guy's current pace, there's no way he'll break the limit tonight. Then, he closes his eyes, as if sensing something. And right on cue, a radiant barrier starts swelling up right behind Liang. He calmly whispers to himself, "If the end of the full moon is the finish line, then for me, it's just the starting gun." A huge crack splits across the barrier's surface. Liang reaches 5,500 meters, the exact spot where his mid-moon lake just shattered that giant barrier. Streams of water now flow through the air like silk. His mid-moon lake has evolved. It's now a supreme-tier moonlight system called Mirror Flower Water Moon. Its submersion tech boosts shield capacity, while refraction soaks up all nearby impacts. Push it to its limit, though, and it'll self-destruct. Refraction also scatters enemy power, keeping only a fraction of its original force. This new info dump leaves Liang totally stunned. He just gapes, thinking to himself, "What? Am I actually hallucinating this?" He's frozen solid, staring at the Mirror Flower Water Moon, totally baffled. 180 times? What the heck is that? 1 over what now? But he keeps moving forward, his mind already analyzing the new intel. This basically means normal Supreme Tier attacks won't even scratch 1% of the shield's power. What's even crazier is that it might even tank a few hits from the Emperor himself. Soon, Liang sets foot on the 5,600-meter mark. He pauses on the next step, waiting quietly, before looking back and asking, "How's it going? Need to absorb more?" Before he can finish, he sees the Mirror Flower Water Moon looking like it's about to burst. His face is pure shock as he continues. "More?" After a loud burp, the thing gets super demanding. "Hurry up!" Liang's face just freezes. Internally, he's totally freaking out. That was way too fast. At that moment, a girl in the crowd screams, "What is going on?" The Moon King was crawling at 3,000 meters. How is he flying up the steps at 6,000? Someone else mutters a theory. The Moon King's first spirit beast must have appeared, and they're all just too low level to see it. The girl from the Twin Moon sect is still panicking, but it's too late. The full moon is almost gone. What on earth is Lord Moon King thinking? Bai Yuxing is already past 8,500 meters. Before long, the banner of the Emperor Tier Moonlight System appears. The Platinum War Soul, an Emperor-level weapon unique to the Bai Shengyi clan, unfurls in the wind. Yuexing is covered in wounds, her trembling body stained with her own blood. She collapses on a landing, totally exhausted, but her hand grips the flagpole tight. I'm not giving up here. Yuexing forces herself upward, step by heavy step. At 8,900 meters, an insane pressure slams down, trying to push her off. Her body is absolutely screaming, completely spent. But this woman just clutches the flagpole tighter. She grits her teeth, barely forcing out the words. Watch me, Star Yen Nguyet. I'm at my limit. Yuxing crawls up each step, trembling. I will surpass everyone. Her wounded hand reaches forward as she keeps repeating her declaration. I will become the ruler of this moon god festival. Her hand inches higher and she thinks, then, you will follow me. Her foot finally slams down, and a notification board instantly appears. The new rankings flash into view. In 7th place is Quan O Wang Mu of the Three Kings, at 89.99 meters. 8th is the Southern Domain's Great Emperor Kang Yue, 89.99, and 9th is the Western Domain's Bai Yuexing, also at 89.99. The audience reading the announcement absolutely loses their minds with excitement. Even the Great Emperor Kang Yue applauds, genuinely impressed. Just then, Yuexing looks up at the sky, and then slowly begins to fall from the heavenly ladder. She lands softly on her massive banner, a small smile on her lips. Exhausted, she still manages to whisper, I did it. Ranked with the Great Emperor Kang Yue and O Wang Mu, the two strongest of this era, her name is now legendary. The 9-rank board is complete. Then she looks over, asking softly, so, what do you think? Yan Yue is silent for a moment, then asks with a bored tone, so in the end, you still couldn't reach the 9,000-meter threshold, huh? Then she spots Du Yet Han, passed out from exhaustion, and scoffs. A descendant of the great Lu Tu Huyen, really? She mutters. If this is enough to satisfy you, she thinks, I honestly might not be able to stop myself from just killing you right here. Then Ngu Yet cautiously looks away, wondering to herself. But then again, just how far is this guy planning to go anyway? Meanwhile, our boy Luang is just strolling along, easily hitting the 8,000-meter mark. He even scratches his head, all like, oh, is this 8,000 meters? From this point on, it's all Emperor-level super monsters. And yet, Luang just keeps walking, totally unfazed by the terrifying pressure all around him. He thinks to himself that thanks to his Mirror Flower Watermoon shield, he literally can't feel a thing. Then a thought hits him and he frowns. From 5,500 to 8,000 meters, my Mirror Flower Watermoon hasn't even evolved 5%. Looks like reaching Emperor level here is a total bust. Right on cue, a voice full of praise rings out, completely startling him. Seriously impressive. I've never seen anyone ascend this easily in my life. The girl floats there, hugging her knees, and says excitedly, that Mirror Flower Watermoon spirit inside you is ancient? So ancient, I've never even heard of it. The second she says that, a grumpy voice fires back. Are you calling me old? The poor girl just stares, completely baffled. Huh? Mirror Flower Watermoon crosses her arms, clearly annoyed. Are you calling me an antique? Outside, Luang is just as stunned by this whole exchange. He silently pieces it together. After evolving to the supreme tier, her speech has gotten this clear, but apparently, her social skills are still lagging way behind. Meanwhile, the Moonlight Rabbit just keeps chanting old timer, old timer, old timer, pushing Mirror Flower Watermoon right to the absolute brink of snapping. The little guy is just tumbling around in space, having the time of its life. Old timer. Finally, Mirror Flower Watermoon completely loses it, points, and screams, you're the old timer. Luang, already so over this, mentally tells them, okay, that's enough, no fighting. Down below, two girls are watching in total shock. The short-haired one gasps, oh my god, why isn't the Moon King stopping? He just blew past 8,000 meters. Her friend with the ponytail chimes in, and he's making it look easy. Is he actually going for 9,000? The short-haired girl shoots that down immediately. No way. That's impossible. The full moon is almost over. Doesn't matter how many aces he has up his sleeve, when it's gone, he's toast. Back to square one. That's the biggest weakness of the Moonlight system. Meanwhile, Thuong Niet silently gazes at the brilliant full moon, a worried look on her face. She knows they're right. Deep down, she understands one thing better than anyone. No matter how mysterious a moonlight-type being is, they have nowhere to hide the second that full moon disappears. When daylight hits, forget breaking 9,000 meters. Just staying above 8,000 is going to be almost impossible for him. Her mind is just a tangled mess of questions. Even she has absolutely no clue what's going on. Staring at Tu Luong's back as he just keeps climbing, Thuong Niet can only wonder, what in the world is that guy thinking? Tu Luong lowers his head, waiting. He's now at 8,500 meters. A fierce wind kicks up, twisting pink energy into a massive tornado. And out comes Fan Dong, her giant butterfly wings spread wide as she hovers above. Tu Luong recognizes her instantly and calls her out. So, you're the one who left all this pressure at the 8,500-meter mark? Fan Dong says nothing, just glares down at him, her eyes full of irritation. Seeing her silent treatment, Tu Luong just smirks. Your real body couldn't even beat me. You think this little bit of pressure is impressive? Please. And just like that, she instantly shrinks down. Trung Nguyet appears right behind him, opens its massive mouth, and just slurps Fan Dong right up. It lets out a satisfied little burp, then vanishes into thin air, leaving only a few wisps of energy behind. Now Tu Luong looks around for something, his eyes scanning the sky before landing on the full moon. He just stares, silent, as its light shines down. Then suddenly, poof, the light goes out. The moon vanishes into the night sky, revealing a long staircase that leads to, well, somewhere weird. Tu Luong just watches it, silent. Down below, everyone's looking up, totally confused. Why did the Moon King suddenly stop moving, they wonder. One of the women points it out. The full moon. It's gone. Daylight is coming, maybe he's finally giving up. But then, a woman in brown points and screams, Everyone, look, the Moon King. He just sat down. Up above, Tu Luong ignores the stairs completely, sitting down cross-legged. He closes his eyes, deep in thought, clearly planning his next move. Firefly King, Moonlight Rabbit, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Yeah, all on the to-do list. But first, gotta hit the 6-star realm. This place is just a pit stop. The moon hangs high, and the thinking's done. A gray-haired woman pipes up, confused. It's almost morning. Did he actually just give up? Someone next to her adds on, Is this seriously how the legend of the invincible Moon King ends? But Lam Hoa's had enough, charging at To Leung and screaming, Go die, Moon King. Murong, standing right there, is stunned. Huh? You! But Lam Hoa is already unleashing her attack, her entire body glowing before vanishing. Instantly, a beam of light shoots straight up into the sky. Over on a cat-paw hammock, a foot starts twitching. Duer Han, badly wounded, slowly cracks open an eye. Her eyes widen at the sight. Seeing those lightning beams, she wonders to herself, how is this possible? Why would that person return here? The lightning strikes slam down on the meditating To Leung, but he doesn't even flinch. To Leung sits calmly in the smoke, cracking open one eye. At the same time, a voice laughs, calling it a tragic scene. Turns out, it's the Cloudstone Moonlight Rabbit, an Emperor-tier beast. It arrogantly announces, The current Moon King is about to die by my hand, in front of hundreds of millions of people. To Leung silently eyes the book in front of him as a system notification dings new pet unlocked. The number of slots has increased. The system panel shows that the High Emperor tier was the winner of the last Moon God Festival, his details unreadable by the Moon's book. His face is a mask of indifference. A 7-star Imperial Moon, huh? You're pathetic, but I guess that's high level in Thiam. Isn't it a little early in the story to be rushing to your death? Hearing that, Cloudstone grinds its teeth and roars. What did you say? I'm not some trash 7-star Imperial Moon. The one I follow is the 3rd Honorable Lunar Eclipse, it explains. Not that piece of garbage backing Khan. The Moonlight Rabbit yells so loudly, our guy just casually plugs a finger in his ear. Oh, right. Then To Leung's eyes flash as he asks sharply, Is it just you? Not just him. There's also an ant down below that hasn't stopped buzzing. At that, Cloudstone whips its head around. What? Behind it, winds begin to swirl, forming a vortex. A cloaked figure appears before them. She dramatically tosses the cloak aside, revealing a black outfit with bizarre patterns. This is Huang Tween of the Equinox Divine Destruction sect. The 4th Dream. Tio Ha, hearing their conversation, speaks up, If you know about it, then you must be the one who did it. The Moon Queen starts walking toward To Leung, stating, I am here. Before she can finish, Cloudstone furiously screams, Get lost! Don't you dare steal my prey! Suddenly, a huge portal tears open, crackling with terrifying purple lightning. The moon official behind Thuong Nguyet watches and asks, What now? Should we stop them? It really looks like a fight's about to break out. If the Moon King goes down here, our southern region will be in deep trouble. She stares ahead, thinking for a moment before finally saying, Let's just watch. He hasn't asked for help, which means he must have the situation under control. High above To Leung's position, purple lightning flashes over and over. A question forms in Thuong Nguyet's mind. Could it be that his slow pace wasn't about ascending, but was a trap to lure out his enemies from the very start? Tealha materializes from the smoke and gives a warning. The full moon has set. Whether you're the Moon King or someone else, the result is the same. My patience has its limits. Cloudstone glares back at Tealha, radiating pure killing intent. But suddenly, To Leung just starts laughing, much to the confusion of the other two. Both their faces are just pure shock, having no idea why To Leung is suddenly cracking up. He pushes himself to his feet, a smirk on his face as he asks, "You two ants actually dare stand here and fight over the right to challenge me?" In less than a microsecond, the smile on To Leung's face vanishes completely. His face is now a mask of pure murder as he snarls, "You two useless dogs have 10 seconds to get out of my sight." Tioha grits her teeth in fury. "What did you just say?" Cloudstone is just as enraged, screaming, "How dare you!" It immediately unleashes its Cloud Star technique, and heavenly lightning bolts rain down from above. A massive barrage slams into the meditating To Leung, his body lighting up at the center. The people below scream in terror from the sheer force of the thunder. A drop of sweat rolls down the moon official's face as she thinks, if one of those strikes had hit the ground, half the living beings in the southern region would have been toast. From within the smoke, the Moon King's dark shadow slowly takes form. And there's Su Luang, standing there completely clean, totally unharmed after taking a direct hit from Yun Shi. Seeing this, Yun Shi just stared, not believing his eyes. "What?" he screamed, as the system panel above Su Luang's head displayed a shield at 95%. Our boy just smirks, laying on the pressure. 9 seconds left. Yun Shi was speechless, just gritting his teeth in fury. "You!" Behind him, Xiao He was having a similar meltdown, her eyes full of hatred, thinking this is just plain weird. How could he possibly survive a direct hit from an Emperor-class fighter? She rushes forward. "Let's team up now. We can't waste any more time." The Shuangyue sect had someone dressed in a flowing white moon robe. They could save the Moon King in a flash, ruining everything. But Yun Shi just scoffs. "I told you to get lost. Didn't you hear me?" As he spoke, Yun Shi pointed a finger right at the seated Su Luang. He's a Moonlight Beast Tamer who's climbed this far, how could he possibly back down? Elsewhere, Bai Si was secretly watching the battle through a crystal ball. Yun Shi let out a seriously wicked smile. If he gives up at 8,500 meters and gets rescued in shame, well, that's way more interesting than just killing him on the spot. Hearing that, Xiao He had to agree. Yeah, if the Moon King retreated now, the fallout would be way worse than death. Her gaze shifted back to Su Luang, not saying a word, her mind made up. That means he has no choice but to fight them in a battle to the death. That last attack actually pushed him one step closer, just a little bit away from the next realm. A few more hits should do it time to provoke them some more. The thought barely finished before his eyes snapped up to them. Su Luang opened his mouth, 3 seconds left. Their eyes went wide with a mix of panic and pure rage. At that exact moment, the moon began to sink behind the tall mountain peaks. The night sky started to change color, getting ready for a new day. Down below, the crowd looked up and gasped, someone shouting, "Look, the sun is rising!" The spectators were stunned, waiting with bated breath as someone's voice cut through the crowd. Looks like 8,500 meters is the Moon King's limit after all. Over here, Shang Yue's face was a mask, listening to them yell. This was the final battle under the moonlight. Back on the peak, Su Luang's voice echoed again. 2 seconds. And that was it. Yun Shi couldn't wait any longer. His eyes widened, and he grit his teeth, unleashing all his power in his ultimate move. Cloud Star. Massive dark clouds instantly swarmed the sky. Xiao He, on the side, was ready. The swirling vortex above reflected in her crimson eyes as the dark clouds twisted into a massive spiral right over Su Luang. The people below cowered in fear, covering their heads as stray lightning bolts shot down. After taking the full force of Yun Shi's attack, Su Luang's shadow slowly emerged from the pink smoke. Both Yun Shi and Xiao He stared, jaws dropped, screaming, "What?" Right then, the system panel displayed the shield status, 93.6%. Seeing this, Su Luang himself was surprised. What's going on? A combined attack from 2 Emperor-class fighters, and his shield lost less than 2%? As the black smoke finally cleared, his eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Yan Yue had appeared, using her own weapon to block that last attack for Su Luang. He called out in disbelief, "Shangsing Yan Yue." Over on her peak, Yue Xing couldn't believe her eyes either, blurting out, "No, how is that possible?" She held her head, a single drop of sweat running down her forehead. "I was clearly the first one to reach 8,999 meters. Why would you choose him?" Yan Yue turned back to look at Su Luang. "You seem to be in a bit of trouble, huh?" He didn't answer, still trying to make sense of it all. "Shangsing Yanyu, why are you here?" She let out a sigh. "I sensed the Warblade's aura, so I came to check on my previous master's useless child." Hearing that, it all clicked for Su Luang. He looked up, his gaze landing on Yue Xing. He called out, "So, are you completely disappointed?" Yan Yue replied, "Not only that, I'm here to take back something she doesn't deserve to have." A theory lit up in Su Luang's mind, the blade soul of Shang Yan Yue Changhua. A smirk played on his lips as he pushed himself up. "Well, either way, you came at the perfect time." Su Luang held out his hand in invitation. Shengxing Yanyu, let's climb to the peak together. She looked genuinely taken aback by his offer. Yue Xing up above couldn't believe her ears, leaning forward. What did he say? Suddenly, Yun Shi threw his head back and let out a huge laugh. His voice dripped with sarcasm. You want to reach the peak? Buddy, you're insane. Even ancient demigods that modern beastmasters couldn't handle. Su Liang just glances at the system board, completely unfazed. Yunwu Hai Shuo, 9,999 meters. Princess Dayun, 9,998. Some anonymous dude, 9996. Anonymous Heavenly Maiden, 942 meters. Eastern Domain's first Ice Queen, 9361. And the King of the Grand Yin, 9,300 meters. The three kings all clock in at 8999 meters. The Dark Abyss Queen, Emperor Shang Yue, and the Western Domain's twin, Bai Yue Xing. Yun Shi just grins like a maniac. Take them down? You're just a little 5-star punk. You really think you can surpass them? But then, he just freezes, his eyes popping wide open in absolute shock. Yan Yue actually accepted Su Liang's invitation, placing her hand right in his. Suddenly, a blinding halo of light explodes around the two of them. Su Liang pulls Yan Yue into his arms, and both of them glare at the crowd with pure, unadulterated killing intent. A gust of wind erupts from both of them, and a black orb with a holy glow suddenly appears in the sky. Yen Nguyet, looking completely baffled, reaches out and takes the strange orb. She stares at it and says, "No way, you actually got the blade piece from the Eastern Domain." To Luang just smirks. Consider it a down payment on my gift. Meanwhile, Du Yet Han is having a meltdown, muttering, "What the?" Crimson Star Yen Nguyet is actually teaming up with the King of the Moon. Van Thak and Tuha finally realize what's happening, screaming. They're forming a pact? To Luang just coolly tells Yen Nguyet. After this climb, I'm taking down Bak Du Yet Han. He says all this while casually strolling right past Van Thak and Tuha, and adds that he'll personally grab the blade lock from the Eastern Domain. The two of them just stand there, absolutely stunned. This whole display has Van Thach literally stumbling backward, sweating bullets and thinking this cannot be real. As the two of them just keep climbing the stairs, Van Thach only gets more confused. The moon is totally gone, so how is the Moon King still powered up? Before he can figure it out, they hit the 89-99 meter mark. Du Yet Han is so shocked she can barely even speak. 89-99 meters. She flashes back, whispering, "That's the Emperor's domain. The pressure nearly killed me. How is he just strolling through? Like he feels absolutely nothing." Meanwhile, To Luang's just looking up thinking, should we go even higher? He's aiming for 9,000 meters, but then something makes him freeze in his tracks. A system window pops up, his mirror flower water moon shield is down to 60%, and just like that, To Luang starts to sweat. He realizes with a jolt a single glance from whatever's up there just dropped his shield from 93% all the way to 60. And right on cue, Tuha and Fanthark charge in from behind. "It's over, King of the Moon," Van Thach yells, shaking his fist. "Since you're technically from the Moonlight family, I'll be generous and let you pick your own grave," Tuha adds. "The full moon is gone, not even a glimmer is left." With that, they both scream and lunge, aiming right for To Luang's back. Their brilliant logic? No matter how amazing you are during a full moon, in the daytime you're just some regular beast tamer. Down below, the entire crowd is watching intently. Nguyet Quan glances to the side, thinking someone big is about to move. Great Emperor Thuong Nguyet looks ready to jump in. With her umbrella in hand, she's giving a serious death glare. And she's not the only one. Bak Ti is also coiled and ready to provide some backup. But To Luang hasn't moved an inch. He just lowers his head and lets out a raspy laugh. Full moon? Daytime? Seriously? You call that pathetic little flicker of light a full moon? At that level, what's even the difference between day and night? Hearing this, Tuha and Van Thach just freeze, their eyes practically bugging out. And yeah, the crowd below is just as shocked. They hang on his every word as To Luang continues his lecture. You were wrong from the very beginning. Your ideas, your concepts, your entire understanding, it's all fundamentally flawed. Nguyen Quan's jaw drops as a single question seems to awaken the crowd. Just because the moon sets, who says it can't rise again? Once a full moon is gone, who says it can't come back? Even Thuong Nguyet is hanging on his every word. What if I just decided to make the moon rise again? Bak Ti's hands freeze in midair as he continues. What if I decided to bring back the full moon myself? And then comes the smirk. You're all just a bunch of noisy ants hopping around in front of me. To Luang's voice booms over the crowd below. Open your eyes and witness the true moon from 10,000 years ago. Golden butterflies suddenly swarm around him. Thuong Nguyet recognizes them instantly. Her umbrella dips, and within seconds, the sky turns dark. Everything goes silent. A deep, bone-chilling cold fills the air. The crowd below freaks out, screaming, "Why did it get dark?" Then they see it. A second bigger moon right behind the sun. A bizarre shriek echoes through the air. What is that thing? The new moon glows, and the tides begin to surge violently. Its light washes over Thuong Nguyet's face. Her jaw drops. She knows exactly what this is, the moon from 10,000 years ago. The constellation of Aquarius appears on its surface. Thuong Nguyet screams, "That's the power! The lunar authority of the Aquarius Palace!" One of the seven wonders has revived the Aquarius Palace. Standing impossibly close to the new moon, To Luong decides the time is right. "All right," he says, "we can begin." He calls this the true climb to the peak, and with one last reminder, he turns to leave. His order? Don't let them bother me. Then poof, a light rabbit appears, cutely blocking the stairs. Van Thok and Tu Ha just stare at the thing, their jaws practically on the floor. The light rabbit gives them a sweet smile, raises a fluffy paw, then flies up, erupting in a blinding light as green energy swirls all around it. And just like that, it shifted into a human form. Its jade-green eyes fluttered open. A clean white dress, a fluffy tail, and two long rabbit ears perched on top of snow-white hair. The light rabbit had become an incredibly cute girl, complete with a daringly short skirt. It shot a deadly glare upwards, checked out its own fluffy hands, then those jade eyes slowly turned. Van Thok and Tu Ha were already there, gawking at it like some kind of freak. A woman below saw it and screamed, "What's going on?" She ran. One look was all it took to make an Emperor-class fighter flee. Thuong Nguyet was completely stunned, realizing that was a beast pet in human form. Looking at the light rabbit's form, she wondered, what level of power are we even looking at here? Meanwhile, in the southern domain, something dark zipped across the sky, kicking up a storm of snow on the ground. Turns out, it was Tu Ha, booking it at supersonic speed, her red eyes spinning into circles. Thuong Nguyet watched in absolute awe. She had reached the edge of the southern domain in seconds. Then, she looked back at the light rabbit. To be able to scare a high-ranking emperor that badly. This humanoid beast pet raised a snowy white hand, catching golden butterflies, before mercilessly crushing them all. Something golden, like a horn, began to glow in its hand. It reared back, then launched the object, sending it hurtling into the sky at insane speed. The raw power was unbelievable. Fierce winds sent people flying and ripped entire trees from the ground. That golden light shot right past the edge of the southern domain. It caught up to Tu Ha in an instant. She turned back in shock, but it was too late. The beam slammed right through her chest. A horrific explosion rocked the entire sky. The blast was so powerful, Tu Ha was completely obliterated, torn into tiny pieces. The light rabbit stood on the steps, not saying a single word. Seeing what just happened, even To Luong was shocked, thinking, so this is the waning moon form. The most perfect bloodline the Firefly King had ever mentioned. It gave up moonlight to embrace the full moon, its ultimate evolved state. With that done, the light rabbit turned to its next target. Van Thak stood frozen in a tree, eyes wide with shock, not daring to make a sound. Oh yeah, he was sweating bullets. And in that moment, a terrifying truth hit him. Van Thak's hands trembled as he realized it had seen him move. But just as he started to speak, the light rabbit vanished under the bright moonlight. Seconds later, it reappeared right in front of Van Thak, fist pulled back. As the punch was about to connect, Van Thak's eyes bulged. He had one thought. I'm dead. Suddenly, a flash of golden light shot past them, and Van Thok disappeared in an instant. That light soared straight into the sky, swirling the dark clouds. It was so powerful it blasted right through the city's barrier. People below began screaming in terror. Van Thak's true form was splayed against the barrier, and some shouted that he was about to fall. Thuong Nguyet narrowed her eyes, realizing her chance had come. She launched herself into the air, flying towards the hole in the barrier. Thuong Nguyet reached out, unleashing a torrent of her own energy. Her power shattered the barrier, sending shards raining down like broken glass. She tried her best to block the light rabbit's golden attack, but it was too strong. Thuong Nguyet gritted her teeth as her own power dissolved into flowers, and the yellow blast sped past. A blue crescent of energy grazed Thuong Nguyet's cheek, leaving a long, thin cut. That yellow power shot straight down, aiming right for everyone standing below. Thuong Nguyet whipped around in panic, shouting, "Lord Dao Yuan!" The crowd squeezed their eyes shut, screaming, when the golden attack suddenly changed course and passed right through them. It slammed directly into a nearby forest, creating a massive explosion. The girls looked at each other, completely stunned, asking, "It missed." But what happened? The light rabbit cast a sharp gaze down below. Thuong Nguyet was just hovering there, her face totally blank. Even as a single flower petal fell, she didn't move an inch. The light rabbit just watched, then turned and left without attacking anyone else. Back at To Luong's side, he turned and praised it. Well done. To Luong held Yen Nguyet's weapon and continued, "It seems we're all ready." He then stepped onto the stairs, and the three of them began to ascend. A red glint appeared into Luong's eyes. "Give the order," he said. "Let's go, Firefly King." A spark ignited above to Luang's head and began to swirl. He declared, "This is our era now." At the edge of the northern region, the magic viewing orb went dark. Bhakti was completely stunned, her mouth wide open. She wondered in total shock, the Firefly King is still alive? Just what is the power of the Aquarius Palace? At first, the Moon King was sent to the Eastern Domain, all because of the mineral veins there. Watching Su Liang move, a question runs through her mind. So what exactly did the Moon King do in the Eastern Domain? His footsteps lightly touch the highest platform, and bam, the system board appears, glowing brilliantly. It reads, Sea of Cloud's First Cloud Princess, at 9,999 meters. The Western Domain's First Lover, 9998. The anonymous Lu Su Xuan, 966, and the Heavenly Maiden at 942. Eastern Domain's Ice Queen at 9361. Su Liang barely sets foot on the 9996-meter mark when a horrifying power erupts from him. He uses Yan Yue's weapon to throw up a barrier against it. But it's no good, the barrier shatters into a million pieces in less than a second. Su Liang gets blasted back several meters, letting out a cold, angry snort. A streak of red fire flares above Su Liang's head, swirling before it unleashes a barrage of sparks. A fireball detonates, leaving embers hanging in the air. Su Liang grits his teeth, gripping the weapon to defend himself. The power is absolutely insane. It shoves him backward, his feet carving glowing trenches in the ground and kicking up a spray of dirt and rock. Su Liang's heels finally dig in right at the edge of the platform. The ground is scarred with massive scorch marks from the friction of him resisting that insane power. His eyes lock onto the system board. 7 luminaries Moon King, 9,000 meters, and the 3 kings clocking in at 9998 meters. Emperor Shang Yue is at 9998. The crowd below is going absolutely nuts, screaming, "Is this for real? The Moon King has reached the Overlord's domain." One girl is completely losing it, yelling, "I'm joining the Twin Moon cult right now. Moon King, I want to be your dog." Yue Xing, sitting on the ground, can't believe what he's seeing. Someone screams, so the Moon King never even considered Bai Yue a threat from the start. The force isn't pushing him anymore. Su Liang is quiet for a few seconds, then wonders to himself, wait, is that it? He rolls his shoulders, thinking, that was an Overlord's attack? That felt way easier than I expected. Yan Yue at his side finally speaks up. Well done, Su Liang. You've become the leader of this era. This is far enough. She smiles at him and adds, throughout all of history, every single person who climbed to 9,000 meters was a 9-star demigod. For you, a mere 6-star to reach the Overlord's step is beyond anything I could have imagined. Hearing that, Su Liang just stays silent, his eyes fixed ahead with a murderous glare. The Blazing King, covered in flames, approaches them. She's right. Try again later, after you've broken through to 9-star. You don't need to burn all your trump cards just to climb a few more meters. She stresses the point. If the summit is your goal, don't get obsessed with this one moment. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes from the distance. All 3 of them freeze, listening intently. Su Liang looks up, confused. What's that noise? In the black sky, something white streaks past, crackling with bizarre arcs of lightning. The white thing looks like silk, but it's not. It's the eyelid of a giant blood-red demon eye. Lightning flashes around it. Shang Yue gasps, recognizing the aura. No, this can't be real. This is an Overlord. Suddenly, a loud laugh booms out of nowhere, making her jump. Over here, Lanhua is clutching her head, just as confused. She's stunned, thinking, after his body was destroyed, only the spirit of Lord Jade Rabbit Meteor is left. Yun Shi pops out of nowhere, cackling with delight. It's Lord 3 Moon Eclipse! The full moon that the Moon King summoned has weakened Lord 3 Moon Eclipse's seal. Yun Shi smirks, adding, and once I die, I'll provide him with the complete coordinates. Your little reign of arrogance is over, Moon King. You're about to face the punishment of a true Overlord. That blood-red demon eye is an ability that can't be read by the Moon Book. It belongs to the winner of the last Moon God Festival, the Monarch Tier Moonlight System, Sunken Moon Prison. Looking up at him, Shang Yue thinks, power on this level shouldn't even appear this early in the Moon God Festival, but now it's been revived by that ancient full moon. Shang Yue's gaze shifts back over to Su Liang. She wonders to herself, in a situation like this, how on earth is he planning to finish this? Su Liang stares up at the impossibly high steps before him and says, I already told you. Today is the only chance I'll get in this life. Moonlight and miracles don't wait around, so I won't hesitate or dream. From the moment I stepped on this heavenly peach ring, my path was set. Yan Yue and Huang Wang are listening, their eyes practically bugging out of their skulls. Su Liang just smirks, basically saying no matter what, he's taking the #1 spot. Hearing that, the 2 of them just stare at each other, totally baffled. Yan Yue spoke up. But what do we even do? Are we supposed to reenact the Black Moon Sex battle just to make Kung Kim Diep appear again? But even then, that would only sustain Kung Kim Diep for a moment, enough to block the third lunar eclipse or maybe advance a few hundred meters. Su Luong just smirked back. That last miracle? Yeah, I was just messing around. I figured a tiny sect like the Black Moon was still under the god's watch, so I had to hold back. Hearing that, she just got more confused, a giant question mark practically appearing over her head. He stepped closer, ruffling Wan Yue's hair before looking straight into her eyes. Su Luong squinted slightly. Basically, just watch closely. Shen Yue's red eye glared down from above, observing as lightning crackled and boomed. Yunshi let out a huge, excited laugh, his mouth wide open as he yelled, "My lord is about to completely break the seal. The end of the Moon King is near." Suddenly, a flash of light streaked across the night sky, making him stop short. What was that? Over here, Lan Hua was just as stunned, watching a single golden butterfly flutter past. All at once, the brown-haired woman looked up and screamed, "Everyone, look above you!" And there they were, a swarm of golden butterflies that someone quickly recognized as Quang Diep. The miracle from that legendary emperor's battle was happening all over again. Seeing his chance, Yunshi gave a smug, wicked grin. "Now's the time," he roared, and as the words left his mouth, golden rays shot down from the butterflies. The beams soared into the night, exploding into tiny fireworks. A single bead of sweat rolled down Yunshi's face as he laughed. "Moon King, you didn't think we'd be unprepared, did you? Looks like you're all out of trump cards. You're nothing but a clown." Hearing those words, Su Luong's expression darkened. He closed his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. In an instant, his face changed. Su Luong's full moon eyes snapped open, and he confidently repeated himself, "I told you, I was just messing around." Yunshi could only sneer at his words. Still talking tough? Pathetic. Suddenly, the crowd started murmuring amongst themselves, "Hey, everyone, look!" This made him glance over too, blurting out, "What now?" At that moment, everyone looked up at the light butterflies circling the heavenly peach ring. The crowd gasped in pure shock. The light butterflies were completely unharmed. Yunshi was horrified, veins popping in his eyes as he clutched his head and screamed, "How is that possible? They're just low-tier trash. How can they block an emperor's attack?" Su Luong, however, just stood there looking completely calm. He turned back, his gaze ice cold. "I told you, last time, I was just playing." And the audience was about to witness another incredible spectacle, because just look behind them. It wasn't just Quang Diep flying in. Over here came Shan Yi, a high tier from the Moonlight system, and with it, Xin Yue Jiyin, another high tier from the Moonlight system. Yue Guan saw this and was completely baffled. What? How are there so many high tiers? Did he summon all of them? Beside him, Kang Yue stood with eyes shut, answering with a deep hum. No. She glanced to the side and continued, it wasn't just them. Now, a supreme tier Quang Sivuang of the Moonlight system had appeared. Yue Guan's eyes went wide again as he stammered, "There's another supreme tier." That's Hua Fei Yue, Moonlight System, Supreme Tier. This time it was Yan Yue's turn to be stunned. As the final being appeared, Jin Yuan Yi, Moonlight System, Supreme Tier. Hun Vuong stared blankly, breathing out. A real, actual miracle. The scene before them was truly miraculous. The heavenly peach ring was like the bridge of a nose, with the eye of a conqueror on one side and the ancient full moon on the other. Su Luong spread his arms, a confident smile on his face as he declared, "It's not enough. I want to reach the absolute peak. This power still isn't enough." He issued a challenge. "Come on." Hearing this, Yunshi froze. "What? Did he just say there's more?" From her spot, Lanhua looked up and stammered, he said. She held out a hand to feel it, her voice trembling slightly. A pair of wings, white as snow and incredibly soft, had appeared. It was the arrival of Fu Shengyin Meng, Moonlight System, Emperor Tier, a high-ranking emperor. A spectator's eyes widened. "It's Fu Shengyin Meng. The original form of the Twin Moon Sect's headquarters is this very being. I never thought I'd see it in my lifetime." Even Bai Ti was stunned, unable to believe what she was seeing. Then, a small smile touched her lips as she mused. "Huh? When the Twin Moon Sect was first founded, I invited him. But he turned me down." Yunshi finally understood his place, letting out a bitter, defeated laugh. "It's over. I'm the real clown here." He stood there helpless as he added, "Run, Lord Third Lunar Eclipse. Run." Even the giant eye in the sky seemed to pause, stunned by the endless barrage of surprises. Su Luong couldn't care less. He stood there with a confident smile, then turned to walk away, his voice firm. "Let's go. Don't worry about that thing in the sky." Su Luong continued, "I need to use your power for something more meaningful." And with that, the golden swarm began to gather together, forming a colossal pair of wings on his back. With a single, gentle flap, Su Luong vanished from the steps in an instant. In that moment, only a single speck of light flashed across the vast, dark night sky. And through the live stream, Everyone watching totally lost their minds, spamming the chat with questions. The Moon King just vanished. Poof. Where did he go? A second later, his legs reappeared. Yue Guan's eyes went wide, her voice catching in her throat, and shockingly, Shang Yue had the exact same look, completely dumbfounded. Bai Ti was rocking the same jaw-on-the-floor expression of pure shock. Then the screen exploded in a blinding light, revealing the rankings. The leaderboard flashes. First Princess Yunwu, 9,999 meters. First Lover of the West, 9,998 meters. Anonymous Liu Suxuan, 9,666. First Pengfei of the East, 9,361. Former King of the Moon, 9,300. And the current King of the Moon, 9,299. The crowd watches Su Liang just stroll into 6th place, and they all just lose their minds. Our boy stands there muttering, just one last step to surpass this entire era. But hold on, a reflection of the moon in his eyes makes him freeze. The system, ever so helpful, chimes in. New special physique of the Moonlight system detected. Holy Moon, Waning Moon, Absolute Moon, and Heavy Moon body have all been collected and absorbed. The Absolute Moon body can only ever contract with Moonlight-type beasts, but it gets this insane compatibility with Moonlight, even gaining favor with its emperors. Then there's the Heavy Moon body. To get this one, you need the bloodline of a literal god, giving you free reign to control your pet's evolution path. And the final notice, after unlocking all special physiques, the host can choose to inherit one of them. After reading all that, Su Liang blurts out, Absolute Moon body? Then he whips around and asks, all right, who here is the Absolute Moon body? Among all these light butterflies, one of you has to have it. These words from Su Liang completely stun both Yan Yue and Huang Wang. He pauses for a second, thinking something isn't quite right. At the same time, he summons the Book of the Moon, which glows brightly in his hand. Su Liang gently takes the book, pointing it back towards the crowd of moonlight beasts. A notification pops up instantly. Special physique detected. His eyes go wide. The Absolute Moon body has been activated, and then it hits him, the Absolute Moon body. It's him. Inside the Heavenly Peach Ring, a massive laugh echoes out. Yep, Su Liang is clutching his stomach, absolutely losing his mind. The spectators are just totally confused. What suddenly happened to the King of the Moon? Even the officials and Kang Yue are looking up, completely baffled. He covers his face, mumbling that, in the end, this was the real reason he became the King of the Moon. He looks up at the moon, his voice dropping low. From the moment I was born, moonlight has gathered to me. With that, Su Liang dramatically throws his robe back, a confident smirk on his face. Let's go, since you all chose me, he coldly declares. Then it's my duty to take you to the very peak of this era. The second he's done with his big speech, he and his moonlight pets start climbing again. But just then, the entire Heavenly Peach Ring starts to shake. The crowd below is trembling, shouting out in confusion and panic. An earthquake? Is the King of the Moon gonna bring this whole place down? But Su Liang's steps don't falter, each one filled with absolute determination. He's now reached the 9,300-meter zone. In front of him is another moon, blindingly bright, radiating waves of mysterious golden energy. Su Liang throws a hand up to shield his face, eyes squeezed shut. He lets out a small yelp, then opens his eyes, looking a bit confused. Before him now is a new figure, a massive rabbit with a smaller silhouette perched on its shoulder. The rabbit is Bai Yuqing, protector of the 8th Palace. And the one on its shoulder? The former King of the Moon from the Taiyan faction. She's hiding a seriously dangerous smile behind that shadowed face. Su Liang's eyes flash, he knows something is very wrong. A flicker of worry crosses his mind. That was an incredibly powerful killing intent. Over on the side, Yan Yue and Huang Wang are also glaring daggers at the newcomers. Huang Wang grinds his teeth, recognizing the giant rabbit, the 8th Zodiac Guardian of the original Yue Yao, and now, the current leader of the 10 Moon Eclipse, guardian of the Feitu Palace, Bai Yuqing himself. Yan Yue is also frowning, staring without blinking, his face clearly showing he is not amused. The former King of the Moon just gives them a chilly, sweet smile. Meanwhile, Bai Yuqing makes a move, slowly lifting its arm. It closes its eyes, aiming straight for Su Liang. A thin film appears at its fingertip, creating ripples like the surface of water. Su Liang just stares blankly at it. By the time he snaps out of it, Bai Yuqing's giant arm has already passed through the barrier and is right in his face. Once again, Su Liang is dragged directly into his inner sea of consciousness. A massive wave of energy blasts out, creating a long streak of light across the night sky. Hu Zhengyue is sent flying backward from the attack, his entire body blown away. His shield, the Flower Water Moon Mirror, completely shatters. Over here, Huang Wang also yells out, throwing up a hand to defend himself, but his flames are blown away and his fire barrier shatters. The Moonlight Rabbit got it even worse. Half of its body is just gone. That last attack left a massive scar across the face of the moon. Su Liang's eyes snap open again, but the full moon reflected in them is now a crescent. The golden aura just vanishes, and his body goes limp. Su Liang stumbles back to the edge of the platform, about to fall into the abyss below. Xiang Yue couldn't believe her eyes, and neither could Bai Ti, who was just staring at the orb in her hand. The crowd below started yelling, "The Moon King is falling, don't tell me he failed." So even with all this miraculous power, he couldn't beat the previous Moon King? Looks like 9,300 meters is the absolute limit for this era. Meanwhile, Su Liang was still just plummeting down in a freefall. The mocking voices continued. What a letdown. But then a voice cut in, saying the Moon King and Gong Fei too are nothing special after all. Hearing this, Bai Ti was once again struck completely speechless. Su Liang opens his eyes, looks up, and confidently states that the Moon God Festival from that era was nothing special. Then in midair, golden wings suddenly burst from his back. The crowd below reached out, trying to catch the falling gold dust in total awe. Xiang Yue suddenly blurts out, that thing appearing before them is from the second palace of Yue Yao, the guardian of the golden butterfly, the eight-winged moon monarch. She stammered in disbelief. This wasn't an illusion anymore. It was almost a physical being. Those wings then carried Su Liang higher up the tower. The previous Moon King, currently perched on Yukon's shoulder, witnesses all this with a look of pure confusion. And just like that, he was back on her level, standing there and facing her directly. Su Liang just smiled and said, I purposely wanted to feel the so-called strongest of the last generation. Turns out, it's just a lame illusion that can't do anything. That smile vanished from the previous Moon King's face as her eyes narrowed. He just laughed coldly. If you want to stop me, face me in your real body. The moment he finished speaking, a golden tornado erupted right where Su Liang was standing. It tore past Yukon and the previous Moon King, causing her image to fade away. The illusion of this floor's guardian simply shattered. He leaves her shattered form behind him and continues climbing the stairs to the next floor. The livestream screen lit up with an update for everyone. The information was crystal clear. Rank 6, Yue Yao Moon King, 930 meters. Rank 7, Tai Yin Previous Moon King, 9,300 meters. In the night sky, under the shattered moon, a halo appeared, applauding this achievement. Xiang Yue was now completely shell-shocked by Su Liang's incredible power. Far away in the northern domain, Bai Ti had the same shocked expression. The eastern domain's representative was also completely blown away. Meanwhile, at the Moon God Palace, Zhao Yue stared at the moon without a single word. Back at the tower, Su Liang kept climbing, escorted by the golden filth heavenly wings. Behind him, Huang Wang and Yan Yue just stared at each other, totally speechless. Huang Wang was thinking, this exact moment was probably felt by the entire Moonlight world. Yan Yue silently mused that even for a true powerhouse, this rank isn't the limit for Feitu Palace, but it was the limit for the previous Moon King, a demigod apostle. But his every step was a statement, proof that the previous Moon King had officially been surpassed by the current one, Su Liang. Suddenly, Huang Wang called out to him, but Su Liang, she reminded him, you have to understand that at this height, you'll face that kind of being. An image of the previous moon appears. After all, she and Feitu Palace were among the 10 great kings 2,000 years ago. Huang Wang added, but back in the age of monsters, 10,000 years ago, she was just a gatekeeper at the peak of the powerhouses. Chen Yue's eyes kept watching, blood veins showing inside them. Up ahead, Su Liang suddenly stopped in his tracks. His face darkened. I've been wanting to say this for a while. He turned back, his voice annoyed. This thing is getting a little irritating. Hearing this, Ba Yi understood instantly. Nothing more needed to be said. Its wings began to vibrate and glow, preparing to fire. Tons of small moon symbols, all surrounded by a golden glow, appeared on its wings. A rumbling sound echoed as the eyes on its wings flashed open. Chen Yue's illusion immediately started to crack apart. The sound and pressure from Ba Yi's attack were so intense that viewers had to cover their ears and scream out in pain. A notification popped up. Warning! Moon God Festival First Stage. Powerhouses are forbidden from attacking each other. This warning flashed right in front of Su Liang after Ba Yi's move. He ignored it completely, shouting out in anger. Just shut up, Su Liang yelled, pounding his chest with absolute confidence. So you've got the current Moon King, master of the Moon Book, giving his big speech. With the moon as his backdrop, he throws down the gauntlet. Who could possibly punish me? Who deserves it? Who even has the right to try? And just like that, Chen Yue gets atomized. Golden light rains down from the sky before vanishing completely, leaving nothing but some gloomy black clouds behind. A second later, the clouds part, revealing a perfect full moon. And there's Tu Luong, stretching and letting out a sigh. Ah, much better. He glances up and smirks. Only a few hundred more meters to go. He then pulls out his pet control panel. Okay, Imperial Tier Moon System, Bo Yi Yue Monarch, Status, sealed. Turns out his current level is too low. The host needs to hit the 7-star realm to unlock it. His low-tier light butterflies are also level-gated. But on a full moon night, he can summon a casual 3 billion of them at once. Any other time, the limit is a mere 1 billion. He's also got a low-tier jade tail rabbit and a jade sword. Then there's the high-tier Shan Yi and the high-tier Tan Nguyet Chien Gan. Oh, and a supreme-grade Hua Fei Yue 33, a Guangxi Wang 32, a Kim Yuen Duke 37, and the Qin Hoa Thue Nguyet. Let's not forget the supreme-grade Tran Tin Nguyet, and another system at the imperial level, the Ho Nguyet Dang Tam Hua Hun Vun, and the imperial-grade Fusing Wumong. To Luong thinks to himself, as his contracted pets stabilize, he can feel their combined energy pushing him right up to the 7-star limit. He knows it. The moment he breaks through is the moment he reaches the absolute top. Without hesitating, Tu Luong clenches his fist. All right, he thinks, there's no reason to lose anymore. He starts moving again, telling his pets, come on, let's go see what these ancient demigods are really made of. His Kim U swarm follows behind, the particles starting to clump together, and a moment later, they form a glowing golden orb right behind Tu Luong, before slowly morphing into a pair of brilliant, powerful wings. Thuong Nyet gawks from below. That golden aura is pure, immense energy. Tu Luong just stands there, his presence overwhelming, his shimmering wings now fully formed. In the blink of an eye, he blasts upwards, a golden streak tearing up the heavenly ring. The crowd is stunned. What just happened? Nobody could see a thing. Unbelievably fast. He hits the next floor, wings vanishing as he lands. Elevation, 93.61 meters. His companion speaks up from behind. This is the limit the first Icefy reached. A 9-star demigod 26,000 years ago. Right on cue, a white light appears before them. Chilling auras start weaving together, and a freezing cold spreads out at an insane speed. While Tu Luong is still surprised, Huyen Vuong continues. Her very first move defeated that Huyen Trung of the Thuong Huyen Nguyet Feng Kuk. Before him, a glowing figure slowly starts to appear. This is the Eastern Domain's first generation, Icefy, the one who made the Bangvu Tian Lan Hao bloodline famous across the ages. Tu Luong is surprised, thinking, so this is one of the 7 wonders from the Bangvu Tian Lan Hao's actual body? Staring at that massive block of ice, he thinks, 20,000 years ago she had this insane power. She must be completely unfathomable now. Tu Luong just smirks. With my current strength, of course I can't beat them. But he's smart enough to know this is just some demigod's trial run. The thing in front of him is only a shadow. The Bo Yi wings reappear, unfurling with a powerful roar as pressure radiates from the entire floor. With a bold thought, Tu Luong decides he just needs to prove he can fight her. The massive ice block collapses, and Icefy fades away. A second later, he's a streak of light, rocketing up to the 94.22 meter mark. But surprisingly, Tu Luong breaks through and just skips the area, heading straight up. Thuong Nguyet is shocked. What's happening? The Heavenly Maiden's limit at 94.22 meters, and Tu Luong passes it without a single challenge. The leaderboard pops up. Rank 1, First Gen Yun Princess at 99.99 meters. Rank 2, First Gen Lover at 99.98. Rank 3, Anonymous Lu Su Xuan at 99.66. And Rank 4, the Moon King at 99.65. This Heavenly Maiden is known as an eternal 9-stage demigod. Her body is gone, but her divinity is endless. They say she's lived for over 100,000 years. She witnessed the Bailu clan's disaster, the Tai Thuong Bich Hoa calamity, and she even took part in the very first Moon God Festival. A few thousand years ago, she even personally sealed the winner of the Moon God Festival from the Tai Yin faction. Meanwhile, the streak of light that is Tu Luong continues to climb the heavenly ring. Thuong Nguyet watches, completely stunned. He just directly shattered the Heavenly Maiden's 94.22 meter limit. But our guy here seems pretty chill, wondering how even a mere shadow could telegraph that the Celestial Maiden had already given up. Su Liang speculates, could it be because she also fought against the Tai Yin faction back in the day? He closes his eyes, thinking for a moment, then snaps them open with total resolve. But whatever the reason, he's not about to hesitate. And with that, Su Liang confidently steps up to the next floor, but his eyes immediately lock onto something completely unexpected. Su Liang stares wide-eyed at this floor's guardian, a figure with strangely familiar blue hair flowing in the wind. The opponent at the 996-meter level is a girl holding a massive blade. Just then, Yan Yue calls out to Su Liang. She steps forward, her voice heavy with emotion. Thank you for bringing me here again. Yan Yue continues, so I can remember those days from 10,000 years ago. He eyes her blade with its 3 orbs, the upper crescent moon, Chenghua. Su Liang stays completely focused. This is the blade's original master, Yan Yue's previous owner. This girl is none other than Lu Suxuan of the western regions. Suxuan was born cursed with countless illnesses, a plague-like physique, and only lived to be 26. Knowing she wouldn't live to see the next moon god festival, she took up the upper crescent moon, Changhua, and the upper crescent moon Lige. She then defeated the world's strongest Gemini Palace protector, sparking a bitter feud between the Yueyao and Qishuan. Looking over, Su Liang is filled with admiration. Her 26 years might seem like a flash in the grand scheme of history, but she left behind a brilliant legacy before she passed. Yan Yue warns him, "Be careful. She's not on the same level as all the other shadows we've fought." He replies with a serious look, "Goes without saying." Suxuan, who's been silent this whole time, glances at her blade and finally speaks up. What's the point of cultivating, of getting stronger? In the end, you can't escape the limits of a mortal life. With that, Suxuan spins the massive blade in her hands, then immediately slams it point down into the ground. The floor shatters on impact. The three orbs dissolve into streams of energy, which then swirl and wrap around the blade itself. Is this move called second stage star return? The upper crescent moon Changhua vanishes, replaced by a swirling vortex beside Suxuan. A panicked Yan Yue screams for Su Liang to be careful, his eyes widening at her desperate warning. The true sword sheath is coming. Far off, at the tower's 9,966-meter mark, three rings of light appear. Purple, blue, and green light pulses with power, and then a colossal blade materializes in midair. Its size rivals the heavenly peach ring itself. Ba Yi is slashed clean in half, starting to fade, while Su Liang gets blasted, blood pouring from his face. He collapses to the ground, face down, as blood just keeps spraying from his body. Kang Yue is terrified, Bai Ti looks absolutely thunderstruck, and Yan Yue is just frozen speechless for a solid 5 seconds. Then she freezes, hearing Su Liang's voice mutter, "So that's how it is." He gets back up, mumbling, "So this is the true sword." His golden wings reappear as Su Liang continues to speak. "Thanks to the energy from my gradually completed contracts." He stands there, wiping the blood from his mouth, and confidently announces he's temporarily broken through to the 7-star level. Ba Yi's fatal wound starts to heal, and the giant blade's phantom fades away. Su Liang lets out a breath and says, "Thank you, I'll remember this." Suxuan, her eyes closed, opens them one last time to look at him, and then her form slowly fades into nothing. Su Liang thinks to himself that a phantom from the past shouldn't cause real damage, yet the Golden Butterfly Palace was hit. He suspects that back then, the real Celestial Maiden only sensed a fraction of this power and decided not to advance any further. Su Liang wipes his brow, relieved. So dangerous. If he hadn't broken through to 7-star, this would have been the end. "Let's go," he tells Bai Yi as the ranking screen reappears. First place, Princess Dayun, 9,999 meters. Second, The Western Lover, 9,998 meters. Third, The Moon King, 9,997 meters. A streak of light shoots upward. Su Liang lands at 9,997 meters. Looking around, he thinks to himself, with that temporary 7-star breakthrough, his peerless physique resonance has also gotten way stronger. Su Liang can faintly sense a few hidden auras, almost like slumbering moonlight overlords scattered across the entire world. He closes his eyes, reminding himself that only the summit matters now. He glances upward. He tells himself this is the final journey. Spectators point at the screen, yelling, "Look, the ranking's updated again!" The new Moon King, Su Liang, has reached third place with 9,997 meters. Someone gets excited. 9,998 meters. He's about to meet her, his friend asks. "Her? Who are you talking about?" She shot back, "Are you an idiot? Of course it's a person, one whose beauty is so unreal that the 7 great miracles chose her to be their wedding dress." Right then, up on the stairs, To Leung's eyes went wide with absolute shock. Standing before him was a girl dressed in a magnificent wedding gown. For hundreds of thousands of years, she was known as the most beautiful woman ever, the first-generation lover. Legend says even the gods themselves fell head over heels for her. You just know you gotta see her face. But for now, it's hidden by a delicate veil. The wind blows, lifting the veil just enough to show a hint of her face. To Leung is completely hooked, and a blush creeps across his cheeks. His hand clenches into a fist, trembling slightly, as they both just stand there, staring at each other in silence. To Leung's mind is racing. What is going on? Why does it feel like my blood is boiling? Looking at her face, her figure, he realizes a beauty like this shouldn't even exist. Not even the legendary 3 beauties could compare to a fraction of her. No wonder the lover line of succession only ever had one generation. After the first-generation lover wore it, the wedding dress probably couldn't stand to be on anyone else. She was like the moon in the sky compared to them. She was absolutely perfect, which seems to be the only way to catch the eye of that legendary dress. And our boy's expression? Yeah, he looks like his soul just left his body. Baxerk's wings suddenly crackle with golden lightning as voices scream To Leung's name in his head. Huingvung cries out in a panic, "To Leung! she screams in his face, trying to snap him out of it. And just like that, he's back in the real world. Yen Nguyet stands guard in front of him as Huin Vung adds a warning. Don't let yourself be enchanted. You're in serious danger right now. The moment you stepped into this area, you were already in her attack range. And right on cue, dark, shadowy figures from some beast clan materialize around the first-generation lover. To Leung recognizes them instantly and blurts out, "Those guys, they're the patriarchs of the Donghu and the Haiti clans, plus the ancestors of the four saint clans of the West, the patriarch of the White Deer clan, and even a few Moon Kings showed up." And then it all clicks for To Leung. So that's it. Anyone who falls for the lover's beauty has their power completely taken over. He finally understood. No wonder the powerful Bot Dirk Moon Monarch went totally berserk earlier. So this is the truth behind the wedding dress, one of the 7 great miracles, To Leung says with a smirk. What a nasty combination. His face is pure confidence now, because once you break free of her control, all these powerful figures are nothing but illusions. This revelation seems to genuinely surprise the bride, while To Leung just closes his eyes with a satisfied smirk. He stands there completely content. After his 7-star breakthrough, he's now officially at the 9-star demigod level. Golden lightning arcs from Bakdirk's wings, blasting the dark phantoms and making them vanish into thin air. A moment later, only the first-generation lover in her wedding dress is left standing. She offers a slight, satisfied smile, right before she begins to fade away as To Leung calmly watches. But then, a voice echoes directly in his mind. "You, the demigod who appeared after 500,000 years. We will meet again very soon." The last of the shadows dissolve into the night. Those words leave To Leung completely and utterly shocked. He can't believe what he just heard. No way. A lingering afterimage had its own consciousness and just spoke to me? He wonders. She didn't just know I reached demigod level, she said we'd meet again soon. What in the world is going on? He stares upwards, completely bewildered, before quickly shutting his eyes and pushing the thought away. Nope, this isn't the time to worry about that. He looks up at the next step, the next level. Whatever the truth is, it can wait. At that moment, the system displays his current rank. First place, Princess So Darvan at 9,999 meters. Second place, the first-gen Western lover at 9,998 meters. To Leung's resolve hardens. Nothing and no one is going to stop him from reaching the very top. He closes his eyes, lets out a breath, and begins to climb again, silently taking the final steps toward the summit. Every single step is filled with purpose and memories. But right at that moment, a strange crackling sound makes him stop in his tracks. To Leung freezes. The crackling sound won't stop. He whips his head around, completely stunned by what he sees. To Leung's body is floating in the middle of space. This is it, level 9,999. He stays focused, telling himself, this is the Sea of Clouds. They say the first-generation Cloud Princess once fell for the first-generation lover. After being rejected, she found enlightenment through her heartbreak. Eventually, she even joined the White Deer clan's great emperor to rule for 10,000 years, unmatched, just one step from godhood. The White Deer clan moves without leaving a trace, and now, the Sea of Clouds is also their sacred ground. As To Leung steps into it, he can't help but wonder where the Cloud Princess and the real Bikwar are now. Suddenly, a flash of purple light zips past his neck. Way too close for comfort. To Leung freezes solid, all the color draining from his face. Is this a soul-splitting technique? Yep, they call this the Infinite Eternal Spirit Realm Walk. And just like that, To Leung collapses onto his back, completely out cold. Amidst the black clouds, a mysterious voice echoes that dreams are eternity. Along with that cryptic voice, a dark figure plummets down into the first Cloud Princess's Sea of Mists, 9,999 meters. To Leung's handsome face appears, and the first Cloud Princess can't help but let out a smug little laugh. She gloats that it doesn't matter if he's broken through the 7 stars or even mastered the power of the Golden Butterfly Palace. No one, she says, can pierce the fog of the White Deer clan's ultimate technique. Then she gently caresses Keep Nwirt's cheek. Her voice echoes, telling him to just sink into despair as his body continues to freefall through the endless sky. But then, To Leung speaks up. All right, that's enough of that. The woman is stunned as a series of blue squares suddenly appear all around him. To Leung issues a command. Golden Butterfly Palace, Initiate Reboot. And just as quickly, the blue panels disappear. He glances at Bakdirk in her human form, asking, "Did you see how it works?" To Leung's voice turns serious. "If I run into something like that again, now I'll know exactly how to handle it." Bakdirk leans in, whispering right into his ear, "Man, that thing is a real handful." She continues, "I never imagined that after sleeping for 10,000 years, someone like this would show up in the White Deer clan." Bakdirk's voice deepens. "Your infinite eternal trick has been completely figured out." She then blows a playful puff of air, and through these eyes, I'd say one of those 2 kids is toast, right? Our boy is speechless, thinking her habits are beyond weird. Seriously, who whispers in someone's ear for every single conversation? To Liang just stares off into the distance, muttering, "The first Cloud Princess. Her ultimate move. It looks like if we actually fought, we would just end up in a stalemate." All the while, the sky remains covered in seriously ominous, dark clouds. Backdirk is still blowing lightly in his ear. To Liang whispers, "The Golden Butterfly Palace's ability is to reset the host's life and itself countless times." He lets out a cocky smirk. "If my energy runs out, she can just reboot herself back into fighting shape first." To Liang boldly declares, "And as for me, the wielder of the full moon miracle, facing someone on the same level as you, how could I possibly lose?" Just then, a huge golden orb with a deep crack appears in the sky. The first Cloud Princess silently hangs on his every single word. In other words, in a deathmatch, you'll be the one running out of power first. To Liang raises his chin, declaring, "This battle will end with my victory." He faces her down with a threat. "Of course, if you're too scared for a direct confrontation, you'd better not say another word, or I'll use every ounce of my power to completely crush you." She just scoffs. "Such big talk. Aren't you embarrassed?" To Liang says nothing, simply returning a look of pure confidence. Standing beside Keep Nguyet, the first Cloud Princess issues a challenge. "Fine. Next time we meet, it's a fight to the death." Suddenly, streaks of golden light weave through the space around them. It turns out Backdirk has transformed back into a giant blue butterfly, shielding him completely. The system display pops up. 1. Moon Monarch, 9,999 meters, and 2. First Cloud Princess, 9,999 meters. The sight leaves everyone speechless. What is this? The White Deer Clan's Sea of Mist just shattered. The Moon Monarch defeated their ultimate technique. Kang Yue shouts in shock. Did he really just surpass an era from 10,000 years ago? Bai Ti covers her mouth, whispering, "He only needs a few more steps." To Liang is lost in his own thoughts, realizing he can now see the very vision that the first Cloud Princess once saw. He looks at the seemingly endless staircase before him, thinking to himself that even if he fails, he'll still become a world-famous legend and rule this era easily. To Liang's eyes are glued to a tree trunk stretching towards the sky. But what if he succeeds? What kind of change would that bring to the world? He lowers his head slightly, telling himself this path is only getting longer. Then suddenly, To Liang's eyes fly wide open. He gets it now. That's not right. He looks at the two dark figures ahead, analyzing everything. The era didn't create the first Cloud Princess and her lover. They joined forces to create this era themselves. My dream isn't to go back in time and compete with them in their prime. To Liang confirms. And I won't have any regrets, because they are merely afterimages. He clenches his fist, thinking, what happened 10,000 years ago doesn't matter. The present is what I'm focused on, and everyone is about to be shocked by me. To Liang walks forward without any hesitation, lost in his thoughts. Because I was born in this era, this will be the era of the Moon Monarch. He roars with a powerful voice. I am the Moon King of this era. And just like that, Su Liang casually strolls through the barrier gate. But once he's inside, Su Liang's eyes go wide with absolute shock. He's standing all alone in a bizarre, endless white void when suddenly a voice echoes out, grabbing his attention. Another one has arrived. Some strange brown tendrils appear before him, speaking with pure arrogance. Moon wine? Now that's a rare sight. The last time this place got a visitor was 1,000,000 years ago, leaving behind a puppet with an announcement. But the timing is off apparently. It needs another 300,000 years to gather 9 beast masters. The puppet bluntly says, you're not qualified. It's not about you. It's just not time yet. What? Su Liang is completely floored. The puppet's mission for him? Go back, rule your era, and leave a mark. In 300,000 years, I'll wake you again. Su Liang tries to cut it off. Hold on a second. But before Su Liang could argue, the thing just zips away, and he's suddenly getting sucked into a barrier gate. He reaches out, desperate to stay and uncover the truth, managing to grab the edge of the portal's rift. A mysterious grin spreads across Su Liang's face as he says something that's about to shock this puppet to its core. A terrifying energy erupts from Su Liang. So this, he muses, is the 8-star level. His eyes flare up, a butterfly's image burning in his pupils. All right, King of Fire. Su Liang says, walking forward with a mystical blue aura. Man, this feels amazing. He stretches, muttering to himself. Although to me, this is just the 8-star level. But to everyone else, this power completely surpasses a 9-star demigod. He wonders, is his absolute moon physique truly complete? The sleeping locations for Virgo, Gemini, and Pavo are now burned into his memory. The puppet is just stunned, wondering how a power beyond a 9-star demigod could possibly exist in this era. The next age was supposed to be teeming with heroes. It stares at his insane power, baffled. This is 300,000 years too early. At the same time, down below, massive tree branches begin to sprout, reaching for a golden circle in the sky. Everyone shields their eyes, screaming, "Crap, I'm going blind. What in the world is going on? This light is way too bright. I can't see a thing." Even Kang Yue, with cherry blossoms in her eyes, is completely shocked. She stares at the golden gate before her, deeply worried. "Su Liang, what on earth did you see? What is happening behind that door?" The dazed puppet finally asks him, "How did you do this?" Su Liang just keeps that dangerous smirk on his face, staring it down as a voice rings in his ear. "Hey, are you gonna hurry this up or what?" The Fire King is screaming, barely containing her power. "I'm about to explode." Her body swells up like a balloon. After absorbing the entire eastern region's energy veins, she's practically bursting at the seams. Su Liang actually feels a little bad for her, but "I've got to use your remaining power for a temporary breakthrough to 8 stars. You did good." He then faces the puppet, issuing his command. "Move. I'm going through. I don't have 300,000 years to spare." The puppet freezes at Su Liang's next line. "Surpassing a demigod? Isn't that the whole point of this place?" And with that, he strides forward. Su Liang walks right through the puppet's form, his voice low and threatening. "In this era, I'm the one who decides who is and isn't qualified. And let's be real, you're just a leftover piece of consciousness from an ancient era. So stop playing God." The puppet is speechless, with absolutely no idea what to do next. It can only follow behind Su Liang's retreating back. He walks alone through the silent, empty space. Before long, Su Liang's figure fades from sight. A moment later, his eyes snap open. Su Liang looks around, a bit confused. He's climbed 10,000 meters to the summit. It looks like the world hasn't changed one bit. But then, the system chimes in. Registrant Moon King, Moon Mystic, Realm 6 Star. Trait: Absolute Moon Physique. Skill 1. Moon God Festival. A one-time reward for reaching the Heavenly Peach Summit. Using it removes all of the user's restrictions. It awakens every sleeping demigod, forcing the user to face all challengers of the new epic as a king. Skill 2. The 12 Moon Mystic Constellations. Another one-time reward for reaching the summit as a Moonlight System Apostle. Using it summons the Golden Butterfly and Aquarius constellations from the 12 Moon Mystics. And get this, while he's in a designated Holy Land, the full moon's power becomes a permanent, infinite skill. He stares at the system panel, mumbling to himself. Well, look at that, 2 brand new skills. Su Liang thinks it over. The first power has 0 personal benefits. The moment it's used, the entire world gets thrown into chaos. He feels a thrill of excitement. But that second skill, now that's a real reward. Su Liang looks down at the 2 maps that appeared before him, a thought forming in his mind. As long as I'm in one of these 2 holy lands, I can't lose to anyone. With that settled, he lets out a tired sigh. Su Liang holds out his palm, hesitating for a moment. But now is not the time. He looks down at his palm, deep in thought. I've dropped from 8-star back to 6-star. I'm definitely no match for those ancient 9-star demigods. Su Liang then glances at his system interface and mutters, "And let's not even get started on the top 3. Then it hits him. "Oh, wait, scratch that. I almost forgot, it's not the top 3 anymore." The system chimes in. Number 1, Moon King Yue Yao at 10,000 meters. Number 2, the first Cloud Princess, Yun Wu Hai at 9,999 meters. 3, the first Lover of the Western Regions at 9,998. And 4, Liu Su Swan Anonymous, way down at 966. Meanwhile, down below, a massive crowd is gathered. Su Liang stands alone high above them, looking down like a true king. The women in the crowd are screaming their heads off. "Moon King, I want to be your dog." Everyone's buzzing. "Anyone know the prize for reaching the peak?" "I'm joining the church. I told you the moon cult was unbeatable." The gossip is absolutely wild. How is any of this possible? With the Moon King's talent, who would have thought he'd reach the summit today? Under the crescent moon, the voices just kept coming. "I thought it would take at least 100,000 more years for Yu Yao to return," a woman says in a low voice, sitting on the moon. "But with things as they are, I suppose I can only prepare myself." "An era of chaos is coming," she continues. "After all, that man's power could completely shatter the divine order." All this while Su Liang is walking down below. A trembling girl named Yue Xing clutches a flag, watching him, totally speechless. Su Liang shoots her a sidelong glance, his eyes filled with killing intent. That razor-sharp glare absolutely terrifies Yue Xing. He then silently phases right through her. Suddenly, Su Liang whispers in her ear, "I'll give you 1 month." Not long after, she jolts awake with a piercing scream. Yue Xing shoots up so hard she literally flies to the ceiling. A second later, her body free falls back down. She lands sprawled on the bed, nursing a new bump on her head and crying, "That really hurts." Then she freezes, yelling in a panic, "Wait a minute!" Yue Xing shoves her hand deep into her rather large chest. Immediately, she pulls out a round red and blue object. With tears in her eyes, Yue Xing says defiantly, "The Shen Xing Yan Yue is mine. No one is going to take it from me." She screams in desperation. Even if the Moon King is stronger than a demigod from 50,000 years ago, I will never hand over the Blade Soul so easily. We cut to a rather luxurious courtyard. Su Liang is sitting by the window, muttering, "Why do I hear someone calling me? Am I hallucinating or something?" He turns to his system to pull some data on the Guardian of the Peacock Palace, one of the 12 palaces of Yue Yao, and the info pops right up. Moonlight System, Emperor Class, the Taiyu Zhou Yan Ming King. Basic info. Guardian of the 10th Yue Yao Palace, the Peacock Palace, was sealed underground in the western regions by an alliance of the 4 ancestors of the 4 holy clans. Info fee, 1. Oh, Mende, the peacock is so beautiful. Su Liang just stares at the message, completely baffled. What the heck is this? He turns to 2 women on the bed. Do you guys know anything about the Peacock Palace? Yan Yue speaks up. I don't know much. After the Guardian of the Gemini Palace was seriously wounded, the Peacock and Aquarius Palaces became part of the 12 Yue Yao Palaces. Huang Wang rests her chin on her hand and adds, they say she joined 3 moon god festivals in the last 10,000 years, but got sealed away early every time. The previous Moon King even brought her out during a life-or-death crisis, but for some unknown reason, her contract was terminated. Su Liang strokes his chin, thinking, this sounds like a real pain. Either way, I'll have to go to the western regions myself and check it out. Suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps rings out from outside. A woman named Shang Yue runs in, yelling, Moon King, we have a huge problem. Shang Yue rushes in, totally out of breath, and asks from the door, have you seen the news online? A candidate for the title of Cloud Princess has appeared. Su Liang just gives her a complete blank stare. She holds up 3 fingers and screams. Not just 3 of them. 3 successors to the Cloud Princess appeared at the same time. He looks at the frantic Shang Yue and can't help but comment, hey, isn't your whole image supposed to be cold and aloof? That's not it, my friend. She startles, covering her mouth to let out a quick cough. Ahem. Shang Yue flicks her hair back, turning away to make an excuse. Lord Tao Yuan, the one who loves social media, told me to relay the message exactly as I heard it. Her tone was just like that, I swear. Su Liang is so stunned he can't even speak, just standing there like a dummy. After a moment, he frowns, acting completely unconcerned. Okay, so the Cloud Princess has 3 successors, so what? As her head lowered, a strange voice suddenly echoed out, declaring that reaching the peak had just shattered the limits of this era. The Sanctuary's monsters were officially on the move, totally lost. Our guy frantically searched for whoever was talking. Who in the world was that? Just then, a peach blossom petal shot from Shang Yue's chest, carrying the very same voice. It explained that with every new era, the Sanctuary descends to launch an all-out attack on the current Beastmasters. And this little thing, perched on her chest, pointing a tiny finger right at Su Liang's face. This is all your fault. The Moon King's eye twitched as he pointed right back at the peach blossom creature. Wait a second. That over-the-top drama. It's just like before. You're Dao Yuan, one of the 7 original wonders, the 9-branched peach blossom from the most ancient of eras. They say it's lived for millions of years, completely immortal. Su Liang just muttered, and all that hype for this tiny, weird thing? That got Tao Yuan's hands on its hips in a huff. It tried for a threatening tone. You better listen up. Moon King, if you even think about unleashing that power, I will make you seriously regret it. Hearing that, Kang Yue couldn't help but ask, what power? But his face just darkened as he stayed completely silent. So Su Liang just reached out and snatched Tao Yuan right off her chest. Kang Yue yelped, instinctively recoiling from the sudden move. He gritted his teeth, grilling the little creature. You're in charge of Tian Tao Yuan, so why are you leaking intel? Squeezed so tight it could only get one arm free. It waved frantically, crying out, Okay, I'll stop talking. Just let me go, I can barely breathe. Tao, save me. Tao Yuan struggled, then whined. Just look out the window. The southern domain is filled with so many kind and lovely plants. When the monsters from 1,000,000 years ago awaken, you think I could stand to send my own children into that fight? And right on cue, the 2 of them looked out the window at the ancient peach tree growing in the courtyard. It desperately tried to convince him. I managed Tian Tao Yuan because I love peace, okay? I just hate all the fighting. Su Liang actually seemed to consider it. He had to admit, the southern domain rarely had wars, which is why their tech and tourism industries were so advanced. Suddenly, he opened his hand, letting Tao Yuan gasp for air like it had just cheated death. Then, it stood on his palm and made a proposal. An alliance! Moon King, if you agree not to activate your power, Tian Tao Yuan will help you claim the Moon God Emperor's throne. Standing nearby, Kang Yue simply closed her eyes in silent agreement, as if that was her plan all along. He glanced over at her, thinking, the great Emperor Kang Yue has no objection? Do they really not plan to fight for the Moon God Festival? Kang Yue just smiled back warmly, holding up a hand as she started to explain everything. You don't need to be suspicious. We in the Southern Domain get involved in the Moon God Festival every single year. It's tradition. Our Tiantao Yuan and the fourth palace of Yue Yao were allies. We even managed the festival together 3 times in a row. But after Yue Yao collapsed and the fourth palace disappeared, we decided we were done helping them out. Su Liang's brow furrowed as he tried to connect the dots. The fourth palace. Huatian Palace? His mind started racing. As it stood, he really didn't have a reason to use that power, so maybe they didn't need to be so cautious around him. But a nagging thought entered Su Liang's mind: if he possessed a power like this in the current era, didn't that pretty much guarantee a day would come when he'd have to use it? Seeing him hesitate, Kang Yue spoke up. So, still can't make up your mind? Dao Yuan zipped back to her chest with a new idea. I know, we'll secure it with a marriage alliance. The little thing was beyond excited. Moon King, what do you think of my little Dao here? How about you two get hitched? This suggestion just left him even more confused. He couldn't help but let out a baffled, huh? Half a month later, on the border of the western and southern domains, a crimson bolt of light shot down into the sea. There, sitting on a rock, was a high-ranking emperor from the Taiyin faction, the soul-ripping, mermaid-tailed Zhao Yue. She scanned the area furiously. What's going on? The seal just weakened. Was it the 7th lunar eclipse? Zhao Yue looked up at the blackened sky, where red lightning danced and then slammed down hard onto the water's surface. A colossal butterfly appeared in the air, surrounded by a sky-filling swarm of shimmering, smaller butterflies. Su Liang stood on its back, looked down, and casually ordered, "An obstacle. Someone take care of it." Below, a stunned Zhao Yue could only stammer out, "What?" This insane, suffocating pressure. Who in the world was this person? A mystical golden energy then flared from a nearby mountain peak, and a familiar voice announced, the Moon King of this era. Not long ago, he surpassed both the first Cloud Princess and his own first love. The voice paused. And he is the one who climbed to the top of Tiantao Yuan. Zhao Yue spun around, completely shocked, and screamed, "What?" The newcomer aimed a hand pulsing with spirit energy at her, declaring slowly, "You people committed no crime." Ying Wang stated coolly, "You were simply born in the wrong era." She scrambled backward, clearing her throat as she recognized him. "You're Ying Wang, the withered moon lantern heartfire, the one who wounded Bing all by himself. I've heard of you." Zhao Yue snarled out a warning. "I'm probably not making it out of here alive, but the Taiyin faction will definitely." Suddenly, Ying Wang erupted in the brilliant flames of his ultimate technique, Fire Moon Crimson. And just like that, it's aimed right at Zhao Yue, who's just sitting there. The impact sends tiny ripples across the water, but wait, she hears something right behind her. Zhuan Wang uses those creepy orange-red eyes of hers to size things up. She doesn't even need to look. "So, you're still alive." But Bai Tifei Yue just says, "Total shot in the dark. Is it because you saw the Aquarius Palace power up again that you came looking for me?" Bai Ti tries to act cute, whispering, "I missed you, so I came to catch up, only to get a cold, get lost." In response, she sighs. "Fine, still as fierce as ever. In that case, I'll just be blunt then." Bai Ti probes, "You're not just here for Bai Yue Xing, you're also here to seal the Peacock Palace, right?" Xuan Wang glances away, muttering, "I can't say." She frowns, warning her, "Why didn't you remind him how dangerous the Peacock Palace is? That thing killed the Moon King at the Moon God Festival 2,000 years ago. The Flower Fairy Palace retreated, and the Peacock Palace went completely berserk. The Flying Rabbit and Moon King Palaces rebelled. Sagittarius abstained, leaving only Aquarius and Virgo to fight." Bai Ti continues, saying Lord Shui Liantian never gave power to the Flying Rabbit Palace. Instead, he joined the 1,000-Year War, trusting everything to the female palaces. She explained that from then on, the Moon and Sun factions completely vanished. And you already know the rest, how the Peacock Palace killed the Moon King and forged the records in the Moon Book at the festival. Xuan Wang just looks away in silence, totally dodging the subject. Before bouncing, Bai Ti makes sure to leave her with one last thought. Let's just hope we don't make the same stupid mistake again. But the other girl remains silent, taking it all in. Xuan Wang instantly vanishes from the rock, speeding off after Su Liang. Her golden spirit energy nearly nicks the butterfly, but she chooses to hang back and follow him from a distance. Meanwhile, he's getting a message from Kang Yue. The Western region sent an official invitation, and he'll be there soon. The other two major powers probably got one too. A candidate for the Cloud Princess is about to debut, so he better be careful not to get distracted. Otherwise, his big showdown with Bai Di Hang might get postponed. Su Liang's face gets serious as he thinks. He muses that after reaching the peak of Tiantao Huan, the world's restrictions should have weakened, which would explain why the Holy Apostle appeared so quickly. Remembering Huan Yue's radiant smile, he wonders if he'll get to see Xiao Lu soon. Cut to the western region. Next to a massive circular stage sits a tiny chair. And who else would it be but Xiao Hu, lounging like a king, with Yue Xing standing by with her arms crossed. She has her eyes closed, looking totally annoyed, and mumbles half asleep. "They're here already?" The sound wakes up the little Moon King, who rubs her eyes and chimes in. Another one's here, and this one feels like bad news. Xiao Hu just sighs at the sky. Don't be so cocky. Back then, when the first Cloud Princess left the Sea of Clouds, she was already at the 8-star realm, though nobody cared at first. But in just a few months, she defeated 3 top masters and reached the pinnacle of their world. The kid yawns. I'm sure Lord Han Sha will handle it. Yue Xing puts a hand on her hip, raising the other to change the subject. Okay, Chief, enough about the Cloud Princess. I'd rather hear about the first-generation lover. Xiao Hu is speechless. You and your stories. Then her eyes narrow. They're here. At her words, she glances back, just as a giant butterfly-shaped shadow appears in the sky. Its wings slowly break through the clouds. In a flash, he faces them both. Yue Xing looks up, her face etched with worry. Su Liang jumps down, landing on the stage with a taunt. So this is the dueling arena? It's pretty spacious, I guess. She clenches her fists, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Hu just watches them from the back, remembering Yue Xing's bold promise. I'll never let the Moon King take the sunken star. And now, all Xiao Hu can do is sigh internally. This cowardly little brat. The kid crosses her legs on the chair, getting straight to business. Moon King, the fight is set for 10 days after the full moon, got it? He listens quietly. The winner gets to publicly walk away with the sunken star. She clears her throat, announcing, most of the western region is expected to be watching this fight, so I hope you'll follow the rules. Su Liang just smirks. Don't worry, that's a given. Out of nowhere, a gray mist began swirling towards him, with more and more of it pouring into the arena. And from that smoke, a woman with 2 branches on her head appeared. Yep, that's Cloud Mist Princess number 2. This girl pointed a thumb at herself, aggressively announcing that in 10 days, this arena was hers, and nobody else was allowed to touch it. Su Liang quietly sized up Hai Yun, while a shocked Xiao Hu slowly stood up, not believing this. Her attendant tried to calm her down, saying, Princess Yun, they're just the opening act. It won't affect your big showdown with Lord Han Sha. Xiao Hu then piped up, yeah, like an appetizer before the main course. Oh wait, scratch that, more like mouthwash actually. A comment that left Yue Xing completely speechless. Hai Yun crossed her arms, puffing her cheeks out like a spoiled kid. Fine. She just huffed and looked away. Whatever. Su Liang didn't say a single word and just turned to walk away. The princess glared at his back, clearly trying to start something. Moon King, you better not run away, she threatened smugly. After I take down Han Sha, you're next on my list. Su Liang barely reacted, just giving a cold "oh." He glanced back over his shoulder and gave her a mocking wink. Thing is, I'm not really interested in you. After the full moon, I'm going to meet the other 2 cloud princesses. Her face went dark, absolutely speechless with rage. You! Hai Yun's entire body instantly exploded with an insane amount of energy. But Su Liang wasn't about to be outdone, flaring up with his own golden spiritual power. The 2 faced off, a sign that an absolutely ridiculous, over-the-top battle was about to break out. The others just stood there, totally frozen. Xiao Hu's face went pale, his head spinning. Is anyone going to stop them? These 2 look like they're about to go completely nuts. A storm of power swirled around Su Liang. Hai Yun's eyes were glowing, her own aura every bit as fierce. They were locked in a silent stare-down as the wind howled when suddenly something made the princess flinch. Hai Yun hesitated for a second, then puffed out her cheeks in frustration and turned to leave. But not without a final glare, a cold huff, and a parting shot. I'll be back on the night of the full moon. Then she vanished into the mist. The other 3 were just left standing there, totally baffled as to why she suddenly bailed. After a moment, Su Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He frowned, wondering if she'd been warned by something from the other side. Either way, he's decided he won't tolerate any of these spoiled princesses. Su Liang began weighing up Huan Yue against Hai Yun. If he wants to win the Moon God Festival, he has to defeat all these cloud princesses who are just like Xiao Lu. He mused to himself that he really had zero interest in number 2. The real prize was the lineage of princess number 1, the Taishang Bi Huo Ji. Su Liang also wondered about princess number 3's Meng Ji Yue lineage, and if it held any clues to finding Xiao Lu. He turned. Setting his mind straight, his real fight would be on the night of the full moon. Before the princess shows up again, he needs to get the Saber Soul and bolt to the East Domain. The flash butterflies began to swirl around Su Liang once more. He muttered, while princess number 2 is challenging Hun Sha, princess number 1 will challenge the Ice Queen, and in a flash, he vanished in their golden light. He landed gently on the back of Ba Yi, still completely lost in his own world of plans and schemes. As long as princess number 1 keeps the Ice Queen busy for a while, he can use the distraction to hit Peacock Palace, then go get the final piece of the Chen Xing Yen Yue. Yue Xing looked up at the starry sky, whispering to herself, "He's gone already?" She rubbed her chin, muttering, "That's weird. I heard the Moon King has a supreme white deer as a pet, so why would he have such a bad attitude towards a cloud princess?" Xiao Hu shot her a look. Instead of thinking about all that, maybe you should think about the battle happening in 10 days. Yue Xing slammed a fist into her palm, her confidence suddenly soaring. Don't you worry. We've already scattered all his little flash butterflies across the West Domain, so they won't be able to regroup anytime soon. That means the Moon King can't pull off his butterfly miracle here in the West Domain, she said, recalling that epic scene. Yue Xing clenched both her fists, now totally sure of herself. He won't be able to reach the 7-star realm, and he won't get to use the Chen Xingyan Yue as his wager. If I push myself, I can definitely take him on. So Ingon just stood there, gawking at this girl's sudden heroic vibe, a total 180 from the coward she was a minute ago. The little lady just sighed, muttering, "Yeah, I hope so too." They both stared off into the distance, completely oblivious to the spy butterfly hiding behind a nearby rock. And through it, of course, To Leung was hearing every single word. A nasty little smirk just spread across his face. Tuo Liang's got that classic villain smirk. Sure, things usually go as expected, but nobody knows he's got one hell of a trump card. He scoops up his little Moonlight Rabbit, a whole new plot brewing. Turns out, the target was never Bai Yixing. It was the peacock sealed away in the Western Region banner. Stroking its long ears, Tuo Liang lays out his plan. First step is to track down the Peacock Palace's exact seal location. When the time is right, he'll wait for Princess Yun to tie up Huncha. Then, patting his bunny, he mutters about unleashing Aquarius's true power and just smashing everything to pieces. Tuo Liang whispers, "Moonlight Rabbit?" And just like that, its glittery eyes snap wide open. Meanwhile, in the Western region, a crescent moon hangs in the sky. A swarm of glowing flash butterflies heads deep into the forest. 3 of them suddenly stop, landing on a branch right by the Mo Sheng clan's prison. 2 female guards spot someone in the darkness, and they immediately bow their heads in respect. It's Lady Yu Wangmu of the Sea Concubine clan, and she's walking right toward them. This is the Endless Prison, a place that holds the most vicious criminals in the world, all guarded by the infamous Lord Hun Cha. And get this, every emperor of the 4 Saint clans is buried here after they die, their spirits creating a crushing, oppressive aura. One of the guards warns her, "Please, my lady, you must be careful. After you find your target, leave immediately. Do not disturb the things that are lurking down in the depths." We're talking the rebellious emperor of the Donghu clan, what's left of the 7 mysteries, and even the guardian of the Peacock Palace. You must know all this already. Yu Wangmu takes in the warning, closes her eyes, and gives her reply. Of course, if that former Moon King hadn't caused such a mess thousands of years ago, the Peacock Palace would still be locked away back home. Yu Wangmu offers her excuse smoothly. "I'm just here to see some of my clan's ancient members, then I'll be right out. Sorry for the trouble." The 2 guards exchange a quick look, a silent signal passing between them. In an instant, the massive inner gate opens to let her pass. The 3 of them quickly step inside. Right then, a flash butterfly hitches a ride on her robes, slipping in with her. The vibe inside is incredibly grim. Chains crisscross everywhere, nothing but iron bars as far as the eye can see. She closes her eyes, listening to the groans echoing from the cells. For a brief moment, Yu Wangmu's eyes turn dark with sorrow. Just then, her escorts turn back. "Lady Yu Wangmu, we are almost there. This is as far as we can take you." They point down a set of stairs, saying, "From here on, you're in the Emperor's domain. Looks like she has no choice but to go it alone." "Fine. Then I will go in by myself." The 2 guards watch anxiously as she descends, but she remains perfectly calm, not a single trace of fear or worry on her face. After walking for a bit, Yu Wangmu speaks into the silence. "Our first meeting, Moon King. Forgive me, but you don't actually want to release the Peacock Palace Guardian, do you?" She glances at the flash butterfly on her sleeve and talks to herself. "Oh, right. I forgot you can't actually talk back to me. But from what I can see, the Western region is thrilled to see you free the Peacock Palace. It's why they haven't added any extra defenses." Yu Wangmu mutters, "You're so exceptional that even Bai Yixing can't stop you." She glances over her shoulder, adding her own theory. "The only way to really stop you is to let you set the Peacock Palace free." Yu Wangmu looks ahead and keeps moving. "All right, my time is limited, so I'll leave it at that." She continues her journey, turning into a small tunnel. A moment later, Yu Wangmu finds herself before a gigantic fish. It opens its massive eyes and stares her down. But Yu Wangmu doesn't flinch, meeting its gaze without fear. The fish's voice rumbles, "Little brat, go back." Then it roars, "You cannot persuade me. I won't sign a contract with anyone until I can finally defeat the 3-legged white snow." Wangmu's face shows her complete surprise. Baimo. In front of her is a pure white creature with pale yellow eyes, and it's sighing at her. Its name is Baimo Jihai, the High Emperor of the 3 Kings Spring. She just stands there, totally silent. Wangmu's mind flashes back to the story how 3 Kings Spring proposed a marriage alliance between Baimo Zihai and 3-legged White Snow to appease the Ice Empress. Back then, Baimo had a human form, complete with white wings, dressed all in white with a veil. She recalls how Bai Moji Hai, being the high and mighty pride of her clan, believed three-legged white snow was completely unworthy. But in the end, she suffered a crushing defeat, leaving her home in humiliation and wandering all the way to the western region. Wang Mu realizes the western region isn't holding her captive at all. She's willingly trapped herself here. She clutches her dress, stealing her nerves. Wang Mu says loudly, "Lady Bai Moji Hai, I'm asking you to please come back home. The Sea Concubine clan needs you, and your old friends miss you so much." But this just seems to make it angry. Bai Mo sighs. The messengers from the Sea Concubine clan are still so tasteless. "Get out." Panicked, she calls out, "Lady Bai Mo Jihai." And with that, he just turns around and leaves, letting Vung Mor stare after him, yelling, "Wait, don't go." She stands there behind the glass, looking totally lost and with no idea what to do. Yep, that exit from Barchmart left her feeling completely crushed and empty. She wanders around in a daze, muttering, "It's a failure. Lord Barchmart Chihai is way too stubborn." But then a voice pipes up behind her. "Too stubborn, you say?" Which of course makes her jump out of her skin. Vung Mor spins around and shouts, "Who's there?" Down by her waist, a little glowing golden butterfly replies, "I see you have absolutely zero respect for the dignity of a high emperor, don't you?" Vung Mor looks down, completely stunned. "King Yue," she cries out. "What do you even mean by that? I'm already this upset, and you're here to make fun of me?" The golden butterfly lets out a sigh and says, "You really don't get it, do you? How is that pathetic act supposed to impress anyone?" And from another location, To Leung continues speaking through it. What he really wants to hear is that you'll defeat the 3 stars white snow for him, even if you have to face the Ice Queen herself. "So, do you get it?" he asks Vung Mor. She just stares blankly at the golden butterfly, her face a perfect picture of confusion. Upon hearing this, Vung Mor panics, shouting, "How can I say that? That would be making an enemy out of the Ice Queen." She gets agitated and yells, "I was actually starting to like you, but it turns out you're just trying to trick me into fighting Barchmart Chi Hai, also you can watch my downfall. You are so evil." And on the other end of the line, To Leung just thinks to himself, "Wait a second, since when did she get so clever?" The golden butterfly zips right in front of Vung Mor's face and slaps her hard across the cheek with its wing. Vung Mor yelps, "Ow," as he shouts back, "Cut the pointless chatter and let's go check out the Peacock Palace area." To Leung adds, "I need to see what this Peacock Palace is all about with my own eyes." She just holds her cheek, silently glaring at the butterfly, before finally answering with a gloomy face, "Fine," and with that, she continues on down the stairs. He follows behind her with the butterfly, watching and thinking about that wild rumor he once heard that the people of the Three Kings Spring clan can't refuse a request. To Leung wonders if it's actually true. As Vung Mor moves carefully, she suddenly sees something that makes her jaw drop in utter disbelief. Right in front of her stand 3 doors. One is sea blue with a symbol that looks like a snowflake. Another door is purple with a diamond symbol, and the last one is green with a circle. She's so shocked she's at a total loss for words. To Leung, observing from his end, is just as stunned, thinking, so this place isn't just home to the Peacock Palace. It's also imprisoning 2 other absolute monsters. Behind the green door is the crescent moon, Shang Xuan Yue, a jade-level Moonlight Emperor, now just a cracked ring. He thinks that only its shell is intact. The main body is completely wrecked. Over at the blue snowflake-marked door, there's the shadow of a girl trapped inside, a Moonlight System Emperor-grade Thark Lu Sat. To Leung realizes who it is. The criminal emperor of the East Empress clan. After a quick scan, Vung Mor whispers, "We can't stay here long. I'll just show you the Peacock Palace." Then she immediately takes off. She heads toward the purple door, which appears blank. As Vung Mor gets closer, the figure of a woman can be seen deep inside, sitting and staring at the sky. The girl just sits there, gazing up at the moon, completely lost in thought. That girl's name is Thai Yu Chao Yin, a king-level powerhouse of the Moonlight System. He sees her and thinks, the guardian of the 10th Moon Palace, the one who holds the record for killing the most tyrants of her rank in this entire era. Cho-in turns to Vung Mor with a slight smile and asks, "Are you lost? You need to leave here and take a left to get to Barchmart Chi-Hai's detention area." She's so shocked, she replies unconsciously, "Huh?" Our boy is still watching silently, thinking, according to legend, isn't she supposed to go crazy at the slightest offense? So what's with this attitude? Suddenly, from another cell, a hand grabs the bars. A voice calls out, "You from the Three Kings Spring, want to sign a contract with me?" Vung Mor looks over and sees a woman with long white hair, wearing a thin black dress. "I'm of the Cold Ice System, just bear with me." The woman introduces herself. To Leung thinks, the Ice-like Lu Sat from 50,000 years ago, who rampaged across the east before the Ice Queen was even born. He recalls images of that woman standing atop a mountain of corpses, lost in thought. But her appetite was monstrous. She had to eat at least 50,000 people a day to satisfy her hunger, leaving utter devastation in her wake. It took the 3 great Holy Lands teaming up to bring her down. In other words, this monster actually fought against the first-generation Cloud Princess. Seeing this legend in the flesh, she starts to freak out. Hey, hey! Just then, a voice from the green door cuts in. Keep dreaming. She's one of the three kings spring. The voice came from the cracked ring. The ring continues. A goody two-shoes like her will never make a contract with you. To Leung thinks, Shang Xuan Yue, Jade level. Its main body is damaged. Only the shell is left. Every single attack causes it permanent harm, which will eventually lead to an eternal sleep. To Leung realizes he's locked up in here because he can't fully control his own power. It caused way more innocent death and destruction than the battle between the Ice Queen and Phi Tho Kung years ago. The Ice System replies, I was just saying, the guy with the wedding dress is holding down the western regions. Even with a pact, this kid's not getting out of here. Wang Mu, totally lost, just stares as the Ice System continues. But hey, it's been a while since we had visitors, so how about this? She tells the little treasure of the Three Kings Spring. We won't make things hard on you. The cracked bracelet says nothing, listening in silence. The Ice System continues. Just tell us what major events have happened outside recently, and we're good. Chao Yen watches with a faint smile. Wang Mu gets tense. She's thinking, these three hegemons are way too chill. Their tone, their attitude, nothing like the stories. If that's all they want, fine. Telling them about the Moon King Bing Ding should be okay, right? Night has fallen. Voices echo outside the ruined buildings. Hours have passed. Lin Yen Nguyet turns to her fellow guard and asks, Lady Yu Vuong Mao still hasn't come out. Her friend thinks for a moment. Before, girls from the Hai Tiep clan would run out crying in less than 5 minutes. Hearing this, she starts getting really anxious. She blurts out, Don't tell me Lady Bok Mat Chi Hai was actually convinced by Lady Yu Vuong Mao? Meanwhile, Wang Mu is sitting on a chair, facing 3 doors and spilling all the tea about the outside world. After defeating the Aquarius Palace and the Upper Crescent Moon Thien Sich of the 7 Great Miracles, Phi Tho Kung and the last 4 hegemons of Tai Nguyet became the winners of the next Moon God Festival. Wang Mu continues her story, but the celebration was cut short by a surprise attack from the Ice Queen. The war that followed shook the entire central domain. The Ice System is listening with intense focus. So is the cracked bracelet, she continues. Hundreds of millions of lives were lost, and the 4 remaining 10 moons were seriously injured. Chao Yen also sits in silence, taking it all in. Wang Mu explains that in the end, a divine will appeared and stopped the fighting. The Ice Queen was forced to retreat to the East Domain. While Phi Tho Kung and the Old Moon King were recovering, they welcomed the Heavenly Maiden of Prosperity. She finishes her tale, and that's the story of the last Moon God Festival. The 3 of them just sit there in silence. The cracked bracelet speaks. When my main body shattered, Phi Tho Kung had just appeared. To think he defeated Thien Sich. Not bad. The Ice System scoffs. 8 against 1 and they still lost 3 members? What's so impressive about that? She just shrugs. The Moon God Festival is a boring numbers game. Whoever has more powerful allies wins. The Ice System adds, however, I have met one person who could single-handedly suppress every faction. She grips the bars, her voice filled with anger. Tai Thuong Bich Hoa Keep. That person's eternal, endless world of mist was absolutely flawless. The Ice System seethes. If I could, I'd fight her one more time. Hearing this, Chao Yen chimes in, Oh, that rookie won the Moon God Festival? She lounges on her chair and says, Even if it was through a rebellion, she had talent. The Old Moon King was truly powerful. Otherwise, he couldn't have stirred up trouble in our Three Kings Spring and still escaped unscathed. Hearing that, Wang Mu nods in agreement. A golden butterfly flutters over her head, and a voice says, Hey, are you guys done chatting yet? On the other side, Tu Luong sounds totally bored. Tell them to talk about their own pasts. He groans, This is so dull. Wang Mu, hearing this, just goes, Uh-huh, then blurts out, He told me to tell you to share your own stories. The 3 of them fall silent once again. Awkward. Wang Mu looks completely baffled. To Luong facepalms, totally exasperated. He peeks through his fingers and says, Just say it's from the mysterious existence in your body. Hurry. She quickly obeys, shouting, He says it's the mysterious existence inside my body. The atmosphere gets quiet again. The cracked bracelet speaks. How strange. A hegemon from the Hai Teep clan is curious about our past. Chao Yen's face darkens in thought. She replies, Little girl of the Three Kings Spring. Our stories aren't interesting. They're all in the past. Chao Yen walks toward the door, saying, You should keep telling me about modern history instead. And then she phases right through the cell bars, asking, The new Moon God Festival has already started, correct? Wang Mu is completely stunned by this. To Luong, watching from afar, is just as shocked. Chao Yen is now right in her face. Who is this era's Moon King? She demands, standing over Wang Mu. And which Moon Palace backs him? Chao Yen smiles, pressing further. Has he ascended to Thien Dao Hoan yet? How far has he gotten? Her expression freezes. How can someone who's been locked up for 50,000 years still project this level of insane power? She reaches out, touching Wang Mu's face. I don't mean any harm and I won't hurt you. Chao Yen continues, you just need to obediently give me the answers. Inside the cell, the cracked bracelet watches silently. The ice system does the same, gripping the bars, observing everything. She went on, talking about the patron behind the current Moon King and his rank in the Heavenly Peach Ring. The Queen Mother tensed up, staring at the floor as she muttered, 10,000 meters. Chao Yin leaned in. What did you say? The Queen Mother looked up and said it loud and clear. Half a month ago, the Moon King reached the 10,000-meter summit. Outside, a fierce wind suddenly kicked up, startling Lin Weird and her team. What's going on? And inside, rocks began to fall from the ceiling. The gate to the ice system was suddenly pulsing with immense power. She radiated pure killing intent. Oh, is that so? This meant a player even stronger than the first princess had shown up. The other girl was floored. How could someone locked up for 50,000 years still have this kind of aura? Chao Yin grabbed the Queen Mother's face, demanding, Who? The poor woman was so startled she just yelped. What? Her face was pure excitement now as she pressed on, Who is the guardian protecting the current Moon King? The Queen Mother answered, The second palace, the Golden Butterfly Palace, dormant for millennia. Chao Yin's eyes went wide. Then, she opened a mouth full of sharp teeth and lunged. The Queen Mother panicked, squeezed her eyes shut, but absolutely nothing happened. The Queen Mother cautiously peeked one eye open. She saw Chao Yin chewing on a butterfly. It's fine, I was a little hungry. Now where were we? The Queen Mother was just frozen solid. Huh? Suddenly, a brilliant white light flared up above their heads, startling the Queen Mother. Chao Yin, however, was instantly on alert. Both of them recognized it a soul weapon of the 7 great miracles. Then, from the light, a long white ribbon appeared. The Dark Queen Mother's jaw hit the floor. My lord, the soul weapon. Tolung's voice echoed from the orb. Lady Dark Queen Mother, this is too dangerous. You need to leave now. She looked uneasy, but nodded. All right. With that, the Dark Queen Mother bolted. He then turned on someone else. I've told you time and again, stop doing unnecessary things. Lend me your power, he pleaded, and I will grant you your freedom. But Shiliu Sha was not having it. When the first princess was still around, you were a nobody. Don't get delusional about your power now. A voice from a bracelet piped up. Hey, earlier, how many of those puppets did you say you dropped when you came in? Chao Yen leaned on her hand, totally casual. 14 patriarchs, maybe 70 or 80% of them. The bracelet was stunned. The first princess has been sleeping, struggling for eons to gather these followers, it said. And yet you wiped out over 70% of her army. At your level, you must still be one of the 7 great miracles. So what's the power level of the 7 great miracles like now anyway? She shot back. You've been seriously injured for years. You just can't stand seeing someone else on top, can you? Shiliu Sha jumped in. If you don't absorb our power soon, your position will be in danger. At that, Tolung's voice trembled. You people! He absolutely erupted with power. A shard of pure ice shot toward Shiliu Sha, hitting the nearby bracelet too, which vanished as Chao Yen watched, completely calm. Tolung panted after the blast, thinking, damn it, I really don't want to make an enemy of them, much less kill them. The plan had been to take it slow, but the Moon King's sudden rise to power wrecked everything, forcing him into this final fight at his absolute weakest. After a moment, his orb of energy finally fizzled out and disappeared. Chao Yin looked surprised. Oh? He's gone already? A dark, gloomy aura began to radiate from her, and then Chao Yin cracked a tiny smile. At that exact moment, over at the Twin Moon cult base, Tolung stood there, deep in thought. He replayed the image of Chao Yin chewing that butterfly. Moon King, she'd said, you will come before me on the full moon, won't you? This woman, Tolung thought, is impossible to read. She must have sensed the soul weapon's aura getting closer, and that's why she put on that bizarre act to avoid being found out. Otherwise, with how sharp the Western region is, the soul weapon would have definitely realized it was his vision spying on them. More importantly, the Peacock Palace probably knew from the very beginning. It was only when the Dark Queen Mother mentioned the Golden Butterfly Palace that she confirmed the person behind the spyfly was the current Moon King. Tolung sensed someone approaching and immediately turned around. The Dark Queen Mother was there, furious. Moon King, you were just hiding somewhere watching the show this whole time? She hopped off her steed, ranting, do you know how dangerous that was? I was almost eaten alive by that psycho. The Nether King floats over, and boy, does she immediately get an earful. If Lord Hunsha hadn't shown up, that thing would have eaten M.E., not the butterfly. You nearly got me killed. Su Liang practically yells. He snaps back. And whose fault is that? I asked you to deliver a message, not act like some broken answering machine. You spouted that nonsense. Of course they'd be on guard. The Nether King is just stunned. Nonsense? Her hair practically bristles with rage. I'm seriously angry now, she fumes. He just brushes it off. Right. Now tell me everything you know about the Peacock Palace. Why'd you say the Western regions wouldn't care if I released them? Don't mess around. Just tell me everything clearly, okay? The Nether King just stares blankly. She stammers out, a concubine's family can't really refuse anyone. She turns away, muttering, because, according to the analysis of the clan elders, this whole situation is bad for the world, and you're the one who'll be affected the most. Lord Hunsha doesn't want to release the Peacock Palace, but this could seriously lower your chance of winning the Moon God Festival. Su Liang's brow furrows at this. She goes on. The Peacock Palace's wildcard behavior is the only thing that could ruin your whole invincible streak right now. He asks in a low voice. In other words, even with a contract, I can't control her, Gansins. The Nether King doesn't answer, just nods. Su Liang's face darkens. So that was the catch. He says quietly, you're taking this too lightly. Compared to the powerful enemies we're about to face, this little variable is basically nothing. The legendary Radiant Moon 12 Palaces was sealed right before his very eyes. As the Moon King, how could he not try to save it? Even if it's a trap, it's still a part of him he has to face. So, no matter what happens, the peacock will be released on the next full moon. Speaking of which, Su Liang asks, couldn't you have just explained all this clearly from the start? The Nether King suddenly looks incredibly eager. Praise me! Praise me! He deadpans. That explanation was surprisingly free of your usual IQ problems. So, were you just playing dumb before? She looks devastated. IQ problems. Yup. The Nether King starts bawling. Moon King, how can you say that to me? Suddenly, Su Liang reaches out and touches her forehead. He says, I'll be training nearby. If I run into trouble on the full moon, you have to come save me. Su Liang ruffles her hair as he adds, and if your Three King Spring ever has problems, I'll help you out too. He gives her a serious look. Understand? Seeing this, the Nether King blushes bright red. She shouts, I get it. The full moon. Only 10 days until the world-ending battle. It's the full moon, the Western Region Spirit Beast duel at the Grand Thunder Arena. The crowd is buzzing as a white flag is slammed into the stage floor. A spectator yells out in shock. That's Bai Yiheng's Platinum Battle Soul flag. It's starting. A small foot steps onto the stage. It's none other than an incredibly fired-up Yue Hang. She stands proudly under her white flag, just as one of Su Liang's energy orbs appears. His voice announces, Hello everyone, I am Hunsha, and today I will personally supervise this match. Furthermore, I'm sure you all know from the internet that we have also invited the Nether King of the Three Kings Spring and Kang Yue, the great emperor of the Kang Yue sect. They will represent the Three Kings Spring and the southern regions to guarantee this fight is absolutely fair. The entire stadium erupts in cheers as the two of them walk into view. The comments from below make the Nether King extremely shy. Lady Nether King is so pretty, this is her first public appearance. She looks 100 times better in person than in her selfies, right? No wonder she's the mixed-blood sea concubine of the Three Beauties clan. Kang Yue, on the other hand, is completely calm and collected. Great Emperor Kang Yue's figure is on another level, absolutely gorgeous. Kang Yue is my eternal goddess. Yue Hang sulks on the side as the crowd screams for the others. Guess being just a regular beauty won't get you far in this game. She purses her lips and scoffs. Then Yu Hang suddenly yells, Get down here, Moon King! The apostles of the Three Kings Spring and the Heavenly Peach Ring are all here, and we have Lord Hunsha as our witness. I won't let you just take the sinking star swallow Moonblade. As she speaks, dark clouds suddenly blot out the clear sky. Golden beams of light shoot down from the clouds their glowing butterflies, a massive swarm descending upon the arena. A figure can be seen walking down the path created by the swarm of butterflies. Someone in the crowd recognizes him. That's the Moon King, Su Liang. He stops as he steps onto the stage. Su Liang snaps his fingers, and the butterflies vanish in an instant. The fangirls in the audience immediately start screaming, Of course he's the Moon King, he's so handsome. Let's give these country bumpkins from the western regions a little shock under the moonlight, shall we? Yue Xing hears this and frowns. Then a small orb suddenly pops out from her chest. It floats right out of her and hovers in the air. She hands it over to Yu Wangmu, saying, This is the sword soul of Xuan Yue Changhua. The woman takes the orb, eyes wide in amazement. Su Liang spots this and casually strolls over toward the two of them. In Su Liang's hand, the Chen Xing Yan Yue materializes from thin air. He then offers it straight to Kang Yue. Su Liang smiles. Hold this for me for a bit. I'll get it back soon. He leans in close, whispering, Watch that one from the White Deer clan. Don't let her snatch it. Kang Yue replies with a gentle smile. All right, I will wait for you. And with that, Su Liang turns and walks away, leaving the audience in a state of utter confusion. What is this vibe? Aren't they supposed to be old enemies with a 3-year pact? Yu Wangmu gives Kang Yue a worried look, just as Su Liang makes a loud announcement. All right, let's begin. A wave of killing intent blasts from him, aimed right at Yue Xing and making her flinch. Yue Xing reacts in a flash, Throwing her hand to the sky and unleashing her special technique, White Saint Fist, a swirling blue vortex appears. Someone in the crowd yells out in shock. That's the current White Saint of the White Saint clan. Su Liang thinks to himself, is that how it is? She'd stoop so low as to sign a pact with Bai Yixing just to keep the Chen Yen Nguyet here? What a shame. He was hoping to face the first-generation White Saint, the one the Western Region King chose at the Moon God Festival. This one's power is getting pretty darn close to Hongfen Fei Ying, though. He thinks for a moment, then calls out, Moonlight Rabbit! The Moonlight Rabbit appears, looking extremely tired. Yue Xing then makes a suggestion. Lord Wan, test our opponent's strength first. You don't need to worry about my safety for the time being. The vortex of power grows more and more violent, but facing it, the Moonlight Rabbit stands completely unshaken. A notification appears. The Guardian of Aquarius has been deployed, successfully suppressing the Blood Moon physique. The effect of the Blood Moon physique has been nerfed from 480 minutes to just 10. Su Liang smirks. You want to test me? That's hilarious. I never planned to fight you one-on-one. I just need to stand here and everything will be over. Yue Xing's power vortex surges forward to attack, and the Moonlight Rabbit's eyes sharpen, bracing for the impact. Su Liang thinks to himself, her waning moon physique only has 10 minutes left. A ring of light appears around the rabbit's waist, but in these 10 minutes, her very presence will reach an absolutely unimaginable level. Perhaps one day, she could even reach the level that the Guardian of Aquarius once achieved. The Moonlight Rabbit raises its arm, pointing a finger straight to the sky, then suddenly swings it down and a terrifying explosion erupts. The blast creates a massive mushroom cloud. After a moment, the smoke clears, revealing nothing but total destruction. A survivor shouts out in shock. Hey, I'm alive? Kang Yue watches and thinks, this battle ended the instant it began. Yu Wangmu is also staring wide-eyed, unable to believe it, because that power was the strike of an absolute ruler. Yue Xing sits there, stunned after the attack. She thinks to herself that from ancient times, only the areas where the 7 Beastmasters have stood. Yue Xing looks up at a girl in a wedding dress and says, Lord Hun Sha? So that's it. Lord Hun Sha was the one who blocked the attack. That's how so many of us managed to survive. She thinks to herself, this is the legendary King of the Moon. Su Liang, without any hesitation, turns to leave. He walks up to Kang Yue and Yu Wangmu. Su Liang takes back the Chen Yen Nguyet. It's over. He also reaches over and plucks the crystal right out of Yu Wangmu's hand. She snaps out of her daze. Huh? It's not warm yet? The girl in the wedding dress thinks, damn it. If Bai Yue Xing had won, I could have avoided this fight and swapped the sword lock with the Ice Queen, just sealing the Shan Guang Dai. That was a massive underestimation of the King of the Moon. Suddenly, Su Liang calls out to Hun Sha. I'm going to release the protector of the Peacock Palace now. You can choose to ignore me, or you can try to stop me yourself. His eyes are completely cold. If you think you can stop me, the girl in the wedding dress gets agitated. What did you just say? A declaration of war? With just you? Fine, I won't stop you. Go ahead and try it, right in front of my eyes. Wang Quan and Tian Tao Huan watch on. We will not let you leave the western regions. You! And then she stops. The clouds above start swirling into a vortex, and get this, a deer pops out laughing. My bad, I'm late. Totally overslept. She thinks to herself, the ancient emperor of the 19th White Deer clan is about to ascend. Meanwhile, Hai Van shifts into her human form and speaks up. Huh, the fight's over already? Talk about an appetizer. Su Liang glances at the kid, then just turns and leaves without a care in the world. Meanwhile, in the endless prison of the West, a girl starts the gossip train. Did you guys hear that huge explosion a minute ago? Another girl chimes in. So, who actually won between Wei Qi Vung and Bai Xuehang anyway? The other scoffs. Obviously Nui Qi Vung. It's a no-brainer, but who knows what the Western Region King is thinking? So are Lord Hon Sa and Princess Van fighting right now? Man, I really want to see. The girl opposite her replies, we don't really need to guard this place. If something goes wrong, we won't be the first to die. Just then, one girl senses a presence and turns. It's To Leung, with an ice-cold expression. The 3 girls are stunned, speechless. Nguyet Qi Vung, why are you here? He just walks straight past them, not even giving them a look. To Leung slowly heads inside, leaving the girls completely frozen. A moment later, all 3 of them bolt. Anyway, back to To Leung. He ventures deeper inside until 3 different gates materialize at the end of the path. He frowns, studying them. In one gate, Chao Yin sits with a faint smile. To Leung raises 3 fingers and says, 3 conditions. She smirks back at him. Go on. He doesn't hesitate. First, no matter what happens, you are forbidden from attacking me. Second, you can't harm any innocent people during a fight. Third, I must make physical contact with you. Chao Yin looks completely unfazed. Simple enough. She then walks toward the gate and steps right through it without any problem. She produces a sharp-looking feather, kneels down, and respectfully offers it to him. To Leung reaches out and takes it. Cho-in can't help but break into a joyous smile. Streaks of light shoot into the sky and collide, creating little firework bursts in the night. The crowd below looks up, disappointed. Too fast! We couldn't see a thing! Thung Weir just watches silently as Hai Vun appears with her spirit beast, which automatically creates a protective ward. She thinks to herself that no matter how terrifying an attack is, the moment it touches her, it'll just vanish. The Dowager Queen Yu quietly surveys the crowd in front of her. She inwardly sizes up the glowing orb between the four brides, the absolute defense of Lord Hon Sa. That orb is actually a fading ring of light, a defensive network formed by countless powerful fighters, like an impossibly strong turtle shell. The Dowager Queen stands thoughtfully beside Thung Weird, figuring this fight won't end anytime soon. Hai Vun clicks her tongue, clearly annoyed. Suddenly, To Leung collapses to his knees, coughing violently. He clutches his throat, his face twisted in agony. How could the Lunar Tome's information be wrong? In a flash, the brides decay into skeletons in tattered clothes. With a simple snap of her fingers, Hai Vun instantly restores the brides to their original forms. She frowns in irritation. This is way harder than it looks. Hai Vun watches the light shrink. So, this isn't a full incarnation, but some kind of partial bond with a host below? The woman in the white hood thinks to herself, recognizing it as an old tactic of the White Deer clan. However, this would be a major challenge for the Beast Tamer's current skill level. She sighs, troubled, and gazes toward the light. The brilliant full moon shines in the dark sky, almost as if it's illuminating her very soul. Wit Chivung's group must have arrived by now. Sure enough, Cho-in is kneeling before To Leung, who holds the feather. As To Leung holds the feather, he begins to feel the immense power sealed inside. Suddenly, small motes of light begin to appear around him. A system window pops up with her stats. Tai Yu Chao Yin, Nether King of the Moonlight System, Emperor rank. Skills: Guardian of the Peacock Palace, Invisible Curtain, and Nether King's Dance. To Leung quietly assessed the information. Well now, what's this? Although the raw power of the Peacock Palace is terrifying in terms of actual combat skills, he reads the screen again and again, concluding that her moveset isn't very well-rounded. In fact, nothing here seems all that threatening. They all seem to be standard abilities used for close-range combat. To Leung looks at the woman at his feet. For a guardian of the 12 lunar palaces, she seems almost too normal. Then an idea strikes him which might actually be a good thing. This probably means the Peacock Palace's special abilities won't pose a real threat to him later on. The system screen vanishes. But still, if all she's good for is starting brawls and causing chaos, she's hardly worthy of her legendary reputation. So what in the world happened that made the previous Nguyet Chivung decide to dissolve his contract with the Peacock Palace? Chao Yin bows slightly, as if sensing his hesitation. Have you decided, Nguyet Chivung? She asks again gently. Has the Nguyet Chivung made a decision? To Leung remains silent, clearly conflicted, but his hand tightens into a determined fist. It's gone too far. There's no backing down now. Finally, To Leung speaks. Fine, let's make the contract. They reach out their hands, and as they touch, a flash of lightning cracks between them. Chao Yin begins to glow with an intense, powerful light. To Leung squints, his curiosity piqued. And then the system chimes in. Obstacle detected within the lunar tome. Commencing recovery. The system shifts to a deep purple, transforming the Peacock Palace Guardian's data. It then spits out the details on its newly acquired function, the invisible screen. Ming Wangyu kicks off Phase 2 of the Amethyst Throne's transfer field, Absolute Order. Zhou Yan cracks a weird little smile, and that's when Su Liang's eyes go wide. He's just realized something is terribly wrong. And cue the massive explosion. Rocks go flying as a blinding light fills the sky, leaving a giant crater in its wake. And who's standing there in the middle of it all, completely unfazed? Zhou Yan. Across from her, Su Liang can't stop coughing his lungs out. He clutches his throat, totally confused. How could the Book of the Moon's information have been so wrong? Su Liang eyes Zhou Yan's bizarre green glow warily. Seriously, this guy has too many combat skills and an aura that is just off the charts powerful. Zhou Yan glides past Su Liang, looking down on him. Not much better than that little pest from the Fei Tu Palace, she scoffs. Even the top-ranked king is nothing special. Su Liang can barely stand, trembling as he holds his throat. This guy's compatibility with me is the complete opposite of what it should be. It's a miracle he didn't just die on the spot, Zhou Yan says, looking almost bored. What a shame. It seems we can't fight together. So, I guess this is it. Everyone should just accept their fate, okay? Drenched in sweat, Su Liang suddenly feels a chill. Something is definitely not right. No, my 6-star realm, it's starting to collapse. Zhou Yan glances at the full moon, but before I leave, there's one more important thing I need to do. Using every ounce of his remaining strength, Su Liang forces himself up, shouting, "Wait a minute! You witch, what in the world did you do?" But Zhou Yan simply vanishes into thin air, reappearing in another dimension entirely. Zhou Yan's eyes scan the area, as if looking for something specific. The full moon continues to glow brightly. She smirks, apparently having found what she was looking for. A second later, her face breaks into a wicked grin. Invisible screen, tear open. And just like that, we're back at the crater, where Haiyun and a veiled bride are now locked in a standoff. The veiled bride mutters, "This little rascal is a real handful." Haiyun just scoffs back, says you. Suddenly, the kid senses something behind her. The ground behind them shatters into pieces and begins to crumble away. The veiled bride can only stare in disbelief. The sky darkens to a shade of purple as Zhou Yan's voice echoes through the air. All I wanted was a place among the 7 wonders. Why is that so hard? She appears with a small laugh. Hi Jie, the Ice Queen. Neither of you gave me a chance for a fair fight. The veiled bride doesn't look surprised at all. She knew this moment was coming. With an arrogant look, Zhou Yan lays down her ultimatum. Honsa, if you run away this time, I will kill every single person here. But then, she stops. A memory of Su Liang's teaching echoes in her mind, never harm the innocent in a fight. For a moment, she actually seems conflicted. Then she snaps her fingers, and her face contorts into a much more sinister expression. Well, if they're all emperors, they don't really count as innocent, now do they? The Yu Wang matriarch starts shaking with fear. Kang Yue watches from the side in silence, and the veiled bride stands perfectly still. She's a bit flustered, but this is exactly as she predicted. Su Liang is sprawled out on the cracked earth, convinced the Book of the Moon isn't here. Sweat covers his face as he mutters, "Am I really going to pass out right here?" He lets out a hopeless chuckle. How pathetic. And then, he loses consciousness. In the distance, a dark figure begins to approach him. Zhou Yan, however, is still lost in thought, so she's just a shell. Once her energy is depleted, she'll be completely defenseless. She observes the brides in front of her, making her calculations. All she needs to do is hold out until the Moon King's power is completely drained, and this will all be over. Suddenly, a voice shouts from behind her, "How dare you interrupt my fight?" Zhou Yan glances back to see Haiyun hurtling towards her, screaming, "I'll never forgive you, you disgusting peacock." A bolt of lightning strikes the kid mid-flight, and Haiyun's face is a picture of pure shock. A bright flame erupts from the crater. Haiyun is slammed into the ground, grimacing in pain as she trembles under Zhou Yan's taunts. "You piece of trash. Don't even show your face to me until you've completed the Eternal Fog Realm." Zhou Yan continues her verbal beatdown. "It's not like I haven't killed an emperor from the White Deer clan before. But you are by far the weakest one I've ever met. I have absolutely no interest in you." Haiyun struggles to push herself up, glaring with pure hatred. She glances to the side, says something quietly, and the veiled bride lets out a long sigh. It looks like she's ready. In an instant, she creates a clone of herself. The other brides immediately follow suit, surrounding the glowing crater. Haiyun silently tells herself to stay calm. Don't panic, just observe. Use her spirit to sense her opponent's invisibility. The kid looks up as the two sides prepare to clash. The veiled bride gives Haiyun a subtle signal. The finishing blow, "I'm leaving it to you." Haiyun nods in agreement. She can already feel the wave of power building around her. Haiyun raises a hand, starting to channel that strange power. In a flash, her eyes snap open, filled with fiery determination. "I can feel it." Zhou Yan, her back still turned to Haiyun, is thinking, "That thing sent me flying with a single hit." The kid shakily gets to her feet, her heart pounding with resolve. "If I can see it, then even without my teleport, I've got enough juice for one good fight." Up above, Zhou Yan wastes no time and launches her attack. Peacock's grand opening. The crowd of brides freezes solid, absolutely stunned, as Zhou Yan charges right at them. Pink ribbons of energy suddenly appear, shooting straight for the brides. They pierce right through the veiled bride before she can even blink. Blood immediately sprays from her mouth. In a flash, Zhou Yan grabs her by the arm. The veiled bride is relentlessly pummeled by Zhou Yan's attacks, writhing in pure agony. Another massive explosion rocks the ground, cracking it wide open. Haiyun just stares at the settling dust. She's completely frozen, thinking, how in the world do you beat an opponent like this? Su Liang is still lying motionless on the ground, his face covered in blood that's now soaking into his shirt. Dongxi Liusha, watching from the side, lets out a long sigh and says, "Now, you might understand why the former Moon King had to break his contract just to stay alive. It's because that Peacock Palace uses the host's life force as its power source." As Dongxi Liusha explains, Zhou Yan's attacks get even more savage. Every time she unleashes an ultimate move, the host's life signs just get weaker and weaker. Su Liang's hand trembles as he reaches forward, his eyes filled with nothing but regret and what-ifs. Is this really the end? Was it all for nothing? A flicker of pink energy appears before him. On the ground, Haiyun is panting heavily, struggling for air. She's terrified, thinking, the attack worked. The brides are all just skeletons now. But that aura, it feels as deep and terrifying as the abyss itself. Looking at Zhou Yan's insane power level, Ha Yun's confidence starts to waver. Big time. No matter what she does, she can't find the courage to fight. Her hands are clenched in turmoil, but if she runs away now, she'll never become the official Princess Yun. A voice suddenly rings out, encouraging Ha Yun. Hey kid, don't be afraid. The veiled bride speaks up to reassure her. I'll get her attention. The peacock bow has to be close to its limit by now. She gently advises Ha Yun. Use your strongest move to take her out. The kid agrees in a heartbeat, her face set with determination. Ha Yun closes her eyes to pray. Great Lord Shiju Sadapue, please, lend me your strength. She immediately unleashes her boundary mist walk, and just like that, Ha Yun vanishes from the battlefield. The veiled bride is also pulled into another dimension. She reappears looking perfectly pristine, as if the fight never even happened. Zhou Yan, watching from ahead, speaks. Well, I figured an attack of that level shouldn't have been able to do this. She turns away, a little impressed by Su Liang. I can't believe that little brat lasted so long. I really don't feel right leaving him here. Zhou Yan closes her eyes, whispering, My time is limited. Soul Chariot. To the next move. She opens them. Her face is now a mask of pure bloodlust. I will utterly destroy you. The Yuang mother starts to cry in terror as the brides desperately try to defend. Zhou Yan's infinite power brings a satisfied smile to her face, but suddenly, her eyes go wide as a flash of light zips right past her. The sky itself seems to rip apart, tearing open into a massive fissure. The crack spreads rapidly as Ha Yun bursts out from within. She collapses to the ground, exhausted, saying, Borrowed power can only be used once, but a full-body mist walk. A satisfied smile spreads across Ha Yun's face, even if it's a far cry from the legendary permanent boundary mist walk. This will be more than enough. But then she feels something is wrong. Ha Yun finds herself completely trapped, unable to move. She's baffled. How is this possible? Zhou Yan emerges from the thick clouds. Little brat. A mistwalk of this level. She seems even more powerful now as she scoffs. You think that could actually hurt me? Ha Yun's mouth hangs open in total shock. Can she really block a boundary mistwalk with armor made of pure spiritual energy? Zhou Yan just throws her own words back at her. How many times have I fought the emperor of the White Deer clan? She raises a hand, and Ha Yun is instantly bound by her power. Even if I stood perfectly still, you couldn't lay a single scratch on me. Zhou Yan clenches her fist, and from a distance, Ha Yun is crushed, letting out a scream of pure agony. Suddenly, the energy rope binding her is sliced apart by a mysterious attack. Zhou Yan glances over her shoulder, on alert. Kang Yue appears, stopping her. That's enough. Zhou Yan's eyes narrow. The peacock bow? She asks. Kang Yue calmly replies. This ends now. Qiao Yan just lets out a mocking laugh. You really think you people are enough to beat me? Now that's what you call an arrogant challenge. If that's how it is, then all four of you can come at me at once. Just then, a pink string suddenly snaps. Zhou Yan just froze. Did somebody forget to pay the energy bill? The Ghost Queen stares, totally confused by her sudden system failure. What's going on? Why did she just stop moving? Kang Yue quietly explains that the Peacock Palace's power supply has officially been cut off. She starts thinking about Su Liang's side of things, probably wondering what kind of disaster is unfolding with the Moon King. Speaking of disasters, Su Liang is completely flipped over, his blood having turned a lovely shade of green. Dong Shiliu Sha casually reaches into his shirt to grab something. Su Liang, barely conscious, musters the energy to ask, what are you doing? Liu Sha just holds up a phone. Oh, this? Just wanted to see if he recognized an ice-type Beastmaster. Now send a text so someone can come pick me up. She glances at Su Liang's friend list and is thoroughly unimpressed. Damn it, all this guy's friends are Moonlight types. So boring. Suddenly, a sound from far away catches Liu Sha's attention. She turns her head, wondering, what was that all about? Meanwhile, Su Liang closes his eyes and blacks out, only to wake up in what looks like a Windows desktop background, blue skies and fluffy white clouds. Where the heck am I? A hand gently touches Su Liang's cheek, and he slowly reaches up to feel it. Su Liang's eyes fly open, a flash of recognition on his face. He shoots up and yells, Is that you? Xiao Lu. Su Liang frantically looks around. When did you first see me? Was it back during the Tiantuo pill incident? He stares out into the vast, empty space. Wait, does this mean you've been with me this whole time? A voice finally answers him. That's right, but now isn't the time for a heart-to-heart. Her next words make Su Liang freeze his hand in midair. The western region has descended into chaos. I absolutely have to stop it. He immediately agrees. Let's go, with me. Let's go together. A flash of light cuts their conversation short. Su Liang stares into the empty space ahead, then suddenly loses all his strength, collapsing backward. And just like that, he's out cold among the soft white clouds. Su Liang wakes up in his subconscious, immediately sensing that his connection with the Peacock Palace has been severed. He starts to let it go. After all, this place isn't even the real world anymore. The white clouds from before quickly swirl into a vortex, sucking him in from behind. This is the fog world, and with that, he jolts awake for real. Su Liang sits up so fast it makes Liu Sha, who is sitting right beside him, jump out of her skin. Holy crap! The phone tumbles down, landing right next to Su Liang's hand. He glances down at the message displayed on the screen, a text that was just sent. I am the White Moon King, currently lost in the endless prison of the Western region, and I'm about to die, down to my very last breath. Quickly send a top-tier 9-star Ice-type Beastmaster and a 9-star Moonlight-type Beastmaster to come collect my body. Su Liang looks helplessly over at Liu Sha, who is pointedly looking anywhere else, and asks with a hint of sarcasm, You two aren't unaware that there are no 9-star Beastmasters in this era, are you? If you're that desperate to leave, would you agree to one little request of mine? Liu Sha turns back, listening. She looks him over and asks her own question. How did you manage to sever your connection with the Peacock Palace? She looks on, completely shocked by what she sees next. A glowing golden feather appears right in front of Su Liang, much to Liu Sha's amazement. How is that possible? She's in absolute awe. The feather from the Great White Deer clan merges with Su Liang, forming a pair of giant wings behind him, the legendary Infinite Eternal Fog World Walker. Over the skies of the western region, the moon remains incredibly full and bright. The Ghost Queen gives Kang Yue a subtle look, as if signaling her. At this point, everyone present could probably feel it. Zhou Yan seems to have lost consciousness, her head hanging down in silence. The Peacock Palace's source of power has been cut, making it difficult to even maintain her appearance. Kang Yue looks up calmly. It's over, Peacock Palace. The veiled bride speaks softly. Just surrender. I might even let you live. The Ghost Queen trembles as she watches Zhou Yan, Kang Yue, and the bride. Finally, she musters all her courage and shouts, What did you do to the Moon King? Kang Yue and the veiled bride both snap their heads in the same direction. Kang Yue silently wonders, could she be the princess of the Sea Concubine clan? The veiled bride just thinks, does she have some special meaning to the Moon King? The Ghost Queen stammers and covers her mouth as she remembers an image of Su Liang. The Ghost Queen looks down in embarrassment, but a loud laugh suddenly grabs her attention. Kang Yue and the veiled bride quickly turn their eyes toward the source of the sound. Zhou Yan lands on the ground laughing loudly, her arrogant demeanor fully intact. It's just a severed power source, that's all. What are you all so proud of? Zhou Yan's body seems to have run out of steam, but she forces herself to continue. If that's how it is, then I'll show you a little despair. She throws her head back as black. Poisonous gas pours out of her mouth. Immediately after, Zhou Yan collapses to the ground. Kang Yue watches her every move, looking a bit confused. The Ghost Queen from behind her asks, What is this? Is she charging up a huge attack? Thuong Niet murmurs, but something's off her aura isn't growing. It's fading. Fast. Suddenly, Chao Yen screams in agony as massive, tearing wounds appear across her back. The veiled bride watches this all go down, looking more than a little freaked out. 2,000 years ago, I never saw a move like this. I've got a bad feeling. Hai Van struggles to her feet, staring at Chao Yen with zero clue what's happening. The light is so intense that Hai Van has to shield her eyes. Even the Yu Vuong matriarch is struggling to stand against it. She slowly lowers her hand to look. The Yu Vuong matriarch's eyes go wide with pure shock. Thuong Niet also starts bracing for what's coming. The veiled bride watches nervously as the moon, shrouded in that dark energy, starts falling to earth. The moon. It's way too close. The veiled bride is horrified by the sight. This woman is an absolute monster. Chao Yen really just used all of her strength to drag the moon down here. She staggers to her feet, looking pretty damn pleased with herself. This distance should work just fine, Chao Yen whispers, turning back to them, and then her eyes begin to glow with a dangerous threat. I am going to kill every last one of you. She immediately starts pulling in immense power, wrapping it all around herself. Second stage release. Hai Van gets sent flying backward while the Yu Vuong matriarch barely manages to hold her ground. The veiled bride turns and shouts to Thuong Nguyet, Get help from Emperor Thien Da. If you don't, every single person here is going to die. Thuong Nguyet just stays silent, defending while her mind races. Thing is, not long ago, Thien Da formed an alliance with the Moon King. This just got complicated. Thuong Nguyet is slowly starting to lose hope. But with just the four of us, we can't possibly stand up to the Peacock Palace. The water below suddenly evaporates, and Thuong Nguyet has no idea why. A voice cuts through the smoke and dust asking, So, what's all the commotion about? I take one nap, and the whole world changes. Time itself seems to stop for a second, leaving Thuong Nguyet completely puzzled. The Peacock Palace's assault just stops. Everyone tenses up, watching the newcomer. A flash of silver hair appears, and Thuong Nguyet feels a strange sense of familiarity. The silver-haired stranger grabs Chao Yen by the throat and slams her face first into the ground. A green jade ring hovers, glowing in midair. To Luang lets out a casual yawn, saying, "Well now, that was a nice walk. I feel more relaxed than ever." The veiled bride, completely stunned, speaks up. The Peacock Palace was one thing. Lu Sat of the Dong Thach clan yells out in a rage, "Moon King, have you lost your mind? Are you trying to start a war with the whole world?" The veiled bride thinks nervously, realizing the prison's true seal was its only real defense. That green jade ring is already starting to crack, hidden somewhere deep inside both of their bodies, and continuously draining away their life force. Her eyes flick over to Lu Sat, who's standing right next to Tu Luong. If there was no contract, then how did the Moon King do it? Hai Van is just floored by the scene playing out before her. The young girl slowly says, "The infinite eternal submist." Hai Van stares at Tu Luong in disbelief. How is that even possible? Is there really someone left in the White Deer clan who can do that? As if in answer, the green jade ring pulses with newfound power. Part of the cloud mist weave on the Moon King has actually transferred into both of their bodies. Hai Van's mind is racing, focused entirely on Tu Luong and Lu Sat, forcing them into a temporary state of unlimited life force that needs no energy to sustain itself. Suddenly, a massive pillar of light shoots straight down into the crater. The newcomer glances at the movement below. Chao Yen trembles, struggling fiercely. "Let me go," she snarls, glaring up at the moon. A triumphant smile spreads across her face. Bak Giet mutters, "Oh, so that guy's here too? He teleported in so fast, even I didn't see it. He's gotten better." She glares with defiance. "But that trick won't work on me a second time." And then suddenly, Chao Yen freezes, goes completely silent, and collapses face first onto the ground. Tu Luong casually strolls over. Chao Yen can only lie there, her eyes wide open. He crouches down, scolding her. Such a disobedient child. He gently places a hand on Chao Yen's head. "It seems that to completely tame you, is still going to take a while, so we'll stop here for today." All Chao Yen can do is whisper a single word, "hateful." Rings of light instantly appear around them. The veiled bride is shocked. It's Bak Nguyet's teleportation. Tu Luong stands, ready to take Chao Yen away. The veiled bride points and yells, "I've kept those 3 peerless tyrants hidden for millennia. You think I'll let you take one?" And she charges. And just like that, bright streaks of light shot out from under her, summoning a puppet out of thin air. This wasn't just any old toy. It was a hegemon puppet, born from the Four Saints clan, led by a queen mother who literally sacrificed herself to create it. And just like that, a cat mutant appears Luyan Yan Bak Than, followed by a lady with some seriously questionable hair. Next up, Luyan Nan Mak Than, and right on her heels, a girl in blue that would be Luyan Nan Lin Than. And look who finally decided to show up, the fire-powered mutant, the Huan Sheng lover. You just know the bride under that veil is absolutely thrilled. Everyone got a little too close to the power of that legendary old ruler. Now the peacock bow is practically junk in their hands. The lovers don't waste a second, rushing forward to attack. Their one and only target? Su Liang. That green jade ring behind him immediately lights up. A massive beam of green light shoots straight into the sky. The Luen Yan crew freezes for a sec, and then poof, the whole area is empty like no one was ever there. That's the Jade Kingdom technique for you. But oops, the green gem just got a tiny little crack. Bai Ti gasps in total shock. The reality warping trick is about to fail, with just a few seconds left on the clock. The veiled bride barks an order, "Stop him, now, we're out of time." Then she points right at the Umbral King matriarch and says, "You guys still owe me a favor." The Umbral King matriarch just glances over at Kang Yue, asking softly, "What favor are you talking about?" Suddenly, a beam of light shoots right between the two of them. Kang Yue touches her chest, letting out a huge sigh of relief. "Oh, guess she wasn't talking to us." With that, the Sea Iron Spirit zooms off in hot pursuit. Tao Yuan, following right behind, mutters, "Well, a favor is a favor. If we have to put on a show, let's make it convincing. Please go easy on us." Liu Sha chimes in, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "I'd love to fight the Sea Concubine or Dao Yuan, but fighting someone with a weak will? Nah." She holds up her hand, the gemstone is already crushed to dust. A massive spiky chunk of ice appears out of nowhere, along with Liu Sha's threat. "Don't waste my time." The veiled bride is instantly surrounded by razor-sharp ice, which sends her collapsing to the ground. "Taking on the whole world, huh?" "This turn of events isn't half bad," Su Liang says, glancing back at the veiled bride. "So, next time we meet," he trails off, "let's finally bring the Moon God Festival to its conclusion." Somewhere in the eastern domain, at an unmarked ore vein outpost, snow is falling, blanketing everything in white. Workers are struggling to push mining carts through the thick snow when something suddenly catches their eye. 3 loud bangs echo across the sky, followed by bright flashes of light like fireworks. After the light fades, 3 figures come crashing down from the sky. And the one face planting in the snow is none other than Su Liang. "Man, that was close," he thinks. Almost didn't make it back. Good thing his I'm totally exhausted act was super convincing. Lucky for them, the bride's party finally gave up. If even one of those emperor-level bosses showed up, they'd all have been toast. Not too far from him, Dongxi Liusha tries to struggle, but her body is just too weak, so she gives up. Nearby, Zhou Yan is completely passed out, sleeping like a log. Bai Ti slowly walks over to where everyone crashed down. She kneels beside Su Liang and says softly, "For now, just get some rest. When you wake up, we'll have to face a certain reality." Scene change to the western regions. The Umbral King matriarch is busy filling in the craters from the battle, while Kang Yue recharges that peach garden. The bride sits at the edge of a cliff, hugging her knees and sobbing her heart out. Tears are streaming down her face as she screams at the sky in utter despair. "It's all gone! The Moon King! My treasures I saved for tens of thousands of years, all gone. I don't want to live anymore." In the distance, Xiao Hu and Yue Xing are stunned by her screaming. "I can't go on living, wah!" Her cries literally freeze them in place. The bride keeps wiping her tears away, sniffling pathetically. Suddenly, she notices the sky isn't dark anymore. The moon is back to normal. And in the distance, the first Luen Yan slowly walks toward her. The bride is speechless. "I'm pretty sure we had a deal," she says. "From now on, you're not allowed to cry anymore, right? I can't believe I wake up from a nap just to see you bawling your eyes out. You're embarrassing all 7 great wonders." The first Luen Yan helps her up, and fresh tears start welling up in her eyes. She throws herself into her mother's arms, crying, "Wah! Mom? Mom, they bullied me?" Hearing this from afar, Yue Xing is totally confused. "Mom?" Xiao Hu coldly reminds him. "Just ignore it. It's probably just some weird pet name they have. Nothing to see here." But then, it clicks. Wait a second, how is that possible? If she really is her mother, how can someone from 50,000 years ago just show up in this era? The first generation Luen Yan? Cut to the sea of clouds, shrouded in a thick, mysterious fog. A white coffin floats in the mist, a pair of deer antlers perched on its lid. Suddenly, the entire coffin begins to shake and tremble. Su Liang groggily opens his eyes, and they fly wide open in shock when he realizes where he is. He's lying on a dense layer of mist, with Huan Yue in her beast form right beside him. She places a foot on his face, nudging him gently. "Su Liang, you've grown up so fast. It's impressive, but you need to be extremely careful. The first generation Cloud Princess has awakened, and the boundaries of the Sea of Clouds are becoming unstable." He desperately grabs her leg, trying to keep her there. But Huan Yue's form slowly dissolves into the mist, her voice echoing around him. "Don't worry, we'll probably see each other again very soon." "Wait!" Su Liang screams, but he can't hold on to anything. He jolts awake from the dream, his hand still reaching out as if to grab Huan Yue. He remembers the dream. Did he really just meet Xiao Lu? The feeling was so real. This was definitely no ordinary dream. Hearing him stir, Bai Ti enters the room. She bows respectfully. "Sect Master, you're awake." Shangshuan Yueji and Dongxi Liusha are resting in nearby tents. In another room, Dongxi Liusha is out cold, sleeping soundly. Next to her lies the jade bracelet. She starts her report. This is the Fog Relation's secret spot in the East Domain. Basically nobody, not even the Ice Queen, has a clue they're here. Su Liang sits up, ready to go over the disastrous situation with her. Bai Ti Fei Yue says, "Good thing you were here. So, what's the verdict?" Bai Ti replies, "My lord, forgive my bluntness, but we might have to scrap this whole mission. Your health is in the garbage. Not only is your pet's energy gone, but your spiritual power is completely bone dry. For a beast tamer, this is what we call a total catastrophe. While a normal beast tamer needs years to recover, you only need 6 months. But this time, all we got was a flimsy shot at stealing a scabbard." He gives her a helpless look. "So what about Cloud Princess number 1 and the Ice Queen?" She doesn't answer directly, just hums. "You should probably see for yourself." Then she casts a spell, and a sphere materializes right in midair. Su Liang sees the scene playing out and thinks, hold on, this isn't the East Domain. This is the battlefield outside the planet. On the battlefield, just beyond the planet's edge, blinding flashes of light erupt from epic collisions as busted meteorites zip through space. Man, that is strong. This is a whole different league than that skirmish with Cloud Princess number 2. Bai Ti points out that Cloud Princess number 1 has some serious skills. She can even summon the flawed body of the Supreme Bai Hua Tribulation. This whole fight, however, has been absolutely ridiculous. At first, the Cloud Princess was getting completely steamrolled. It was only when the Peacock Bow pulled the moon closer that she could barely manage a draw. Then the moon went back to its spot, so she trails off, not finishing, but Su Liang gets it. "Ah, I know. From the looks of it, he figures the fog on this planet has gotten abnormally thick. It's just like Xiao Lu said, the first generation Cloud Princess is awake." Bai Ti tries to reason with him. "So, you get it now, right? In the shape you're in, you can't even think about getting involved. Su Liang is not having it, clenching his trembling fist. But I'm one step away from the final piece of Shang Xuan Yue Chang Hua. I am not giving up. No matter what happens, I have to get that blade lock. He forces his exhausted body to stand, his eyes blazing with resolve. She chases after him, worriedly calling out, "My lord!" He clutches his cloak, thinking his beast's power is gone. His spirit is weak, his team is wiped, and his main battle pet is out of commission. But let's be real, all of those are just excuses that can't change the facts. Today, Su Liang, the king of the moon, will stand before the Ice Queen. With that, he throws on his cloak and steps out from behind the curtain. Meanwhile, on the battlefield beyond the planet, Cloud Princess #1 appears, cloaked in a mist shaped like the cloud-stepping moon chaser. She thinks nervously, the Ice Queen isn't even showing her real power yet. She's just playing with me, isn't she? Suddenly, Huan Yue is startled. From far away, she sees a powerful beam of light hurtling toward her. It's a barrage of meteor fragments slicing through space. She panics, wanting to run, but in a flash, countless rocks, big and small, have already gathered around Hua Yue, trapping her. She closes her eyes, trying to get a grip. Calm down. Feel her presence, her energy. Sensing a flicker of light weaving through the stones, Hua Yue's eyes snap open, locking onto it. When it's in range, she strikes. Fog World Erase. A swirling vortex of mist explodes outward. Huan Yue reaches out, snatching that beam of light. She smirks, thinking she's finally caught the real body. But that smile freezes solid when a hand points right at her forehead. The Ice Queen speaks. The moment you attack, there's a split second where your fog world lags. Huan Yue can't believe her eyes. The queen blasts her with one hit, sending her flying down to the planet nearby. When Huan Yue finally crash lands, a huge explosion erupts. The smoke clears, revealing a massive crater. She lies there weakly, thinking, so this is the Ice Queen, one of the 7 miracles. It's over. And just like that, Huan Yue blacks out. The Ice Queen lands gracefully. She's wearing an exquisite crown of ice, and even her eyelashes are coated in a thin layer of frost. She stands at the crater's edge as 3 beams of light appear behind her and slam into the ground. The pink one is Sanbi Xiao, the Fei Ying Fen Tong. The second light, a silver one, is the Sanbi Xiao Pian Yi Jing Hong. The last is a flash of white light, the Sanbi Xiao, Sanzu Bai Shui. The Ice Queen glances at the trio. From another direction, a girl comes running toward her, laughing. This would be the current ice consort. As she's running, she trips over a rock and completely faceplants right at the Ice Queen's feet. Real smooth. Tambich Tiu saw this coming and was honestly just over it. Qin Hong, on the other hand, was screaming, "What are you even doing? Get someone to fix this place. Now." The current Ice Master, face down in the dirt, could only stammer out, "I." She held up a hand, stopping her. This actually caught Qin Hong off guard, who calmed down enough to ask, "Ice Queen, any last words?" The Ice Queen just said coldly, "A new challenger." And right where she was looking, a dark figure slowly began to appear. "There he is," the Ice Queen says, as the newcomer finally appears. Of course, it's Su Liang. She realizes this must be the Sea of Fog's grand plan, sacrificing 3 legendary overlords just to awaken some 10,000-year-old fossil. But for a 9-star demigod to just leave the sanctuary, there has to be one last critical condition. I don't know what that is, but the guy who climbed 10,000 meters to the Heaven Peach Ring definitely does the full moon disappears in an hour. The Moon King plans to challenge this era's strongest champion with that completely wrecked body of his. The Ice Feather Heavenly Qilin, Su Liang, grits his teeth, forcing his exhausted body to move forward. Blocking his path are 2 enormous shadows. One is Emperor Lei Xiao, a Sky-type, Emperor-level beast. The other is the Ice Sea Winter Falcon, also a Sky-type at Emperor level. He struggles to walk past them, his body crushed by an immense pressure. Streaks of pure energy just zip and flash all around Su Liang's body. Emperor Lei Xiao just scoffs. "The kid who bailed a month ago is back for more? You here to die? You look like you're about to keel over. Just give up." But Su Liang ignores the trash talk, continuing to press forward. The Winter Falcon chimes in. Maybe he wants to die dramatically in front of the Ice Queen for pity points. But facing the giant birds, Su Liang shows absolutely zero fear. He just shouts, "Get lost, I'm here to challenge the Ice Queen." They're so stunned by this that he just walks right past them. Emperor Lei Xiao and the Winter Falcon start thinking, well, if the Moon King actually reached the top of Heaven Peach Ring, then based on his rep and past victories, he's technically earned the right to go all out against the Ice Queen. But seriously, is this guy for real? He wants to fight the Ice Queen looking like that? Challenging one of the 7 miracles, the Ice Feather Qilin Empress who stands at the peak of this era, Su Liang coldly says, "Go on, absorb everything. Even against the Peacock Palace's Dongxi Liusha, or Yuji, or Hun Sha. I never let you consume any of my energy. I was saving it all for this exact moment. Now the 12 heavenly pures and the 3 green shaos are here with the Ice Queen, the real deals, not some cheap illusions. Su Liang roars, "Show me the absolute limit of your evolution." Mirror Flower, Water Moon. He finally makes it before the Ice Queen, panting for breath under the crushing power. Across from him, the Ice Queen leads her crew, with the 3 green shaos right behind her. A bitter cold radiates from her body, so intense he has to shield his eyes. Su Liang grits his teeth, bracing himself. The 3 green shaos exchange silent glances, but the current ice consort isn't nearly as chill. She stomps forward, shouting, "Moon King, how dare you!" Jing Hong immediately grabs her and slaps a hand over her mouth to stop her from saying something even more stupid. Suddenly, in a flash of blinding light, everyone is just gone. Su Liang lays down his terms. 1 hour. If you haven't taken my life by then, you grant me one unconditional request. The Ice Queen coolly replies, "Moon King, if you're here to insult me, just leave. Our fight would be over in a single second." He immediately summons a weapon into his hand. As it fully materializes, Su Liang declares, "Actually, I'm the one who decides how long we fight." Her crown vibrates for a moment, and then the Ice Queen vanishes into a streak of light. Su Liang closes his eyes, focusing his senses. Snow begins to fall. Then whoosh, a beam of raw power strikes before he can even blink. The light slams into Su Liang's body, sending him flying into the sky. He is launched clean off the planet like a shooting star. With one single attack, the Ice Queen knocked him from Earth all the way to the moon. Glowing circles appear on the ground, and she materializes right in the center of them. After handling Su Liang, the Ice Queen casually blows on her hand, as if to say piece of cake. Before her, the battlefield is already back to normal. The Ice Queen smirks. Looks like the legend of the Moonlight Miracle ends right here, today. But then, she hears his voice. "Was that really your full power?" The Ice Queen's eyes snap upward towards the moon. Up on the moon, he's standing in the middle of a massive crater, looking back at Earth. He was hit so hard he didn't just fly to the moon, the attack blasted him clean through the moon's surface, only stopping when he smashed into a massive asteroid. That impact created a blast that shattered the entire asteroid into nothing but dust. Seeing him alive, the Ice Queen is stunned. A being like him. Yet she's never seen one. In fact, one has never existed in the history of the entire world. This guy completely defies all logic and common sense. He's a whole new type of emperor. The Ice Queen immediately rockets to the moon to fight him, causing massive explosions across the lunar surface. Watching from Earth, the 3 green shaos are totally baffled, wondering, what in the world is the Moon King even fighting with right now? Jing Hong just thinks, his body is so exhausted, how can he possibly survive the Ice Queen's attacks? And then another colossal explosion erupts. After the explosion, he clutched his sword. Still 58 minutes to go. Su Liang swung his massive blade, but knew it was just for show. He thought to himself, there's no way I can fight the Ice Queen head on. Closing his eyes, he focused inward, convinced his real superpower was hiding somewhere in his body. Suddenly, Su Liang's eyes snapped open with resolve. He had a gut feeling, a premonition that tonight they might just pull off an actual miracle. The system then announced that the Moonlight Emperor's relic has the ability to absorb all nearby attacks and shockwaves, but if it hits its limit, he'll basically explode. On the bright side, his defense just got boosted by 5,320,000 times. It refracts and scatters any force it takes. After the cube is opened, only 1% of its original power will be left. The relic erases all wounds for 60 minutes, and the moment you leave that state, all the damage gets reflected right back at your opponent. It's got a 30-day cooldown, and since the beginning it has sacrificed all offensive power. But what this really means is that his defensive game has evolved to its absolute peak. At this point, there's just no reason to lose. A slight smirk crept across his face as he floated among a storm of cherry blossoms. He stared down the Ice Queen with total defiance. "Ice Queen, come on, try and take me down." She just gave him an icy stare without a word, her body slowly turning transparent. Then she became a powerful beam of light, blasting through the petals and slamming right into him. But Su Liang, in his relic state, took absolutely no damage. He figured he was invincible for the next 60 minutes. All he had to do was wait, then reflect all that damage back to one-shotter. Still, something felt weird. He was clearly way closer to the moon now, but he could feel the moonlight energy inside him getting dimmer and dimmer. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. So that's it. Is the moon in this starry sky a complete fake? He figured the true source of moonlight energy must be back on their home planet. After a while, the Ice Queen finally spoke. "How relaxing, King of the Moon. Do you really think you can last till the end just by defending?" Still, she couldn't help but offer a bit of praise. "That shield is thicker than the tortoiseshell of the 7 wonders." Su Liang's eyes widened. The tortoiseshell. One of the 7 wonders? Wait a minute, that's a real thing. The so-called 7 wonders weren't about raw fighting power, but about achieving things that were just mind-bogglingly incredible. After you reach a certain level of legendary status, you naturally get called one of the 7 great wonders. There was the first wonder, the snow wheel flower, the wonder of the love god, the red lotus prison, the wonder of nothingness, the 7 mystic strings, the moonlight palace wonder, Aquarius, the tear pearl wonder, the sea sparrow, and the sky wonder, the ice queen herself, Bingyu Tianlanhu, the eternal wonder. Could the ice queen be talking about that final, legendary wonder? But the world only knew that something called the eternal wonder existed. Nobody had a clue what it actually was. Su Liang let out a sharp breath, not like it had anything to do with him right now. He refocused, calling out, "Ice Queen, you have 40 minutes left." She replied calmly, "Oh, King of the Moon, you truly are a worthy opponent. Even stronger than that little cloud system brat. But it's still not enough. Not nearly enough to fill the void in my heart after my battle with Aquarius." The ice crown on her head began to retract. The Ice Queen said, "Perfect. Let me see for myself." Ice shards appeared out of nowhere as she began to transform. Her armor cracked apart, releasing an unbelievable power that filled the void around them. Behind her back, a huge pair of wings unfurled. The Ice Queen demanded, "What right do you have to inherit the legacy of Aquarius?" Extreme state, 10% power unleashed. Even the nearby asteroids were covered in a thick layer of ice. She floated in midair, her voice a cold reminder, "King of the Moon, if you are the one who awakened this era, then don't you dare die too soon." The whole power-up sequence left him totally stunned. Then, she became a beam of light, smashing straight into his defensive barrier. That terrifying power sent him rocketing through space, heading directly for the sun. When the two of them collided with the sun, it set off a pretty massive explosion. As the smoke cleared, it revealed a thick layer of ice on the sun's surface. Looking from a distance, you could only see a giant frozen hole punched right into the sun. The Ice Queen backed away to observe. "This is my power," she announced. "King of the Moon, I have trapped you in the heart of the sun, and I have sealed its surface. You're not getting out of there alive. And while you gave my fighting spirit a little boost, in the end, this is all you amount to." But then she flinched, realizing something. The other queen used her magic to scan the area and thought, "Impossible. The Moon King is still alive." Near the sun, a small dot of light appeared, and right in the center of that glow, there he stood, completely unharmed. To Leung made a quick calculation. At this rate, it would take about 30 minutes to escape the sun. Meanwhile, his blade just kept absorbing power. At the very last second, he plans to return it all to the Ice Queen, the perfect grand finale to end this era. Across the galaxy, the ice storms grew thicker. The Ice Queen was silently expanding her power, freezing the surface of everything in sight. To Leung took a slow walk near the sun's surface, counting down the time. 30 minutes, 20 minutes, 10. In the final minute, facing him, the Ice Queen thought, if this guy is for real, he might just reawaken her will to fight. Yang family limit break initiated 20%. He raised his blade high, ready for war. The plan? First, smash the Ice Queen, then absorb the sun's warmth for another half hour. To be honest, even he had no idea how terrifyingly powerful this next attack would be. The massive sheet of ice covering the sun began to show cracks. The queen was in absolute shock as she raised her wings to brace for impact. When the time was up, he swung his blade toward her with a mighty roar. "Here I come, Ice Queen. One slash to finish it all." The Ice Queen unleashed a blinding light, and a colossal explosion erupted. You could see the blast in the sky all the way from Earth. Thousands of icy fragments shot out everywhere, slamming into nearby planets and carving out massive craters on their surfaces. Tambik Tiu flew up quickly, dodging the debris and clearing away all the smoke and dust. Qin Hung was just thinking, what kind of power level even is this fight? Then she saw something unbelievable, a powerful beam of light falling toward Earth. And there was To Leung, floating in the middle of all the chaos without a single scratch on him. Looking around, he figured the frozen area was bigger than a dozen star systems combined, so this was the Ice Queen's true power, huh? However, even after finally breaking out of his ultimate state, his weapon's shield had absorbed the attack, and its durability had only dropped by about 10%. "I guess. I won." That was To Leung's final thought before he slowly started to collapse. Suddenly, a pale white hand reached out to catch him. The Ice Queen caught To Leung before he fell. She looked down at the man in her arms as the ice on her head shattered, then reformed itself. She thought, "What a shame, you almost killed me." She gently caressed To Leung's face, whispering, "This feeling, it's just too magical. Moon King, you have to stay with me forever. You can't just leave me so easily like Aquarius did." 3 days passed since the full moon, and the Cloud Princess returned, utterly defeated. The news shook the entire world, proving that the old rulers were still, without a doubt, the top dogs on the planet. They weren't some monsters the new generation could just go and challenge whenever they felt like it. But ever since that night, everyone could feel the world's atmosphere begin to shift. The number of emperors in the West was growing at a crazy rate. Even the #1 Cloud Princess, who just came back after being seriously wounded, refused to say a single word about what went down. Meanwhile, in some ice cave in the east, To Leung slowly opened his eyes and asked in shock, "Where is this place?" He was completely naked, and his hair had grown way longer. To Leung took a moment to check himself, and then it hit him. Wait a second, I take one nap, and all the physical damage from fighting nonstop just recovered? Not only that, his beast gun's power had increased significantly, already reaching mid-level 6 stars. And the weirdest part? He's naked in a frozen cave but doesn't feel cold at all. A system notification popped up. The Moon's scripture is analyzing. Host, Moon King To Leung. Special constitution. Absolute moon physique. Ice attribute resistance. You cannot feel cold in temperatures down to -200 degrees. Hearing that, he was completely floored. Huh? What on earth happened? Oh right, the Ice Queen. Is she still alive? To Leung glanced around, looking for her, and then he suddenly froze. To Leung's panicked voice cracked out, "Ice Queen." Seeing her lying naked right next to him, To Leung's brain just about exploded. What is this, he thought. Why am I sleeping with the Ice Queen? Still refusing to believe his eyes, he asked again, "Did I get transported to another world again? What is happening?" He then turned to her with a suspicious glare. How did she take that hit and still be perfectly fine? And then, To Leung realized something was very wrong. He stared into the mirror, completely stunned. Is that me? For a second there, Su Liang was basically a statue. He immediately barked out a command. "Moontome, pull up my physical status history, now." The system promptly went into search mode. Then boom, a giant system window fills the screen. Apparently, our boy just absorbed the blood of an ice god. Ice abilities improved, body functions improved, ice resistance, you guessed it, also improved. System alert, ice affinity has been severed by the absolute moon body. Alert, blood of an ice god has been absorbed. Ice system improved, body's genetic activity improved, and ice resistance improved. Alert, ice affinity severed by the absolute moon body times 999. Alert, special trait ice resistance acquired. Su Liang stared at the notifications, completely stunned. What in the world was this? His mind started spinning theories. Look, he didn't know what the Ice Queen just did, but it seemed like this whole power-up was thanks to some divine blood. Su Liang cautiously approaches the Queen. From her expression, this seemed like a win-win situation, but our boy is still completely lost on what her actual goal is. Suddenly, an invisible chain yanks his arm, and his face just screams confusion. And down he goes. Su Liang trips spectacularly, legs flying straight up in the air. He lands right on top of the Ice Queen, who cracks an eye open as they lock gazes. Su Liang is so freaked out he's sweating bullets. The Ice Queen stares at him for a long moment, then bites her lip like she's absolutely starving. Su Liang is just bewildered. She raises a hand, gently touching his face. Then she yanks him in for a surprise kiss right on the lips. Before Su Liang can even react, he's blushing like a tomato. They kiss even deeper as a system window pops up, absorbing Ice God's blood. Ice power has increased dramatically, and the genetic activity in his body is accelerating fast. Ice resistance has also been massively boosted. Alert! Ice affinity has been severed by the absolute moon body. That's what snaps Su Liang out of it, and he violently shoves the Ice Queen away. He stumbles back, covering his mouth, coughing while the system just keeps talking. The concentration of the divine bloodline has broken its limit. New power acquired. Grace of the Sky. Grace of the Sky divides life into 7 stages. Any single hit that deals more than 1/7 of your total health has the excess damage just erased. Each of these life stages regenerates every 10 days. Su Liang reads this, still lost, then glances at the life bar over the Queen's head. And it hits him. Wait a minute, he never actually defeated the Ice Queen. It dawns on him that he only took out a single 1/7 of her total health. Su Liang wonders, but why would she give him this power? He touches his own lips and thinks, plus, did she just steal his first kiss? The Ice Queen speaks up. King of the Moon, don't be alarmed. You have won. And as we agreed, she says cheerfully, you can ask me for any one thing. Su Liang doesn't hesitate for a second. I want the scabbard of Chengxing Yanyo. Is that possible? The Ice Queen agrees without even thinking about it. Of course, that's why you came here, isn't it? I'll take you there shortly, she adds. The sky system is useless to me. I just didn't want it falling into the hands of the Feitu Palace or the previous King of the Moon. But Su Liang was still hung up on something. All right, I have one more question. Why did you give that power to me? The Ice Queen smiles faintly, pushing herself up and getting closer. The Feitu Palace is about to emerge. You will definitely have to go there, correct? The Ice Queen explains, I am guarding this frozen domain, so I cannot accompany you. All I can do is try to boost your combat power in the shortest time possible. She inches closer, then says hesitantly, the Aquarius Palace rejected me back then. The Ice Queen continues. So I waited for 1,000 years, and finally I found you. Su Liang is absolutely floored by this revelation. Your absolute moon body can purify anything. No matter how sinister my aura gets, it can't possibly corrupt your attributes. The Ice Queen goes for the seduction. Because of that, I have another ice system power I can also grant you, free of charge. She leans in close and whispers, but I do have one small request. Su Liang stammers, What is it? The Ice Queen lays it all out. I want to leave behind the strongest bloodline in this world. She lists the specs. Triple hybrid, moonlight, ice, and sky systems. How about it? Hearing this, Su Liang basically turns to stone, totally speechless. In his head, he's thinking. To be honest, even in his wildest fantasies, he only ever pictured this kind of stuff with Xiaolu and Chengxing Yanyo. Su Liang scratches his head, thinking it over, but the sky system doesn't really mesh with the ice system. Those two are way too different. Seeing his hesitation, the Ice Queen immediately asks, is there a problem? She tries to reel him in, if you're the once-in-a-millennium absolute moon body. She whispers in his ear. Then you must know that doing this won't affect you at all, right? Su Liang hedges, saying, I was just thinking. He then pulls the Ice Queen into a hug and asks, this descendant you're talking about, just how strong would they be? He really needed to confirm this again. His resolve is clearly wavering as he asks, would they be super strong? The Ice Queen just smiles again when she hears his question. She asks him back, have you ever heard the tale of the Supreme Bixiao calamity? And so she begins, from what I know, 50,000 years ago. The Supreme Bixiao calamity had a child with another white deer emperor, but then her story continued. But after that, nothing. Crickets. Any guesses why? The scene shifts to his vision of a goddess with long horns on her head. The Ice Queen explained, from the very beginning, no one has ever actually seen this entity. It must have been sealed away for tens of thousands of years, all to end this era once and for all. The real assassin is the White Deer clan, a mixed-blood powerhouse, forged from the blessings of many gods, with enough power to bring this entire age to a close. She figured that this being might have already awakened in secret. The princess was probably just a smokescreen. The Ice Queen turned to Su Liang with a curious gaze. Our boy was a little confused. The power to end this era? The Ice Queen thought to herself. Honestly, the power of those 4 so-called unrivaled overlords just isn't going to cut it. But if she were to form an alliance with the Winter Queen here, things could get interesting. She leaned in, asking Su Liang, so, what do you think? Feeling tempted yet? The Ice Queen whispered in his ear. Our descendant will have power that rivals my own. Then, to really sell it, she gently touched his face. And I can even sign a contract with your incredible physique. Su Liang closed his eyes, considering the offer. Then he decisively grabbed the Ice Queen's hand, his face blushing just a little. Fine, I agree. Let's begin. The Ice Queen was absolutely thrilled. Excellent, she said, wrapping her arms around his neck. But before we get down to reproducing, I need to transfer some of my ice system power to you first. And right on cue, the Ice Queen gave him a deep, passionate kiss. The system panel lit up again. Absorbed blood of an ice god. Ice system compatibility leveled up, body gene activity leveled up, ice resistance leveled up. Another notification popped up. Ice system compatibility has been assimilated by the desperate moon physique. The two of them were together from late night until the next morning. A brand new day had begun. And what do you know? Another system notification. He'd absorbed more god blood, leveling up his ice compatibility, gene activity, and ice resistance by 19,999. Notification. Ice system compatibility has been assimilated by the desperate moon physique, times 99. His divine bloodline concentration had shattered its limits, unlocking a new power, the extreme cold domain. At first, the extreme cold domain is 99% sealed, leaving him with 1% of its power. But after release, it can ramp up to 300%. The only sound in the cave now was heavy, ragged breathing. Su Liang lay there thinking, ha, a whole day and I'm finally free. Looks like once you pop, you really can't stop. At this point, no matter what the Ice Queen asked of him, he probably wouldn't be able to refuse. The Ice Queen sat up. Su Liang, we can finally begin the last step. This process will take about half a month, she asked. Are you ready? Su Liang practically jumped. Wait, what did you say? Half a month? A single drop of blood fell into a pool of water. Su Liang was bewildered. Wait, this is what you meant by having heirs? He kept going. So we're just going to drip blood in here for 15 days? The Ice Queen replied. It'll be ready soon. In a bit, I'll jump in and hatch these essences. For these 15 days, you can roam freely in my cave. Su Liang was still completely lost. So this is really all it takes to have a kid? The Ice Queen shot back. Of course. Did you really think we'd use the primitive method? If we did that, we'd never break through the barriers of reproduction and gender. Su Liang's face turned beet red, clearly disappointed about the lack of 18-plus action. "Oh, okay then," he muttered, totally bummed out. The Ice Queen saw this and smirked. "Hmm? What are you thinking about?" She hugged him from behind, explaining, "It seems you still don't understand our relationship. In human terms, this means we're life partners now. Even if you ask something outrageous of me, I probably wouldn't refuse." Su Liang blushed, stammering a bit. The Ice Queen cut him off. "But let's save all that for after I'm done hatching the eggs, all right?" she said sweetly. "The saber sheath is right next to you. Feel free to take it." "My love." Su Liang did exactly as she said. A system notification appeared. Host: Su Liang, Moon King, Special Physique, Desperate Moon, Abilities, Ice Resistance and Other Powers. Moon God Ritual, once. 12 Zodiacs, once. Heavenly Blessing, Extreme Domain. He thought to himself, no matter how you slice it, this was a massive win. He got the Abyssal Water, the Ice Queen's power, and, suddenly, Su Liang realized something. He stepped into a magnificent space, and right before him stood a tower of sabers. Su Liang poked at the console, a little worried. But honestly, the Ice Empress's personal computer was way more interesting. He sat down, figuring, hey, if they're partners, it's totally fine to understand her inner world a bit, right? So, he logged right into the Ice Empress's computer. Su Liang's jaw dropped. Whoa! Top-tier Super Defender stats, the coolest ID in the whole clan, a legendary spending history. What an absolute whale. Su Liang wondered in a panic if this lady was some kind of hardcore internet addict. Everyone claimed there was no signal in the Eastern Domain, but it turns out the Ice Queen has premium service. A sudden notification popped up, leaving Su Liang just a little bit baffled. The notice board was broadcasting today's hot topic, a new announcement from the Star faction for the world to see. The Guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace will awaken on the next full moon. We welcome all powerful experts to the Central Domain to greet the king's return. Clicking for details, Su Liang's face went pale as he realized this site had even more dirt on the Moon God Festival. The computer screen lit up with the information. 3 princesses returned in failure from their challenges, proving the current Snow Tyrant's position was completely unshakable. Under hot topics, the Moon God Festival single-handedly suppressed the Western Domain's Soul Chariot and captured 3 guilty emperors in an endless dungeon. The top comment suggested they should just attack the Twin Moon cult already. Another hot topic. The King of the Moon climbed a 10,000-meter peak, and the Twin Moon cult's followers increased 16 times, their best record last month. It even showed a picture of the Moon God Festival personally taking down the Western Domain's Soul Chariot and dragging away the 3 emperors. Su Liang thought to himself, this picture looks seriously majestic, which is a pretty sharp contrast to the other side. The messages popped up. King of the Moon, I want to be your puppy. You want to attack the Moon cult? Stop making so much noise. In this world, power is everything. If the King of the Moon conquered the West, then stop trying to get sympathy online. He thought privately, the Western Domain probably never expected this whole mess would actually boost their enemy's reputation. All you hyped-up fans of the Twin Moon, stop flexing. If you've got guts, tell the King of the Moon to challenge the Ice Queen of the Eastern Domain. And he still dares to call himself the strongest of this era. What an absolute joke. Su Liang couldn't believe it either. Wow, who would have thought that he and the Ice Queen had this kind of relationship? Back in the freezing ice cave, the entire space was covered in sharp, glistening icicles. Su Liang called out, Ice Queen, the Flying Rabbit Palace is about to awaken. I'm heading to the Central Domain to check it out. The Ice Queen shot back. What did you just call me? Su Liang froze for a moment, thinking, then changed his address. Wifey, he said. The Ice Queen replied happily, Good boy, off you go. Su Liang was helpless as the ice formed an infinitely long path. In front of him was a cave entrance leading somewhere new, and the brilliant light from outside was blinding him. Then he looked to the other side, where 4 women were kneeling before him. Jing Hong looked respectful, while Bai Sui had a more brutal vibe. Fen Tong said nothing and just pushed the current ice concubine's head down. Su Liang spoke up. Let's go, kids. Come with me to the Central Domain. At the Cloud Mist Mineral Vein encampment in the Eastern Domain, massive blocks of ice were covered in snow. 3 girls sat shivering and crying, begging for their lives. Please don't eat me. I don't taste good at all. Dongxi Liusha reassured them. I already told you I won't hurt you. I just need to stop you from telling the Ice Queen. Besides, I've never eaten an ice person. That was just a rumor spread so I could fight the supreme emerald painting calamity. The 3 of them just huddled together, still crying. Dongxi Liusha roared in frustration. Are you even listening to me? Is that so? A loud laugh rang out. Liusha's face turned purple with rage. You! Stop laughing! Bai Ti watched from a distant rock, thinking to herself, King of the Moon, I still haven't heard anything. These 2 tyrants, especially Dongxi Liusha. She's from the Bronze Queen's clan, and her strength is recovering at a speed you can see with the naked eye every single day. Bai Ti thought, I'm just a high-level emperor. If these two cause chaos in the Eastern Domain in a few days, I won't be able to stop them. Suddenly, she sensed something. Bai Ti looked out to where Liusha was standing and flew over, saying, "You are the three emerald flutes," she thought. "And not just them, even the current ice concubine is here." Ah, is this whole thing a test to see if that supreme, untouchable being will finally notice? The air was incredibly tense. The ice suddenly split in two, creating a clear divide. A figure emerged from the smoke, and Su Liang made a stunning entrance. Dongxi Liusha couldn't help but be surprised. "You're the king of the moon?" Bai Ti suddenly realized, wait a second, why isn't it the Ice Queen? Su Liang calmly said, "Ice concubine, take the three emerald flutes and Dongxi Liusha. You can leave from here first. As for Shang Xuan Yue Yuji and Bai Ti Feiyu, you're with me." He laid out the plan for everyone. "We'll split our forces into two groups. We'll advance to the central domain from two different routes to meet the Flying Rabbit Palace and the 10 Moon Ladies." Jing Hong and Bai Shu replied, "Yes, sir." Bai Ti was absolutely shocked looking at Su Liang's commanding presence. She wondered, what in the world has the King of the Moon been doing for the last half-month? At the 10 Moon axis, the moon hangs high, right at its peak. Messages start flooding in, a royal comeback. "Sorry, but this is the era of the Moon King, Su Liang. The lunar faction should just accept defeat. If you don't get it, just ask what was the old Moon King's rank on the Tian Tao ring anyway. You dogs from the lunar faction, try beating the Moon God Palace before whining to the King of the Moon. By the way, can anyone in this world even defeat him?" Someone, clearly irritated, finally speaks up. "All right, Twin Moon Cult. You want to play games and cyberbully me? Fine. You'd better watch your backs." She threatens them. On this full moon night, just see how the 10 moon eclipse will run wild. With defenses this sloppy, you think the King of the Moon isn't scared of a real eclipse anymore? A glint of determination in her eyes. "Then let's begin," she commands. The 5 remaining seal pillars shatter completely. Over the 10th yin pillar's region, the sky turns a cold, gray blue. The full moon casts its pale light over a vast, desolate land. Into this silent scene, a group in white robes quietly advances. Their shadows stretch long beneath the moon. Before them stand towering stone pillars, ancient relics that feel both sacred and mysterious. The older sister speaks up. "Are we sure about this? Giving up the other areas just to defend this final yin pillar?" Further ahead, a thick layer of ice appears, covering the ground and stretching all the way to the horizon. Someone rushes over to report. "Reporting! The 7th yin pillar has been breached. The enemy is 2 high-level emperors. More massive pillars of light erupt." The sister shouts another report. "The 6th yin pillar is broken. It's the hegemon." The hegemon's cold voice rings out. It seems the subordinates of the 10 moon eclipse have finally joined forces. From the sky, where she lands gracefully. Looks like the Wind Moon cult has been pushed into a desperate corner this time, so they rush to release the White Jade Thon. "We can ignore the other areas. We just need to protect this final sealed location." "Yes," the sisters shout in unison. The hegemon lands softly before Zhao Yue, who bows her head respectfully. "My lady, thank you for nurturing me until now. But my strength alone is not enough to stop this chaos." Her expression is grave. The hegemon continues, "At this critical moment, I need you to offer yourself." The two of them stare at each other, silent. In Zhao Yue's mind, someone else's words echo. "Just tell her. You already know." Under the pale moonlight, Zhao Yue tilts her head, her gaze distant, listening to a voice from deep within her mind. Her lips part to speak, but then she stops, hesitating. Her expression slowly clears. Calmly, she replies as if she understands completely. "I understand." The hegemon replies cheerfully. "Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease." Then, the hegemon glances back, and they will be here soon. Elsewhere, 3 brilliant beams of light, gold, blue, and red appear together. Someone shouts, "Who? Who's there?" Another voice cries out in shock, "Great Emperor Kang Yue!" She's surrounded by glowing cherry blossom rings. The Nether Queen Mother bows gracefully. 3 kings spring. Nether Queen Mother. Next is Xiao Hu of the Western Sacred Clan, the Western Region King. And finally, from the 3 Spirit Clan, the White Deer Clan's own, the 3 Cloud Princesses. The hegemon winks. "I used half of the Moon God Palace's resources just to persuade them to come." In the dark of night, the gray landscape below glitters with lights that sparkle just like diamonds. She continues, "It's a shame the Eastern region is completely sealed off. Otherwise, the Ice Queen would be here too." An explosion flashes in the distance. The hegemon glances over. If that's the case, then even the whole eclipse won't be a problem. Jagged lightning tears through the sky, casting a cold light on the dead earth below. The thunder rumbles on, a prelude to the coming storm. The hegemon adds, "Even the former king of the moon would have to think twice before making a move now." Someone raises a phone, cheering. "Whoa, it's the real great Emperor Kang Yue." On the phone screen, comments fly by. "Why isn't the king of the moon here?" The three reserve cloud princesses and the Nether Queen Mother are here too. The nearest Holy Land apostle revived too? That ridiculous design? Is that supposed to be Saintess Zhao Yue? She doesn't look strong at all. Another person comments, just asking because I don't know. They invited this many powerhouses just to fight the King of the Moon? Someone replies, can anyone in the loop clarify? Is he really that strong? The streamer yells, awesome, let's go everyone, when suddenly, a foot slams right into her face. Smack, hey, who was that? The hegemon glares down at her. Hands on her hips, she demands, third concubine, what do you think you're doing? The third concubine quickly holds up her phone, pointing, this is a live stream, do you understand? The hegemon just stares at it, completely baffled. On the phone screen, her own image appears alongside a flood of comments. Whoa, the hegemon. She's gorgeous. I had no idea the Moon God Palace had someone so beautiful. Wait, no, they have a hegemon this powerful too? I can see it now. Aw, so cute. Who could resist this? Get out of my way, that top slot belongs to me, she cheered. Palace Master, times have changed. The rewards from just a few hours here can cover the entire cost of the Moon God Palace's aid request. Then ABC's voice piped up, you think I'm doing this for fun? It's all for the Moon God Palace's budget. Kang Yue shot them a silent, deadly glare, and suddenly, lightning bolts rained down from the sky. An explosion of light washed everything out in pure white. Kang Yue, Xiao Hu, and the other four were completely stunned. And then they appeared hooded figures in white robes, floating silently in the sky above. The third lunar eclipse was seriously wounded by the Golden Butterfly Palace and still hasn't woken up, and the 10th power isn't enough to break the seal. One of them pulled back his hood. Then it's up to the 7 of us. Let's destroy everything here. The hegemon was stunned. This was exactly what happened at the Divine Sacrifice, tens of thousands of years ago. This was the one who ended the 4-time winning streak of the Flower Fairy Palace, the King of the Moon. The one who forced the Flower Fairy Palace to retreat? Xing removed her cloak, looking down on them all as her thoughts echoed. The second lunar eclipse of the Taiyin faction, Tianxingqi. Elsewhere, Su Liang saw that everyone had already rushed into the blizzard. He had to catch up. Suddenly, he froze mid-step, his eyes flying wide open. He glanced over his shoulder. That aura. Looking at the two figures ahead, he knew this was going to be a problem. In front of him stood a red, four-limbed monster, its single eye wide and its mouth split in a terrifying grin. Beside it floated a robe, dragging chains below it that looked just like an octopus's tentacles. The white robe spoke up, King of the Moon, we both know this is our last chance. The red monster added, the power of our Other Shore divine sect has run dry, so we can only end you here, before the 10th lunar eclipse takes the central region. Su Liang sized them up. The Other Shore divine sect was truly desperate. These two didn't look like they planned on walking away from this, and Su Liang just sighed. No, I don't get it. He walked towards them. I have no idea what you people are even thinking. Because I have absolutely no interest in understanding the minds of gnats who want to die, Su Liang answered coldly. A colossal, glowing eye opened in the dark sky, its gaze so intense it seemed to pierce through reality itself. A light blue circle materialized in midair, emitting a soft but incredibly potent energy. The white robe and the red monster stared in horror. This fear. It feels like my entire body is being torn apart. This was a sphere of pure light, radiating a quiet yet immense power as a voice echoed through the air. That's right. Across space, time, and years. Today, after 26,000 years, brilliant blue lightning erupted from Su Liang as his own thoughts rang out with power. The sunken star and hidden moon has finally been restored. He held it as a mystical blue light, enveloped them both in a divine mist. Su Liang couldn't believe it after the scabbard returned. The weapon itself had actually gotten bigger. The red monster and the robed figure stared at the scene, pure shock written all over their faces. The weapon hovered upright in the air. A brilliant blue vortex surrounded it, with 3 spheres of light rotating slowly, as if waiting for a command. Looking at it, Su Liang finally understood. The scabbard was actually a shield formed from pure energy. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Liang's eyes. But is this the complete 7 profound? A voice thought, as a massive whirlwind formed around him. She's already stronger than most of the emperors now. She might even have the power to fight the Gemini Palace. The jade bracelet watched in awe, thinking, if only my main body were here to see this. The white robe lunged forward. King of the Moon, let's end this now. Su Liang just glanced over. You're making way too much noise, he said calmly, and I can't let you disturb the Ice Empress. The ground cracked open as a brilliant pink light erupted like lava, forming a powerful aura. Purple energy coiled around his body, with beams of light creating a constantly shifting magic matrix. The red monster cried out in panic. The white robe chimed in, what is this? A field of pink magic now surrounded Su Liang completely. Su Luang strolls right up to them. And these guys? They're shaking, thinking they're the baddest of the bad. So why are they terrified of one human? He just casually glides past the white-robed dude and the red monster. Suddenly, they're covered in the same pink magical aura as Su Luang. His words then echo through their stunned silence. All right, time to say goodbye to the leftovers from the Being Gone Then Jiao. Leaving the white cloak and red beast behind, Su Liang walks on, ready to sever his entire past with a single slash. He hoists it high, a blue ring of light appears, and bam, Su Liang slams it into the ground, shattering the earth. Amidst the swirling void, glowing energy petals form, creating a nice little halo around our dramatic hero. His spear's tip bites into the earth, sending out powerful shockwaves. Golden light erupts from the cracks like lightning. In the distance, the red monster's face twists in pure panic, letting out a hilariously shocked scream. This one slash sends him reeling back to that fateful day. He stumbles back, eyes wide with disbelief at this sudden power-up. The guardian of Gemini Palace's soul-suppressing crescent. From the heavens, a colossal green pillar of light slams down with a deafening roar. For a moment, the sky itself looks like it's been torn open. Energy waves ripple from the impact, shaking the dark mountains to their core. Stones shatter into pieces, and a thick cloud of dust and smoke billows up. Meanwhile, the faint shadow of the annihilation flame slowly vanishes in the blinding light, its essence scattering into brilliant streaks, merging into the very center of the void. Amidst floating crimson light, Su Liang stands on the barren earth, muttering, "If I knew it was this easy, I'd have used way less power. Talk about overkill." Bai Xian stares down at Su Liang, absolutely speechless. She finally manages, "My lord." That was genuinely terrifying. Her jade bracelet now shows a few tiny cracks. Bai Xian falls into deep thought. The Moon King's own body must have absorbed that blow. Otherwise, forget the Emperor's sacred treasures. Even she would have been completely vaporized. He says calmly. "All right, let's head out. To the central region," she replies. A bit stunned, "We don't need to teleport. We can just get there by daylight." Su Liang just scoffs. For him, a full moon or broad daylight, yeah, it really doesn't make a difference anymore. At the same time, down below a massive tower, a whole crew is staring up at a sky webbed with lightning. Zhao Yue stands frozen, her red hair catching the light as she murmurs, 77. Overlords. The hegemon just smirks. This welcoming party seems a little over the top, don't you think? The other members just hold their breath. Xing glances down below and says, "Oh, well, it looks like nobody wants a piece of this." But then, something happens and she freezes. Suddenly, Kang Yue steps forward to challenge her, pulling a pink umbrella straight out of her chest. Under a dark sky teeming with lightning, Kang Yue stands silently in the distance, holding her pale pink umbrella. The hegemon is stunned, thinking, that umbrella. It's even more powerful than the one belonging to Emperor Xuan Yue Na Luo. With an air of total authority, she speaks. The Tian Tuo Huan has never taken part in any large-scale battles during the Moon God Festival. We have never picked a side. Xing's eyes lower as Kang Yue continues. I'm only here because of my friendship with a disciple from the Flower Fairy Palace. Her gaze turns to ice, and since I'm their ally, it's only right that I repay you with a blade of my own. Tian Xingxi. The girl hears this, covers her mouth, and then just explodes with laughter, practically doubling over. She roars, "Friendship? Please, if you want to avenge your mom, just be straight about it." And just like that, Kang Yue's face goes dark. Up in the air, Xing suddenly dives, her hair flying wildly, face twisted into a malicious grin, eyes burning with killing intent. She screams, "If you're so eager to die, then let's test the 3-time champion of the Moon God Festival." A massive column of blue energy blasts the ground, throwing up a brilliant vortex of light as her voice strains over the thunder. Let's test the purity of that bloodline. And right then, a massive explosion rips through the air, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. The blinding flash blows the hegemon's hair back. She instinctively turns away, shielding her face from the terrifying shockwave. The entire landscape below is shattered, as if a massive earthquake just tore through the entire region. Figures of warriors collapse within the thick smoke. The red-haired girl frantically asks the hegemon, "Hey, where'd Emperor Kang Yue and her group go?" She replies calmly, "They teleported in a flash. The battle has already begun somewhere else." Cut to the central region, near the South Sea domain. A massive explosion erupts, sending stones flying from a brilliant energy source. Kang Yue whips open her cherry blossom umbrella in defense. In an instant, a storm of petals obscures the blinding light. A sharp grunt cuts through the air, followed by a flash of murderous intent as Xing charges straight ahead. Two opposing beams of light tear through the night like colliding stars. The very air trembles as their energy creates a violent vortex. The hegemon silently observes, then makes a decision. Well, if the war's started, we might as well pick an opponent and join in. Suddenly, it begins to snow heavily. She opens her eyes wide in complete surprise. Among the ruins, where grand buildings once stood, there's now only rubble, and a colossal ice pillar, piercing the sky cold and deadly sharp. Atop the structure, Dongxi Liusha, Bingmin, and Jinghong stood, silently gazing down. On the other side, Kang Yu and Jingjing had paused their battle. She thought, that's some serious power. Are they from the Donghu clan? Dongxi Liusha bellowed. All right, knock it off. Everyone look at me. I've got an announcement to make. The hegemon, Yu Wangmu, and Jiawei were all completely bewildered. Dongxi Liusha sneered. You're all a bunch of idiots. It's the legendary three beauties, in the flesh, finally, and I gotta say, you emperors are pretty handsome. But this snow woman, why is she so pale? Looks like a corpse. I don't get it. And her IQ seems a little questionable. So this is the Three Beauties clan, huh? Well, all I can say is, the legendary Ice Queen must be even more stunning. Xiao Hu and Yoang Mu stared ahead, totally speechless, as the little girl bowed her head in thought. This guy and Yuji were supposed to be with the Moon King, so why are they hanging out with the Eastern region's Three Beauties? If that's the case, where in the world did the Moon King get teleported to? Meanwhile, Liusha Wire faced the hegemon without a care in the world. She smirked contemptuously. Even if all of you losers rushed me at once, it wouldn't make a difference. A massive, chain-wrapped pillar began to tremble. Hooded figures hovered in the sky, watching the situation unfold. One of them spoke up, "Don't get emotional. This guy isn't just causing a scene. Leave him to me." The figure began to pull back his hood and issued an order. You all keep an eye on things. Best case, use the chaos to eliminate the hegemon of the Moon God Palace. With that, he shot towards Liusha. The light from his body seemed to have a power of its own, tearing his cloak and revealing his true form. It was the fourth lunar eclipse, Tianwu Daoshan. The girl with the hegemon gasped in disbelief. Is that the fourth lunar eclipse? Why does he look like he's been seriously injured and is about to die? The hegemon looked at his wounds and remarked, that's just a surface wound, but it's been thousands of years and still hasn't fully faded. Hearing this, she trembled with rage, touching the scar. This is the mark that monster who became Bingyu Tianlin left on me. I swear. Liusha pointed at the lunar eclipse and burst out laughing. So it's just a loser who got beaten by the Donghu clan. Her laughter ignited his killing intent. A torrent of power surged from above, pouring into a stone embedded in the ground. Liusha walked slowly through the vortex. She raised her hand, blew a gentle breath, and a stream of air shot straight into the cyclone's center. The storm slowly dissipated, revealing Liusha standing inside it, completely unharmed. The lunar eclipse gritted his teeth in fury, totally powerless against her. Liusha raised her hands, curling her fingers into claws as if to strike. But then, she just stretched. Yuang Mu was confused. What is she even doing? Before anyone could process it, she turned her back, and they all froze. A giant boulder was hurtling straight towards Yuang Mu's group. Liusha praised her own work with excitement. Not bad at all. Below, Haiyun cursed. What the hell do you think you're doing? Is this funny to you? Huan Yue quickly stopped him. Forget it, don't fall for her tricks. This person has fought the first generation before, she suggested. For now, we should probably get serious about dealing with those rabbits from the Taiyin faction. Suddenly, Huan Yue looked up at the sky in terror. The third lunar eclipse, Chen Yue Yuzu, had appeared. The fourth lunar eclipse spoke. Third lunar eclipse. Your wounds have finally healed? You can open your eye that wide now? A voice boomed from the stone. A bunch of useless trash wasting time. Why don't you just kill this guy and get it over with? The hegemon watched it warily, but was caught off guard as the third lunar eclipse launched a massive attack straight at her. The hegemon raised her arms, blocking with all her might, but cracks appeared on her power shield. All hope was lost as she smiled, accepting her fate. With her strength, just blocking this much was already her absolute limit. My lady, the rest is up to you now. That power shattered her shield and pierced straight through her heart. She collapsed onto the cold ground, a smoking black hole in her chest. Yuang Mu screamed in shock, worry, and fear. No way! The great and mighty hegemon of the Moon God Palace couldn't even take a single casual blow from the third lunar eclipse? Xiao Hu explained, well, there's a rumor that the Moon God's palace master is actually weak, but they're still the strongest force in the central region. The hegemon's eyes went blank, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. But just then, a figure appeared reflected in her gaze. It was Zhao Yu. The hegemon whispered with joy and relief, My lady, you've finally come to get me. The newcomer touched her head and praised her. You've kept the Moon God Palace strong for 1,000 years. You did very well. You can leave the rest to me. With those words, the hegemon vanished completely. Yuang Mu was stunned. What? That's the kind of scene you see when a spirit beast returns to its own space. But that's impossible. The 16-year-old saintess of the Moon God Palace is the master of the hegemon herself? Haiyun and Huan Yue also couldn't believe what they were seeing. The third moon screams, That's not right. The contract with the Moon God Palace's overlord isn't her. Could it be? Suddenly, smoke pours from Zhao Yue's eyes, twisting and solidifying into the shape of a person. Everyone gasps at the new figure. It's the Celestial Maiden. Through gritted teeth, she asks, "Ugh, is this damn hag still kicking? Seriously, how much longer can this old fossil possibly live?" Her spirit now free, Queen Yu and Hai Yun are in absolute shock. It's actually the Celestial Maiden. She glances around and says, "Let's wrap this up fast. We've only got 27 hours until the 10,000-year event." The Celestial Maiden strides forward like a queen, declaring that every single second of her appearance is precious. She tells the body on the ground, "Little Zhao Yue, mind moving aside for a minute?" On cue, the body stands up. Zhao Yue raises her right hand, and with a flash of power, a flute appears. The whole crowd's jaws hit the floor. Queen Yu immediately covers her ears in terror. The Celestial Maiden commands, "Play it, the Phoenix Melody." The 7-string Phoenix Melody rings out, its sound weaving through space itself. No one can escape its reach. Nguyet Thuk covers her ears, her mind screaming, "The High Moon Phoenix Melody." The music itself begins to change, burning blood red. Nguyet Thuk frantically explains that when her true form condenses, everyone hearing the flute loses 50% of their pet's power. She says this confidently, totally missing the phoenix behind her getting huge by absorbing all that power. In other words, the more powerful the listeners, the stronger her final condensed form will be. No big deal, she thinks. As long as the real powerhouses, the overlords, can't hear it, everything is fine. Even with tens of billions of normal beastmasters here, their power is only equal to a few emperors. So there's no way the phoenix's final form can get absurdly powerful from this, right? Then Nguyet Thuk finally looks at the creature before her and screams, "You have got to be kidding me! Which one of you overlords forgot to plug your ears?" A loud laugh snaps her attention back. How fun. Liu Sha just lies there, letting his power drain. Besides, this feeling is kinda new and exciting, he muses. Just then, the Phoenix rockets skyward, slamming directly into the third moon. A massive explosion lights up the sky like fireworks. The eye of the third moon shatters into a million pieces, slowly fading away into nothing. Hai Yun is speechless. One move. That's all it took to beat the third moon. Is this a 9-star demigod? The Celestial Maiden finishes her song, then lowers her flute. After a quick look ahead, she hastily puts it away. And to everyone's absolute shock, she turns to leave. She grabs Zhao Yu and bolts, yelling, "Let's go! If we're slow, we're not gonna make it." Behind them, a massive beam of energy erupts skyward. Hai Yun is completely baffled. What the hell? Was that whole thing just a bluff? Is she actually out of power? "You guys, look over there!" Queen Yu points and screams at the top of her lungs. "A hole just appeared on that iron staff, and it's glowing with power," she warns. "The guardian of the Flying Rabbit Palace is about to awaken." As she keeps running for her life, the Celestial Maiden thinks, "This is absolutely terrifying. Oh, King of the Moon, if you stick around, you'll lose your spot in the Moon God Festival." Zhao Yue just looks on, completely clueless. Seriously, how strong did that kid get? A beam of infinite power just shoots off in one direction. Meanwhile, on the East Sea coast, Su Liang thinks the auras of Gemini and Virgo are moving west, and fast. Are they trying to avoid me? He closes his eyes, and a third, pitch-black eye opens on his forehead. The eye scans the area, locking on. Heh, a few more seconds and they would have actually escaped my sight, Su Liang muses. He strokes his chin, deep in thought. Gemini and Virgo, moving at the same time. Could they both be controlled by a single beastmaster? Somewhere in the western region, the Celestial Maiden and Zhao Yue land on a cliff, relieved. Okay, I think we're finally out of his detection range. Zhao Yue is totally lost. "Master, what are we running from? The Flying Rabbit Palace is strong, but they can't wipe all of us out. So we're just supposed to abandon the Moon God Palace?" she asks, confused. The maiden begins to explain. "Little Zhao Yu, you've got it wrong. I was ready to fight the Flying Rabbit Palace, but a new variable has entered the equation." She looks worried. "A true monster has just invaded the central region. I couldn't let you stay there. I have a bad feeling that if you saw what's coming, you'd lose your will to fight, and your qualification for the Moon God Festival would be erased." Zhao Yu thinks back. As a king of the Moon God Festival. So, this person was so strong they literally made people lose the will to fight. Just then, a stone staff wrapped in iron chains gets blasted by lightning and shatters completely. A figure appears from the smoke and dust, and both Yu Wangmu and Xiao Hu look on in absolute terror. Hai Yun's group is just as stunned, while Yue Shi and the white-robed folks respectfully place their hands on their chests and bow. This is Bai Yuqing, the 8th member of the Yue Yao Yuan Palace, guardian of Feitu Palace, and current head of the Taiyin 10 Moons. Kang Yue and Xing Xing were in a tense face-off when suddenly, the little girl flinched, as if she'd just noticed something. Xing Xing whips her head around to look, and then poof, she vanishes, much to the surprise of Kang Yue. She's totally confused, wondering why the fight suddenly stopped. Did something major just go down somewhere else? Yuqing stands there, imposing. She takes a deep breath and yells, "Ice Queen, Heavenly Maiden." Immediately, countless bolts of lightning rain down from the sky. Poor Xiaohu is struck and can't do a thing. The moment the lightning stops, the kid collapses, completely unconscious. Yu Wangmu desperately shields herself with a barrier of her own power. The Lu Sha assassins watch from the cliffs. Their leader licks her lips, intrigued, finally, a truly powerful fighter. Just then, a hand gently touches Yu Qing's shoulder. The Taiyan faction's king of the former moon appears right behind her. With a snap, she says, all right, now that you're out, don't be so angry." She chuckles, adding, "Besides, don't you have a lot of old friends here to welcome you?" Tao Yuan, Hai Tai. Oh. The king of the former moon then spots Liu Sha and asks, "Why is the Donghu clan here too?" She gives a friendly wave as Xing suddenly appears and shouts happily, "Lady Bai Yuqing." Yuqing doesn't even acknowledge her. Instead, she just looks at the sky and wonders, is this the moonlight of this new era? She gives a cold glare, opening her mouth to gather a massive amount of power. The king of the former moon watches her every move. Bai Shui has no idea what's going on and nervously asks, "What is she trying to do?" The king replies with a bit of dark humor, "I have no idea. This kid is extremely cranky, and once she's mad, not even her master can stop her." The ball of power condenses, growing larger and larger, until she finally fires it straight into the sky, shaking the entire ground. That blast of power heads straight for the moon, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. Everyone below just watches as the fragments rain down. No one could believe what they just witnessed. Their jaws were on the floor, stunned by a level of power they had never even imagined. Jing Hong blurts out, "Impossible! This scale of combat power is completely beyond our understanding." Su Liang just watches silently, a thrilled grin spreading across his face. Yep, this was definitely his unavoidable destiny. Just then, the Book of the Moon announces, "New Constitution acquired Heavy Moon Body, by Yu Qing. Current Moonlight Constitutions acquired Blood Moon Body, Saint Moon Body, and Severed Moon Body. Heavy Moon Body Reward. You may select one of the inherited bloodline constitutions. The Saint Moon Body converts a Beastmaster's pet power into Moonlight Essence, allowing pets to unleash their strongest combat potential anytime, anywhere, and maintain peak condition during the day. Power is doubled at night and gets a special boost during a full moon. The Blood Moon Body specializes in the full moon but loses all combat power at other times. Severed Moon Body. In this life, you can only contract Moonlight-type pets, but your insane charisma will attract a massive number of them. Heavy Moon Body. The prerequisite is a divine bloodline, allowing you to freely manipulate the evolutionary path of your own Moonlight-type pets. Su Liang looks at the Book of the Moon, deep in thought. Heavy Moon Body. The description alone makes it impossible to grasp its true meaning. He starts calculating. In other words, he had to personally witness the Fei-Tu Palace Guardian's evolution level before he could make a proper decision. Su Liang wonders, the Blood Moon Body versus the Heavy Moon Body. Which path was the correct one to reach the absolute peak of evolution? He turns his head and says, "I need you to test the true strength of the Fei-Tu Palace for me." The cracked jade bracelet is shocked, practically screaming in its mind. Is he actually talking to me? It panics. My original body was destroyed long ago. How can I possibly defeat Bai Yuqing in this rundown state? Su Liang pays it no mind, simply saying, "Book of the Moon. I want to claim my reward now. Book of the Moon, I'm claiming my reward. You know what I want, right? I'm only drawing once." He announces, "How I decide to treat you in the future will be based entirely on your performance right now. This is a one-time opportunity, so you better cherish it." As he finishes, the book's pages flip. Announcement, a new library has been unlocked. Su Liang nods in approval. Good, that's how it should be. I'll reward you later. But suddenly, he senses something strange. No way. This aura. It's the original body of Yu Ji, the Supreme Moonlight Monarch. Bai Yu Chen Ling Qi Xuan Shang Xuan Yu. Turns out, Njok Kuch's original body from 70,000 years ago was destroyed by the Kai Tik Vo Vi Thuong Huyen Ungiet Tutieu, one of the 7 great miracle slashes. The jade ring trembles, thinking, 70,000 years, finally seeing it again. It zooms toward Ngok Kuk, but the moment it touches her, it shatters completely. An energy circle surrounds her as he gives the order. All right, let's go. Help me test the current strength of the Phi Tho Kung. Ngok Kuk stares straight at Su Luang and walks right up to him. Then Ngok Kuk just lightly plants a kiss on Su Luang's lips. Our boy is absolutely speechless, with nothing to say. Meanwhile, back where Ngok Khan shattered the moon, it's pure chaos. Everyone's on high alert, staring ahead. Tin Tin thinks, this is the guardian of the Phi Tho Kung, Bak No Khan. No wonder they used to call him the Moonlight Demon God. The girl hiding behind a rock is in total disbelief. Can someone actually defeat the Phytho Kung? Even the great Emperor Thuong Nguyet himself couldn't have destroyed the moon like that. She's losing hope. Is there really no one who can stand against the Phytho Kung and Tien Nguyet Chi Vuong? Just then, the queen spots a sudden flash of blue light, and there's Njok Kyuk, appearing with a smile. Honan Nguyet asks Hai Van, "Who is that?" The kid just replies, "I don't know." Turns out Tintin and the guy in the white cloak are just as clueless. Lu Sat, however, is completely flabbergasted. Ngok Kook flies over to Ngok Khan and says, well, tens of thousands of years go by, and the new little devils have gotten pretty arrogant." She snaps back, "And what are you supposed to be?" Never mind. I've been around for 70,000 years. Only 4 people in this world even know who I am anymore. Thuong Yen Nguyet, the relic in the great emperor's hand, the goddess watching this fight from afar, and Dong Thach Lu Saturday Nu Khan just grinds her teeth in fury. "What?" she screams. Yeah, that condescending tone is really starting to tick her off. No Khan opens her mouth, charges up, and fires a beam right at No Kook. But our girl doesn't even flinch, she just smirks. The blast never hits. The energy, the rocks, the debris, it all just freezes midair right above her head. Tien Nguyet Chi Vuong wonders, what's happening? Did time just stop? But Yu Vuong Mao yells out, "That's not it." Thuong Nguyet explains that it's not that time stopped. The space around her has been stretched to infinity. Ngok Kook floats up. Ngok Khan screams for her to stop, but it's too late. Her foot is already resting on that fluffy white fur. Ngok Kook grins, teaching her a lesson. "Little one, when you face the moonlight, you should show some basic respect, you hear?" Hai Van immediately recognizes her and yells out, "That's the sleeve-flicking Bak Ngok Khan." The girl behind the rock can't believe it's suppressed just like that. Tien Nguyet Chi Vuong grimly thinks to herself, "I had a bad feeling from the start, which is why I told Phi Tho Kung to hold back." Looking at it now, that Nguyet Chi Vuong is definitely not someone to be taken lightly. Her laughter catches Nu Kook's attention. "Too scared to even show your face? Is the Nguyet Chi Vuong of this era really that weak?" The queen guesses. "The reason he sent you is because he's afraid of the Phi Tho Kung's moon body, isn't it?" Everyone just stares at her, completely speechless at that monumentally stupid comment. The embarrassed queen asks, "Wait, is he really that strong?" She looks at Ngok Kyuk, puzzled. "Are you Gemini, Tianka, or Nyanma?" She replies softly. "Too bad, little one. It's none of those. The Nguyet Chi Vuong isn't wary of you at all. He just wanted to know if your current level is even worth his time to personally step in and handle." Hearing that, she grits her teeth in fury. Njok Khan sends a telepathic message. "Boss, if the current king said that, we should probably retreat. The current Nguyet Chi Vuong is the contractor for the Kim Diep constellation, after all. Not long ago, he even surpassed the first Princess Van, reaching the very top of the Tien Dao Hoan." Tien Nguyet Chi Vuong is silent, her expression defiant, but then she sees Ngok Khan shaking violently and starts to worry. "Wait, what's happening to you? Is the Kim Diep messing with you?" She replies frantically. "Yes, I heard the divine blood inside the Kim Diep is the strongest in the world." And just like that, Njok Khan starts rattling off the power levels. "My hybrid concentration is 177%, the Ice Queen's 180, the Peach Garden's 190, and the Golden Butterfly Guild is over 195. Bloodline concentration might not mean much in a fight, but the current Moon King? Yeah, she's tied to the Golden Butterfly Palace." She wonders aloud, "Is this punishment from the Moon Goddess for our betrayal?" Hearing this, the other woman just freezes. Njok Khan seems pretty convinced this whole era is about to come to an end. "But before that, no matter what, I'm going all out against the Golden Butterfly Palace. My divine blood is boiling." And with that, she unleashes limitless power. Ngok Khan is ecstatic. "I can't wait to crush this little obstacle in front of me." Saying that, Njok Khan surges forward, radiating pure power. The two powers collide with a massive bang and a blinding flash. But Ngok Kyuk? She just casually raises an arm to block the whole thing. She's like, "I told you, if you don't want to waste your energy, you better be ready to face the Moon King." Then she summons a giant hammer out of thin air. Njok Kook sends a crushing blow flying straight at Njok Khan. "All right then, show me what you've really got." It slams right into the protective barrier, and whoops, it starts to crack. Seeing this, Thuong Nguyet immediately freaks out. "Oh no, that's the barrier Master Dao Vien put up." The Tin Nguyet Chi Vuong's face darkens, but she says nothing. She gives the order to go all out for a quick and decisive victory. The Tien Nguyet Chi Vuong, however, thinks this is not looking good. "If only a true top-tier fighter had shown up, I wouldn't have to work this hard." Watching Njok Kyuk effortlessly deflect their attacks, she sighs. Who would have thought a 7 mystic would sell her soul to an apostle of Nguyet Dieu? The Tien Nguyet Chi Vuong grits her teeth and commands, "Unleash everything. Let's end this fast." Njok Khan's eyes fill with pure killing intent as she hears the order. She grins with a crazed excitement as her body erupts in power. The clock hand hits 12, and an insane amount of energy blasts toward Ngok Kyuk. Van gasps. So this is its final form. Lu sat, totally into it, says she's almost as strong as the Ice Queen now. Gok Kook's power shield shatters. She smiles softly and says, Master, I'm sorry. This is my limit. Injok Khan clicks her tongue. What a shame. In my current state, I can't force out her ultimate form. Elsewhere, Tu Luong is calculating things. To test the waters, I haven't officially made a pact with Ngok Kook yet. They haven't truly become one. Even from hundreds of kilometers away, you could clearly feel the terrifying pressure from the Phi Tho Palace. He muses to himself. The old me probably would have peed his pants from fear by now. Tu Luong speaks up. It's okay. You did a great job. Go get some rest. No Khan just bares her fangs, looking like she wants to eat No Kook whole. Her claws are inches from Ngok Kook's face, but our girl isn't scared at all. Suddenly, Ngok Khan's expression changes, and she dashes in another direction. Enjok Khan leaps in front of the Yen Nguyet Chief Wang to shield her. The old lady has no idea what's happening and just looks up at the sky. Yuv Wang Mao is confused. Why did Bak Ngok Khan suddenly stop? What's going on? Before she can finish, she realizes something's wrong too. The Tramtin Yen Nguyet appears from the sky. Dao Vian complains, Moon King, could you care a little bit about whether we live or die? Infuriating. Everyone is terrified. How is this possible? A complete seven mystic, the Yen Nguyet Shuang Hoa Thien Nu, is here? No way. Isn't the key to the Thuong Hu Yen Ingyet Shuang Hoa supposed to be in the hands of the Ice Queen? Yu Vuong Mao holds her face in utter despair. What do we do? If that thing keeps falling, every single one of us is going to die. It keeps hurtling toward Ngok Khan. She just spreads her arms to shield the Tien Nguyet Chi Vuong. A massive explosion shakes the entire region. The light from the blast is blinding. Yu Vuong Mao shuts her eyes tight, then slowly peeks at what's in front of her. Yu Vuong Mao can't believe it. Are we saved? Thuong Nguyet's power saved everyone, her expression totally unfazed. A huge aura of power surrounds Thuong Nguyet's body. Tien Nu wonders, is the great Emperor Thuong Nguyet on the side of the Hoa Tien Kung? Well, this just got complicated. If the guardian of Hoa Tien Kung has been born, then the awakening of that person can't be far off, right? The one who ruled the Moon God Festival for 3 whole cycles, known as the strongest 9-star demigod in history. The holy moon body, Dao Nguyet Vuong. A bunch of monkeys lie unconscious on the ground. The Tien Nguyet Chi Vuong's voice trembles. Did the Moon King steal the Tram Tin Yen Nguyet's scabbard from the Ice Queen? The little girl grits her teeth through the pain and calls out, Boss, she was injured by that last attack, she whispers weakly. Little Bai. The Tien Nguyet Chi Vuong stares in shock at what's before her. The Tram Tin Yen Nguyet is pointed right at her face. Injok Khan throws up her hands to block it, but it's clear she's totally outmatched. The blade gets closer and closer. The Tien Nguyet Chi Vuong calls out worriedly, Little Bai. She's trembling, completely helpless. The Tien Nguyet Chi Vuong struggles to her feet, indignant. Not even the Ice Queen of the past could do this. The Moon King hasn't even shown her true form and she's pushed us this far. She gives the order, Little Bai, use everything you've got. Ngok Khan closes her eyes. The power ring above her head opens and starts to spin. She knows it's time, raising her hand to blast power at the sword. A massive sound rings out as the energy slams into the ground. Everyone screams as they see the Tram Tin Yen Nguyet stuck in the earth. Did it go through? Thuong Nguyet coldly replies, no. Her bones are unbelievably tough. They actually stopped a blow from the Uyen Nguyet Shuang Hoa. The Tram Tin Yen was aimed at Ngok Khan's head but couldn't pierce through. She opens her eyes, and her gaze is ice cold. Enjok Khan unleashes another terrifying blast of power. The Yen Nguyet shoots forward, the blue sword glowing with a faint, eerie light. Enjok Khan puts everything she has into blocking it. The two are locked in a struggle for a moment. She desperately tries to hold the Yen Nguyet with her bare hands, trying to move it as far away as possible. The orange and blue auras clash violently. Enjok Khan pushes Yen Nguyet away, and the very ground starts to tremble. The Yu Vuong matriarch cries out, did he seriously just shove the bone flower blade back using nothing but his aura? Enjok Khan channels his internal energy, and a massive column of fire erupts around him. He's just pouring it on. Divine blood concentration hits 180%, 185, 190. The conversion rate is getting ridiculously fast, and his fluffy white fur starts shifting into a brilliant, shining gold. She keeps counting 195, 199, 199.9%. He flourishes his hands, his entire body now a completely different color. Enjok Khan, still standing on that cracked patch of ground, thrusts his hand forward and fires a beam of pure light. The beam soars into the dark night, hitting these weird shuriken-like rings of smoke. The moment the light hits the center, the whole thing just shatters in a massive explosion. Thuong Nguyet follows the light, silently observing. Who was that attack for? Turns out, 2 women, one tall and one short, are perched on a cliffside nearby. The Heavenly Maiden is completely lost, her eyes vacant as she tries to figure out what's going on. She struggles to pull herself away, ignoring Yen Nguyet's concern from behind. She clasps her hands together, getting ready for her next move. In front of her, a demonic portal rips open. This gate is a stark contrast against the gloomy sky. Then from the bushes, a world-shaking explosion erupts. She vanishes into a cloud of pure white smoke. The Heavenly Maiden stares at the empty portal before her, the smoke still clearing. She's suddenly so tense she can't even get a word out. Back with Ngok Khan, the aftermath of his attack has left 3 massive, ugly scars across the earth. The former Moon King steps forward, gripping one of her hands tightly. Not a single one of you is leaving here today. You're the ones who forced my hand. Wait a second. If this form is already revealed, then Nguyet Du's actual combat power should have dropped, right? Ngok Khan keeps attacking through the devastation, completely unbothered by anything they're saying. The eye not covered by her hair glares with pure malice. She growls, Heavenly Maiden, Flower Fairy Palace, and you, Moon King, you are all staying right here. The Yuvwang matriarch covers her mouth. Uh-oh, how does she know all that? Injak Khan doesn't even turn around. He just casually replies, Of course I know. After my awakening, the entire aura of the central region rests in the palm of my hand. The Heavenly Maiden struggles against his mocking tone. He continues, It doesn't matter how far that other Heavenly Maiden tries to flee, or if I target you, or even the Moon King who's quietly watching from the East Sea coast. As she distorts the air with a smug look, he boasts, You are all within the range of my perception. Enjak Khan's hand unleashes a blast of light, as violent and fast as a shooting star. It slowly fades as it travels. Suddenly, something happens that leaves Ngok Khan completely confused. Thuong Nguyet is just as stunned. Opposite Ngok Khan's attack, Tu Luong appears out of nowhere, staring him down with ice-cold eyes. While the former Moon King is still in shock, he's already materialized behind the Heavenly Maiden. He calmly recalls his earlier calculations. Right, he made that contract with Njok Kook, and his extreme cold ice powers have reached a 120% unlock progression. Tu Luong then lets out a small smile. Even though his Vong Thu Thui is currently frozen, it's more than enough to deal with this situation. Tu Luong stands there, his short hair blowing, and asks with total mockery, What's wrong? You look surprised. He then adds, But honestly, I'm a bit disappointed in this Trong Niet body of yours. It's just a simple boost to the divine blood concentration in your body. For a human like me, that means absolutely nothing. Oh yeah, those words definitely hit their mark. Tu Luong figures he doesn't need to worry about the Trong Nayet body at all. The former Moon King snaps back angrily. A physique recorded in the Book of the Moon is, Don't be ridiculous. The Tuyet Nayet body went extinct tens of thousands of years ago, even if you managed to collect the other 3 parts. But halfway through her sentence, she realizes something is seriously wrong. Wait, no, that's not it. The former Moon King stares at him, her mind racing with possibilities. Could this man before her actually be one of the rarest Moon Kings in history? Someone who possesses the Tuyet Nguyet physique? Her eyes become deadly serious. Did he really manage to gather all of them? The former Moon King screams out a warning. Xiao Bai, but it's too late. Injak Khan already swung it to Luong, ready to finish him. A bright orange light explodes, a blinding circle right in front of her. Tu Luong stands firm in the middle of the smoke, without a single scratch on him. Ngok Khan can't believe what she's seeing, he's completely unscathed. Meanwhile, he's already focusing on activating his skill. 3 black marks appear on Tu Luong's hand along with long black streaks. He looks at his system panel, timing it perfectly. The time has come to make the final selection for his physique. His extreme cold ice power has reached 120% unlock progress. Tu Luong closes his eyes. I choose. The moment he finishes speaking, a flash of light blinds everyone present. Ngok Khan's expression finally turns grave. Tu Luong is just floating in midair, his eyes glowing. The former Moon King shouts in disbelief. Impossible! If it's not the Trong Nguyet body, but just a pathetic Thon Nguyet body, how did he possibly reach this level? Moon King, what kind of inheritance did you even get? Tu Luong says nothing, just closes his eyes tight, then snaps them open to answer. The Holy Moon body? Nope. This isn't the Holy Moon body. And cue the system notification for our host, the Moon King Tu Luong Special Constitution. Absolute Moon Body. A one-time gift from the heavens themselves. New power. Dual Absolute Moon. It cranks his compatibility with the Moonlight system to its absolute limit, then deletes it. This removes all realm restrictions, letting him summon any pet, any level, no questions asked. The power of multiple pets won't resonate with the host anymore. Instead, when they're summoned, each one gets its own independent energy bar, separate from the host. Once it's used up, the pet simply returns to its own space to recharge. Staring ahead, Tu Luong asks himself, Who on earth said you can't receive the absolute moon body's inheritance more than once? With his new power and that instant energy surge, his overall aura is now equal to a demigod's. And he just stands there, totally composed with a faint smile on his lips. Thuong Nguyet witnesses this, and the heavenly maiden is silent for a long, long time. The previous Moon King was just so stubborn. Even now, she refuses to believe it. Impossible. None of the 4 great constitutions could ever have an effect like this. Tu Luong casually glances at the woman in the distance and asks, the legendary heavenly maiden, "You're the first apostle of the Virgo Palace, right?" He turns back, half joking. "Constantly suppressing your own activity time. Isn't that a little childish? Though, your ambition is truly commendable. You hold the flawed aura of the Gemini Palace and even the Phoenix Song of the 7 Profounds." Tu Luong's attitude is clearly getting on her nerves, but she seems unwilling to argue the point. He turns to Thuong Nguyet, "And what about you? Contractor of the Flower Fairy Palace. Is it really that fun hiding inside your successor's body? Or are the 3 of you from the Flower Fairy, Peach Garden, and 7 Profounds planning to attack me together?" Looks like Tu Luong struck a nerve. It seems your plan to end the power struggle in this era isn't any less complicated than the White Deer clans. And with that, the massive crowd falls dead silent. Everyone is quiet, not another word is spoken. Finally, Tu Luong once again, "You call that a 10-day eclipse? It's a real eyesore." He stands his ground, looking more solid and unshakable than ever. Tu Luong puts on a generous air. "If you don't want to fight, then fine by me. Today, I'll start by dealing with this Taiyin faction scum." His eyes flash as he glances at something. Then Tu Luong takes flight, a swarm of glowing golden butterflies in his wake. From the 2nd palace, protector of the Golden Butterfly Palace, the 8-winged moon monarch appears in a flash. From the 10th palace, protector of the Peacock Palace, the Netherworld King Chao Yen. The girl with long green hair is from the 7 Profounds Jade Heaven Palace. All 4 women now have Tu Luong surrounded. He thinks to himself, "In this extreme cold realm, my pet's power is boosted by 200%. A 200% boost should be enough. No need to show all my cards today." The short-haired girl hides behind a tall rock, looking absolutely terrified. She's sweating bullets, thinking, "Is this really a sight mortals are meant to see? Is Ming going to get killed by the Moon King?" The previous Moon King's eyes widen at the sight. 4 overlords? That kid only has a few stars. How can he possibly sustain that kind of energy drain? Ngok Khan watches Tu Luong's group appear, her expression unreadable. She stays silent for a moment, offering no commentary. Chao Yen cheerfully greets the previous Moon King. "Hey, big fella, long time no see, huh?" As she's speaking, something startles her. The wide, toothy grin on her face instantly freezes. It's Tu Luong's murderous expression. One icy glare from him is enough to make her dial it way back. Chao Yen gets straight to business. "From this moment on, no matter what punishment I have to endure, I will not utter a single complaint. Is that acceptable, master?" Tu Luong stares at her intently, then lets out a single, ice-cold response. "Do what you want." Zhou Yan gives Su Liang a little bow before they head in opposite directions. But our boy Su Liang already has a plan cooking. I mean, now that he's got the dual moon body powers, his pet's energy consumption doesn't even affect him anymore. He watches her walk away, feeling pretty darn good about himself. When she runs out of juice, she'll have to come to me for a recharge. So yeah, she's not going anywhere. Zhou Yan loves a good fight, so let's get this party started. A glowing, crescent-shaped ring of light appears behind the jagged rocks. Purple beams of light erupt from behind her. That's her 3-stage blade unsheathing technique. The attacks just keep coming, shaking the very ground beneath them. Everyone started screaming at each other to get back. Like, right now. As the attack beam fired, they all scrambled to avoid getting vaporized. The dude in the green cloak gets blasted by a purple beam of light. The power behind it, absolutely insane. The green cloth slowly dissolves, taking a look of pure agony with it. Njok Khan whips her head around, clearly thinking, seriously? A bunch of scrubs who can't even dodge. The thought hits her. Letting these clowns run free is just going to cause more casualties. First, she's got to deal with this annoying brain-dead idiot. No Khan spits a brightly colored fire ring. It condenses into a sphere, and then vanishes completely. When it swallows Ngok Khan, she clutches her throat, feeling totally sick to her stomach. Ngok Khan looks ahead. Like, what is even happening? She opens her mouth, trying to channel her internal energy again, but it's completely useless. Njok Khan looks up. "So, it was you." The blonde girl from Kim Diet Palace appears. Beams of purple light keep slamming the ground, sending out shockwaves. Tin Tin stomps forward, looking absolutely fierce. And then a clean punch right to Chao Yen's stomach. Game over. She flashes a devilish grin. The other girl turns, biting her lip in absolute shock. Splinters fly through the darkening sky. Njok Khan clenches her fists. Fire erupts from her hands, activating her ability. The power of Tai Am is immune to all mystical elements and energy fluctuations. Only straight-up physical attacks are going to work on her. Chao Yen turns her head, still trying to process what in the world is even happening. Enjok Khan looks to the sky, spitting out a crazy powerful beam of light. Star core destruction. Her smile is gone. This is getting interesting. Chao Yen uses her technique, from the star throne, slamming a brutal attack down onto the ground. A purple fireball explodes from the ground, surrounded by a massive orange circle. Up above, everyone is still fighting like their lives depend on it. In the smoky, desolate aftermath, Tintin's and Nguyet Thuk's crew are on the ground. Looks like they're hurt, clutching their arms. Someone even collapsed behind them. And Nguyet Thuk asks, completely dazed, Is it already over? Something makes her jump. A massive crater has formed from the fight, and Chao Yen is just floating there. She still has that same old reassuring smile. Enjok Khan tries to summon another orange energy ball. To Luang shouts, "Stop with the explosions. That guy's immune to energy attacks." Nok Kyuk looks over, surprised, and uses Jade Kingdom. The entire sky turns a sickly green. Tintin and Nguyet Thuk are suddenly drained of all color. The girl tries to push herself up, muttering, "Damn it, my body." Her hand feels glued to the ground, totally paralyzed. Tintin grits her teeth, trying to break free. "Damn it." Yen Nguyet, eyes blazing, raises a long blade. A green arc cuts the sky. Nguyet Thuk screams, "No." She and Tintin are sliced clean across their bodies, cut into two separate pieces. The summoned beasts fade into nothing, just dust and ash. Tien and Nguyet Chivuang turns, at least Xiao Bai. She's still standing firm, glowing just like before. Ngak Khan grinds her teeth. A long, ugly red gash streaked across her head. Enjok Khan clutches her wound, just trying to hang on. She can't accept this. It's not over yet. Then Ngak Khan breaks into a totally twisted smile. "I'm not stopping here. I'm the strongest one." The Celestial Maiden watches from behind, arms crossed. She sees Enjok Khan standing stubbornly in the circle and reminds her, it's already over. No matter how strong she is, she could never beat those four champions. Seeing To Luang still standing by, the maiden adds, "To face the Moon Monarch. Fine. You make the call. After all, you were once a member of Nguyet Dieu. Guess you can see her off one last time. I'll let you make it a big one, thanks." Golden butterfly wings glow brilliantly against the gloomy sky. The summoned beasts continue to fade, soon becoming nothing but faint wisps of smoke. Tu Luang tells Chao Yen, "I'll let you make it spectacular." She replies softly, "Thanks." Chao Yen faces off with Ngak Khan. They both become streaks of light, slamming into each other. The collision creates an earthquake of blinding light. Tu Luang stares ahead, then suddenly whips around, looking for the Moon Monarch who's rushing toward him. He's thinking, no way, does this guy still have another card to play? He looks at Tien and Gyet Chivuang, confused. Wait, she wants a 1 versus 1? Tu Luang is seriously worried, but with the Van Vong Thu still here, what kind of trick could she possibly pull? A glowing circle with the energy of flower petals appears in the pitch-black sky. Before Tien and Nguyet Chivuang can attack, she raises a hand high, declaring, "We will not fall here like this." 2 fingers raised like an oath, then her palm opens for a magic attack. Time to die. Another ground-shaking tremor rips through the area. Tu Luang's face goes a little pale. What? You think the Van Fong Thu blew itself up? The system announces a Moonlight Emperor system thingy. When the Tai Am ring touches the other Tai Am ring, all living creatures are sentenced to death. No Beastmaster can bring their summoned pets from the outside. She grabs his arm, and Tu Luang's eyes go completely blank. Those black eyes were now totally lifeless. Shang Yu and the Ghost Queen Mother panicked. What? The Moon King? The previous Moon King had knocked him to the ground. Su Liang's eyes shot open in shock. Am I dead? The previous Moon King just cackled as Su Liang collapsed. Shang Yu and the Ghost Queen Mother could only stare, completely dumbfounded by the scene. The smug satisfaction was written all over her face, but her laughter cut short when shards of green meteorites started glowing above Su Liang's head. The system announced a divine power, a grace from the heavens themselves. His life was now split into 7 stages. Any damage over 1/7 of his total health would be nullified, and a stage would recover after 10 days. A sudden gust of wind whipped around his body, and boom, Su Liang's clothes completely exploded off of him. Amidst the blurred streaks of light, he opened his eyes, sat up, and casually scratched his head. Man, if it wasn't for that power from the Ice Queen, he would have been totally sunk this time. He stood up to face the previous Moon King, thinking he seriously never expected her to pull such a dirty, underhanded trick. Su Liang's buck-naked body made the previous Moon King blush like crazy, but he just got more excited, thinking his own tricks were way dirtier. The Ghost Queen Mother and Shang Yue were absolutely speechless. The peach on Shang Yu's chest suddenly piped up with a comment. Damn, both these Moon Kings are ridiculously huge. Shang Yu heard the voice and looked down. Excuse me, little peach, aren't you a Moon King too? Is there something special about you that I don't know about? The peach's face darkened as it snapped back. Get lost! The previous Moon King just clenched her fists, sputtering with rage. You. The previous Moon King raised a hand, trying to do something, but he just stepped back, throwing her off balance. She stumbled forward with a miserable scream. Liang grabbed the previous Moon King by her hair, hoisting her up. Her face was beet red, her eyes welling up with tears. Damn it, that hurts! Why is his body as hard as steel? Oh God! Then she noticed something, down there. Wait a second, is that? Her foot shot out, aiming straight for his family jewels. Liang gave her a careful warning. Hey, we're in public here, Liang questioned her. Are we done? As Beast Tamers, shouldn't we be using our pets to decide this? He dropped her, and she went flying. The peach from the waning moon garden turned bright red. The heavenly maiden commented, honestly, he has no idea how to treat a lady. He had such a perfect opportunity just now. If it were me, I would have dealt with her directly right then and there. Zhao Yu, standing next to her, was at a loss for words. She cupped her hands to her cheeks, sat down, and just enjoyed the drama. Publicly humiliating an old enemy like this? Now that's entertainment. Zhao Yue thought to herself, that's it. I am never buying her that kind of comic book again. Liang activated the Golden Butterfly Palace ability, and instantly, all his clothes were restored. He mused to himself that it's no wonder ancient masters never bothered with clothes, they just get blown up in fights anyway. Liang glanced up at the sky for a moment, watching the overlapping rays of light. He figured that after a long night of chaos and that one destructive slash, the Flying Rabbit Palace was finally running on fumes. Yuqing was still glowing, stubbornly holding on. Her eyes were wide open, then suddenly slammed shut as a beam of light pierced right through her. As Zhou Yan watched, her body exploded. All she could say was, it's over. Then, an announcement echoed through the space. Flying Rabbit Palace has been defeated. The Taiyan faction has lost its qualification for the Moon God Festival. The previous Moon King was slowly getting up. She listened to the voice repeat, Flying Rabbit Palace has been defeated. The Taiyan faction has lost its qualification for the Moon God Festival. But he was still standing there, firm as a mountain. The announcement boomed again, just to rub it in. Liang guessed the Moon God Festival was about to enter its next phase. He stretched his arms out to his sides. Time to warm up. The final power of the Moon God Festival was finally released. The chaotic space suddenly fell eerily silent. Meanwhile, at the Cloud Mist Sea Holy Land, fog swirled around a lighthouse as the moon rose high into the sky. At the Three Kings Spring Holy Land, the water level began to drop rapidly, like a receding tide. The system announced the final power of the Moon God Festival, a one-time reward for reaching the summit of Tiantao Huan. Once used, it would remove all restrictions on the Masters, awaken every sleeping demigod, and force them to face this era's challenges as a true king. If the host wins, the entire divine order will be shattered. The Heavenly Maiden looked at her own hand, activated a skill, and said with a hint of regret, the 10,000-year time limit, it's gone. Does this mean all the so-called rules are about to collapse? The peach angrily protested, oh my God, what did you do? You promised me you wouldn't activate it. Are you trying to cause the greatest catastrophe in the history of this world or something? Liang just shoots back. So what if it is? It was bound to happen anyway. What's the big deal if the world ends 300,000 years early? Dark clouds begin to gather as he stares off at the sad, distant sky. If nobody reached the peak of the Heavenly Peach Ring before me, then who cares if someone makes it to the top after I'm gone? It's meaningless. The Celestial Maiden and the Peach Garden Girl listen in, and they do not look pleased. He keeps going. Even if some god predicts a legendary figure will show up in 300,000 years, that has absolutely nothing to do with me. I have this power, so obviously I have the right to unleash it. Across the ruined eastern region, water trickles down the streams, forming a long, winding river. It flows down into a lake where the ice concubine is soaking with her eyes closed. She slowly opens her eyes, then rises to the surface. Oh? I can finally leave the eastern domain? Meanwhile, back at the fight, nobody's left yet. Kang Yue lets out a cold laugh. What a little brat who doesn't know his place. She lays into him. Do you really think beating the Flying Rabbit Palace means you can take on the entire world? Kang Yue keeps trash-talking, saying that even the First Cloud Princess and the Supreme Mural Cataclysm aren't considered the most terrifying threats. There are countless other rulers who were never even recorded in history, because almost every living thing in their era was completely wiped out. Yeah, she's really laying it on thick with the harsh words. She says there are tons of unrecorded rulers because their eras were basically deleted. Liang just casually replies, and? To stop the world from being hunted to extinction, didn't you guys form an alliance to monopolize the Moon God Festival 3 times? He starts calling them out one by one. First up is Dao Yuan. Next is the Narak and the guardian of the Flower Fairy Peach Moon King. She can't answer that. Total silence. After a moment, she finally speaks up, totally defeated. Whatever. At least now isn't the time for a lunar civil war. the strange object in Kang Yue's eye vanishes. The celestial maiden thinks to herself, even though I wouldn't declare war right now, she really can't accept it. Her plan, something she worked on for thousands of years, was just destroyed by this one stupid Moon King's decision. The short-haired girl wakes up from behind a boulder. The air suddenly feels incredibly heavy. Su Liang has his own agenda. Yeah, if I activate this power right now, I'd not only waste a chance to boost my strength, but I'd also attract a ton of silent haters. But then he considers another point. Then again, I think right now is my best chance to actually win this. A shadow appears behind Njok Khan. They all thought the Taiyin were the mortal enemy. But it turns out they're just the winners of some ordinary moon god festival. Kang Yu appears, surrounded by light. Compared to them, the Peach Moon King has dominated for 3 consecutive festivals. The first Peach Garden Miracle, the 7th String Narak, the 4th Palace Flower Fairy Palace. This faction is so powerful, you can't even begin to measure it. The Celestial Maiden is represented by an image of her playing a flute, not to mention she's hiding the aura of both Gemini and Virgo, and holds a complete 7-string Phoenix melody. A combat power that terrifying, and she's kept it hidden all this time. Then there's the White Deer clan in the Sea of Clouds, who've been running wild for 300,000 years. I'm afraid even if I trained to 10 stars, something could still go wrong. A chart with 5 figures appears, a star at its center. After figuring out the strategic power levels, his own strategy, represented in his mind, begins to crack. The colors of the diagram start to turn bleak. The plan: activate the power, shatter everyone else's plans with chaos, and use the time and information gap to secure a win. Su Liang turns his head and stares intently at the former Moon King. She doesn't look up, just keeps her gaze fixed on the ground in sorrow. Su Liang leans down to her eye level. Listen up. Your Taiyin faction has been kicked out of the Moon God Festival. You have no more chances, and no more hope. Model. Our guy lifts the former Moon King's chin, laying down his terms. Hand over Fusu Baiyu Khan's contract, and I'll sign a temporary deal with you. Su Liang tries to sweeten the deal. This way, you guys will still be qualified to fight in the upcoming Moon God Festival. But the former Moon King just stared back, completely unfazed. So Su Liang, with new resolve in his eyes, stood up and recalled everything. Nearby, Zhao Yue was totally blown away. Whoa, you can just recall living things? The Heavenly Maiden replied. Sure, if they don't put up a fight. Su Liang just facepalms, totally frustrated. There's no time to try and convince her right now. I'll just find a chance to talk later. Just then, a system announcement. The Moon God Festival was officially in its final stage. All restrictions on the hegemons have been lifted. Based on power and influence, the world's factions were automatically sorted into 7 distinct teams. And the rules were simple. If a faction's representative gets taken out, their entire team is automatically disqualified. Alright, let's check the roster. Northern Domain Squad. King of the Moon, Su Liang. The Sagittarius Guardian. The Golden Butterfly Guardian. The Peacock Guardian, the Aquarius Guardian, and Upper Moons Yuji and Shiwa, and check it out a notification just for Tien Nu. Next up, Central Domains Team, Tien Nu herself, the Moonlight Saintess, the Gemini Guardian, the Virgo Guardian, and Upper Moon Feng Ku. Then we got the Western Domain, with the First Lovers and the 7 Miracles, the Love Miracle, and the Southern Domain, the Heavenly Peach Garden Faction, the King of Peach Moon, the Kang Yue Great Emperor, another one of the 7 Miracles, the very first miracle, Dao Huan, the Flower Fairy Guardian, Upper Moon Nai Luo, and Temporary Moon Tao Jian Lu, and the Eastern Domain, the first generation Ice Queen, another 7 miracles, the Miracle of the Sky, the current Ice Queen, Dongxi Lu Sha, Lord of Eternal Winter, and well, Eternal Winter, the 3 Kings Authority Faction, Underworld Queen Mother of the 7 Miracles, the Lair Chao Miracle, Hai Ti, the Haiku Great Emperor, and Hua Hai Ji Ling, and the Sea of Clouds Faction. The first generation Cloud Princess, the original Bitch Hara Keep, the original Shiji Se Ta Yue, and the original once Hei Uk Von Marng. Then a whole bunch of White Deer Emperors, the 4th, the 6th, the 9th, the 13th, the 14th, and the 15th. And now, for the neutral faction, the 7 Miracles, the Wu Wei Miracle, Upper Moon Zi Xiao, the 7 Miracles again, the Eternal Miracle, Bai Shi, the 7th Palace of the Moon's Radiance, the Heavenly Defect Guardian, and Upper Moon Tian Chi. Then Upper Moon Liga drops the bomb. All neutral factions have 1 year to pick a side, or they get disqualified. The system keeps spitting out notices. Even if you're not a main rep, you can join any team you want. If your chosen faction wins, the rewards get shared. Then come the patch notes. The White Deer Clan's fog power? Nerfed. The power of the current King of the Moon? Nerfed. The symbiotic effect of the Hai Tai clan? Nerfed. The divine blood concentration of the King of Peach Moon? Nerfed. The Ice Queen clan's weather control? Nerfed. But the Western Domain's Tian Nu, her immortality is untouched. Su Liang silently watches the system updates, spamming his screen, walls of text scrolling endlessly, finally locking on the battle rules. If a beast's power from the extreme cold state goes over 100%, shields can't be used for recovery, and only the King of the Moon can see this intel. He thinks to himself for a moment. It seems Su Liang is observing everyone, realizing each person has a detailed description that only their own host can see. He's already crunching the numbers. How can he exploit this for the biggest advantage? Even though he can't use the extreme cold's recovery speed to infinitely replenish his beasts, the consequences of that are still pretty insane. But with the 3 White Deer girls all quiet, he keeps thinking. Yeah, the White Deer clan's eternal fog got nerfed too. Tian Nu lets out a long sigh. They still have a chance to win. If they'd waited a few 100,000 more years, their odds might have been even worse. The King of the Moon's decision was definitely the right one. She glances at the shadows in the distance, the sea of clouds. They're absolutely terrifying. How many of these White Deer Emperors are fighting as representatives? Seriously? Tian Nu's a little stressed, getting a bad feeling in her gut. This is getting complicated. She figures the Ice Queen and the High Tai clans have already teamed up. They must have allied beforehand. The Heavenly Peach Garden and the Eastern Domain are also pretty close. Word is, Honsa and Tao Huan had a thing going on for a while. Tian Nu is annoyed. It means she's all alone, no backup. Well, her and the King of the Moon. And just like that, her mind's made up. Wait a minute. What if she could team up with the King of the Moon? Tian Nu looks over at Su Liang. We were both once apostles of the moon's radiance. And more importantly, she can feel the bloodline pulsing inside him. She figures sitting around is pointless and zips right in front of him. No beating around the bush. Tian Nu gets straight to the point. Your Highness, King of the Moon, are you by any chance married? Yup.